Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Hi, Salam Alaikum, sisters and brothers, and sisters, Sulaiman Rahim here, the judge, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the seven seals, crusher. Sisters and brothers, next episode in the series, Countdown to Apocalypse. Countdown to Apocalypse. This series gives you the countdown to the apocalypse and then gives you details of events, the major events that will take place during the apocalypse. The apocalypse is a comprehensive war against this reality, not Armageddon. Armageddon is just one phase, one battle, one major battle in it. So when Louis Farrakhan is telling you his generalities, we're in Armageddon. First of all, we're not in Armageddon yet. He called it Armageddon. We're not in it yet. We're approaching it quickly. We're not in it. See? And we're not in the apocalypse yet, but we're close to it. See? By my calculations, right, the apocalypse shall start within the next 3 to 4 months, sometime between May and July. So we'll see. There's details. Let's put it on the line, Farrakhan. See, you missed the 1619, 2019. You missed that one. That was an easy call. 1619, 2019, 40 years. 2020 be a plague that would start the process of our going home, Abrahamic covenant. It would start with a plague that would kill the firstborn. It means elderly and pass over us. And that's exactly what was happening. It wasn't passing over you because you're a black-faced devil. See, it's not going to pass over it's not going to pass over the devils. As far as Israel get harder than anybody else. So that proves they're not who they claim they are. So there's another calculation, brothers and sisters. Sometime between May and July, apocalypse will start. I gave the countdown up to the apocalypse. That was the first episode in this series. Now I believe this is series 5. I believe it's the 5th one, 4th or 5th one. I'll see if we get into it. But this is Armageddon west. Armageddon west. It's two Armageddons. Armageddon is a European war. East is over in Europe, and west over here. But the European war is a war between Europeans. See? No matter what their skin tone is, whether it's white or black, right? It's a war between Europeans. Because the demons, right? That's their children. They try to point them up or stick them off on us because they didn't want them, plus to destabilize us. We get into that, brothers and sisters. Countdown to apocalypse. The crucifixion. They crucified us 500 years ago, brothers and sisters. Took everything from us. Everything. Left us nothing. Completely naked. Only thing, this generation here, generation of Suleiman, right? They have a little covered in nakedness a little bit. Because Suleiman's presence. Because if he had to go through that, it would have been over on that. This story would have been over by now. This book would have been closed. Like it says in Ezekiel, right? It says our enemies, it says, right, they'll be made to eat cow dung, right? And even human. And that was a sign that Suleiman would have to eat that as a sign to where people would have to go through, because they would make us eat chitlins, cow dung. That's where the word chips come from, cow chips. That's why we use so much spices. They don't do that stuff now. All that spicy stuff, they cover it up. They force us to eat it. I may have misspoken initially, but they were talking about us. See? So he was supposed to eat as a sign that he would have to go through that too. See? But it says human dung also has, and it says, no, he wouldn't make him do that. He said, no, it'll be a sign, but you won't have to, but you will have to eat the cow dung. Because if Suleiman was made to eat the human dung, then that would have been, now them case closed, been over with. See, over with. That's why you see one on the right got little clothes on, one on the left, none. Because we went to 40 years just like that. But in time of Suleiman, right? That was just a little bit to cover his nakedness. Have Elijah to cover his nakedness. See, you didn't have that before Elijah. Took everything away from you. That's why Elijah had to come first, prepare the way. See? That's why you see all these things going on right now. They had to prepare the way for Suleiman because they had to make his way as straight as possible. Because if he had to go through the same thing that we went through before the 40s and 30s and lynching and all that kind of stuff, no, this would have came, scorched, reaching halt. Then that's why it says, I'll have my messenger prepared away before me. We're talking, read that carefully. Read that carefully. I mean, see, you get things mixed up. It says, okay, the messenger of the covenant suddenly come to his temple. Now, if it's his temple, it couldn't be Elijah Muhammad because he come to his own temple. Certainly comes to his own temple. Right? So you get the pronouns stuff. You know, these are riddles. I mean, these are sealed books. And it says, but who's coming after Elijah? Elijah prepared the way for the messenger of the covenant. So that's who's talking, the messenger of the covenant. I'll send my messenger to prepare the way before me. Elijah's way, it was prepared the way before the messenger of the covenant. But you had intervention in there with the one that was robbing God, robbing this whole nation. I mean, how can it clear be? Are you robbing the whole nation? What nation are you talking about robbing? Who's robbing God? The messenger of the covenant would clean up the mess. He going to say he cleaned up Elijah's mess? No, he cleaned up Farrakhan, the demon's mess. Read that carefully, brothers and sisters, if you will. Anyway, we're going to move on, brothers and sisters, but the crucifixion, nothing's changed. Those are our crucifiers. They're still crucifying us economically, socially, religiously, in every way you can think of. False Israel over there, identity. See? They're robbers of our identity. See? God, America, robs us of our wealth. See? They all have a part in it. But that's about to come a screeching halt, brothers and sisters. A screeching halt. Come quick. Armageddon West. Let me take this. Hello? Yes, how are you? No, I talked to someone everywhere. They gave me a quote of $1,000 a month. Yeah, they gave me a quote of $1,000 a month. No, I mean that's totally outside of my price range, so there wasn't no point in going any further. Thank you. Excuse me, Brown says this series, that's about interruption. That's the state of my situation right now, Brown says, because things are very hectic, very dang critical. We're in a critical time. And we know it lead up to Armageddon, leading up to the resurrection is going to be very tense. And in my life is very tense right now. He's not coming across, but believe me. And my life is very tense right now. And I knew that. Like I spoke earlier, I think I said in previous one, I had these visions when I was a little shorty, right? And I had all these visions about these times. And some have come true already, but it was very difficult. I didn't like any of them. You know, the result, I mean, like you go in the furnace to be purified, right? And it's hot and hell in there. But you might like the process, but you like the outcome. I don't like the process. As Christ said, you think you enter the garden now suffering affliction and pain and suffering and war and all that kind of stuff? Because that's the way things go. Because anytime you try to make progress, you're going to be opposition. And our opposition is the entire planet. They're not going to let you just step forward and just take over. After having you under their feet for 50,000 years. And who's going to feel that pressure more than anybody? Superman, because he's the one making a change. He's the one out there in the forefront changing reality, right? To help you. Make it easier for you because you got to change your own reality. He's getting your upper hand because he's like, you know, you're going through a forest, right? And you got a trailblazer. You got the person in the front. He's cutting the bushes down, but he's making it easy, but you got to do some work. He's cutting it down. He's helping you. So he's in the front, in the forefront. And that's why I said the lamb that broke the seals, like he was slain from the foundations of the earth. He was suffering more than anybody. That's the whole thing about that on the cross again. Say he was suffering the sins of the whole world. Not he was saving the people from sin. He suffered the sins of the whole world. That means the whole world is sinners and all the evil that they're doing is on him. He's suffering the sin. Remember the sins, right? The sins is against this reality. The new reality is coming in. And this whole world's against it. And he's the only one in the forefront trying to change it other than Master Muhammad. He's trying to change it from a different level. See, but Suleiman's changing it from the thought level. See, he's on the ground, right? Leading that fight on that level. If you read Exodus, the God in the sky just gave support. But it was Joshua that was leading the war, leading the fight on the ground. He was the one taking the shots. But said that God would protect him from the sky. Read Exodus. He was in the clouds. That's not putting him down, because we need Master Muhammad. He's a warrior. He don't doubt about it. He's a warrior, and he's going to war in a minute. It says the wrath, or he's getting ready to war, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, because he's getting ready to go to war. He's going to. Hey, what it says in chapter 19? He's a warrior. He came over here by himself. Well, he actually had companions with him. He said, "You don't get that message of the black man, do you?" See, Elijah Muhammad spoke about these things. I was there. He said, Master Muhammad had seven companions with him. See, they watched his back while he was here. Okay. Elijah Muhammad thought he met one of them when he was sick in the hospital. He said he think that one of them showed up there to watch over him. It's another story altogether, brothers and sisters. See? But he had two warriors in Revelation. You had the God and the Lamb. It says he make war. Chapter 19 says make war. In the fifth seal, he says, they was asked, how long before you go to war? He's a warrior. Don't make no mistake. Master Muhammad ain't about 5 feet tall. Him and Elijah Muhammad are the same size. But he's a warrior. And you don't want his foot up your ass. Maybe a small one. Boy, but woo. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Because in spite of all the stuff I'm going through right now, the worst is yet to come. Worst is yet to come. I'm fighting this battle for 74 years, actually. A really intense last 30-some years, since 1990. So what's that put me at? 34 years, 33 years. And it gets more intense every year. More intense every year. That's what it takes. Because when you grow, resistance is evidence of growth. So the more I grow, I'm more resistant I have. So this resistance tells me, I know it's hard, but resistance tells me I'm winning. That's why they resisted. Because if I wasn't winning, they wouldn't be resisting. So I understand the resistance is mean I'm winning. Like when you go in the furnace, the hotter it is, you don't like it, but that means you're being more pure. You're going to be purified. Because the more heat, the more it burns off the right, the blemishes and the dross and carrying on. Hope you understand, brother. Says you have to start thinking mathematically. That's just the mathematics of it. Resistance, the more you spend, you're in the elevator, the more space you try to take up, the more people are going to resist because you're squeezing them. So resistance is the evidence of growth. And resistance is going to be intense. Time of unprecedented trouble, time of Jacob's trouble. But Master Muhammad is going to deliver us out of it. But it's tense because I got to try to explain to you, you're going against this whole plan, because whole plan is vibrating, right, on the level of devils. What I have to take that back, because now you got Orientals, they vibrating on a higher plane, higher frequency. So, and that's pushing pressure on European countries because they are vibrating the lower frequency. That's pressure. Frequency, vibrations is pressure, brothers and sisters. You know, when you see waves, that's vibrations. You just rocking the ocean water, right? Thought is vibrations. Vibrations is pressure. See? You have different levels of pressure, different vibrations. What I've been talking about is low intensity vibration. I just call it pressure. But the pressure in the way I've been talking about it previously is just low vibration pressure. But when you think in high vibrations, that's why thoughts can conquer the universe. Because we think on a higher level than any vibration that the universe can generate. We think on a high, our brains have a greater vibration than the sun, the stars, the moon, all that. They vibrate too. But we have the high, so we little brains right here. But you got a star, and it's being trillion times bigger than but we can control them. Because greater pressure overcomes lower pressure. Higher frequency overcomes lower frequency. Higher vibration overcome lower vibration. I didn't get that point, bro. That's why it's God's universe. Because we're so small, but it doesn't matter. Because one little pebble can move an ocean. You put in it's going to... Waves are going to start spreading. Going to keep on spreading. Get weaker, weaker, weaker. They keep spreading. So yeah, we like a speck in the universe, but higher vibrations. No, nothing in the universe vibrates higher enough. And we, the original people, vibrate the highest frequency, highest vibration level. We vibrate a high frequency. Anything alive. You have different levels. Us, just one step lower than Africa, next to Asia, Oriental. So, you understand? We understand, brothers and sisters. But now we've been vibrating on that, on lower level. So therefore, because they taught, okay, I don't want to go into deep in this, brothers and sisters, because I get to talking, and I one thing leads to another. I can explain more and more things because it's just so much to explain, brothers and sisters. But the point is, vibrations is pressure, but it's also energy. Everything is energy. Pressure is energy. But you need energy to vibrate, vibrate, right? So in other words, if your energy level decreases, your vibration is going to, your level of your frequency is going to decrease. If your energy supply gets lower and lower and lower, and so as the universe expands, the energy that used to be here is out there. So our energy source becomes lower and lower and lower. So our vibration frequency, right, frequency decreases until it got down so low, right, that we had very little control of anything. So there comes Dr. Yakub. He brings in a being that can vibrate on a high level. It was limited, right? We Lamborghini, they Volkswagen Beetle. They don't need as much energy to get around. So they didn't need much energy to control. It'd be a wicked control, a wicked civilization. But like they say, dirty water is better than no water. So he would make men shed blood, but he had his vibrational level that he could maintain a civilization, a wicked one, but we couldn't maintain civilization anymore. So because we vibrating lower than that. And so they had, since we was vibrating lower level, they had control of us, they had control of everyone. But now the energy universe is contracting, energy is coming back. Now we take, and those of us that sense, usually enough sense to take that energy to convert it back into mental vibrations, are starting to vibrate on a higher plane, then they lose control of us. That's why I see a Mark. They control, the man was, they couldn't control him. He was vibrating on a high level, but, right, he was plagued by demons who was interfering with his vibrations. There's no together. I'm getting too deep in this, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me put it this way. If you're vibrating on a high frequency, but you got another vibration that's countering it, right, then you neutralize it. So they neutralize a lot of our vibration because they're amongst us. They can't neutralize 100% because they can operate on the same level we do, unless they can keep us from using energy for thought vibration. See, because we out there using that energy for vibrating, dancing, singing, watching Jay-Z, all that kind of stuff, instead of using it for this. And so they still control us mentally. So they couldn't control the man physically, but they control him mentally. And part of the reason why, even if he operated on a higher level, right, what happens is the demons, they neutralize because, say he's operating on a 10, but you got this demon, he's operating on a different frequency, right? But it may be a 9. So he's neutralizing 9, so we are operating on a 1 because he's neutralizing 9 of it. Okay. I think I'm leaving it there. I won't get too deep in that, brothers and sisters, right? But see, that's what happened with Elijah, right? Let me say this. Master Muhammad came here, he was vibrating on the same certain frequency, right? He's a God. He came here, he lifted Elijah up, he had him vibrating on a higher frequency. Now on the same frequency he was operating on, but on a higher frequency than the devils were, and we were. And once he did that, he could leave, left, and Elijah Muhammad, he was self-contained at that point in time. So he left and he vibrated free. So then he made things happen. He started changing the vibrations in America. See, because now you got his vibration, you got this, but his vibration is greater, so it started changing it, and it started affecting the people around him, and the original people, all the people, not just devils and demons and us, affected everybody, and so everybody started. So those that could vibrate on a high level start operating on a high level. Those that couldn't was being angered and pushed aside. But he was causing things to change because he was vibrating on a higher frequency. But the problem is that he wasn't able to do what to others what Master Rahman did to him, because they was responding to his vibrations. They were responding. So therefore, if he vibrated high level, they would respond to his vibration. But if he was absent, they would just stop, because he was the one motivating their vibrations. He was reacting to his. And that's what happened. When he departed, they stopped, because he was the ones, right, causing them to vibrate. It's like a drum. Boom, 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 boom. You vibrate, so you cause the drum to vibrate. See, because you cause the music, the drum is just playing with the vibration you putting into it. But if you stop, the drum stops. And so somebody else come along and do it. That's what happened. So they was vulnerable to Farrakhan, because he come in with some other vibrations, and then he's responding to his. That's what's going on there. I'm gonna leave that alone, bro. So I didn't mean to go into all that kind of detail. I want to get into this situation here, brothers and sisters. Okay. This is part 5. Okay, part 5. Armageddon West. There's 2 Armageddons. I'm not going into all the details, but it's Armageddon East, Armageddon West. Armageddon West is remember, it's Armageddon, what they call Armageddon, is a European war, and that's affecting Europeans here. Armageddon East is over in Europe, physically in Europe. See, Armageddon West affecting Europeans, right? Armageddon East, right? That's Europe. Okay, I hope you understand the distinction. Part 5. Now, this gets back to get out, brothers and sisters. America is about to blow. I'm giving you a warning, right? I'm the watchman. It says, watchman, give you a warning. Now, you've been told, this place is going to blow within the next 99, up to between now and July, end of July. That's my forecast. If you can, you got to work, get the hell out of here. Go to Africa. Oh man, they fight Sudan. Go to Africa. No, don't go to Sudan then, right? All that's about right there, something they got going. But Africa is about to unite, right? And at least in 2 parts. It's not going to be a whole bunch of countries anymore. They might call themselves states, because Africa is about to split into 2 parts. And that's going to happen this year, right? Anyway, that's no story altogether, brothers and sisters. I'm trying to bring you up to speed about all the things that happen, because once apocalypse start, it's only going to last, well, the Armageddon part of it, Armageddon East part of it, right, it's only going to last for a year. That's for a year. So let's start. All this is going to be gone. A new reality going to roll in, right? Okay, we're just talking about right here. It says, I'm going to read some of it. And after I saw another angel stepping down of heaven, this chapter 18, authority great, earth was lightened out of glory of him. He cried out strong in voice, she fell, Babylon fell the great. That's talking about America, right? As you came to dwell in the place of demons, that means they're real people. Farrakhan tell you demons are headaches, anxieties, dispositions, right? Memories. No, those don't dwell anywhere. And dwell in your mind, I guess. But it says Babylon became a dwelling place. I mean, it's people. So you keep listening to Farrakhan. The reason why he's telling that, because he's a demon. You don't know who a demon is? They used to call him, house Negro butts. Used to call them house Negroes. Master's children. They're the ones loud in the house. They're not us. They're them. Wolves in sheep clothing. Anyway, in prison, every unclean spirit unclean, in prison, every bird unclean, having hated. Because the wine, anger, and fornication have fallen all nations. Who's influenced all the nations? It's not China. It's not America. I mean, it's not France. It's not it's not Australia. It's America. That's what he's talking about. That's what Babylon is, right? And kings of earth have committed fornication, traveling merchants, capitalism, right? And how the unreigned, I'm going to say it became rich. Remember, it's supposed to be the richest country on the planet. That's what I'm saying, right? So anyway, it says, get the hell out of here. It says, get the hell out. So because the plagues, the judgment started 2020. That was the first of it. It's going to get 9 more. The 9 plays you're talking about, that was Armageddon plays. And this is one of them. This Armageddon East, West is one of the plagues. It's 9 plagues. And all these plagues were designed for us to get out of here. Anyway, you don't want to be here, brothers and sisters. Time unprecedented trouble is going to be like you can't imagine. So I'm going to move on, brothers and sisters. Just get out. If you don't like me, get out. You don't like the way I talk, get out. You don't like the way I look, get out. Just get out. Save your life, brother. Save your children's lives. Save your family's lives. You know, if you can afford it, just take a trip for 2 or 3 months. Go to Africa. Don't go to Europe. Okay. See? This right here this is serious. All things I'm gonna talk about. Right? Trying to do one daily. So I guess it'll be another week before I finish up. Right? You know, count by count, detailed, right? Blow by blow account of what you can expect in the next few months and next year and a half or so. The apocalypse. Now Armageddon, I'm gonna get just one piece in here, and I'm telling you about that part. It's Armageddon East, Armageddon West. I'm gonna tell you about Armageddon West today. Okay. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. See, details. We're going to talk about those little pesky details in a minute. So this is Apocalypse, right? 7. Apocalypse 8. Apocalypse 9. Master from Muhammad, 144,000 delivered. Apocalypse 10, part 10. See? Apocalypse 10, right? Apocalypse 11. Battle for Zion. All these wars, brothers and sisters. Apocalypse 12, right? Goat versus ram. See, if I can tell you, Armageddon's a war in all wars. There's a whole bunch of wars beside Armageddon. Scripture talk about. What you want to talk about? Farrakhan, lion, demon, devil, silver devil. Apocalypse 14. Lion, that's the last one. That's the last battle. That's one of the worst of them. Okay. Okay. Apocalypse part 5. Did 4 already. This is part 5. Actually 6, because the first one was to bring you up to the door of the apocalypse. This angel key, brothers and sisters. Angel key. And I made an adjustment to it. If you see in the previous ones, it look a little different. Because this is the way it looks at during the JCPOA, when Obama was president. You want to ride that white horse in the angel when it says, not the one in chapter 19. This is that's 2 different horses. Right? I mean, that's the same horses, just 2 different riders. This is Obama, he's riding that white horse in the first seal, right? So it's during his reign when witnesses, not Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan, like Farrakhan is trying to tell you, that's Master Muhammad's 2 witnesses, Syria and Iran, that's been on the foot of the nations for 42 months, 3.5 years. It would start under Obama's reign, okay? So we leave it, so this is what the key looks like. Now we're going to revisit this as I'm showing you what the whole key looks like. We're going to focus on the bottom part because that's where the action is right now. Okay, so here, see it says, this is where I got China and Korea there. But let's go back for a minute and show you something real quick. Back and show you something real quick here. Make sure you understand something before you get confused. See here? Now, this key is not set up the way it would be initially. But see, on the bottom down there, you got 3. Those were European countries. Now, they're on the bottom, but they should be on the top, right? But in this case, they're on the bottom. But the top part of each nation, that's the Islamic part. Then you got the Oriental, that's 3. Then you got the Asian, that's 3. The top is gold, right? So that's the Islamic part. Then you got the African, which is but the two part there is mixed up because, like I said, its symbols change. Anyway, it's 3 per nation, 3 levels. Okay, need to understand that. So we're gonna be focusing on the palm 3 down here. Europeans. See, because Iran and Syria is part of European, but they're Oriental, they're original, right? But they're on the maternal side, they're Europeans. On the paternal side, they're original. If you understand that. So I just want you to understand what we're going through this key so you don't get lost here. Okay, so at this point in time, this is between 1948 and 1990. It says they would be prophesizing for 42 years, 1,260 days, which is 42 months. They're prophesied. So that means they would be prophesizing for 42 years, right? That's their original position, right? They're on top of the European countries because they're the Islamic part. And then it says, then the beast that rises out of the pit or the bottomless pit. Wait a minute, hold it. Where's the bottomless pit? That's talking about in chapter 20. But according to these lying preachers, they don't come out until 1,000 years into the future, the millennia. But here it's saying the beast comes. So that means that has already happened. Unless you're saying this thing they're talking about right here, right, is going to be the witnesses is 1,000 years in the future. If you're saying the story about the witness 1,000 years in the future, if it's not, if it's happening now or near now, that means the apocalypse, that chapter 20, them kind of the pit has already happened in the past. It's a past thing. Because don't say that beast come out of the pit 2 times. Out of the pit or abyss, whatever you want to call it. So that means it's the one that comes out, it makes war against them after they did for it. Look at this legion. I'm not going to read all these things, brother and sister. So that means that happened in the past. So if you understand what happened in the past, that's European history. Because in the Dark Ages for 1,000, that's what they try to hide that fact from you. They're the ones that was in the Dark Ages for 1,000 years. And it was kept down by the Islamic Empire. The resurrected empire of Prophet Muhammad. I mean, of resurrected empire of Abraham. Abraham built the Kaaba, Mecca and Medina. Yeah, they don't want you to know that because they don't want you to associate Abraham with Islam because then that would throw you off, wouldn't it? Throw you for a curve. See? And it had to be resurrected by Prophet Muhammad because the Kaaba, the pilgrimage, all that stuff was already in place. Maybe not Ramadan, but the Kaaba, the pilgrim, all that stuff was already in place when Prophet Muhammad was born. Okay, so anyway, so it said to be, so it's talking about who came, and these two would be Gog and Magog, because they were covered horror. Who are the 2 only European empires there's been, since you know about it? 2 world empires. Who? Rome wasn't a world empire. Neither was Genghis Khan. Only 2 world empires, Britain and America. Britain said, what, sun does not set on the British Empire. They covered the whole world. And America has 2, that's a second. That's the ram with 2 horns. The greater one kept last. That means America became a great power in Europe than Britain, but they managed the whole world. Okay. So it said we make war against them, this will happen, and cast them down. So in 1990, 42 years exactly, they said they start preparation to invade heaven, the Middle East, because that's where heaven is, the Middle East, brothers and sisters. It's not some place in the 7th dimension, any place. It's here. Hell is here. We've been to hell 4 or 5. They told Elijah about hell, say, it's some place after you die, because they didn't want you to know you was in hell. They didn't want you to know you was the devils. Because if you knew they was the hell and they was the devils, right? And there was no beyond that, and they wasn't afraid of death when they came here, they would cut your throat. They would never endure it, like the Bible says, they would never endure that type of slavery, that's bondage, all their lives, if it wasn't for the fear of death. And the devil, who had the power of death, who was the master. They called him the master devil. Farrakhan, he said ain't devils no more. So because they gave us that Christianity has fear of death. Say, oh, hell is after. No, there was hell after you die, right? When you was in hell. And the people I was telling that was the devils I was doing to you. They said, oh no, you're gonna be the devil after you die, and it's gonna be terrible. Once they convince you that, they had control of you. Because if they did convince you that, then you'd have cut those. You would never spend 40 years in that situation. So he cast them out. And they've been at it for 24 years, which is 3.5, which means Half is four. Remember, 42 years. Half, that's what it's half. Half what? Half 42 is 21, and then plus 3, that's 24. 24 years they've been in that position right there, right? And then it says, then they go to the JCPOA, right? On the foot of the nations for 3.5 years. They get back to Daniel's 7-year situation in the middle of 7 years, right? Or 7 weeks, right? The covenant will be broken, the treaty will be broken. That's what. So it'd be a 7-year period. So if you take 7, so JCPOA started in 1/16/16. So 7 years from now would be 1/16/23 this year. 7 years. So but we talking about, but they would be in there for the middle of that for 3.5 years. And then 3.5 years would be another, so 7 years altogether. So we talk about the first 3.5 years right here, right? Because that's this possibly complete after 7 years, which would be January this year. Now the foot of the nations, that's JCPOA, because under UN authority, right? That's what it means. Okay. Then you can read that at your leisure, brothers and sisters. And then they start stepping up. And that take 3.5 year process, which would bring them to, right, January 2003. And during that process, they'd be negotiating with the European countries because they didn't want to have anything to do with it. They didn't want to negotiate with America. They didn't want to negotiate with false Israel. They didn't want to negotiate with UK, right? So that's what it's talking right there. See? They were negotiating, but I said they would not go back to JCPOA. But that's what it is. So they've been in that position. Okay? That puts you right. And so, like I said, after 3.5 years. So then it said, besides in heaven. Now go to the details now, brother. It's going to say, beside him for 6 months. So now you understand, if you look over here, right here, you understand in your key, right? The top part of each one, I'm told you the part of each one, that represents the ears. The middle part represents hands and the foot, both 3 parts each one, represent feet. So it said they stood upon their feet. After 7, after 7, 3.5, 7 altogether, they stood upon their feet. Okay, they're standing upon their feet. And said, besides in heaven for about half an hour. So it means it could be anywhere between 6 months, 5 months, or 7 months, somewhere in there, because it says about. It don't say exactly. So what happens? So we said, remember, top is the ear. So now they're on top of each other. And now we'll be starting January. And that's where the conflict has been directly between America, false Israel, and Iran, right? And Britain since the beginning of the year. So they're in conflict. They ain't war yet. They're in conflict. And that's what silence, because what? When you cover your ears with hands, that's what happened here. That's silence. That's what I'm talking about. Now that's 6 months. Which if you take January, then January to February to March, April, May, June, July, right? That'd be 6 months. So put on side July. Or that could be, wait a minute, January to February, that's 1, to March, April, May, June, July, right? That's 6 months. So I said that wrong. So it could either happen July, August, or June. 6 months would be July, right? So we said about. So it don't tell exactly. So I give it a monthly size. That's my calculation. So at that point, the conflict between, because everybody reads the papers, the conflict between Iran and false Israel, America is heating up. Heating up, especially because this Ukraine thing, they're helping with drones and stuff. It's heating up. And false Israel say, we gotta go, we're gonna go to war. We gotta go to war. Because it's an existential threat and forth. It's heating up. Right? So and then what happens? And the war takes place. That's Michael's angels now. The Shia of Michael's angels. And so they get kicked out. Their Air Force got destroyed. Because remember, Michael and his angels, and Michael will be involved in this match from high. And they're going to come after them with their so-called mighty Air Force. You don't take it out. So that's not going to work. And their trigger on their finger on nuclear, that's not going to work either. Because they can find us a dud. Because that's why Muhammad, they said he's all over all the nuclear sites all over America. And so every time one of those ships come near it, sites come in here and they can't work. Okay. So that nuclear arsenal that Israel think you have, then could be to use it. And they outnumbered 100 to 1 more. So they defeated. That's this. And they got cast out. And then, like I said, the Air Force are coming, it's going to be annihilated. But they can't tell American people how it got annihilated. That was not annihilated by so-called UFOs. Russia did it. That's partly what's going to get them in the fight with Russia. Anyway, so they defeat them. They kick them out. See? You see right here, read chapter 12. See? And that what happens. That's when Babylon falls, chapter 18. That's when Babylon falls. And leave false Israel isolated. Isolated. He said when Jerusalem's surrounded by armies, it's destruction. Now they keep telling us redemption. No, it says destruction is near. So the false Israel is about to go down here. I'm leading you up to, right? Because now we in the apocalypse now. See, as soon as that war takes place, we're in the apocalypse. So we're in the apocalypse now, right? It's war in heaven. And then false Israel taken down. That seals the deal. That means we definitely have to be the true seed of Abraham, because that's supposed to happen. If they're true seed of Abraham. So that kicks off the fact that we true. That's causing enough. I'm not against that today. That's going to cause an earthquake in itself all over the planet. That we're true seed of Abraham. All nations have done something else, going to pay in spades. Okay, so that's what happens here. Okay, so we see Israel surrounded by this, so now they're gone. They're no more. See, they was put under siege and destroyed. No food was allowed in or out. They started turning capitalism. This was broadcast all the world. We had drones that's going to look down and watch eating each other and everything else. They had no food. Starvation. And then finally just destroy them. But they want to humiliate them first. It's gone. Now, this leads to, remember they told out of the Middle East who has Syria and Iran have total control of the Middle East oil. This whole society, this whole reality is fueled by oil. All these institutions that they use control, the oil doesn't control the people. These institutions do, right? But you need oil to fuel them. If oil doesn't fuel, they fall apart because there's not, they need energy. And it's fueled by oil. So now, right, this was happening. America is thrown down, cast down. And so they're in conflict with Russia right now. Russia's the only supplier of oil to Europe, except for the Middle East. Middle East is supplying oil to Europe, right, and Russia. But Russia's pipeline, they killed that pipeline, and plus the sanctions, so Europe can't get any oil from Russia. And America did it themselves. See? So they set, like I said, they walk into a trap that they set themselves, right? So by blowing up according to trouble with Russia and blowing up that pipeline, right? See? They put Europe in a dangerous position because they depend upon that. Now they can't get off in the Middle East because they was working with America. They can't get in Russia because they're in contact. They're disagreeing with America. I mean, they're disagreeing with because they're in a conflict with Russia, right? And simple stuff don't make any sense to you because you're talking about 666. Again, I told you. I say it again. How can you miss 666? 666 says, right? This weapon would be sanctioned. Only plant God on a plant. Only country on a planet is sanctioned everybody as America. So that should be enough right there. That should be enough right there. America is a 666. It's not a mark you get here. It's your mind. And if you worship in America and you worship false Israel, because if you don't worship false Israel, right, then they will kill you. That's what it says. Okay? And he had the image of the third beast, which is Magog, and that because he said his political system is a perfect copy of the British system. They're connected and all that stuff. But you can't, how can you miss that America 666? They're the ones sanctioning the whole world. You do what they say, you get sanctioned. And who's controlled? They got the dollar. If you don't, you obey them, or you don't have access to the dollar. Then you can't buy any oil. Who is doing that? Nobody's doing it in America. They 666. Okay. So what happens is now that Shia has control of the Middle East, oil, and Russia and Europe is cut off. Economic collapse, total economic collapse. We talked about that. Just hit on it yesterday. It's total economic collapse. So now, they only all they can get, they get paid on America. They don't get from the Middle East or get from Russia. And America can't give any because they don't have any to give. They prioritizing now. The only place to get from Russia. And their population is all on board for that. They're about to get rid of these politicians. So why you get in this situation to begin with? You mess around with Ukraine, you mess with this. Why you in this? Now we're in this trouble. And so Macron, he's going to be in trouble over there. So he go, in France. Right? So they're going to be complaining. So they, and say, we ain't going to starve because that's America's thing, right? Okay? So only source they have is Russia. They have to agree with Russia. They have to go along with Russia and reject America. And that's what they do. That's what this tells you it does, right? They have to take, and when they do that, they betray America. And America, hundreds of bases, maybe thousands of bases all over Europe. Maybe millions of, hundreds of thousands of army personnel. So they got to defend them because now Europe is on the side of Russia. So they're going to take out those. So America has military to support his at the European theater. That's Armageddon East. That's what started Armageddon is. Now we have rumors of wars that haven't started yet. That's what happens here. I'm not going to. We'll talk about that when I get to Armageddon West. East. I'm talking about Armageddon West right now. So that's what happens. But when Babylon falls, that triggers Armageddon West. They fall in that position because they're attacking. Because it says flee. It says flee. It says, and it says woe to those who are pregnant. Because the wrath of God is wrath upon them. It says flee. Who are you fleeing from? You're fleeing from them. You're fleeing from your neighbors. You're not fleeing from the military. And you're not fleeing from the police because the police will just block the roads. Military too. You're fleeing from your neighbors because they're going to eat you. Because that war triggered a famine in America because oil is cut off. This whole reality is fueled by oil. And when oil is cut down, the whole thing blows up because oil keeps the whole thing together. It's the fuel that keeps it together. Fuel's got to get from the farm. You need fuel for tracking everything else. Got to get from the farm, right, to the processors, from processors to the warehouse to the stores, to you. That's a lot. And what connects all oil? But when oil America's totally cut from that oil, and then they in trouble, and they just got kicked out of the Middle East, and they're in trouble. They ain't going back to the Middle East. Why? Because they know they lost the Air Force from Mass from Muhammad. They can't tell the public that. They ain't gonna put the Air Force back up there again. So now they're in trouble. And so they want to, they got to preserve their oil. Biden he already got rid of the Street Treasury Petroleum Reserve. So now they got a problem. And so Europe has no choice. Has to go with Russia. That triggers Armageddon because now all the bases exposed. And but then here, right? I said when they're in that situation right there, right? Because they're the ones that's pregnant. See, there's something under them. Maybe I should have did something to show you that, brothers and sisters. I don't go back that far. Anyway, I'm not going to go back that far. Maybe lost some okay. Okay, it's something under them. So in other words, under America, you got the demons, greenish yellow. And under British, right, you got the saints. Right? So they're attacking. attacking. There's no food, right? And they're eating each other now. They're attacking blacks. 3/5 human. So they eat you. You're going to be the food. That's why you're fleeing from your neighbors. I'm not going into details and everything else, right? And the one above is a demon, right? Because that's the chaff under America, and the other side, that's saints, right? So anyway, they're attacking. Okay. So let's, we're gonna get there in a minute. So I'm not going to read this, bounces, but Europe is not in a famine, but here in America is, right? And so Europe right now has no oil. Its economy has collapsed. Economy's collapsed. Only waiting same cells. Can't get off from the United States. Yeah, they couldn't get fast enough because they can't fly it. So they go along with Russia. That's Armageddon East. Armageddon East. And what about Armageddon West? Armageddon West is all blacks on attack, the demons as well as the saints, right? Okay. So let's go on. Oh man, I keep this hat wax. Okay, Armageddon West. Where we are right now. Armageddon West. What does that mean? Okay. Now we're going to show you an expanded version of the interkey. Now we're showing here is Iran and Syria has been victorious. America and Britain and forces was kicked out of the Middle East. At this point, right, kicked out of the Middle East, right? America hasn't attacked the blacks yet. Hasn't happened. Just got kicked out, right? Bama hasn't fallen yet. Just got kicked out. Hasn't fallen yet. It's about to fall. And this is a mistake, bro. It says this. Okay, that's my error. American Britain's already should have been. That's when this wind blows. Let me see if I can see this. Okay, that's my error. I'm gonna do a reduction on the back part of the side. I missed it. I don't know how I missed that. Anyway, what I'm saying here is America is in that position I just showed you, where they're covering the saints. They're the ones that's pregnant, and no, America's covering the demon, and Britain's covering the saints. Should be like that way, and false Israel should be going at this time. That's an error right there. I am going to correct it. I am going to correct it. Just give me a minute, brothers and sisters. I am going to correct it. I'm going to correct it. See here. Here. Not a really good correction, but correct them all because this is very important. All is important, but I don't. This. I need to slow down. I'm doing too many things. It's not a good correction, but it's a correction. So you understand what's going on here. Okay. And let's go to the next one. The same thing here. Here. Oh, you won't see it here. Here you will. Just enough so you can see his balance. Okay. I don't know how I missed that. I don't know how I missed that. Okay, there you go. Now it's good. Now it's good. Okay. What was I at here? Okay. And then here. Yes. Has to be correct, has to be right. Okay, that's good. One more. More correction, brothers and sisters. Oops. Mm-hmm. Wow, I just joke like that. Oh, I see. I see. That's why I caught these things before. Mm-hmm. I think that's it. Yep. Okay. Start here. See from. All right. Okay. From the right side. Very low. All right. And from here. Did I do this? Did I do this one? I did this. Okay. Done. Okay. Okay, brothers and sisters. Let's do this again. Okay. So here we go right here. Is that this situation right here? America's kicked out. False Israel's going down, right? They're attacking, see? Because under Britain, under America, right? Somebody's they're the ones that's pregnant. There's wrath upon them. All those who are pregnant, right? That's the wrath upon them, a wrath upon America and Britain. Okay, you got that? Okay. So then it says this angel, right? He has the key to abyss. Okay, what's that? Let's go to the next one here. He has the keys, the key. Okay, and he releases the demons. Now remember, everybody's starving at this point. Everybody's starving at this point. Everybody's starving at this point. No food, famine, was cut off, right? See? And so at this point, right, demons released because they're running, because they run for their lives. It says flee, flee, flee. And it says flee. You're not fleeing from the army, not fleeing from the police force, fleeing from your neighbors. Because the army and the police force, they just block the roads and everything else. You run from your neighbors, don't eat you. Okay. So they're fleeing, right? I'm getting a short version here, brothers and sisters. They're fleeing, right? So all come together. Now, what I didn't show you here is, I'm not showing the part here where Suleiman comes and cleans up the Nation of Islam. I'm not showing that here. See, because that happens during this, when the war starts, that happens. I'm not showing that here. Because I want to show what the demons are doing. Because that's a conflict in itself. That's when Farrakhan are cast out. I'm going to talk about that another time, right? But here, right, all come together. Demons, well as same as the harvest, all come together, right? And this, remember, we're talking about Armageddon here in America. They're in a famine now. There's attack. All blacks are being attacked. Demons as well as the saints. Okay? So what happens here? Now what happens is that they're going to be separated. Suleiman is separating them. There's a war between us. This is what Exodus is, a war between us. Where it says, Elijah says, all are with me, right? So that means he couldn't, but they all was with him, because it was all with Aaron, but Aaron was in charge of the camps. That means Aaron was pretending he had worshiped golden calf and everything else. But he wasn't following Elijah's teachings. They was following whatever. And when Elijah came, he says, those were me. So that means all of them wasn't with him, because that means everybody would have came with him. So that was separation between demons and the saints came to Elijah. The demons stayed with Pharaoh, who's a demon. And then they got to fight with each other. And then 3,000 were slain. Right? So that's what this happened right here. They're together. So they've been cast out. So it says, this is the locust war. Hasn't started yet. See? So Armageddon West has started. They just haven't got full steam yet. Okay? And this is where they're cast out. Remember, it says, Legion says, please don't let me meet the country. So let's go back with our swine daddies. That's what's happening here. Now, this is the beginning, right? This is the beginning of, no, you don't remember, the Armageddon West it's already started. This is where his intensity, because right now they was fighting, everybody's fighting, they're hungry, everything. But now, this is when the demons unite. This started locust war. This is where Armageddon, the locust war aspect of it kicks in right here. This also refers to Samson. Because remember, Samson was a demon. His eyes were put out. He went to slavery too. Remember the house of Negroes, they went to slavery just like the field ones. See? But he had strength, but he got strength back, but he didn't get his eyes back because he wasn't original. And he was put aside, but he wanted revenge. He put himself between two pillars. And he destroyed their pillars and as well as the selfish process. That's the demon war. That's the war of Armageddon here. They're going to destroy this country. Black people, there's a hybrid nation here. That means they're masters' children in black skin. It says because of relentless rape and everything for 40 years, half of the people, half of the blacks in America are demons, half of them are saints, half of them are really masters' children in black skin. And now they're going to be separated. That's the harvest. Somebody, it says, enemy sowed the wheat, the chaff amongst the wheat. That's what they did by raping our women and everything else. That's their children. Oprah, Denzel, Spike Lee, because they're still in master's house. It's separated. Okay, so now that's the locust war right here. If you're going to read it, chapter 9 of Revelation, I'm not going to details it. That's the locust war. And that's Samson, the demon right there in the middle. He's the one that's put between the two. And he bring both of them down and kills himself in the process. So he dies in that war. See? And he destroys them too. Because it says they're going to destroy every city and everything. They're going to lose in the end, but they're going to destroy. It's going to be a war here like you never imagined. And remember, it's a cannibalistic war because no more food. So you fight to the bitter end. Everybody is a total war. Children, everybody's involved. If you get caught, you get eaten. It's a vicious war. And the demon's going to try to take this country. Only be 17 million strong is not enough. See, it's 34 million altogether, 17 million of them and 17 million of us. And we went out, they went in. Remember during the 660s, they went in, we went out. That's demon war, brothers and sisters. That's Armageddon West. And they're going to destroy this country so thoroughly that the goat China's going to walk right in. That's what this is, bro. Just hope you understand. Read about Samson. That's Samson. That's who Samson is. Okay. Oh, I'm going too far here. Previous. I think I'm not sure what I'm at here. Okay. So, and this is also this is a locust. 5 months this will last. In 5 months they're going to tear this country apart. See, revenge, because Master didn't want him. He attacked him too. He's been treating them bad too. See, they love Master, but Master would disown them. So they say, hey, man, I'm with y'all. You're my children, but y'all, I'm like a skin tone. So they get to war with each other. And they destroy this country. That's war. That's the war that's going to take place. Once the apocalypse starts, within a few months, this war will follow right after it. Right after it. Then you're going to recognize they're demons. They're not our people. So it's European war because you got different complexion Europeans. They fight with each other. White ones and black Europeans. They attack, they fight with each other. Demon war. Okay, brothers and sisters? What's happening here? Okay. Farrakhan's that white demon there. He's going to be a spiritual leader. He's not going to lead it. Someone like Martin Luther King on steroids is going to lead it. Farrakhan's a spiritual advisor. He's that white demon here. Legion. So you can read yourself at your leisure, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to read all these things. You can read at your leisure. Just scripture power. And there's the pill. That's Samson. He says he put his right hand between. You got to understand the angel key. The angel key is beautiful. People understand the angel key, understand why they say that. Because America and Britain are hands. Man, I said the one in the middle hands. That's why I make you sure you understand the pillars. Because he brings them down. It's the demons that weaken this country so much that China can roll in. Because this country has been a total disaster. All the cities will be burnt down and everything else. It's not going to be riots. It's going to be open warfare. Cannibalism war. And all foreigners, they can give it up. And as soon as they're going to attack, they're going to attack this here. It's no straw together, brothers and sisters. But it says, he said, what he says, then Samson grabs the two middle pillars on which got it? Middle pillars, right? On which the house rested. House rests on, just old civilization rests on American Britain, right? Rested and braced himself against them, and one with his right hand and one with his left. See, why I say all that information? Is let me die with the Philistines, so he dies with him. He kills him and destroys himself too. Because they end up, they lose that war. Demons lose that war in the end. After 5 months, they're destroyed and eaten. And that's when the goat rolls in and America goes on the streets, on siege, and the famine is totally locked in at that point. Right? But I'm getting ahead of myself. See? So this is Armageddon West. Gonna put America to the fire. Destroy all the cities and everything else. It's not gonna be like any riots or anything. Be total open warfare, cannibalism. That's the only food that's gonna be available. and tells you the food that the devil's going to be after is going to be the demons. If you understand the fourth seal in Revelations, right? That's the barley, right? I think it was the barley and the wheat. 3 barleys, 1 wheat. That's the demons. Be eating them. They're chasing down to eat them. Now the military is going to be involved in that. They're going to be chasing down, try to give them help fight that war in Armageddon East. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So you read these things at your leisure. Okay, this is, you can read this at your leisure. What I did was, see, the demons, they was part of the stabilizers. So they were trying to breed us out. And Australia had a program to actually create demons. And the same thing here, because that's why he's raping out women and everything else. They was trying to produce a hybrid nation that looked like the original people, looked like Israel, but it was really devils. Trying to fool God when he came in. Trying to fool the Son of Man. So he could ease into paradise undercover. Wolves can slip in under cover of under the lamb's wool, lamb's clothing. That's what they're trying to do. And they came close to doing it. They went so religiously that half is 34 million, so-called 34 million blacks in America, and 17 million are demons. That's their children. And Australia had that program to take and get rid of all the Aborigines and turn them into demons. That was their plan. You can read it at your leisure. I'm gonna play the whole article. I'm gonna show us three pages here. You read it at your leisure. That was their plan. You can Google it. See, they wanted to breed out the original from them. And the same thing here with the eugenics program. That's another story together. They got a documentary out there about it. That's another story together. I'm just trying to tell you, everybody's against you, brothers and sisters. They try to breed. Abort you out of existence. Remember in the book, Cooker says, first tried to abort you because it was fearful that if a war broke out and you was unified, right, that you would help wipe on side the enemies and lead the country. Why would you want to leave? Farrakhan said, we ain't going nowhere. We want to stay here. And so they said, try to abort you. They couldn't do that. They said, well, throw them in the river. Or throwing the river means throwing you into this war they trying to start. Usually canify to get all your young men and all your young women, because that's like prisons, because they lock as many blacks they put in prison they can. Why? Because you ain't producing no babies in there. They trying to destroy your population. You get long prison sentence, because you ain't gonna make, if you come out with AIDS, or you come out, and you ain't making no babies while you're in there. And then you got abortion, then all these other things that got you. Sterilization, and the black woman, right? The first thing, all right, man, what's what they call it? Hysterectomies. And so you have baby, they want to know if you want to be, what they call it, where you can't tubes tried and all that kind of stuff. They're trying to stop you, but they want to raise the hybrids that looks like us, but it's really them. Because that's the only way they can possibly snip in the paradise. That ain't gonna work. That's one of the things. And that's what Australia was doing. They was trying to breed out the original. That's their program. It was an official program. It was an official thing here on eugenics. They don't tell you the whole story. I saw this article, this thing on YouTube. I pass it around to people that know. They can look at it and you'd be surprised what's in there. A lot of stuff I've been telling you, but it goes into a lot more details. So you can read these. This is part. It's a 3-part article here, right? About that program. That was official Australian program. You can read at your leisure. I talk about. We're going to talk about this in another presentation, brother. This is when that war starts. I don't refer as a demon war, but as drones cast down, they cast out because now. They realize that they've been told a bunch of bullshit by Farrakhan and all those folks, and they thrown out. And it says, read Mark, right? It says that the demon-possessed man, they came to Suleiman. They will come to me, right? And they rejected Legion, and Legion was thrown out to live with the swine daddies. So, and this is what I was talking about right here. This is the resurrection. But remember, we operate on two waves, but we naturally operate on higher frequency. But they have it operating on their frequency so that we all stuck together. So they neutralize in ours and we neutralize in theirs. And so we both under the thumb of Massa. See? But Suleiman, right? He's vibrating a higher frequency because he got the angel. Angel is they give you the book to tell you what frequency you need. It's like giving you, say, okay, you need, like giving you a dial. Say, you need a dial this frequency to pick the tune in this station, right? So the book is to give you, it's like tell you, okay, this frequency you got to be on this station of success to get the hell out of here. And so you have to have somebody that can turn that frequency on without destroying themselves. So you find someone that's operating on that frequency or can, and you raise them up that frequency, you give them that book. And then they take that book and they transmit that frequency. That's how I'm transmitting that frequency now, the frequency of the angel. It tells me what, right? The frequency we need to be on, to tune into. So I tune into it, and I release those vibrations, that frequency to you. And so now it's going to affect you. Now, if you can't operate on that frequency, it's going to crush you. If you can, right, then you accept it, and then you start vibrating that frequency, or you start wasting it, but you're still going to be affected by it. Hope you understand, but I think I make it as simple as possible. That's what happens. So when you start hitting the other frequency, then now your frequency, if your frequency is raised, the demons of frequency can't get any higher. They was limited. They're like their devil's daddies. But yours can. So once you get your operating on a different frequency, that means now they clash with each other. That's what happens while light spreads out. Because you got all the lights mixed up, they operate on different frequencies. So they collide with each other, spread out. But laser, they operate on the same frequency, so therefore they stick together and they can burn holes through iron. So once we separate, now we come united, we rise up. Our death is not the death of physical death. It's not even sleep. The death is that we mixed them with them. That's why they had to be separated. Because they neutralized our frequency with their counter frequency. So once we separated, that's why it says when the four winds blow, they came together. And now they're a huge army, because now we operate on the same frequency. They turn to a laser beam. But demons also operate on the same frequency. They become a laser beam too. But they want to stay here. They're sharecroppers. We want to go to the city. We Afrocentric, they want to be Eurocentric. They want to be integrated, we want to separate. But now we getting the hell out of here. They're going to stay and fight for it. You understand? But now we separate because now Suleiman, because he got the angel, he can get them operating on a higher frequency. Those that listen, those that don't listen, right? Then they stay behind to go to tribulation. Because they ain't operating on high frequency to get out here. But during tribulation, it says that's when they start listening to the angel, because they said they washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb. That means they start listening, start studying the angel, what he told them to study it. They start raising their frequency. And so they was able to get the hell out of here. But they got to go to tribulation first. These that came to the great tribulation, they washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. I talked about a lot of stuff here, brothers and sisters. I hope I didn't get too much, get anybody confused. Oh, well, let me touch this for a minute. Okay, deception, right? The math of deception. Now, deception in general comes in two forms that you know about: outright lies and falsehood. Falsehood means you mix truth with lies. That's falsehood. And outright lies. But it's another form that's even more powerful. That's giving you the truth. So how you can be deceived by giving the truth? Truth out of season is bad, right? They tell you, oh, here's how the truth about living in the spring when you're in the winter. That's the truth, but it's out of season for this winter. It's going to kill you. Because you go out there wearing no clothes and everything was like it was bikini and all that stuff like you wear in the spring, you're going to die. It's the truth, but it's just out of season. That's one way of it. But another way is this, right? About details, like, okay, they say a flood's coming, that's true, but no details. So when the flood comes, you ain't prepared for it. So you die in the flood. You got the information, but it didn't do you any good. But the other person, flood coming, they got details. Okay, you need to build an ark. That's where you need to do it, right? Yeah. So now the flood comes, both of got information, but you then made you do, you didn't do no good. It's zero, because another one, they save. So anyway, basically here you got, brothers, this is what you got here, is you got, I'm showing you the math. X minus 3 times x plus 3. If you multiply to get x squared minus 9. I'm going to show you why that matters here. Then we're going to close out. So that means both of them equal. This side is equal to this side, right? So I'm saying time is a time, t is the time of the event. So you got these two variables here. I'm saying t is the time of the event, and x is the current time we are. So the event is like 2003, and you 2001, 2001. That means you got 3 years to get to t, to 2003. So right now you put 1 in x because you're 3 years out. Put 1 in there because you're in the first year of, going towards it. Then second year, third year, then you're there, right? Okay, you understand that? So I'm move pretty quickly. So the first year, you in 2001, you put 1 in there. And what you got? Okay, that means now both sides equal 4. So both got information. But he got general information. Oh, watch the weather. Armageddon started. See? See what I'm saying? Watch generalization. But the other one, he got details. Like I've been giving you today, details. See what Armageddon is, right? See? What impact the weather will have. What need to do about it. I'm giving you details. But I would just go, hey, let's watch the weather. Armageddon started. Okay? Or America's unraveling. No details. Okay? So then you go next year, 2 years, got more information. Right? But still generalizations on the left side and details on the right side. So now you're up to a 5. You have 4, now you're up to 5 on both sides. Up to 5 on both sides. Right? So hey, both got information, but one got detailed information and one got general information. So he's happy. I got general information, right? And then the third year come in, the time of the event. And then there's no trick. This is mathematics. You got the one on the left, 0. He got nothing. Bronson got 6. He went from 4 to 6. He got more information. He got detailed information. He's had general information. It don't do him any good. Because he's in the trap. The other one did something about the trap. So he told me, there's a trap out there. Okay. Didn't tell you where it was. So now you stuck in the trap. Because you have no information. It didn't do you any good. And the flood came and took you away. But yeah, flood was coming, he told you. But he didn't tell you details. He didn't tell you what's coming. He told you the flood's going to be on a certain day. Like I'm telling you that apocalypse is going to be within the next few months. Oh. So he told details. So he knows to do something to prepare. So he got both got, see? So the information didn't do you no good. 0. Watch the weather did you no good. But this had details, right? It's going to be a tornado. It's coming in the next week on next Thursday at 3 o'clock. It's coming in at 50 miles an hour. So, if you're going 50 miles from the east, so if you're going 50 miles, right, right, then it can't catch up to you. If you're going down the road from the east, right, and you're going down from the east ahead of it, and you're going 50 miles an hour, it won't touch you. You see, but if you don't know that, you're, oh man, and then you're sitting there, hey, now you know a tornado came, but it took you away because you didn't know where it was coming from, when, or nothing, or you woke up and you was being in a funnel. So let's look at this again. Let's look at. Why does this keep doing this? I can't previous. Okay. There you go. Let's look at this. This is just the general, brothers and sisters. Then we're going to close out. This is the whole thing, right? Right? Begin all the way to year 3 where you're in trouble, right? And then you say say you survived. Well, you didn't survive the flood, but say now you're in a trap. So, and you got caught in the trap, right? So now the 4th year comes, or the 4th, right? So now you got as much information as the other person got, but you're in the trap. You know all about the trap. You know what it's going to be. You know when it was. You got all the information, but you're in it. You got as much information as the other person, but you're in it. Because when tribulation comes, remember there was 2 groups. One was in the Lamb's Book of Life. They got out. One didn't wake up in time. He's in the tribulation. He knows when tribulation starts. He knows everything about it. He's up close and personal, but he's in it. The other one got out. So both have the same amount of information now, but didn't do the other one. The one that details, it did him some good. The one that is general didn't do him any good. Now he got much information as the other one. Both got 7. He's in the tribulation. He doesn't know. He know who the devil is now. He know what the agenda is now. He know what hell is now. He know all that right now, but it didn't do him any good. He's in it. Hope you understand, bro. So that's mathematics. It's not a trick. Okay, brothers and sisters. I'm close that right there. Hope you understand. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm leave it there. I'm leave it there. Islam.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suleiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, Breaker of the 7 Seals, Crusher, the Judge, Ancient of Days. Brothers and sisters, terrible times. This is the 4th part of the series, Countdown to Apocalypse, the Apocalypse series. Not getting us anywhere but here. Conjecture, supposition, guesses. We're giving you details here, brothers and sisters. And you need them. You're going to need them. Yes, you're going to need them. Our people are lost for lack of knowledge. You're going to need this knowledge. And if you suffer from lack of knowledge, it's one or two things. Either just reject it, you don't want to hear it, or because these demons and vipers out here are blocking it, and they will pay the price for that. Because brothers and sisters, the apocalypse is all about the destruction of our enemies, the consequence of what they've done to us. That's what it's about. But what's embedded in that is their plans for our destruction. Worldwide plans for our destruction. All the nations are out for our destruction. All of them. It says, these 10 kings will make war with the Lamb. Who are these 10 kings? That's Asia and China right there. That's 2 of them. See? And then Gog and Magog, they made open warfare on us for the last 500 years. Open warfare. Then you got Ishmael in the Middle East. They declared war 50,000 years ago. They got possession of our land, our culture, our language. And they just, there's will oppress you just as much as our open enemy has. Every nation is against us, every one. And then the last one, the war of the latter days, Gog against Israel. That's not talking about against false Israel right now. They try, that's Russia. No. See? That's Africa. Our brother, Esau. Twin brother. He's going to make the final attack. Every nation is against us. Every one. Every one. And then we got this hybrid nation, our hidden enemy, the wolves in sheep clothing. That's our primary enemy right up front, close and personal. Farrakhan's one of the main ones, the chief leader, chief demon. That's the one that's hurt us most right now. Because they're the bait to the trap. They're the bait to the trap. All nations set a trap for us. When the goat comes in, you think they just come in and take out the ram? They're trying to get us too. If they can. Yeah, they're gonna make it's gonna be an agreement. They're gonna be forced to come here, right? But in their mind, that's one of the things they want to do. I told you, they was inspired. It says it was a God that inspired them to come after the harlot. But remember, they're one of the 10 kings too, aren't they? They're one of the 10 horns, aren't they? So deep in their heart, right, they want to take us out too. You got to read carefully. It says they come in here. They come in to take out the ram, but they want to get us too. They want to get us too. That's the reason why Master Muhammad knows that. Yeah, they're going to make an agreement. They'll break it. Because once they get here, they'll take us out too. That's why we're taken out of here. See, can the prey be taken from the mighty? We're the prey. Every nation's out to destroy us. Every one of them. You have no friends out there. Only friend you got is Master Prophet Muhammad. And the messenger of the covenant who's giving his whole life and soul for you. You know, I explained, I said past, see, I didn't ask for this. Like I said, when I was a shorty, right? I had all these visions and none of them were good. None of them were good. I hate every one of them. But they, in a way, prepared me for what's going on now because I know what's going to happen. I don't need the angel for that. I already know because I had those visions told me exactly, and everything's happened so far exactly that, and it's terrible. It's terrible, brothers and sisters. I had a terrible time. Some things I can't even tell you about. Something I just been kind of tell you lately, getting you a little bit of taste lately, because some of you it would just crush you. Because that's why Elijah Muhammad said you don't know what you're up against. You're up against all the nations. Elijah Muhammad had to go against Gog. But said Suleiman got to go against the whole world. The whole world's against you, and you have no knowledge of it. And you walk, it says, right? It says, there's a trap set for the happens to you. It's a trap. A snare. It says, let's be shrewd. Don't tell them How are we going to deal with them? See, don't let them know it's coming. It's coming. I can see it clearly, but you don't see it. Because it's not going to come in a way that you can see it. That's it. It's going to come in a way that you think, oh man, like the mob, right? They don't send your enemy after you. They send your brother, your sister, your uncle, somebody that you wouldn't suspect. And you sitting around partying, having your little party and everything else, and next thing you know, your throat was cut. I know all their plans. Somebody can tell you, somebody can't, because I don't want them to know how much I know. Because once they'll switch up and try something else. It's your destruction that's on the agenda. Universal agenda by everyone. Because you coming into power means their destruction. Because they have to operate on wavelengths that they can't operate on. They have to operate on a frequency. They have to vibrate at a frequency they can't operate. They can't. Because in our world, they would be in submission. And they probably don't want to be that. See, in their world, we was in submission. In our world, they've been in submission. They don't want that. They don't want to be in submission to us. They don't want to be. No more than we want to be in submission to them. I mean, I get a gin that, right? They say, I mean, I ain't going to submit to them. See? But their problem is, see, they should listen because they put themselves out of tune, out of step of time, out of step with time. Well, I should say that because we control time. They put themselves out of step with the universe, the flow of the universe. And so that's why I'm telling you these things right now, brothers and sisters, because we're at it. I mean, dark clouds all over the place. It's not going to be rain. It's the rain, brothers and sisters. Angel tell you these hailstones, and really that's not even adequate. Because on this country, we rain down hell and damnation, destruction like you can't even imagine. The rage is going to be so terrible, famine. And so what we're talking about here is we're going to talk about economic collapse. See, we're on the 4th level. I think it's a 14 stage presentation. And I'm taking you from what ignite the apocalypse all the way to the end of the apocalypse. And it said, blessed are those, right, whose good has come forth for, and they won't hear the faintest sound of raging and roaring of hell. That's the elect. They've been pulled out because you don't want even hear answer any of this. You don't want to see any of it, but some of you are. You go to tribulation, you're going to see it up close and personal. And you don't want to see that. You think you want to see, you don't want to see that. Oh, it's going to be it's going to be a awesome time. It says that day will be none like it. That year said be none like it ever. It was a period of 1 year. It's going to be like it never was before. Never was before. Nothing like it. That's talking about specifically destruction of the ram. That 1 year. Because once Babylon falls, it says one day, all her plagues and famine, everything will come in 1 day, 1 year. And this place going to be, you don't want to be here, brothers. Get the hell out. Brothers and sisters, get the hell out. Get out. You don't want to be here. No food. No water. What do you think of eating? It tells you, I explained that clearly in famine. No heat. No TV. See? No air conditioner. No cars. Just hunger. It's just hunger. And eating or be eaten. Children will not be safe. So children will be gray-headed. Because once everything else is going, all the pets and everything going, they next. Defenseless. Why you think will make children gray-headed? They can't be around their parents. So they be out in the streets, and they can't be around each other either. Because they be hungry too. They've been in little gangs, but the gangs are hungry too. If they can't find anybody else, they're going to prey on the weaker members. Brothers and sisters. Count down the apocalypse. And like I said, the demons, right now, they're the bait to the trap. Because you're following these demons, Farrakhan, these demons. Oh man, America's great. Love America. It's our country. Fight. They're the bait. And you think, look like you know everything. You say, oh yeah, listen to them. They're drawing you into destruction. Okay? And then you be the first thing on the menu when there's no other food. Come out of my people. Come out of her, my people. Come out. Oops, what I'm doing here. Come out. You don't want crucified, brothers and sisters. You don't want to be crucified. Took everything, put your neck, and they left you totally naked, stripped down naked. And when they could make completely naked, they threw him on. He got a little something to cover his nakedness. But our people, they totally naked, nothing, left you with nothing. Totally naked, totally exposed. Your language, your culture, the country, your women, everything. They took everything from you, left you with nothing. Your children left you with nothing. That's the crucifixion. You want to tell me somebody on the cross for 3 days is worse than what we went through? That line they tell you, oh, he was on the cross for 3 days, and he went through worse than we went through for 400 some years? Put up on that cross any day for 3 years, as opposed to 400 years of this what we went through. With no hope and nothing. They took hope from us. So we had hope, because we had our real knowledge. We knew about consequence. We knew what they did, right? We wasn't afraid of death. And we also knew we had faith. See, we didn't have fear. Let me explain it this way, bosses. We didn't have fear, and we did have faith. See, the two F's, right? Fear and faith. We had faith, and we didn't have any fear. So they had to put fear in us, right, and take our faith away. And they did that. They put fear in us, fear of death. That's what it says. Because of the fear of death, they suffered enslavement, right? Servitude all their lives. Because of the fear they had to put in us. And it took your faith away. See, because we knew we didn't have no fear. And so, Master was in trouble. Because the only way he could control us, he had to put fears, because it was only two things that was going to happen. Because we didn't have no fear, right? We would take them out, because we wasn't fearing death, or we just do it to ourselves. Many of us just kill themselves rather than go through this hell. So we had no fear of death at all. See, and thus we had faith, because we knew that every action has opposite reaction. And most of us Muslims begin with, so we knew that what they did to us is going to pay for it. We knew that. They took that away from us. See? Instead of hoping and praying for revenge that we knew it would happen, we started praying for our enemies, loving them, right? The more they beat us, we're supposed to love them the more, encouraging them to beat us. He took both. They also took our faith from us. What do you mean face? The demons. They got our face. They ain't us. They took everything from us. Everything. Family, I mean, all these F's, right? Everything. They took away from us. Everything. That's the cross. That's the true cross. That's a true cross, brothers and sisters. And nothing changed. And those are guilty parties. And now they pretend like, oh man, don't blame us. Our fathers did and wash hands off it and everything, you know, forget about it, man. Wow, that happened 400 years ago, man. You still worrying about something happened 400 years ago, and we change and we making progress. That's like a rapist saying, well, I used to rape you, right? 7 times a day. Now I'm only doing 1 time a day, man. We're making progress, ain't we? Really? We're a nation. Elijah Muhammad told you we're a nation. So why are we under your control? We should be a sovereign nation. We didn't get to go to war with you. You went to war with us. See? See? So they took everything. They took everything from Suleiman too. See? Except, right? They couldn't take his fear. They couldn't give him fear. They couldn't take his faith away. He had that in spades. Everybody knew he was something different about him. I didn't realize until I got older. I never had no fear of these folks ever. Since I covered my neck in this, they couldn't cover theirs. I had no fear of them ever. And I've been up against them left and right. I had no fear of them. And I always had faith. Mathematics. I knew whatever happened in consequence, those things I just knew. I was born with that. But like I said, I had these visions, brothers and sisters, and they're not pretty. I'm trying to warn you, get the hell out of here. So let's proceed, brothers and sisters. Part 4, EU economic collapse. Now, I brought you up to what starts apocalypse. Okay? And as we talked about, right, the war in heaven, Middle East, that ignites the apocalypse. I brought you up to the point of it and what ignites it. So we're that far, right? Then I told you one of the first major repercussions of it, that's the famine. Let's talk about that. See? Now we're going to economic collapse because this sets the stage, right, for Armageddon East. So each one of these generally sets the stage for the next one. See, because war in heaven sets the stage for famine. Because it cut Europeans mostly off from their life's blood, oil. See? Which sets the stage for famine. Because everything industrialized, everything else, and people on the farms and stuff, no more they got to get food from the farms, processing places, warehouses, to the stores. Then you got to get there and all that. What's the common denominator there? What connects all that together? Oil. No oil, that's what breaks apart. Doesn't happen. That chain is broken. And Master Muhammad's going to break that chain when he goes to war in the Middle East, where anybody's got it now. See, that's about to happen. That's all they talk about now. 3 hot spots I've been telling you about. The death triangle. Middle East, China, and Russia or Europe. And we're going to bring that into focus, European aspect of it. Well, as I said Iran, right? China. And Russia, put that away. So we're going to do is economic collapse, see what it means. But first, brothers and sisters, get out. Now, something got missing here. I missed something here, brothers and sisters. Let me back up here for a minute. I missed something here. No, that wasn't it. No. No. Okay. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. Right? It tells you right there, right? I'm not going into detail. I've been talking about this quite a bit. But right there, well, I will, because this is, brothers and sisters, this is important to your survival. After these, I saw angels stepping down out of heaven, having authority great, and the earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. And he cried out, strong voice, saying, she fell, Babylon fell. Fell Babylon the Great, became dwelling place of demons. To my people, demons, they come to dwelling place of headaches and dispositions and anxieties. People, Farrakhan, he's trying to convince you that demons are some spirits. It's like he's trying to tell you devils ain't devils anymore. That's just because he's a devil. He's a demon. Demons are devils in black skin. He follows the devil. So that means he's a devil. Just black skin, we call him devil. He's still a devil. So now he's trying to get you, convince you, oh, there's no such thing as devils and demons. Some of them are good. That ain't what the Bible says. That's not what the lessons say. Okay? Anyway, demons are people. He's a primary demon. 40 years of raping our women, producing a whole hybrid nation of demons. That's their children. I don't care what complexion they have. You are the seed. You are the seed. Okay? Prison of every of demons, prison of unclean spirit, unclean birds, so forth, so on, right? Because the wine and anger of the fornication have fallen all the nations. In other words, who this the Babylon is, he's called all the nations to fall. Who has control of the nations? Who's dominating all the nations in the world? Is it Russia? Is it China? Australia? Britain? Britain used to. It's like 666. There's no mystery there, brothers and sisters. No mystery there. Just read what it says. You identify them because they've been the only nation on the planet that will sanction people for not doing what they want to do. You'll be able to buy or sell unless you do what they want you to do. And if you don't worship that image of the beast, which is false Israel, they will kill you. Exactly. There's only one nation on the planet that does that. One nation on the planet does that. Sanction everybody. You won't buy or sell what you buy and sell with dollars. Who control the dollars? But this is not complicated. Ain't no mark you got here. And if you worship that beast, you go in there, you're going to be destroyed. It says, if you got that mark, the mark is here. You worship them, worship false Israel, you're going to be destroyed. Your name will not be in the Lamb's Book of Life. You'll be destroyed. It's not a mark. You want somebody put 666 on you? No. It has a meaning, but that's not that kind of meaning. You have to understand, you can understand that. It identifies a certain person, but that's what it is. Who is no other clan on, there's no even close that sanctions everybody. You won't be able to buy and sell. And who controls the means of buying and selling? America does. Their money, a dollar. That's not complicated. You don't need a ruler. You don't need a calculator for that. You don't need a computer. So if you're deceived by that, then you deserve to be destroyed. That's clear who 666 is. It's three beasts all together. God, Magog, and Antichrist. Who set up false Israel? Britain. Who supports it and nourishes it politically and militarily and so whatever. America does. And false Israel, what? It's an image of Britain. They had the same, they adopted their government style, not America. That's what I mean, image of the beast. I'm not going into any more detail there, but that's simple. I'm not going to. That's simple out on the surface. There's no, some country going to come on the scene that's going to, these fools tell, there's some country going to rise up in Europe and they're going to take out America. That's their story. And when they take out America, there's going to be this big rapture where God's going to rapture all Americans. They're so good people. See, they wasn't rapists. They wasn't murderers. They wasn't kidnappers. They weren't enslavers or terrorists. No, they was good people. The land of free, home of the brave, right? Where everybody's 100% human. Except in the Constitution, there's certain people that's not even human. Right? And they wasn't raping women, right? They was pleasuring them. See? And they wasn't feeding the children the gators, right? The children just jumped up and jumped in the gator's mouth. They're trying to rescue a child by capturing the gator. See, this is not complicated stuff, brothers and sisters. But if you see by it, that means it tells you, if you got that mark of the beast, you're through. Some of you, I'm trying to erase that mark. If it's erasable, yeah, the big old cross set up there. That's like, that cross, that's something like, that cross tells me, get the hell out of here, man. Don't try to save my ass. I want to be destroyed. Because that cross is a lie. They enslaved us, beat us, raped us under the banner of the cross. Took this land under the banner of the cross. They genocided this whole nation of so-called Native Americans under the banner of the cross in the name of their false Jesus, who don't look like anything like the Jesus of the Bible, lens with hair and brown skin, because he's Satan. Satan will appear as an angel of light. So he looks like some angel of light. That's Satan. Because what's the works of Satan? What's the works of Satan, brothers and sisters? They said known by the works. So you're going to say genocide, theft of this land, just, well, they said go out killing, stealing, and destroying. They stole this land, killed off its inhabitants, and they brought us over and destroyed us. So whose are the works of those? Are those Satan's works or God's works? Because those are God's works, and tell what the hell problem you got with Satan. Satan said he was the God of this whole world. Even Jesus said he's the God. That means he's controlling. That's the God they worshiping. Those are works. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Anyway, let's move on here. It says, and I heard another voice I have said, come out of my people. Say, get the hell out. So you don't partake of their plagues, right? Her sins, all that stuff. You don't, because if you hear, you're going to catch it. This place is going to be a hell like you can imagine. Because we went through hell 40 years here, and they said they're going to condense 40 years of hell into 1 year. Can you imagine that? 40 years of hell into 1 year. All that hell is going to take place in 1 year. And we went through abject hell, you can imagine. They try to tell you hell was after you die to convince you to but their submission. Because you was in hell. And it was the devils that was stabbing you and beating you and raping you and everything else. But it's no, it ain't us. Because you're going to be the real devils after you die. And the real hell's after you die. Because if you knew that this was it, you would have cut a stroke. You would never endure that. You would never take advantage of women and children like they did. If you knew this was the real hell and they was the real devils. So they trick you. And who they usually trick you with? The demons. See, the preachers, they're all demons. Sheffield Dollar, T.A.J., they're all demons. Elijah Muhammad said it. He says he would be in their shoes. He called them demons, but he said he would be in their shoes. Their shoes made of gold and silver and diamonds. Understand, bro? Since we're going to move on, because I want to get to, I want to just, get out. Get out. Get out. See here? This is, get out, brothers and sisters. So if you don't like me, you don't like the way I look, the way I talk, my complexion, right? My demeanor, just leave. Take a vacation. Take a 3 or 4 month vacation if you can afford it. Don't stay in this hemisphere. Well, even if you stay in this hemisphere, just get the hell out of this country. I mean, you'd be better off, but you don't want to be in his hemisphere at all. Right? Go to Africa. It's going to be bad there too, but you won't be here. This is ground zero. Ground zero, brothers and sisters. And it will not be pretty. Ground zero here, right here, America. See? The object of God's wrath. Because it's coming for them for what they did to us. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Hello? Who is this? Oh, okay, one second, please. No, she's not here right now, but I have to call you right back. I'll call you back in a few minutes because she stepped out for a minute. Okay, thank you. Bye. At this number here. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. A lot of things going on right now. Let's say, brothers and sisters. I gotta. Excuse me. A lot of things going on right now, so. Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought here, but let's move on, brothers and sisters. I lost my train of thought, so let's move on. Okay. Yeah, we'll get out. Get out, brothers and sisters. This is ground zero. And 40 years of hell it's going to be compressed into 1 year. Can you imagine all that? On these folks, people. And that's not the end of it, because chapter 18 of the Angel Revelation says, doing them the double has done to you. And then you go further, like Jeremiah says, God's do 7 times to them what they did to us. How is that possible? If you understand the Holocaust, say 7 times that? Even double that. I mean, the Holocaust itself was horrific. The wrath is upon these people. They mess with the wrong people. It says, no other nation be punished like this nation, never again, ever, even close. Nothing like would ever happen. That's instructions coming. Get out. You don't want to be any part of that. Get the hell out of here. Go to Africa. It's going to be this is going to touch the whole world, right? Okay. But this is ground zero. You want to be as far away as possible. Everybody's going to be touched by what's about to happen. See, and don't get discombobulated by what Farrakhan talking about, because war of Armageddon is only going to touch the European war. It's European war. It's not going to touch the whole world. It's not going to engulf the whole planet, but the apocalypse will. And in the apocalypse, Armageddon which they call Armageddon, is just a battle. Just a battle. We're going to talk about it in a few more sessions. Okay. Apocalypse, part 4. Part 4, brothers and sisters, economic collapse. Remember economic collapse. See, economic collapse. That spells doom, because Europeans had economic control over the planet for the last 500 years. Economic control. And now, with the economic system, right? See, you got the fuel and then you got the system. All fuels it. But the system is what controls. See? And you have to have discipline, right, to maintain that control. And now losing discipline. All these are signs of destruction. See, the story about Sodom and Gomorrah is they tell you when nations lose discipline, that means they're being destroyed. Because that means they don't have the ability to discipline themselves anymore. And we have discipline themselves. If you go right now, if you lost all discipline, all your appetites, what would you be doing? Be eating everything that you can get hands on, no matter what it is. You'd be indulging in every kind of sensual endeavor. Every kind of sensual endeavor you indulge in, because you have no control of it. So you have to control these things. You have to control your sexual desire. You have to control your emotional desire. Right? You have to control all your what we call it, senses, appetites. Those things they have to be controlled. That's part of being human. You just control the animals, right? They don't control those things. Well, they control to a certain extent. But you have to take and see, they do it by instinct, but you have to do it consciously. And that's why prophets were sent to Adam, consciously sent to Adam, because he kept losing control. He didn't have natural discipline. We have natural discipline. We got discipline that you couldn't imagine. We have enough discipline to go to one fit in the universe to the next. But they only had enough discipline in the last 6,000 years, and they couldn't even handle that. It takes energy for everything. So in other words, now that, right, they try the structure that they control the world with is under intense pressure. Put someone under intense pressure means you got to get more energy, add more energy to it to keep it strong. If your structure is under intense pressure, it means you got to keep putting support and stuff and everything. That's energy to try to keep it from collapsing. That means you got to take energy from someplace else. See? So why are they borrowing money now? Because they don't have enough energy, so they borrow money, which really doesn't. When you borrow money, brother, it doesn't do any good. You think it does, because when you borrow money, that's another deception here. Because you borrow money, but you create negative luck for yourself. That's another story together. I'm not getting to it, brothers and sisters. What I'm just saying is, borrowing money doesn't do anything for you. It really hurts you, and you don't realize it. I mean, there's some benefit to it if you understand how to use it, but still, in all, brothers and sisters, have a quality benefit, but a quantity benefit has nothing whatsoever. You have no more energy you had before. You can affect the quality of it. That's why in the Quran it says usury, right? Gambling is some good in it, but it was worse than it's good, because it had a quality, has advantage, a qualitative advantage to it if you understand it. See? So they're under intense pressure. Pressure creep. So now they got to use energy, divert energy to try to keep the system going. So you got bank collapsing, you got economic situation, inflation, all stuff. They got to keep. So that means they take energy from the military. That's a problem. To fund the police, that's a problem. Because those institutions are designed to keep you from taking back what they took from you. So now crime rises. I mean, all this stuff is easily understood mathematically once you put your mind to it. That just tells you this whole system, this whole structure collapsing. and they need more and more fuel, right? And so what happens? So who's attacking the structure? Suleiman is. Who's tracking the fuel? Master Muhammad. He's going to cover the fuel. And Suleiman's destroyed the structure. One by separating the demons out. See? And part of the structure was deception of who's what, what's what, not knowing who's what. Right? You got termites, but you don't see them. They've been attacking both fronts in other ways you don't even know about yet. I can't tell you. See? So, Master Muhammad is getting ready to cut off the fuel. Stop, full stop. Full stop. See? What fuels their structure? The structure's under total stress. The discipline is all but gone. Suleiman's hitting them. High frequencies, constant. Constant. See? And it's too much. And so now they're going around, nobody knows who what. You don't know who a man is, you don't know who a woman is, you don't know anything. Everything's confusing. And that makes sense to them because that's the frequency on. And now their frequency is, their thought frequency is diminishing because they don't have enough energy to maintain it. So the thought process is diminishing. And when your thought process is diminishing, then that's called a reprobate mind. Reprobate mind. Reprobate mind. That means you have a mind to do things that's against you. And that seems right to you. Okay? All time resonance. Shema's resonance. Putting that truth, that angel was designed, right, to vibrate on several levels. And that resonance. See, all this attack. And they can't withstand it. And they draw more and more energy trying to hold up. Right? And that's why he's going to short circuit it. Because even if he didn't do that, there was still destruction. But that's one of the ways to shorten those days will be shortened. Just snatch it all out right away to shorten those days. That's shorten the time to collapse. Shorten the time to collapse. Shorten time collapse. Because now, right, they're under strain, and now they have no fuel. Triggers. See how this stuff's coming together? Triggers a famine. Because the food chain is destroyed. Because what holds that chain together? Oil, fuel. From the farm. First, you need the farm, right? Because you need the tractors and all that kind of stuff, right? Farm to processing centers. Processing centers to the warehouse, warehouse to the store. And then what's the chain that holds together? Well, you have to break that. When you break that, no food. No food. You see? I mean, there's no food, right? That destroys the structure, doesn't it? Because nobody's going to obey any laws or anything when they're starving, hungry. All institution comes unravels. Just don't unravel, just crumble. Crumble. See? There was already on the extreme stress because of resonance. Remember the walls of Jericho? So my ponds hitting the vibration for 37 years. So that makes sense. I would say happening sudden. There's two things happen suddenly at the same time. Our resurrection, when nature be born in a day, we're born in a day, right? And Babylon destroyed in a day. So it happened at the same time. I'm trying to bring those things together for you, brothers and sisters. Clearer, clearer, and clearer. See? Because the same vibrations that's putting pressure on them, that's shaking them, causing them to putting stress on them, same vibration is invigorating my people. Same vibrations. See? Those vibrations strengthen them, waking them up, getting them to vibrate on their level. Because they got them vibrating on the devil's level, start vibrating on towards their level. But the point is, it's vibrating at a greater frequency than the devils can achieve. So therefore, remember that commercial? Then the glass breaks because it vibrates. The vibration is greater, right, than this reactionary rate. I'm trying to talk mathematics to you, brothers and sisters. So that's what's about to happen. So that's how it happens. But okay, we're talking about how it happens here, but what happens over? Remember, Europe. Talking European countries, they told their whole reality is based fueled by oil. Oil cuts out the whole reality, calls out. Forget about all those things, but all these other things is causing it to happen quicker. Because he snaps all out, makes it happen quicker. But it's how fast can the structure react to that before it collapses? But the structure's on stream stress too. So as soon as all comes out, it collapses right immediately. Because maybe if it all went out, make it last for a week or 2 or 3 weeks or maybe a year or whatever, right? But it's on so much stress that when that comes out, that collapses too right away. That's Suleiman's job. See, so they're working together. That's why it's two working together. Lord, Lord, King of Kings, and King of Kings, and Lord of Lords. But what's the other side of this equation? See, this is where this is where the target is right here. Well, all Europe is in the crosshairs. All Europe is in the crosshairs. It was all involved in this. It's just this was worse of it right here. See? So when all is cut off, because look what's going on right now. Only source of oil in Europe right now is Russia. And they're all they're all at war with Russia. Well, not at war with Russia, but they're all in conflict with Russia because of America. And they have no reserves. And so the only source of oil right now for them is America and the Middle East. Okay? But when he cuts the oil off there, it cuts off for them also. So they have no source of oil. No source of oil. And so what happens to that? Economic collapse in Europe. We're going to talk about that. That's chapter 18. We're going to get to that in a minute. See, when I go through my step by step, because every time I do this, I add more to the Angel Key, series. See, they had economic collapse in Europe in 1930s, caused the rise of Hitler and all that. What about? This is going to be a lot worse. Total economic collapse overnight. Chapter 18. Because he pulled that oil. See the connection? Okay? You got to understand chapter 18 to understand it. So what happens then? See? Insurrection, riots, and everything else. People ain't going to have it. People ain't going to have it. And they're going to blame America. Say, well, hold on. Reason why we in this is because of America. Follow America's lead. Right? We supported them in that war in the Middle East. They lost. They can't tell how they lost, how the Air Force was defeated. Because they came after Iran with air power. And their air power was just wiped out. And they can't explain to America. They can't explain to the American public. They don't want to tell them. They know why. They won't tell them. Because they said, well, UFOs, because we ain't so powerful anymore. UFOs is wiping out our supersonic jet planes to count on, right? Right? And the thing is that now Russia, man, that's part of Europe, but we're against Russia now. Why? Because of America again. They ain't gonna have it. So how does that result, brothers and sisters? So now we're going to walk through the energy key as a result. This is what energy key looks like. It's just one phase of it. Each chapter, right, the symbols change. The puzzle doesn't change, it's just symbol change, like having a puzzle. that has a picture on it, right? But they keep changing the picture, but the puzzle never changes. So once you understand the puzzle, you don't care about the pictures because you can just put life over it, right? See? That's what Angel Key works about. Says we're gonna go. So we're gonna walk through this. Like I said, we're gonna walk through what leads up to the. Every time I do it, I'm gonna add more to it. So we're gonna follow. So and Angel Key here. So here it is, 1948. Those two witnesses, Syria and Iran. Farrakhan's trying to tell you him and Elijah's witness. Boy, that dude. Whoa, that fool. No, it's Syria and Iran. See, so they would be witnesses for 42 years, from 1940 to 1990. And then the beast that rose out of the pit will make war with it. Who rose out of the pit? Out of the bottomless pit. It tells you chapter 20. It was Gog and Magog. But that's supposed to be after millennia. So therefore, is this going to happen after millennia? Is this going to happen 1,000 years in the future? Does it happen 1,000 years in the future? The witnesses, does it happen 1,000 years in the future? Because this tells you this happens right after the beast rise out of the abyss. And the beast is Gog and Magog. So that means they rose out of the pit a while back. They rose out a while back. That means it's not no millennia, 1,000 years in the future. That means that was the past. And if you understand that, you understand millennia was European history. 1,000 years of the Dark Ages, kept under by the resurrected. It was a resurrected power. Prophet Muhammad kept them under wraps for 1,000 years. And then they broke out. Even the Quran was said that war be broke down after 1,000 years. Then they came out, Gog, Magog, and covered the whole world. Isn't that what Britain and America has done? Are they the two world powers, only two world powers that you know about? So that was 40 years then to be. So what happened? That's 1990. Who took them out? That's when America, 1990, 91, so-called Gulf War, they went there and took them out under false pretenses, but they took them out. And so now they became the power brokers in the Middle East. They became the power brokers. See? Because these was cast down. And so they've been in a position of cast down for 24 years. I'm not going into all the details with this, brothers and sisters, but for 24 years they'd be in that situation, which at that point, that began to start talking of the JCPOA during that period, right? And then what happens? So Gulf War, put them down there, right? You can read it at your leisure. And then JCPOA resulted in them being under the foot of nations. So you say 3.5, say 3 1/2. 3.5 what? 3 years and 1/2 what? Half of the 42. 42 keep coming up, that's 21, that's 24 years. They was there, and then they'll be under JCPOA, which is foot of the nations. And they've been on there for 342 months, for 3.5 years. 3.5 years. See? This 3.5 comes up all kinds of ways, right? 3.5 years they'll be there. And then if you read Daniel, right, in the middle of the week it'll be broken. That's why I do it. You need Daniel. There's a supplement to this, because in the middle of the week, Trump broke the deal. In the middle of the week, 7 years. So this is 3 years, this is another 3.5 years, right? 3.5 years makes 7 years. This 3.5 years on the foot of the nation, then another 3.5 years negotiating with the Europeans. We're going to see that in a minute. So from 16, so JCPOA took effect in 1/16/2016, right? And that'd be going for 3.5 years. But if you had 7 years to that, that puts you at January 2023. Remember that. And 7 years to that, put you at January 2023. That's this year. That'd be 7 years altogether. Keep your mind, keep that in your mind, right? And then it says, right, this is, right? That's 3.5 years. It took 3.5 years to get in that position, right? They're negotiating with the, they didn't want to negotiate with America. They didn't want to negotiate with false Israel. They didn't want to negotiate with UK, only with the European powers. That's what's happening right here. That's what that means. So there's 7 years to that point, to get to that point. That put them at January this year. And they didn't go back to JCPOA. I told you they would not go JCPOA. I told you years ago they would not go back, and they haven't went back to it. Because it's not. Angel tells us not. They will go, they're beyond it, but they would never go back to it. Right? We've been for 3.5 years, and that's it. So, and then what happened? And then it said they stood upon their feet, right? And that would last for about six months. See, remember that 7 years? That put January 2023. They had 6 months of that to put you around June 2023. Now, when you understand the silence, there's a lot of ways to talk about silence. They talk about it in the fifth seal. I'm not going to that. I'm just showing it basically right here. In Injil, you got every 3 parts represent a nation. 3 parts to African nation, 3 parts to Asian nation, 3 parts to Chinese nation, 2 parts to European nation, 3 parts to our nation, right? So they're in this position here, but normally they're on top, so they would represent the ears, because the ears represent top, the middle part represent the hands, and the bottom part represent the feet, right? In this situation, right? So they represent the ears, but American Britain represents the hand, but now they're on top of each other. So when you put your hands above your ears, that's silence. That's what it's talking about. 6 months to be in silence. That'll put you up to between May and July of this year. May and July this year. And then they will go to war. Then the war will break out. So that's what I'm telling you. Telling in advance, brothers and sisters. It wouldn't be a prophecy I'm telling in advance. That's my calculation. They'd be at war in the Middle East, right? Iran, false Israel, sometime between May and July 2023. That's the war, and then they kicked out. That's the war in heaven. They talk about chapter 20, right? Then they kicked out. They kicked out. That's what it says they kicked out. Dragon, false Israel, Gog and Magog, they kicked out. Dragons, angels. Okay, so you understand this? So that's what it's talking about here. I'm showing you it's a key. They kicked out. So now the Shia and Iran control the Middle East. The Iran represents an African country that I'm not going to identify. There's someone who's going to take them. I'm not going to identify them. See, there's someone's going. That one's going to take out Satan. Goliath and Satan, the same person. That's stones. Anyway. So there they are, right there. See, occurred war in heaven. Michael's angels. Michael's master of Muhammad. He's going to deliver us, right? Who else could it be? Of him, and war with the angels. The war occurred in heaven, and Michael and angels of him to war with the dragons and angels and their angels, and they lost. The dragon and his angels lost, right? It was thrown. The dragon, the great serpent, archaic, be called devil and Satan, make earth whole and have whole. They was thrown out. Earth represents European countries. They're thrown back. Okay, that's what you see right there, brothers and sisters. And then that's what it says. Babylon will fall. Babylon's fallen. See? So we're going to get to that in a minute, brothers and sisters. We're going to get to that in a minute. Okay? At that time, that's false Israel, right? At that time, false Israel is under excuse me, brothers and sisters. No, I can't do that. At that time, false Israel is under siege. See? And so when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, its destruction is near. Now, as redemption, they try to tell you they're going to redeem, because they set them up as a counter to Elijah Muhammad's revealing that we're true to Abraham. They know they're them. So they set them at 48 because they were trying to counter that. They're fake. Right? But now we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, and that's running, and say destruction, so they're about to be destroyed. This is a consequence of the war. See? American Britain's now they're isolated, their nuclear weapons are dud. Master Muhammad has neutralized them. Right? And they outnumber 100 to 1. And then under siege and destroyed. Under siege and destroyed. No more false Israel. Right? and America's thrown down. Now, what does that mean? We're going to talk about that. That's Armageddon. We ain't got there yet. What we're going to talk about again, right, is the economic collapse. So at this point, remember, Europe is economic collapse because they've cut the oil off. America's cast down, and Syria, Iran is in power. So there's no. So now they're on economic stress. They're under economic turmoil right now. They're economic collapse at this point. At this point, Europe is on economic collapse. No oil. Russia's the only supplier of it. Russia has it, Europe don't. Right? And now America, go to the next one here, brothers and sisters. Now America, this is what happens that America's cast down. Right? Because here this is, and you read this, chapter 18, I'm not going to read the whole thing right here. It's telling you, it's talking about the economic collapse. But what's happening here is that because of economic collapse, see, and we're going to see that in a minute, because of economic collapse, Europe has no oil. They under economic collapse, right? They're no oil. So the only oil source, all they have, they can't get it because Middle East is under control by the Shia and Master Muhammad. Only source of oil is Russia. So they got to ally with Russia. The public, they don't have to do it. The public wants it. The public said, we're going to keep starting what America's doing. America puts in this thing, helping us with, wants help with Ukraine, want help with fighting Iran, all that kind of stuff, man. And we you know. So then that's what happens. So what happens, America's right there, they're in Europe. They got thousands, tens of thousands of soldiers there, bases and all that kind of stuff there. And now Europe has turned against them. So they're going to turn their base in their country. They don't want American base in their country. So they turn against them. So now America's at war. And Europe. And the vice between Europe and Russia. And the vice. And now they got to go and fight. And whatever oil reserves they have has to go towards the military. So there'll be no civilian oil here. None, zero. We'll be getting water because it takes oil, fuel for those pumps to put that oil, the water to you. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's what's happening here. So now America, see, that leads to Armageddon. Armageddon East. I don't want to jump the gun here, brothers and sisters. Read at your leisure. This is a leisure, right? This is chapter 18, talking about the total collapse of Europe. That's what he's talking about. Because in 1 hour, all this happens. And this leads to the great betrayal, brothers and sisters. That's the great betrayal. Because, like I said, and I saw the little horse, greenish yellow, and the setting upon it named him death, and Hades was following him, giving him authority upon the fourth earth. The fourth earth, remember, earth represents European countries. That's Britain, America, Europe, and Russia. America is the fourth they're talking about, right? And so they have authority of the fourth earth to kill longsword, famine. Famine is one of the things that they're going to have. Famine, the sword. Sword is, right, war. And by the wild beast earth, who's the wild beast earth? That's just Russia and, right, because their earth represents the European country. That's Russia and Europe. Attacking America. Because they say, remember, it's true, that's wild beast. They're attacking that one that's the fourth. So maybe you could, it's three involved in this, and that's the situation right there. Because that's not the case for Britain. Because Britain's up there, they'll be thrown into the sea. So America's the one that's in the earth, and it's between that, so that you should be able to figure it out now, brothers. Says that's a great betrayal. Economic collapse will lead to a great betrayal, which leads to Armageddon. We're going to get there. Armageddon East. We're going to get there. We're going to talk about that in detail. I'm just trying to get you step by step to where we are. Great betrayal. See, that's a war. So we're talking about the war in heaven, right? We're talking about, I didn't specifically say this, right? But we're talking about the war against Satan, or false Israel when they siege. So I guess that's one of the minor wars. There's a lot of wars I'm not even talking about. So that's one of the minor wars. Okay. And then what that leads to. Okay. Destruction of false Israel. And the famine. Everything's coming out of that, okay? And again, it says another way. Remember, the earth represents the European countries, right? And will strike themselves upon her, the king's earth. See? So it's talking one day will come to place, we're talking about Babylon again, right? Falls America. Morning and famine, we're talking about man, fire, and fire we burn down. It's talking about the heart of America again, right? The morning and famine and death. Same thing I said before, right? Because strong Lord having judged her. Who's the judge? Who's the judge that's judging her? Right? And they will weep and they will strike themselves upon her, the kings of the earth. See? They'll have committed, fornicate her, they live luxuriously because of America. America bailed them out during World War II and everything. See? That's what happened here, brothers and sisters. Great betrayal. So now Americans, and then during this time also the time that the demons are cast down. I'm not talking about that yet, but demons are cast down. Farrakhan is in the wind. Ishmael running with him. A demon. I don't know what you call him. Ishmael's not a demon. He's sick. He's risen, but he might as well be a demon for the fate that awaits him. And finally, brothers and sisters, again. Now I brought you all the way up to economic collapse and where it leads to. How we got to economic collapse, where it leads to. And during this time, right, this time of separation, the wheat from the chaff, the demons from the saints, the resurrection of the saints, destruction of the uniting of the demons because they become a powerful army. And the saints become a powerful army too. We're not talking about the elect here. I'm keep on this level, right? Okay. So they all mix together. That means both of them are impotent, like mixing water and milk. Who wants that, right? You destroy both of them, but if you leave it long enough, the milk's going to settle down, the water's going to settle. So you got to separate, and then you can drink either one at your leisure. This is what happens, brother, during this period. Finally separated. Now both are united to themselves. Saints, powerful army, but they have to go to the demons. They have to go to tribulation. And demons are powerful army, which will be in the tribulations. Fighting the devils, their devil daddies, trying to take over America. And they're starving. They're starving. Saints will be starving. My people will eat, your people go hungry. They'll be starving. But they got to go through tribulation. Heard the manna from heaven? I think I said, brothers and sisters. Oh, well, let me touch on this, brothers and sisters. Let me touch on this. Now, x minus 3 times x plus 3 equals x2. I'm showing you right there how you multiply it. X squared minus 9. So understand that. You do the multiplication yourself, brothers and sisters. Then you understand this. This equation, everything's mathematics. Mathematics, Islam, mathematics. It's mathematics. Anything that's not mathematics, it's false. All these religions are false. Every one of them. Not based on mathematics. Because everything, in reality, everything you see came out of mathematics. Not Christianity, not Buddhism, not Hinduism, none of that stuff. They gave you that to get you out of reality. Once they know you remove you into the phantom zone. You can't have no. You can't do anything to them. You can't make guns, knives, anything to attack them with. See, because the only way they can be destroyed was mathematics, and they're taking and castrate you from neutralize you from mathematics anyway. So we're going. We'll just move on. So right here. So on the left and the right, remember I said I showed they're equal. Right, they're equal. The more plots you get, right, they're equal. But on the left is summary version. Summarize. On the right is detailed version, but they're both equal. But are they? Are they? So this is the mathematical deception, because this, see, deception is one way they tell you lies. That's one form of deception. Another form of deception is falsehood, mixing lies with truth. Another third form of deception is to tell you the truth. Well, how can I deceive, tell the truth? The Quran is the truth. Remember the golden calf? It was pure. Made it sound out of blemish. But it was false. But it was true. But it was false. But it was true. It's false. Right? Not a blemish. Beautiful, golden. But it's false. It's true. It's false. What is it? The Quran is true. It's false. True. It's false. It was true for 1,500 years ago, for 1,000 years. It has no impact on the world today, except for those who recite it. But as soon as they ain't control anything, they're on the foot the mathematics. They have adopted mathematics, but they can't go so far with it, but they got it. And it's more powerful enough to bring everybody else down. That's why Adam told Smith to Iblis. Excuse me, Iblis told Smith to Adam. I tell them that's why the Sunnis there. They're who Iblis is. They're the jinn. But I ain't gonna submit, right? They're the only nation in the world. They told you, I don't want banks, I don't want none of that stuff. See, all this stuff is clear enough, brothers and sisters. They resist America at every point. Only nation on the planet does that. They might have different economic system or different political system, but they live like America. They like America, eat pork and everything else, like, whatever, banks, whole 9 yards. Anyway, move on. So what we're saying is we're going to say X, for those who understand a little bit of algebra, X represents the current time you are right now. And T represents the event that's going to take place. T represents the time of an event that's going to take place, right? Okay. So let's see what goes with this. So say an event's going to take place in 2023, but you're in 2021. So you're in the first year, right, leading up to 3 years from now, which will take care of the event occur. So you right here, the event's going to take place 3 years from now. So you're in the first year of 3 years, right? So you put 1 in there, right? 1 where X is, and you put 3 where time is, right? Because that's the event. That's going to stay. The event is not going to change. The event, like I say, New Year's take place on the 1st of January. At least their New Year's, right? It's not going to migrate, move around like they do their fake Ramadan. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Hold on. Coming. Doors open. here. Let's see. See, a lot of things happening, brothers and sisters, and I have to take care of them right now. So just give me a minute. A minute. Just give me a few minutes. Brothers and sisters, I'm gonna close out here because I have to spend some time here, take care of this. So, what I was going to get ready to cover, I already covered in my previous presentations. So, and I'll go over it again on the next session. Okay, thank you.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Hi, salam alaikum. Sisters and brothers, Sulaiman Rahim here, the judge, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the seven seals, crusher, Sulaiman. 1 second here, brothers and sisters. Part 3, famine, great tribulation. 13-part series, brothers and sisters. The apocalypse, covering the whole range of the apocalypse, which Armageddon is properly Armageddon, is just one battle. I know Farrakhan is telling you all Armageddon, his Armageddon's already started. Well, it has not. Maybe his Armageddon, whatever he thinks his Armageddon is. So they mentioned one time in the scriptures, that's in Revelations. He has no clue what that means. No clue what that means. No clue, unless he's broke the seven seals. Because if you haven't broken the seven seals, you're just pulling crap out your behind, because it tells you, no one in heavens or earth, no one in heavens or earth or on earth could break those seals, but one individual. They couldn't break seals, couldn't even look at it, couldn't get any information out of it. It was totally sealed. So unless Farrakhan's broken those seals, he had no idea what he's talking about. And he's going, well, Armageddon's already. Well, let's unpack this, brothers and sisters. Now, his Armageddon's already started. Because, I mean, people have been saying that for over a year. He is Johnny come late. All of a sudden, since February, January, Armageddon's already started. Wait a minute. Mr. Prophet, you're supposed to tell us in advance, right? But your statement is it's already started. So that means you didn't see it coming. Because if you didn't see it coming, then why are you telling anybody? He's probably the watchman, go tell before it happened. So you say, oh, it has already started. That means you didn't see it coming. And if you didn't, then you didn't do your job because you didn't tell anybody. Because when you told them, this already started. Like, oh, the hurricane is here. Wait a minute. We can see it's here. If it is here, we don't need the weatherman to tell us that. He always tells us, hey, the hurricane's on the way. What you need to do about it, get some details. But Pharaoh can say, oh, Armageddon started. Oh, what? Okay, say it. Okay. And he says the war is all war. I mean, it's a great war that's going to destroy 2/3 of the earth and all that. I mean, it's going to be a great war, atomic war. I mean, his idea of Armageddon is going to destroy everything. The great war is going to all wars because that's his idea of Armageddon. Nuclear war and everything, whole 9 yards, right? So if he tells us already started, then how do you know when they're going to start dropping the bombs? If it's already started, how do you know there could be a nuclear attack here today or tomorrow? How do you know? He says already started, so I mean anything could happen. But he's not telling you that, is he? He's not telling you what to prepare, what to do. He said, or just believe in him. Just stay before the Lord to him, and maybe even pray. I mean, is that... It's worth it. Problem, sisters, you know, it's not even worth even talking about actually, because it already started. This is the great war. It's going to end all wars, nuclear war in the whole 9 yards, right? Then, if it's already started, that means bombs could be dropping any minute. Nuclear bombs could be going up any minute. But why ain't he talking about that? Why ain't he tell you what he should be doing? I mean, if the war's already started, right? That house already on fire, right? He went, oh, the house is on fire, right? But that's it. Well, if it's on fire, I mean, what do it do? I mean, it's on fire, it means flames, it's hot. People, you know, if you're in there, you get burned up and everything. So it's already started, and this is going to be the war in all wars. Why isn't that telling you what to do? I mean, I tell you the facts. So who's going to hit what verse? Where should go over here? Should do that. What? You see what I'm saying? Think about it. If you have the ability to think, because he took the ability to think away from, you know, that's the whole story about Peter, right? He said Peter, right? So you say these people, but you don't look and go and see what these people did. What did Peter do? As fast as Jesus put the open ears, he was cutting them off. And that's what he did. Elijah Muhammad gave you ears to hear, and Farrakhan came right behind him, cut them off. Devil ain't devil no more. Demons are some spooks and spirits. We're going to bring devils in our eye. We ain't going nowhere. Everything totally against. And then they walk around against Elijah Muhammad Torah. And then they got nerve enough to say, that's not nerve. That's not even nerve. That's not even nerve. They don't have any nerves. They're all liars over there. They're all weak. So you can't say there's nerves. But they get up there and say, this is Elijah Muhammad's teaching. And that's a goddamn lie. A goddamn lie. Say that again. It's a goddamn lie. They're not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. I was there. They're not secondhand stuff. I was there. I was there in Chicago from 1975. I wasn't just FYI selling papers. Right? I was forming a Muhammad Sikh newspaper. Night shift, third shift. See? My wife, she ran Elijah Muhammad's MGT shop. Where he sold dresses and all that kind of stuff for the MGT. You know? She had been to his house. She had talked to him. See? Her brother was a minister in Peoria. So I was there. Only thing they tried to get me to be a minister, I didn't want to be a minister. Because I'm not a personable type person. I don't particularly like dealing with people. Not that I don't like people. I'm just hermit. I just, you know. So they tell you that they're teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. They're telling a goddamn lie. They pick and choose little things here and there. But Elijah Muhammad said we'd be fools to stay here in the land of our imprisonment. We got the tape saying it. This ain't something somebody I'm just saying my memory. We got the tapes. I'll play them anytime you want. See? And no, we ain't going nowhere. See, I had one Negro butt, right? Hey man, he didn't say that. He says, and then I played tape, and then he got mad. Blackman says, I played tape, and he got mad. See? Because he want to hold on Farrakhan no matter what. Especially the demons, he had no choice. So we're going to move on to this, brother. Like I said, 13-part series, and we're going to cover Apocalypse from one end to another. This is the third, part 3. Part 1 just gave a countdown to Apocalypse. Apocalypse hasn't started yet. It won't start to the one in the Middle East, which I calculate what happened as early as May, as late as July 2023. I'm on record. I don't give it in archives. As early as May, that's next month, latest July. And that's going to kick off the apocalypse, which Armageddon is just one battle. There's lots of battles. And we're going to cover them. And there's some more that I'm not even mentioning. I'm giving you the major battles. Okay? Hope I don't get any interruptions, brothers and sisters. We got a lot of things going on here, and if I do, I just have to stop and continue. Okay. Let's go on, move on. Countdown to the apocalypse. Countdown to the apocalypse. We're talking about, brothers and sisters, and I'm taking you up to the apocalypse, which happened a couple of months, early as May, late as July, according to my calculations, right? And then get you there, and then take you through it all the way to the end. Let's see here. This series, brother, says these are the topics we're going to cover. Always the apocalypse. Give you details. Farrakhan give you all this BS, conjecture, generalization. Oh, watch the weather. You see, Armageddon's already started. America's unraveling. Never any details. And that's part of the math of deception. I'll talk about that at the end of this if we have time, right? The math of deception. I tell you, everything's mathematics, brothers and sisters. Islam is mathematics, Islam. Using math of deception against you. I told you, the devils are using mathematics against you. I showed you the mathematics of electricity. I showed you that mathematics, right? I showed you the mathematics of 5 fundamental principles of Islam, right? How they apply it. I showed you the mathematics in different forms. Now I show you the math of deception. And it's actual mathematics, brothers and sisters. It's not something that they pull out there behind and call mathematics. Like now you're talking about, well, we're electrical beings. No, we're not. We're not electrical, because they don't understand how electricity works. Or you know, it's the stir, you know, the stat, you know, no, that's not, we're not electrical beings, brothers and sisters. We would be burned up. We're not electrical beings. It don't work that way. We're vibrating beings, a whole different thing. But see, they don't know. So electricity is a powerful thing. We're electrical beings. If you understand if we're electrical beings, how can we be electrocuted? How we oppose electricity? If we're electrical beings, right? Then electricity, you know, should be favorable to us. But electricity kills us. You put your hand in an electrical socket and you get electrocuted. Because we're electrical beings, we can conduct electricity. That's what electrical beings do. They conduct electricity. But we don't conduct electricity. We resist electricity. So what happens when you I shouldn't go into detail, but electricity is basically, I don't know, I may just try as simple as possible, brothers and sisters. Say, for instance, you got a bunch of people, right? A line of people, 100 people, they're all lined up. And every one of them has to have a basic basketball in their hand, has to have it. Because if you caught out a basketball in your hand, right, you get shot, right? Somebody takes the basketball away from one of them. You know he's about to get shot. What are you going to do? He's going to snatch the basketball from another person. And they're going to do the same thing. So I got a current. That's electrical current. See? And if you take 2 basketballs, the current go faster. Because everybody snatch it because they don't want to get shot. Snap this guy, so he got snatched. If you take 3, they get turned and get more. Electricity power increases, right? That's electricity. That's electricity work. Our bodies don't work like that. Our bodies don't work like that. Not at all. See? But that's what they so ignorant. They're trying to wax mathematical when they had no mathematics. Our bodies don't work like that. If it worked like that, you'd burn up. That's why when you get electrical current, it burns you up. Because what happens is, if they put electrical current in you, what happens? Okay, when you go and put your hand in a socket, right? It snatches electrons away from you. That's why you get electrocuted. So it does. Your body is the same thing as that people in that line, right? So now they start snatching electrons from one part of your body to another, next to it, because now you're throwing your body out of whack. And the point is, the electrons that hold your molecules together. So if you start pulling away, your molecules start coming apart. That's why you get burned. Electrical burns and things. Because if they pull electricity away from you, your skin comes unraveled. That's why you have a big scar there. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. The dumbass people, oh man, you know, I'll be glad when they're gone. See, I'm patient, but I ain't that damn patient. You know, you read about Jonah. Jonah wasn't patient at all. He said, Master, what you waiting for? What are you waiting for? He said, no, man, he's merciful. He said, no, I want to wait. Give him a little more time. Because there's 120,000 on the right here from their left. I'm going to give him a little more time. Right? Because that's his baby. Elijah Muhammad follows his baby. You know, what's going on here? Having trouble here. Okay, anyway. Let's see. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Always a little technical. Always trying to stop this truth, brothers and sisters. Easy for them to put the sun out. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. That's the message to you. Before apocalypse happened. Get out. Remember now when they closed the doors? When apocalypse hit, they're going to close these doors, brothers and sisters. And the only route you're going to have out here is in the Lamb's Book of Life. And this is a mercy to you. See? Because it said those, right? It says, how do you say it? We should get the quote right. A snare. Right? A snare set for you, brothers and sisters. Right? Those set upon the earth comes as a snare. Come as a snare. What's a snare? A trap that you don't see. Then you're caught in it. And you're about to be caught in this trap. And that's why Master Muhammad had to come. Michael, you never hear him talking Michael, do you? Who else could? We're going to be delivered. And is Michael going to do it? He got to be Master Muhammad. Unless it's some other deliverer. He said he had to snatch out of here. He snatched it out of here, right? At time of unprecedented trouble. So we was in the trap, people say, right? It says that's the time of Jacob's trouble. He'd be delivered out of it. We'd be delivered out of it. And he's only going to deliver those in the Lamb's Book of Life. But I'm giving you a mercy, bro. So I'm telling you to get the hell out of here before you're trapped. Get the hell out, get out. That's why it says, we're going to read this, bro. So it's telling you right here, it's a mercy to you, and I'm giving it to you. After I saw another angel stepping out of heaven, having authority great, and earth was lighting up out of the glory of him, he cried out in strong voice, saying, Babylon, Babylon fell. The great, that's America. She became a dwelling place of demons. Demons, that means real people. You know, headaches and dispositions and anxieties, they don't dwell anywhere. They're conditions. These are people here. Pharaoh can tell you, oh, demons, because he's one of them. He is a demon. What's a demon? It's chaff that was sown amongst the wheat. It's the devil's seed that looks like us. Devils in black skin. Wolves in sheep clothing. Beware, you totally beware of them, right? He's one of the chief one. Louis Eugene Grounds, NY backwards. You can't make this up, brothers and sisters. And as you can dwell every unclean in prison, every unclean bird, having been hated because of the wild anger of fornication, her having fought all the nations. Who has control of the nations, brothers and sisters? Who's affected all the nations like that? And get back to, and just a little side segue here. Who is the only nation on the planet sanctioning everybody? Stop from buying and selling, and particularly what? Because they don't worship another beast, false Israel. Now who is doing, how complicated does that be? Who is the only nation on the planet doing that? It's America. And if you're worshiping that, then you got the mark. It ain't no physical mark on you're going to get it's 666. That means if you then you're going to hell. You're going to be destroyed. Because that's the beast that's a target of God's destruction. We're going to talk about that in a minute. See? Because this whole about famine here. And we're going to talk about that in detail. We're going to get details here. So if you can't get that, bro, and says just stop. Just go back to what NFL and NBA, right? And scratching your ass, whatever you was doing. Braiding your hair, right? Pulling your pants down, sticking your ass out. Go do whatever you was doing. If you can't understand a simple thing that 666 is America, that sanction everybody, that don't do what they tell them to do, and don't worship false Israel, right? If you can't see that simple truth, then stop. Don't waste your time. Just move on, brothers and sisters. I don't waste your time. Because you need all the time you got right now, bro. Eat all the steaks and chitlins or whatever you're eating. Have fun with it right now, because a few more days, but you don't have nothing. So I'm leave you alone. I don't enjoy the last few minutes you got, because you ain't got many. Believe me. See, okay, and of course, have fallen all nations. The kings of earth were committed fornication and traveling merchants. Right? What's that? Capitalism, right? Earth committed fornication, right? And became rich. Who's supposed to be the rich country? America, right? I mean, how can you miss this? I heard another voice out of heaven say, come out of her, my people, get the hell out of here. So you don't be taken out of place, because she's a target of God's destruction, wrath, for what they did to us in the Holocaust. It's there, brothers and sisters. Chapter 18, read it. And move on, brothers and sisters. I'm keep these pretty brief because, like I said, I got 13 of them. I'm trying to get one every day. It's a whole series, because that's where we are right now. Apocalypse, part 3. This is part 3, brothers and sisters. The famine. Famine. See, famine. Brothers and sisters. You have no idea what's about to hit you. Like Mama tell the brothers you don't have no idea what's about to hit them. What's going on here, brothers and sisters? Okay. Oh, there you go. The crucifix they tell you about, brothers and sisters, that's us. We was crucified 500 years ago. They made clear war on us 500 years ago. They declared war on our whole nation 500 years ago. They destroyed us. It says they would come out the pit by abyss, right? Who was in the dark age for 1,000 years? Was it China? Was it India? Was it Australia? Or was it Europe? See, that's chapter 12, 20. That's it. See the whole world. They got to see about everything. It's right there. It's clear in your mind. Who was in the pit for 1,000 years? That is history. That was them. So you know who they were. And it says there was a resurrected nation. Who was a resurrected nation that resurrected from others? That's Abraham's Islamic resurrected nation that kept them in the pit. You had the rise of Islam and the cast down of the European countries for 1,000 years. And then they would come out seeking to kill, steal, and destroy. And that's exactly what happened. They covered the whole earth. They didn't know about the whole earth. Who's covered the whole earth? What did Britain say? The sun does not set on the British Empire. They covered the whole earth. And America, who's the two primary empires and who's the only two world empires, European world empires that you know about? America and Britain. I mean, you can't. Okay. And so at the end, they would go around the people that imprisoned them, right? The holy city, and that's when they'd be destroyed. And that's what's Middle East. I should have mentioned that yesterday when I talked about the Middle East, or the day before. See? Because that's part of it, anyway. But nothing changed, brother and sister. Let me back up here. Nothing's changed. Nothing changed. They crucified, took everything away from everything. Everything away from us. See? He had crucified a nation and crucified a Suleiman. Crucifixion. See? They took everything. See? But Suleiman, he kept his nakedness. It was covered that. Because they took that. Pharaoh was destroyed and they would have been gone already. But from our nation, they took everything. Nothing. See? They took everything. But Suleiman has his mind. That's the purpose. But he took everything from him too. But he has mind. They took everything from our people. Everything. Told his naked, told naked, cold, crucified, nothing. They left you with nothing. See? And Suleiman is going to return it back to you. Everything they took from you. And like it says in Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom came back 7 times greater than ever was before. And it was great before. Boy, it goes 7 times greater. That's going to blow some fuses. Okay. Here it is. Part 3, famine, great tribulation. See? Famine. Okay, let's go into this, brothers and sisters. Now, we talk about the war in the Middle East. That's the war that triggers all this, right? When that takes place, that starts apocalypse. When that takes place, you will have no power in the Middle East anymore. You have no control at all, because the Shia are going to have total control or all of it in the Middle East, all of it. See? Which, I explained this in yesterday, but I'm going a little bit here. Which means Europeans are stuck because they totally depend upon oil, Middle East and Russia, but they can't get Russian oil anymore because America got them in conflict with Russia. And they don't like it. They don't like it. And that oil line that got blown up, they don't like it. And so now they're in real trouble because now they have no access to oil at all. and America cannot give it to them because America has got rid of SPR, Strategic Patrol Reserves, and they're going to need it all because this got defeated in the Middle East, and that's what's supposed to happen. That wasn't supposed to happen. The Air Force was destroyed. They can't tell the public how the Air Force was destroyed because Michael and his angels will make war. That's why Muhammad's going to destroy their Air Force. It's not going to be of no value. It's not going to work. It's going to be like a dud, right? Blanks. And when they try to pull that nuclear trigger, that's going to be blanks too. While Israel try to pull that nuclear trigger, blanks too. So now they at the mercy. They outnumbered like 100-1 over there. See? So they have total control of it. So now the only source of oil they have would be nobody. Because Middle East, they cut them off. So now they have to go back to Russia. So that means they have to ally with Russia against America. That's what it says. They're all going to turn against America. You already see it happening right now. And the war hasn't even started. France is talking, dissing America. Brazil is dissing America. Japan is dissing. I told you before, Japan was going to end up going against America when the war starts. Everybody's walking away. But you ain't seen nothing yet because they're going to be totally abandoned. They got not any friends at all. Not even amongst themselves because their enemy, the whole country is going to be a war against itself. With their loyal house Negroes, they're going to turn against them, demons. So that's something we're going to talk about down the line. But what happens when that's cut off? And America finds it just got defeated. And as a result of being defeated, that kicks off Armageddon. Armageddon East. Because when the Europeans have to turn to Russia for oil, because they can't even battle, they don't have no reserves over there. They can't even go to battle or even help American battle anyway, because they need oil and they have all of the for the military. The civilian population not going to sit around, even if they had it, they're going to sit around and starve everything because of war that America started, they wasn't for. So that gets more political stuff. But the bottom line is they have to do that. And now you got all these military bases over there and hundreds of thousands of soldiers over there, and now they're exposed. Because when they side Russia, that means they're going to take out all those military sites. They're going to attack them. Now America's got to run to the defense. That's Armageddon East. That's Armageddon East. And plus, they're going to have to explain to the public how the Air Force got destroyed. And they can't tell them that Master Muhammad did it, that these so-called UFOs did it. They can't tell them that. So Russia, Russia, Russia. You see, already building that up anyway. And that's what happened. So now they're in war over there. Armageddon East. See, if you understand Injil, there's two Armageddon. There's a place Armageddon and there's a people Armageddon. That's another story together. So you got Armageddon East and Armageddon West. It says they're taking the one place called Armageddon. Called Armageddon. I mean, it was. How called that? Like somebody could call you, call you whatever. I mean, that might be your name, but they call you that. Shorty. Your name may be Jane. Hey, Shorty. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what triggers Armageddon over in Europe. But now America needs all they do have for military. That means you have a total drought of oil, and oil runs everything in America. Oil runs everything. Like your heart stopping. And your body dies. The whole economy, everything just dies. It dies in Europe too, for a minute. Until they allow that's forcing them to ally with America, with Russia. Because when it all cut off, it's chapter 18 says that economy totally collapsed overnight. Only way it's revived and they taken ally with Russia. When they do that, then that's Armageddon East. And now America's got have to go in and support their military. That means all they do have has to be used for that purpose. That means we're all for public consumption. If there's very little, it said initially there'd be a little. It says they'll sell cow, a bird dung, it'd be astronomical amounts of money. And a donkey's head, astronomical amount of money. That's why they said they're going to throw their money in the streets, the gold in the money in the street, because it'll be worth nothing. If there's no oil, it'll be worth nothing, because there'll be no food. And no food, that money won't mean anything to you. If you're starving to death, you give $1 billion away to eat. to get a hamburger. You tell me if you starve to death and you got $1 billion right here, and he said, I want $1 billion for the hamburger, you're going to pay it. You're going to pay it. If no ifs, ands about it, especially these weak people, these devils, they're going to pay it. And that's why I said that 30 money street could be worthless, because they can't get any food at all. There's nothing to buy. Initially, for a few days, there'd be some, but they'd be running all the food that's left in his factories and everything else all gone. In the warehouse, everything's all gone. Walmart, all that's gone. We're running all that stuff. Once they realize no food coming, and those few days that the food is here, egg might cost you, what, $1,000 an egg? Can you afford that? Because they don't have no oil to transport the stuff. I mean, if they can't get oil, how much you think is what, $10,000 a gallon or whatever? So if they do that, that means they got to support the food from, if they can get it from the farms, because people around the farms are going to took that already, right? But they got to get it from there to processing place, to process places, warehouses, right? To warehouses to the stores, right? How much that going to cost? By the time you get to the store, what, it costs you $10,000? If they can get that far, because they get hijacked. You understand what I'm saying, brother and sister? That's instant famine. That's why they be drinking blood, because there'll be no water. How you think they get water to you? How you get your water? If you don't get it from the stores, you get it from the sink, and they got to pump it in. How you get pumped in oil to do that? So you won't have no food, no oil. It's coming. As soon as that war breaks out in the middle, it's be right behind that. See? And they're going to see the first going to hit. See, I heard someone say, well, it's going to be famine in the Middle East. There's not be no famine in the Middle East. I mean, you know, we got to say things correctly. There'd be a famine in false Israel. It's more like, famine might be the word, but they'll be under siege and no food will be allowed to go in or out. And that's why it says men's hearts be failing for fear those things come upon the earth, because powers of heaven be shaken. That means heaven has to be some way they can see, recognize, otherwise how would they know it be shaken? Heaven is the Middle East. And the thing is, they see what happened to false Israel over there when it's taken down, right? It's under siege, right? And their nuclear trigger is trying to be a blank. And they're under siege, and they're starving. And they're going to have, she'll have drones all over the place, watch people. Scripture said they're going to cannibalize each other. Son and father, he be sons, son be fathers. And they're going to see us all over the world. The cannibalism is going to take place in false Israel. It's going to start there. And they're going to say they see it coming here. They said men's hearts be failing, but fear those things come upon earth. They know it's coming here. Earth, European countries, specifically America. So they know it's coming here on the way. And especially now that teachers, everything has become clear. They know it's on the way, and their hearts failing for fear. They know it's coming. But if their heart's feeling for anxiety of it, anticipation of it, what do you think will happen once it gets here? So that's the famine, brothers and sisters. So we're going to talk about some more detail about the famine. That event will cut America off, and that'd be a famine. Total famine here. No food at all, none, zero. They won't be doing a smile on their face, though. And at first, it's going to come out, it's going to be like, I'm going to go a lot of detail in this, brothers and sisters. I say, flee. Why are you fleeing? Why are you telling you to flee? You're not fleeing from the army. You're not fleeing from the Air Force. You're not fleeing from the police. You're fleeing from your next door neighbor. They tell you, don't go in your house. Don't get your baby on the way, just run. What? If you was fleeing from the police or an army or whatever, right? It would make no difference for you to run anyway, because you run right into them, wouldn't you? And they have time to get there anyway. So if you're fleeing from the army and you're fleeing from the police force, they catch you when you get on the highway. That's not you're not fleeing from. You're fleeing from your neighbor, because they're going to eat you. And it says it's going to be seafood at first, because when it kicks in, right? They will say, hey, we got food, why don't you come over, Sammy? See, because I got a lot of Negro bus out there living out there amongst them. See? Most of the original people going to be in the cities. They don't have to be doing much fleeing. But the ones living out in the suburbs, remember, civil rights movement, they want to be close to master, house Negroes. See? But you got a lot of us out there too, a lot of us out there too. Ain't just the demons. The house Negroes, just not them. But it says flee, because flee from your neighbor. They say, hey, come on over, Sammy. We got food here, man. You don't know, you're gonna be the food. Walking, boop. They say, no, you're an oven. If they have an oven, they probably won't have an oven. Unless you got a gas oven. When the gas runs out, that won't work. Anyway, you're gonna be in the pot, whatever. You're gonna be the meal. See? And people be missing everything. And then that's gonna be a little while, maybe a week or whatever, before the people figure out. They're eating people. And that starts another whole war. I'm gonna get into as we get along in this series. See? But that's why it says flee, because they could be eating you. You don't believe it? Let's see what Scripture says. Okay. Let's see what Scripture says, brothers and sisters. Okay. Just a little graphics. Okay. Starving. These people can't, 3 meals, they haven't missed a meal in 500 years. Taking food out of other people's mouths. Then we'll go through I did some research. We'll go to some biblical scriptures, see what they have to say about it. Look at this one. This is what the Lord God says. This is Jerusalem. I place her at the center of the nations with lands around her. But she has rebelled against my ordinance, more weaker than the nations. So you think they're talking about Jerusalem? So you gotta understand they're talking about America here. See? More than nations, and against my statutes more than lands which surround her. For they have rejected my ordinances and have not walked in my statutes. Therefore, this is what the Lord God says, because you have more turmoil than nations that surround you, right? And have not walked in my statutes. All this crime, all this stuff is going on, right? No executing my judgment, ordinances, no acting in accordance with ordinances of the nations around you, right? That means you don't obey your covenants and all that stuff. You do whatever you want to do. You put saints on people and everything. You make agreements, you don't keep them. Remember the so-called Native Americans or whatever, right? Therefore, this is what the Lord said, even I, and I will execute judgment against you in the sight of the nations. That means whoever this nation is, the judgment is going to be against them, and everybody's going to see it because they're a target. So who is this nation that's so bad that God's going to particularly target them? See, he says, do as you have done should be done to you. And the judgment take place 1619 and 2019. That's the 40 years. That's the Abrahamic covenant. The 2020 will be the judgment. It came in round time. Kill the firstborn, that's the elderly, and pass over us. It did. Check the World Health Organization. See how it affected Africa. Somehow it wasn't affecting Africa when blacks didn't live. But they told you dropping like flies, right? That's the beginning of judgment. As you had done, so be done to you. So America, what have you been doing for the last 40 years? How'd you get this land? What happened to the stuff? You genocide? What happened to bringing us over here and destroying us? 40 years, raping us, killing us, murdering us, and everything else? As you have done, so be done to you. God is not mocked. So you're going to be made an example of between all the nations. That's what it says right here. Let's go on a little further, bro. Since Ezekiel, I'm actually putting them so you can go in and do it yourself. Oh, he making himself, no, here's Ezekiel 5:10. And because of all your abominations, I will do among you what I have not done, and like which I will never do again. It says also in the Quran, it said, I will punish you like I've never punished any other nation before. Because it says, they was asking Jesus, hey, we need food. He said, okay. So Allah said, I will give you food. But if you disobey me after I do this, right, I will chastise you like I chastise no other nation ever. Talking about the same people, Adam, right? I'll never do again. So you talking about that happened way back at false Israel 4,000 years ago. Then why are you talking about? And now we talking about the great tribulation is going to be worse than it before. So they couldn't be talking about that because they'll never do it again. So there got to be something happening now. Because if this is what time of unprecedented trouble, then this must be happening now. Because basically they said never do it again. So if that happened way back then we shouldn't be worried about anything. Because they said never do that again. But they're telling it's going to be a great destruction. See, I mean, you got to be talking about it now. See, you can easily tear stuff apart if you got a mind. But Farrakhan just told you, Sonny, you shouldn't think. Don't think. Just listen to him. Therefore, fathers will eat their sons among you. Cannibalism. They wouldn't do it unless it's a famine, a total famine. The pets are gone. The dogs are gone. This time next year will be a dog in America. Will be a cat in America. Oh, I just got this platform. Because you can't say about cats and dogs. You say about negroes. You can't say about cat and dogs. Therefore, fathers eat their sons among you, and sons eat their fathers. For I will execute judgment on you and scatter you all your remnants to every wind. They try to say it was us. We wasn't cannibals. They tried to make us cannibals. They wasn't cannibals when they came and got us. We wasn't their fathers, wasn't their sons, sons their fathers. We wasn't doing that. They try to make that applies to us. Right? See? For I will execute judgment on you and scatter all your remnants to every wind. Therefore, as I live, declares the Lord, because if that applied to us, that meant all Africa could have been dispersed. If that applied, what did it imply? It says some of you. It was done to all that, to the whole nation. It was done to all Africa. Right? It's talking about a whole nation here. That means it was done to all Africa. If I was talking about us, all Africa has been dispersed right now. And therefore, as I live, declares Lord God, because you have defiled my sanctuary with all your detestable idols and with all your abominations. That gets a deeper thing. But talking about real Jerusalem over there, but that's another story. I definitely will also withdraw my eye and my eye will have no pity, and I will not spare me. Woo! It said, there the wrath is come. It's told the Lamb and the God. Who's the Lamb? The one broke the 7 seals. He said, have no pity. None, zero. Why? What you done hard cut to my people? Chapter 18 said, do double. And a third of you will die by plague or perish by famine. That famine is going to be so severe, you're going to perish by it. Plague and famine. Remember the plagues? Among you, a third will fall by a sword among you, and a third will scatter every wind. I will unsheathe a sword behind them. That means the war is coming here. That's the goat war. We're going to talk about that later on. So famine is just beginning your problem. You have famine. When the famine, you have wars during the famine here. You're in the war over there. During the famine, you're going to be at war over in Armageddon East. Right? But you're also going to be war here too. I'm going to get to those. We get to those wars. Right? But if you got a famine, I mean, everybody's going to be eating everybody. There's no food. You can't trust anybody. That's why they truly be gray-headed. They can't stay home. Because they're going to be eating. What happened to Sally, Mom? Oh, no, I ain't seen her. How come her hair is in a pot? Okay, Leviticus. And if despite all this, you disobey and continue hostile to me, because they aren't banned. Look, go right now. You see what's going on? I'm a man. I feel like a man today. I feel like a woman today, right? I can do anything. And it tells you script. That's totally. She had no discipline. A part of discipline because it takes energy to have discipline, and they weak discipline by nature. That's why I had to keep sending prophets to them to boost it back up. See, we're very disciplined people by nature. They're very undisciplined. That's why I had to prophets keep. They kept falling away. Their discipline and what's this? What it means? In other words, you can't discipline your body. Your body just wants to do everything it wants to do. You want to eat all the time. You want to do everything. All your little tastes, right? All your every sensation, it's out of control. So you want everything. You want to be a man, you want to be a woman, you want to sleep with it. That's what that means. That's a sign that you're being destroyed. Because you have no control of your appetites. Because your body's out of control. And so you trying to satisfy all of them. So they don't know what you are, you're anything. You're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing everything you can think of because your body's just out of control. You're doing all this stuff. That's what's going on right now. And that's a sign of destruction because when you lose discipline, that means you lose power. That's another story, bro. Says I'm not sure I can get to deep into that. Okay. See, they use the word discipline. In spite of all this, you discipline, continue hostile to me, continue my hostile rage against you. Hostile rage against you. This is talking about God himself. And to my Suleiman also, we'll talk about that in a minute. And I myself will discipline you. So you're going to put some discipline because you don't have any. For your sins sevenfold, 7 times. Woo! Till you begin to eat the flesh of your own sons and daughters. Here again, famine. Why you just why are you eating the flesh of your sons and daughters? Because you have no food. There's no food at all. I will demolish your high places, overthrow your incense stands, and cast your corpse upon the corpse of your idols. In my loathing of you, I will lay waste your cities and desolate your sanctuaries, refuse in your sweet-smelling offerings. So devastated will I leave the land that your enemies who come live there will stand aghast at the sight of it. And you I will scatter among the nations at the point of my drawn sword, leaving your countryside desolate, your seas deserted. See? We'll drag them here on ships, not by swords, but that's another story. Well, whatever. And then shall the land during the time is laid waste make up its Lord's Sabbath while you in the land of your enemies. Then shall the land have rest, make up for a Sabbath during all time that lies desolate, during the rest that you would not leave, let have on your Sabbath when you live there. That gets to a little more spiritual stuff, bro. So I'm not going to, that's not the point I'm trying to make here. I'm just talking about the famine. And I will, this is Jeremiah now. And I will frustrate the plan of Judah and Jerusalem in this place. I'll make them fall by the sword before the enemies, and by the hand of those who seek their life. I will make their their corpses food for the birds of the sky and animals of the earth. I also turned their city into an object of horror and hissing. So you said we wouldn't have no cities. Remember you told me we had no cities? We was in the jungle out there, right? So based on that idea, it couldn't be us, right? Because we had no cities, we was in the jungle. We was just we was apes out there, right? But it says, and turn this city into an object of horror and hissing. Everyone that passed by will appalled his because of its disasters. Now, here we go. And I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and flesh of their daughters, sons and daughters, right? They'll eat one another's flesh. Not just son and daughter. They eat one another's flesh during the siege. What siege? That's when the goat comes. That's another war. Because China's coming. China's coming. We're going to talk about that war. In the hardship, which the enemies and these who see a life will torment them. Because this when this famine kicks in, it's going to stay until Armageddon's over, Armageddon West's over, and Armageddon East. Because Armageddon signals the end of European civilization. But that's not the end of all the wars. It's the end of European civilization. That's what Armageddon does. He says the word in all wars. No, that just begins a lot of wars. See? Let's move on. Here's Deuteronomy. The Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth, as the eagle swoops down, a nation whose language you will not understand. Nations that will define. You see, the thing is, if they said it was us, then they have to admit they treated us really badly, didn't they? Right? A nation with a defiant attitude who have no respect for the old, nor show favor to the young. Furthermore, it will eat the offspring of your herd and produce your ground until you are destroyed. So it said they will come in. That didn't happen in Africa. They didn't go in and take over the land. They found the colonialism, right? See? Caucasus. That was the word Caucasus. I couldn't get that word out for nothing, but Caucasus, right? So they came in, they took people out of Africa. It was a while before they went in and tried to colonize it, right? Furthermore, I eat They will eat the offspring of your herd, right? Just eat your cattle, that kind of stuff, right? That didn't happen. That didn't happen in Africa, right? Until you are destroyed, a nation that will leave you no grain, no wine, no oil, no newborn of your cow or the young of your flock, until they have eliminated you. Africa's not been eliminated. Africa's not been eliminated. And it will besiege you in all your towns until you, that wasn't besieged, they didn't come to besiege the whole Africa, until your high fortified walls, which we had high fortified walls, in which you trusted come down throughout your land, and it will besiege you in all your towns throughout your land, which Lord God has given you. First of all, nobody gave us Africa. We've lived there forever. America was given to them. See? It was given to them. It was, well, see, we say give it to them like there was a present God gave. No. See? But Adam was given rule. That's what it means, bro says. But, you know, he be careful reading these things. See? But Africa wasn't given to us or given to, see what I'm saying? Then you, this is Deuteronomy 28. Then you eat the offspring of your own body. This is famine, brothers and sisters. You don't do this unless there's no food. Then you eat the offspring of your own body, the flesh of your sons and your daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you. See? That didn't happen in Africa. They got covered with camels. We were not camels over there. And even if we weren't, this didn't happen there. This did not happen there. Right? In fact, it was the richest country on, during that time, Africa was the richest country on the planet. Just wasn't united. During the siege, Africa wasn't under siege. When they came and got stores out of there, Africa was not under siege. The African kings and everything else, they was fighting, might have been fighting each other to some extent. There was no siege. That siege when the goat comes in. China. And the hardship by which your enemy will oppress you. The man who is refined and very delicate among you will be hostile towards his brother. See, we told hostile in America. There's no being a friendship. Everybody gonna be hostile to each other. It tells you that. I said total destruction here. And towards the wife he cherishes, he's gonna be hostile to everybody. His brother, his wife, and towards his children. So that means everybody's gonna be against each other. Because it's hungry, it's total chaos. And so that he will not give even one of them any of the flesh of his children. He won't even share, he's eating his children, he won't even share with his mother, his brother, anybody. He's eating his children, right? Which he will eat. Since he has nothing else left, there's no other food during the siege. That never happened, anything that happened in Africa, nothing even close. During the siege. And the hardship by which your enemy will press you in all your towns. Let's go further. The refined and delicate woman among you, who would not venture to set the sole of her foot on the ground because of her delicateness and tenderness, will be hostile toward the husband she cherishes and toward the son and daughter. Same thing, right? And toward her afterbirth. She's pregnant. She has afterbirth, right, that comes from between her legs, and toward her children, to whom she gives birth. But she will eat them secretly. Eat them for lack of anything else. During the siege. Nothing like that happened in Africa. It's going to happen here. Apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Famine. Stage 2. First the war, which will trigger the famine. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. Or you're building them in you. Okay. Take also the wheat. Okay, this is equal, right? Take also the wheat, barley, and beans, and lentils, millet, and spelt, and put them in one vessel, and make the bread thereof according to the number of the days that thou shalt lie upon thy side. Even 390 days shalt thou eat thereof. And thy food which thou shalt eat shall be by weight 20 shekels a day. From time to time shalt thou eat it. And thou shalt drink water by measure, 6 parts of him. And from time to time shalt thou drink, and thou shalt eat it as barley cakes, and thou shalt bake it in their sight with dung that come out of men. They're eating dung that come out of men. Shit. That's what I'm telling you. They're going to eat, and they shall bake it in their sight with dung that comes out of men. Even thus shall children of Israel eat their bread unclean among the nations where I will drive them. See, what is saying right here? Now you're talking about us. This is what they fed us. They fed us. Chitlins. That's what it was called back then, until they let you out the fields. They want to sell it to you now, so they took the S off, put a C there, and you still buy it. And you see it when you eat it. You can smell it, and you can see it floating. See? And right here, and Jehovah said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their bread unclean among nations where I drive them. Then said I, O Jehovah, behold, my soul has not been polluted, for from my youth up until now have I not eaten of that which of itself or of its torn beast, neither came thee of down flesh to my mouth. And he said unto me, see, I have given 3 cows, right? This is deep, brothers. I'm not going to the depth. If you read it, those you've been studying, read it carefully. You'd be surprised what you're saying here, right? See, I give thee 3 cows of, I have given thee cows dung for men's dung. Thou shalt prepare thy bread thereon. Well, here's talking about Suleiman. See, it says, he's talking about our people, right? It says that we don't eat unclean food. It says Suleiman eat unclean food. But he said he would stop. Cow dung would be as far as it would go. It wouldn't get the human dung, which they gave us during Holocaust. See, but he suffered too. He said he suffered like the rest of the people. But he said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll stop at that point. He said unto me, see, I've given thee cow dung for man's dung. Instead of that, I will give you the man dung. You ain't going to have to eat that. Because if he made Suleiman eat that, and he's a lamb, talking about wrath, oh man, it been off the page. Whomever he said to me, son of man, behold, I will break the staff of the bread of Jerusalem. They shall eat bread by weight. See, he's talking about, remember I told you, this Jerusalem talking about America, right? And they shall drink water by measure and dismay, and they shall want bread and water and be dismayed with one another, pining away their iniquity. I probably shouldn't have gotten this from brothers. This is a little deeper than maybe you will understand. Okay, Deuteronomy is another thing here, right? I'm just going down to the part where I got highlighted. And Lord said, bring you into the land where you are entering to take possession of it. Right, we're going home. This is when we're going home. The Lord, your God, brings you into the land where you are entering to take possession of this. We're going home. Abraham a covenant, right? He drives away many nations from before you. See, we got to go into war. We got to, that's another war we ain't talking about here, right? And the Hittites, the Gishmites, and the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and Jebusites, and 7 nations greater and mightier than you. See, all the nations against us. It can't be talking about America here. Because it says America will be the greatest nation. Nobody's greater than America. It's us. All the nations are against us. Because all the nations are greater than us. Because our nations all broke down. We don't have a nation. Farrakhan made sure of that. 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And the Lord your God turns them over to you, and you defeat them. You shall utterly destroy them. That's that rock stone that's going to crush all the nations. That little stone. Because all the nations are greater than that stone, but he's going to crush them all. Right? You will, you shall not make covenant with them, nor be gracious to them, show them no pity at all, none. Furthermore, you shall not intermarry with them. We're going to bring them to NOI. If you bring them to NOI, that means they're brothers and sisters, right? So how come they can't marry? You already got one, that Abdul from Mexico, whatever. He's a demon. He marries some, probably another demon, dark skin tone, I don't know, right? You should, and you shall not intermarry with them. You shall not give your daughters this to their sons, nor take their daughters for your sons. And Muhammad said it should be number 5. How you gonna bring them in? It said, I got the message back, but that was one thing. We prohibit that. But he says he's teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. For they would turn your sons away from following me, right? That's what's going on. They do Farrakhan. And they would serve other gods. Then the anger of the Lord will be killed against you, and he will quickly destroy you. But this is what you shall do to them. You shall tear down their altars, smash their memorial stones, cut their asherim to pieces, and burn their carved images in the fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his personal possession out of all the people who are on the face of the earth. Abraham's covenant. See Abraham. And that can't be Farrakhan because he says follows the devil. So he can't be a seed Abraham, can he? So we got a few more of these, brothers and sisters. Isaiah. This is what the Lord said. Behold, we're talking about the family, I will lift up my hand to the nations and set my flag to the people. I'll set my flag to people. They will bring your sons in your arms. Listen to this. And they will, see, in other words, I will lift my hand to the nation and I'll set up my flag to the people. So we're going to set up our flag. Everybody's we're going to set up our flag. And I'll bring your sons and they will bring your sons in their arms. They're going to serve you. That's what we're talking about. They're just going to serve us. Your daughters, they will carry on their shoulders. The kings will be your guardians. The kings of the world. They're going to protect you, right? And they'll be princes, your nurses. See, they're going to be our servants. They will bow down to you with their face to the ground. This is your future, brothers and sisters. And lick the dust from your feet. Isaiah 49, go look it up. Lick the dust from your feet. And that's particularly for our sisters. They're going to lick that dust from that because what they done to our sisters? I said we're going to lift our sisters up. All of these going to worship at their feet. And you will know that I am the Lord. Those who hopefully wait for me will not be put to shame. You be patient, brothers and sisters, you won't be put to shame. And can the prey be taken from the mighty man or the cat from a tyrant? Time be rescued? We're the prey. America's the tyrant. They've been tyrannical against us since we've been here. We're the prey. America's not the prey. We're the prey. They're the mighty. That's it. Come out of my people. What the whole thing about the plagues was to get true Israel out of Egypt. Indeed, this is what the Lord said. Even the captives of the mighty man will be taken away, and the prey of the tyrant be rescued. For I will contend with the one who contends with you. He's going to contend with America, has been contending with us. And I will save your sons. I will feed your here we go again. I will feed your oppressors with their own flesh. Now, who was we oppressing? If that was us, who was we oppressing? We're oppressing anybody who was on back in Africa, right? Who oppressed us? We oppressed for 40 years, oppressed for 40 years. I'll feed your oppressors with their own flesh. And they'll become drunk with their own blood as with sweet wine. They ain't gonna be any water. Ain't any food, ain't water. So they're gonna have to drink blood. And your man will know that I, the Lord, am your Savior, your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. For I can say he's the Savior. He's really as well. Yeah, okay. I'm just showing you what the scripture say, brothers and sisters. Lamentations. It is dry. It has become like wood. Better off for those killed by a sword than those killed by hunger. That means, let's tell you, it's going to be so, the family was so bad, you'd be better off to be killed by a sword. You'd rather be killed by a sword because killed by hunger, that's much worse. For they waste away, stricken by lack of reducer food of the field. There's no food. They waste away. The hands of compassionate women boiled their own children. They became food for them due to the destruction of the daughter of my people. That's consequence, repayment, revenge. They bore their own children. They became food for them due to the destruction of the daughter of my people. That's what they did to our women. Now they're eating their own children, boiling them. The Lord has spanned his wrath, and he has poured out his anger. He has kindled a fire in Zion, and it will be consumed in foundation. The kings of earth did not believe, nor did they have any other inhabitants of the world, that the adversary of the enemy would enter the gates of Jerusalem. That the adversary and the enemy enter the gates of Jerusalem. And it gets into the war of Middle East, but I'm not going, we already talked about that. Right, so I'm not going to explain that here. See, Lord, and look, with whom you dealt this way. Should women really eat their children, little ones who were born healthy? Should women really eat their children? The little ones who were born healthy? They was born healthy and they eat them. Children. They ain't talking about little babies, talking about the children that was healthy. Should priests and prophets really be killed in the sanctuary of the Lord? That's about these preachers and everything else. They eat them. They're going to blame for lying, but they paid them to lie. They wanted to hear them. But now that they've been caught, they're going to blame them. But they're going to eat them. I told you. Muhammad said himself. He said he wouldn't be one of these preachers if shoes made of gold and silver. I'm telling you right now, these preachers, they won't have a chance. They're going to turn them right away and say, hey, y'all, you should have warned us about this. You should have told us, right? Anyway. Okay, you can read at your leisure, brother. Says I'm gonna because I got quite a few more things to do here. Say. Okay, now we're gonna talk about we're gonna talk about the seals, and then we're gonna do something else. Let me do something right here real quick, brothers and sisters. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, 1 second, brothers and sisters. I have to answer this right back. Thank you. Thank you. So it's just that I had these interruptions. But just wig it out. Okay. What I'm doing here, brothers and sisters, this is Injil, and if you look at chapter 6, the seals. And I know you don't understand this, but like I said, you have to break the seals to understand. I'm revealing it to you. Okay, so I'm going to go here, and I'm going to talk about the first 4 seals, right? Because it's all about the famine, right? And I saw when they opened the lamb out of 1 out of 7 seals. That's the first one. Heard out of the 4 living saying, voice of thunder, be you coming? I saw, look, a white horse sat upon a having bow. White horse having bow, and was given him crown. He went out conquering in order to conquer. It means he makes two conquests. This one set on this white horse. And the point here is, right, he has authority, right? See, he went for conquering and conquering. He has authority. Keep that in mind, right? Okay, he has two conquests to make. Keep authority, keep that in your mind. And when he opened up the second seal, I heard a voice saying, "Be you coming?" Went on another horse, fiery red. This is a fiery red one. And the setting upon was given to him, take peace out of earth, and was given, and in order that one kill one another will slaughter, and was given a great sword. And remember, he took peace out of earth and he was given a sword. First one got authority, this one got a sword. See, this one got war. He got fight. He wanted to fight. The other one got authority. This one has a sword. Keep that in mind. Authority, sword. Right? This has authority. He's right. He has control of something. This one has a sword, and he has, he's taking peace away. So that's war, right? Okay, let's go a little further here. Keep that in mind now. Oops. And then you get the third seal. Now keep first two in mind, right? You open up the third seal, heard third living saying, "Be you coming?" And I saw, look, horse black. And first you had a white horse, a red horse, and a black horse. Said him had a yoke in his hand. He got a yoke. So I'm not going to explain all the yoke and everything, right? But I'm just going to get to the point here. And I heard as voice in the midst of the four living saying, "Showings of wheat and denarius, and 3 showings of barley of denarius, some money." So it's 3-to-1 here. It's 3-to-1. And oil and wine, not you should treat unrighteously. But just keep in mind, it says 3 showings of barley of denarius, right? You got 3. Okay, wheat. You got 1 wheat, saying for say showings of denarius, that's $1, right? You get 1 wheat for $1, but you get 3 barley, right, for $1. So 3-to-1. So for $1 you get 3. For $1 you get, if you get barley, you get 3 of them, but you only get 1 wheat for $1. Okay, it's 3-to-1. Keep that in mind. And we open the seal the fourth. Remember now this has, right, now this has something, right? It's food. It's food. This has something with food, right? So now you got authority, you got a sword, and you got food. Keep those in mind, right? And when we opened up the seal of fourth, I heard a voice living saying, "Be you coming?" I saw, look, greenish yellow horse. They say pale, that's the King James Version, but it's wrong. And set upon it, named him Death, and Hades was following him, and was giving him authority. That's the first one, right? Of the fourth earth. So he had, the fourth earth, that's America, but I'm not going to try. Well, maybe I will try to explain it as we move on. The killing long sword, authority, then the sword, then famine, right? Food, authority, sword, food, famine, and death by the wild beasts of the earth. We're going to talk about that last part. Just talk about those 3. Remember? So that's what he's talking about. So he's telling you what those 3 stood for. So who are those 3? Who are those 3? See? So the bottom line is, what you really want to know is, right? It says, who is this barley and who is wheat? Because that's the food. That's the famine. That's the food they're going to be eating. Let me say this clearly. Remember, the third one is about famine, but that's food. That's the food they're going to be buying and selling. So what is that food? And so how is that a famine if they got that food? How is it famine if that's food? If that represents food, how is it famine? Because famine represents that third horse there. So this brings famine, but they got food there. You can buy this food, right? So look into that carefully. Now here's the angel key here. He had those 4 horses. See? He had the white one, fire red, the black one, and the green one. See? And they represents the original nation, 4 parts of it, right? 3 of them are demons, 1 of them is saints, or the wheat, barley and the wheat, or chaff and wheat. That's what it means. I know those you understand the key. This is going right past your head. But those who study the key, they understand what it means. That means that's what they're going to be eating. Eating you. You're going to be the food. If you're here, you're going to be the food. 3 demons, that's the barley, and 1 wheat. That's the nature of Islam. After it's resurrected, after the Farrakhan's cast out. That's what it's telling you. Because it couldn't be, that couldn't be talking about food. How could it be talking about food? There's a famine. There's no famine. How are they selling food? There's a famine. There's no food. They tell you won't be any food. And the only food going to be is people. And so that means that barley and wheat represents people. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's what I'm trying to show you here. Maybe you get it, maybe you don't. Hope you get at least enough to get your hell out of here. Get out of here. Run, flee. See, there it is right there. Give authority, fourth of the earth, See, the earth represents European countries. America, Britain, falls Israel, no, America, Britain, Russia, and Europe. That means fourth earth. And that's 4 of them, right? And America is the 4th. That's one. See, who's that one to get 4th? See, there's one around here, so he was given, and if you understand the angel key, that's an African. That first was African. The second was Asian. The third was Oriental, and last was European. That's what you got top here. If you understand the key, the top part, that represents Africa. The middle, the one around that represents Asia. One that represents, that's why I got the symbols there. House of Saud, that's Asia, right? Orient, Buddha, and Europe is at the bottom. So it's an African that said that was Obama. He went for conquering. It means his first conquest being the president of the United States. He got another conquest to make. I'm not going to talk about it right now, right? See, was talking about there. So he had authority. It would be African that would have authority over the earth, over America, 1/4 of the earth. So what European country had an African that was ruling the country? But America, only one. So I hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So that's what I'm showing you here. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Where we at here? Oh, well, move on, brothers and sisters. Get out. If you understand anything else, brothers and sisters, get out. Take a couple of months. If you can afford it, go to Africa, go someplace. Just get out. Get the hell out. You don't like me, you don't like what I'm saying, just get the hell out. Don't take no chances, go. Just go, brothers and sisters. Just go. Okay, here we go. Get out. Get out. Oops, okay. I see what happened here. I'm not going to fix it. I'll let it go. Little. Okay, this is angel key here again. Okay. To show you what it looks like. That's one, it takes different forms depending on the chapter. So here, I'm showing that because I'm going to quickly go through what we are right now leading up to Apocalypse. I said the war in the Middle East, right? Against false Israel, America, Britain, and against it. That's going to lead. That's going to trigger Apocalypse. That's war in heaven. Michael's angels go against dragon's angels. Who's the dragon? House of Saud. His angels are America, Britain, false Israel, and angels of Master Muhammad is the Shia. They try to say Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan's the 2 witnesses. Okay, I don't waste time. Okay, well, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm gonna go this pretty quickly. We're talking about chapter 11. It says they witnessed 42 years. They did from 48 to 1990, and then America would invade the Middle East. That's what we're talking about right here. I'm gonna go really just briefly, brothers and sisters. See, and so they made the Middle East. They would be thrown down, and they'd be in that position right there for 24 years. See, three years and a half. Half of what? Half of 42 years was 21. That's 24. It's for 24 years, right? See, that was sanctions and everything else, right? He was under that position for 24 years, right? And then come to JCPOA, right, under Obama, right? And they've been on the foot of nations for 42 months, 3.5 years. And that came into effect in 1 January 16, January 16. And they'd be in that situation, and then they'd be another 3.5 years, right, negotiate with the European countries, 7 years altogether. That gets back to Daniel. By the 7 weeks in the middle of the week, they were breaking agreement. That's Trump. He broke the agreement in the middle of the week, right? So that's, well, anyway, I'm not going. Anyway, so there it is right there. So in the foot of the nation, be under the UN. They was under the authority of the UN for 3.5 years. Trump broke the agreement. Okay. So now, right? They negotiating back, still in the sanction stuff, negotiating back with European countries, trying to reestablish the JCPOA, and that goes for 3.5 years. We will bring you up to this year, January 23, from 16 to 20. That'd be 7 years. Let's bring you up to here, right? So that's what it says. After 3.5 days, Spirit of God. Now, remember I told those demons? I said there's also the 7 spirits of the God, and there was the corrupt spirits, and that's the God there, false Israel, Satan. So he's God as well. So that's his spirit, because he's at control of one of them, right? They got the cross and all that kind of stuff, right? Anyway, that's I'm not going too deep in there, brothers and sisters, but it says 3.5 days, have the spirit of the life of the God came to them. That spirit of Satan controls. So now they're there. See, it took them 3.5 years to get there. Okay, so now they'll be at that point in January, right? And then what happened? January this year. Then what happened? Then it said be silence in heaven for half an hour. Now that gets deep. I'm not going into detail here, brothers and sisters. That gets back into the 5th seal where it's silence there. Every seal he sees will be hidden under the 5th seal. And that I'm not going to try to connect that to this because it gets too complicated to explain it, brothers and sisters. But also, when you understand, if God is on the right there, when you understand your key, remember each part, three parts represents Africa, then 3 parts, it's 12 parts altogether. Then 3 parts represents Asia, then 3 parts, and so forth. So this part represents, right? So in the top part of each one represents the Islamic part, the gold part, or the ears. Right? That would say in the seven trump, he has in seven church, he has an ear. That's another story, brothers and sisters. But anyway, and the middle represents the hands, and the bottom represents the feet. Right? So what's happening here is that the shear represents, because they don't remember their original position on top, right? But now they're in this position right here because they just rose up, right? They first they said would stand upon their feet. That's what it said. And after 3.5 years, right? After 7 years altogether, they would stand upon their feet. So they're upon their feet now. But they'd be silent in heaven about 6 months. What silence? When you have ears, hands over your ears, that's silence. And so that would take place about 6 months. About, it says, don't say exactly, that means from January, that'd be May, June, July. That means there'd be silence in that condition there. That don't mean total silence. In that condition, because hands covering the ears. And then the war would take place. That's what I'm telling you. That's my calculation. I'm putting it out there. The war will take place in the Middle East between May and July. I've been holding it back for years. I've been holding back even all this year. And the people that were studying, I said, if you figure it out, I gave them enough information to figure it out, so don't say anything. But now we're so close, we could be a month away. And it wouldn't be a prophecy if I didn't tell you in advance, would it? I ain't like Farrakhan, I tell you afterwards. But there's nothing they can do about it anytime. Because right now, it's so hot. Only thing I have right now is boiling or turn the fire off. And they can't turn the fire off. That would be a miracle if they could. They could turn the fire off, and all of a sudden everything calms down, and May and June, everything calms down, and no war, and peace, and peace breaks all over the place. Right? That ain't gonna happen. But if that did happen, that'd change everything. We can just throw the Injil away, all of it, because hey, we got hope. We got peace. So when they say peace, sudden destruction, but that's talking about something else, brothers and sisters. So that power is going to boil at that point, it's going to either boil or you're going to turn that water fire off. And so that's what I'm telling you right now. So either right now, in the next, you have world peace. In 3 months, you're going to have world destruction. Well, not destruction, you're going to have the beginning of apocalypse. So you get either in the next 3 months, you have the beginning of a universal peace or universal destruction, because apocalypse represents total destruction. Armageddon just represents a battle within that phase, within that dynamic, right? Then the war takes place. In war in heaven, they get kicked out. They lose, kicked out. Syria and Iran is back in charge again. I remember I told you they control total oil and everything else. America and Britain is cast out. Falls Israel cast out. Right? Now the Shia have total control of the Middle East. Right? So that's chapter 12. Read chapter 12. I'm not going to right? And this is what happens here. It says Babylon has fallen. That's what it means. Remember, in Britain was thrown to sea. You got to read the whole thing to understand that, right? And false Israel was left isolated with no air force and its nuclear trigger, a dud. Now they're under siege. Now they will have no food. I'm not sure if you call that a famine, but they will be under siege. No food coming in and out. None. See? And it's going to be beamed all over the world because they're going to be eating each other in short measure. And then they'll be destroyed. There you go. Then they're destroyed. And that's going to cause earthquake ramifications over here, because the only reason they existed was to set up to counter the fact that we trusted Abraham. So they had to counter that. Elijah Muhammad explained that. Master Muhammad told them that. He explained it. We got the proof, the credentials. We got the history. When it happened, right? So if they destroyed, that means they couldn't have been true to Abraham. That means we truly are. That's going to cause a total earthquake in the minds in America. Minds of Massa, all his children. Total earthquake in their minds. Total. And the famine rolling at the same time. All the plagues rolling at the same time. And now they know disaster's coming. And they're hungry, starving. Total disaster. Right? We won't get into that with just demon wars and stuff. I'm gonna get ahead of myself, brothers and sisters. So famine. The famine's in, and the famine, this part of the famine. Demon devil war. Because the devil's gonna attack the demons. They're going to try to attack us. We're going to be in the cities. And Suleiman going to protect the people in the inner cities. The original people are going to be there. He's going to kick out the demons. See, that's going to be I didn't get into that war, but we can talk about it later, right? See, so I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. But the point is, we kicked them out. That's what demons are separated from it. In Mark, demons had to be separated from the original people. From demons as man. They kicked out Farrakhan, all them kicked out. You see? So now the inner cities are controlled by Suleiman. The nation of Islam is controlled by Suleiman. The nation of days is set. Thrones were cast down. It means they're cast out. And so now they're cast out of the inner cities, and they cast out, and they run out, they're running away from the suburbs. They're in the middle. And they're hungry. And so they go to war with each other. The devil and demons go to war with each other. That's the locust war. I'm getting ahead of myself, brothers, as we get there. Demon devil war. Famine. War for food. War like you've never seen before. You can't give up. They're fighting for food. They're fighting to eat you. Remember the barley and everything? They fighting to eat you. A little graphic here, brothers and sisters. See? So demons are They all run together. I'm getting ahead of myself here, but because we're going to get to this later. But they say fleeing because now they're under attack for food. You see? And that's when the four winds blow at the same time. We're going to see? Four winds blowing. During the famine. It's part of all famine. Four winds are blowing. They're fleeing. They come all together. So you got two phases of demon war. First, we kicked them out, clean up in Iraq, clean them out here. And then we separate them from our nation, period. It's two stages there. First, we got to clean up the Iraq, kick them out, fire all kinds of demons out. But then they all come together. Once they unite, we unite, they try to get us to go to war with them to fight the devils. And we had no part of it. We out of here. No story together, bro. It says, because when the four winds blow, that's when the resurrection takes place. But what's the resurrection? So resurrection is us being separated from the demons. See, the man in Mark, right? His problem was he was plagued by demons. That's what kept him down against himself. Once he was separated, he got his mind back. That was the resurrection. That's the nature of resurrection, brothers and sisters. That's what's going on with Lazarus right now. See, he's asleep because the demons choking him. See, when you put the chaff amongst the wheat, the chaff chokes the wheat. So he's not physically asleep, but his vibrations all messed up because he's intertwined, right, with the demons. They operate on different vibration level. So the frequencies all mixed up, confusing. Once you separate them out, then you got clear frequency over here. You got clear vibration. You got clear frequency over here, clear vibration. So both are united, but on different frequencies, different vibrations. And these want to stay and fight and take America, and these want to vibrate the hell out of here. Just like in the 60s, right? We wanted to vibrate out of here, and they wanted to vibrate, and they went into integration. We wanted separation. We wanted to vibrate out of here. They wanted to vibrate into it. But we was all mixed together before that. Once opportunity came, the vibration hit more energy. Now was able to vibrate to separate, but not totally. But now we have total separation. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And you can read this, right? This is, I believe it's chapter 9. Talks about the locust war, which is demon war. Right? Thrones are cast down. There you go. He's on the run. Ishmael's not a demon, he's Levite, but he's weak as traitor. He's going to get the same deal they get. And eating just like they've been eating. No forgiveness for him, so you know he's lying. And finally, brothers and sisters, this is what separates I was talking about. Because right now we're confused. We got two people together, locked together, but they operate on different frequencies, operate on different wavelengths, and different amplitudes. See? But right now, our amplitude is matching theirs because our nature, we have nature for higher amplitude. Let me get it straight. We have the nature to reach a higher amplitude, higher wavelength, higher vibration. But if you don't have, you have to have energy for that. So energy lowered now because energy deprivation is self-imposed energy deprivation right now. So now we operate on this same wavelength they are. Because we can operate on high. They can't operate on high wavelength. They operate the high wavelength they can do right now. But we can operate on high. But because we don't have enough energy, right? Just like you got a man that's got the Hulk, right? You know, you got somebody else. He can be 10 times stronger than Hulk, but he don't have enough food, so he only is strong. He's the same as Hulk. But if he get more food, he can be stronger. Hulk can't get any stronger. If you understand what I'm trying to say, right? So I'm saying, so we operate on the same wavelength of them because we misuse our energy because energy deprivation. So now we can, if we start focusing on energy, we can operate on higher frequency. And that's what Suleiman is here to do because he's vibrating higher frequency and his frequency is interfering with yours. So it's, of course, you to vibrate at a higher level. And once, at some point, your verb is going to be enough to separate because you won't be on the same level anymore. And the frequency, they conflict so much with each other, have to separate. See, because that's what light, see, the reason why light spreads out because all the wavelengths, all the different lights on different wavelengths. So they conflict with each other, so it spreads out. But laser, right, they all in sync with each other. So laser beam is one beam is straight and it can burn a hole through metal. But regular light, they have all these different frequencies, red, yellow, all these different frequencies, and so therefore it spreads out. That's what happened to us, right? See? So that's what's happening here. What happened is that once he increases your, because right now you're in the same wavelength as them. But when Suleiman is causing you to increase your wavelength, your frequency, right? And at some point it's so strong enough is so different from theirs, this is what happens. See? But as we become a one nation, unified nation, they do too. Because now everybody, all of them operate saying they don't have our frequency interfering with theirs, and theirs not interfering with ours. So now they come united. That's the demon war here. They united. And it's going to be a terrible war here. 17 million strong. They're going to end up losing. But in 5 months, they're going to tear this country apart. Under famine, total war, total commitment. There ain't going to be no electricity and or gas, all kind of stuff. Total commitment. Children, everybody's going to be involved because children couldn't get eaten. Total commitment, 17 million strong. And we're going to tell the United States, we rise up a great army. We're going to be united too. Because now we don't have the interference of their frequency mixing without messing ours up. That's going on right now. Because they saying one thing, you saying something else. They saying, oh, love devils. You saying, I don't want to do it. You know, we got two different opinions. And so then we're going to have one opinion. We're going to be united, and they're going to be united. But they're going to try to get us to work with them. We don't want to. We want out of here. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Let me touch on this a little bit. This is the mathematics of deception. Everything's mathematics. I'm trying to give the mathematics of everything, brothers and sisters. This is the mathematics of deception. Mathematics of deception here. See? So this times this equals that. That shows you. I don't want you, so you can go in and look and do it on your own, brothers and sisters. I'm just trying to show you the bottom line here is how they use the mathematics against you. And there's another way. Because they can tell you the truth and still kill you. How can they tell you the truth and still kill you? Because they give you a general. Oh, watch the weather. Oh, it's not. That's truthful. But no details. They don't tell you a tornado's on the way. Say, watch the weather. Well, I told you, watch the weather. You can't say nobody told you. But they ain't tell you the tornado's going to be here tomorrow. And it's going to come and tear up all this city. He did tell you watch, see what I'm saying? He didn't give you no details. So by the time when it rolls in, you had information, but it didn't do any good. So you had nothing. But got your ass tore up. But the other person gave you details. And that's what's happened here. Both of these equal each other, but one has details and one is summary. One is general. See? The other person says, oh, storm is coming, and it's going to be here Wednesday at 2 o'clock, right? And it's coming from the west. See, now you know I'm going to move south, right? I ain't going to be at 2 o'clock. So both of them told you the truth. See? But one deceived you by telling you the truth because they can say, I told you. And so now, you know, you watch, but you know what to do. Now that's Farrakhan's way. Not that he knows the mathematics what he's doing, but I know the mathematics what he's doing. Because Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam, and they may not know the mathematics doing, but I still know the mathematics of it. So scientists knew the mathematics, all this stuff. So you know what they would do. Says a lot knew what you would do. See, you don't know the mathematics. We know mathematics everything. See. So here's a sample right here, right? You said X represents the time period where you are, and T represents, right, the period at the time of the event. So if the event is happening in 2023, right, and right now you in year 21, somebody come and tell, hey, there's gonna be a war. Okay, you got information, right? But someone's getting you details. But those separate details, they got information. Both got information. But all you got all those wars coming, right? So you put that in there, and boom, right? You put that in there, and both equal, right? Both comes out to 4. Do the math. Both comes out to 4. Both got information, right? One got details, and one just got information. No lies there. No lies. And then you go year 2. Same thing. Both comes out to 5, right? And the guy said, hey, yeah, well, yeah, storm coming in. It's going to be a 5 points on the Richter scale, whatever they call that stuff, right? So, hey, okay, you got more information, right? But you don't know when, you don't know where. You know a storm coming in, and it's going to be 5 on the Richter scale or something, or earthquake on whatever they call that stuff, right? See, 10-point earth, whatever. So you got more information, but no details. See, maybe that may be a little detail, but not, you know, not when it matters. I'm going to tell you, hey man, it's coming in. It's going to be this intense. It's going to be this intense, right? It's coming from the west. It's going to be at 2 o'clock, man. Right? It's going to be coming at 50 miles an hour. That means if you got 60 miles an hour going the other direction, you're going to miss it. But all you know is, man, it's coming in, it's going to be just powerful. You don't know when or where. Just watch the weather. And then what happens when the event comes? Then the event shows up, the day of the event, right? Your third year, so you put 3 in there. The events happen the third year, right? You're at the third year, you put the one that had the summary, you had 0 now, you got 0. That's mathematics, not a trick. And you got 6. So the one that had details, they got 6. See? They got details. I built that ark because they got details. I'm going to say, hey, man, flood's coming in. Okay. So now when the flood comes in, he knows all about the flood. He knows all about it then. But it don't do him no good. They don't have details. Remember, in the ark, they gave him details how to build and everything else. Other one just got, he knows the flood coming. You understand what I'm trying to say, brothers and sisters? And then what happens in the day after, right? Now, both have total information. Because now you just drown. When you wait drown, you know exactly when the flood came. You know exactly how high it was going to be and everything because you got drowned in it. See? You know exactly what time the storm was coming in, right? You know exactly how tense it was and what direction coming because you in it. The other one's out of it. So you got just as much information they got, maybe even more, because you're in it. You got destroyed by it. The other one was saved by it. That's what Farrakhan's doing. Because when apocalypse hit the fan, you ain't talking about the war in the Middle East. You don't know about all that stuff. So you know what to do. I'm telling you, get the hell out of here. He's telling you, just pray. So when it comes in, Armageddon is Armageddon. Just pray. Just believe in him. Obedience. Put on his armor of defense or whatever you call it, right? No details. So it rolls in. You have no idea, but you want to know about it when that's a tribulation. That's why you go with tribulation. Because we're trying to avoid your tribulation. So now you're in a tribulation. Now you know all. You know who the devil is now. You know who Satan is. You know who the jinn. You know everybody then. But you're in a tribulation. I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you the apocalypse that leads to tribulation. I'm trying to tell you, get the hell out of here. Get your details so you can make a decision. Rather than just telling you, oh, just go in your secret chambers and pray. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I mean, am I supposed to store food? What am I supposed to do? I mean when is this going to happen? I'm telling you exactly. I'm telling you, expect the apocalypse, right, to begin, the war to begin in the Middle East, right? Within the next few months, within the next 2 or 3 months. Brother just said, well, Armageddon's already started. You know what he's talking about. This is mathematics, brothers and sisters. Islam is mathematics, mathematics is Islam. Proven in no limit of time. I'm proving everything I'm saying. I'm getting mathematics, not a trick. Do it yourself. Details, brothers and sisters. This gives you the whole sequence. Details, brothers and sisters. Details, a little details. What happened here? Oh, I didn't even advance this. Okay. The pesky details. Right? Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to leave it there. Hope you understand. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And then this was part 3, part 4. Hopefully tomorrow. 13th part. All the stages of apocalypse, all the major stages. That's in the middle. I'm just talking the major, all the wars and things, that events going to happen to cover the whole apocalypse up to the last war, which is now Armageddon. Armageddon is just one of the wars. Hold on to phase part 3 tomorrow. Yeah, wait a minute, I just did part 1, 2. No, part 4. I got myself mixed up here, bounce. I think it's part 3 tomorrow. Part 3 tomorrow. Okay, brothers and sisters. If no distractions. So I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here. The judge, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals, the crusher. Welcome, brothers and sisters. This is part 2 of the apocalypse. Part 2. See here. Part 2 of the apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Several parts to it. It's about 12, 13 parts, I believe. I intend to do, time permitting, one per weekday. It's a special I'm doing on the weekend. Part 2. I may do a reduction of part 1. I've done it a couple of times, but I'm not totally satisfied because I want you to be very clear. Part 1 is very important because it leads you up to the apocalypse. Now let's get some definitions straight here, brothers and sisters. See, because, Louis Eugene Rounds, Farrakhan, our back was Legion. See, he's applying the mathematics of deception on you. He doesn't know the mathematics of it, but he's doing it. So somebody must be writing a script for him, or whatever. Because there's a math, just because, everything they do is mathematical. They may not know the mathematics of it. But we do the mathematics. And the point is that our mathematics is driving their mathematics. And so they may not be aware of the math. People, they're not aware of the mathematics, but they're still being, like we weren't aware the mathematics was affecting us for the last 20 years, but still was affecting us. You might be aware of gravity, or gravity still will pull you down. So you can identify what Farrakhan's doing in the mathematics of deception. Perhaps I'll talk about that again at the end of this. Now, I've been talking about it quite a bit lately, and I'm gonna probably keep on bringing it up because it's very important, brothers and sisters, because you need to understand the mathematics of deception. See, we speak mathematical terms here, and if you notice, lately I'm speaking more and more mathematically to you. Because eventually, that's going to be the only language there is. That's the only true language there is. You say Arabic. Arabic is the grammar. The only true language, the only true religion is mathematics. But see, apocalypse. The apocalypse and Armageddon is two different things. But see, Farrakhan learned long ago, he can tell you, the people that's listening to him, he can tell them anything. He pull crap out of his ass and say, call honey in there. Yeah, man. At first they might say, oh man, I can't taste it. But then they got used to it now. I mean, it's honey. If he says honey, it must be honey. Because he know the people that he know his audience. He know they're either demons, idiots, or total dummies. He knows that. He knows his audience. See, agents not listening to him. They in there to keep the program going. They kind of get dissatisfied him now because he was supposed to stop all this. He's supposed to neutralize everything Elijah Muhammad taught. See? And and he said he would make war with the saints and overcome them. But how was he able to do that? See, the thing is, you understand, I'm trying to speak in language of vibrations now, because that gets closer to the true mathematical expression. Pressure, right? Pressure like learning the multiplication table. And vibrations like learn how to multiply. See, it gets deeper into it. First you learn one, then you go deeper. So when you get into vibration, you can start multiplying. You start add, subtracting, and get, because pressure is pretty much add, subtraction. When you get vibration, you get the multiplication, division, you get all kinds of more complicated things. See, and the thing is, see, he's vibrating on the same frequency as his daddy is. Remember, his father's the devil. So he never understood what Elijah Muhammad taught anyway. He never understood anyway. And that's what makes him so effective, right? Because he's going to, see, in other words, if they had just took a hypocrite, see, he's not really a hypocrite. Hypocrite would have been someone that believed, understood it, then turned away from it. But he never understood it. We can call him a hypocrite, but he's not really a hypocrite. He's just a demon. Because he never understood what Elijah Muhammad taught anyway. Because what he's saying is pretty much the way he saw it. Because he's operating on lower frequency. And when you operate on lower frequency, then you're not going to pick up the vibrations. Or, in other words, say for instance, you got a sequence, right? Okay, so you got the whole sequence, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, right? 21, whatever, right? So you got the whole sequence. But say a person on lower vibration, they can't pick up all those. So they pick up every other one. So they pick up all the odd numbers, even numbers, 2, or odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. See, they don't pick up 2. They don't pick up the even numbers. They don't even hear them. They don't even know they exist. They say that white man can't jump, right? Okay, they don't hear those vibrations. They don't hear those musical tones. See, you think they hear them. They don't hear them. Like a colorblind person, they don't see all the colors. They only see the colors they see, and you don't know that. And they don't realize it until they mess around, maybe get tickled. They went to, I thought, somebody do a test and realize, hey, they don't see all those colors. And they don't hear those, because the music, our music dominates the world because it's comprehensive. But everybody's not beating and harmonizing, right, like we are, because they don't hear all that. Like, a dog have a dog whistle. You don't hear you don't hear dog. I mean, you can hear that whistle, but you can't. You have to understand that, brothers and sisters. We're all different people. So they don't hear all those tones and things that you hear, all the vibrations. They don't hear them all. They might have you might hear all 1 through all 21, and all they hear is the odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. See? So Farrakhan never saw the whole thing. He saw what he saw. And that's what makes it so effective, because if he was a hypocrite, he might be lying to you and everything, but he'd still be vibrating on that level of Elijah Muhammad. So he wouldn't have been that effective. See? Because he's still been vibrating. So you still be picking on vibrations, but you just be, you'd be trying to confuse them. But still, no, he still be getting out the same vibrations because that's the level he's vibrating on. So he can try to confuse it and try to say something else, but he still be out vibrating. And that gets I think too deep here for you, bro. Is that? But he's effective because he's actually vibrating on a lower level. And what he's saying in his mind, it may be absolutely true. He may actually be thinking exactly that's what Elijah Muhammad thought. Because that's what he saw. See? That's what he saw it. So he's going to translate everything in that way. Because devils ain't devils anymore. Elijah Muhammad never said anything like that, but he'll find something here that justifies that. That's what makes it so effective. So the thing is that, we can't lift them up, but they can pull us down. You can't make someone whose his frequency, his natural frequency, say 5. You can't make him a 6. That's not frequency 5. He can go down, he can't go up. He can't go higher than that. That's happened to us. We went down, right? They brought us down, but we can rise back up. That's what's thing Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel, right? He can come back up. But devils, they at their highest frequency right now. They can't go any higher. But now, people that can't go higher, now they rise to a higher frequency. Higher frequency is also greater pressure. So greater pressure destroys lower pressure. It's a mind war. I keep telling you, it's a mind war. I'm trying to get deeper and deeper and deeper into it for you brothers and sisters. You know? And I heard a couple of sisters, they was elaborating on that. It was very good. They seem to understand it. You understand it, brothers and sisters? So he's effective because, see, he's operating at that level, and so he's pulling you down with dynetics and all this stuff. See? Sunnism, because see, Sunnism is operating on a lower frequency too. It was effective 1,400 years ago because it raised everybody's frequency up to the level they are right now. See? But then they was overcome by devils who could operate on a higher frequency. Let me say this clearly, because maybe I should jumped into something here. For 6,000 years, we still going to be, that 6,000 year period, right? We still be under Adam's frequency. See? But Adam has to apply discipline to maintain his highest state of frequency. His highest state of frequency is 6. But it has to have discipline state, because otherwise he'll keep going back down. He needs discipline to keep up to 6 at his highest level he can attain. And every time he stops his discipline, he starts falling back down. So all problem Muhammad did is to bring the frequency of the Arabs up to the level of the devils, right? Who had fallen. See? Because they was by them because he was above them. But if they apply discipline, they get back above them again. That's exactly what happened. Because they started discipline, start going to mathematics, they rose above them again. And the students can't do anything with them. As long as they apply their discipline. But now their discipline is slipping again. And so now they have to control themselves. That's where all this immorality, all this sexual perversion, all that kind of stuff comes in. When you can't discipline yourself, can't place your appetites, right? Then everything goes. Eat anything. If you're extremely hungry, eat anything. You can't discipline your appetites. That's what all that's about. They're losing discipline. So that's why now they're declining again. So I hope I made that clear, brothers and sisters. See, he brought them up to a level, right? To above. In other words, Rome was declining. They went to Catholicism, so their discipline was weakening, right? They didn't have to do anything. It was everything. They just pray and just call on Jesus and all that kind of stuff, right? So their discipline fell, and so that gave a room right there, right? See, they gave an opening to occupy that level. Okay, let me say it another way. Say your level of frequency for Adam, what was anywhere from 1 to 10, right? See, and that's frequency is his highest level. 10 is his highest level, right? So when he got maximum discipline, he can rise up to 10, but he can't go any higher than that, right? Okay, so and everybody else, because of energy deprivation, was operating on a lower level than 10. See, they had the ability to go higher, but they didn't have the energy. You need energy to maintain your frequency. And frequency is energy. When energy you have, when it freaks you, if you had the ability to increase it, otherwise, right, you increase your amplitude or increase something else, but you're not increasing your frequency. So everybody else was on a lower level because they didn't have enough energy, right, to achieve any higher frequencies. So Adam, so with discipline, he could maintain a 10. He never really got to a 10, right? He got close, right? He never really got 10. He never got to his maximum maximum ability. But say, right, he was operating at 9 or 8. Say he was operating at 8, right? And everybody else was operating down here at 6, right? But they had the ability to go higher. But then he fell. He started falling, right? That's they went to dark ages. That left an opening, right, for the Arabs applying discipline to move in that area right in there. Not above the 10, right? 7 or 8. Because you had fell down about 5 or 4 or 5. So they could move right in that little area right there. See? And they could hold it as long as these stay here. But if these start applying discipline again, they were above them and push them back. They'd be above them. And that's what happened. Because for 1,000 years, they was able to hold it. There was a hold them down. But then it says in the Quran, right, that wall would be broken down. So because it says Adam would be taught. He'd be taught and given discipline. And once he done that, he moved back up so Arabs had operated about 6, and now they moved to a 7. With their mathematics and everything else. And now they're back in control again. And what nothing Arabs could do, because they was operating at a level of 6 or 7. And up at 8 or 9, somewhere, you understand the point, right? As long as they deal with their mathematics and discipline, they could hold it. No one could do anything about it unless they had more energy. And we were suffering energy deprivation, so we didn't have the energy to do anything. And so long as they held that discipline and everything, they could hold, and they did. They held down the whole world for 500 years. And now discipline, part of the reason why they're losing discipline, because the pressure on them, and it's hard to be disciplined when you're under a lot of pressure. See? So that's another reason why they're losing discipline. So now they're sinking down below. And now you see others, like China, operating a higher frequency, and it's pushing them down. Everybody else is rising. But China, right, the Orient, they would be first, because they operate on low frequency too, but higher frequency than them. So in other words, if you say 2 Europeans, 4 China, or say 5 Europeans, 10 China, 15 Asia, 20 Africa, and 25 us, right? See? But everybody was operating lower than 5. But now, there's enough energy to move up to 6. So that means what? The whole world is coming after America. The whole world is coming after it. That's what the whole world's coming after it. And nothing they can do about it. There's nothing they can do about it. Nothing. All they can do is try to trick you into, right, misusing your energy, self-imposed energy deprivation, not using it to increase your frequency. NFL, video games, vaping, all that stuff, drugs. But that wouldn't last for so long. Because you don't need that many to rise above it. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters, in a nutshell. Hope you understand. Okay, this here where you see lion versus bear, that's the last war of the apocalypse. The apocalypse is a comprehensive. See, Farrakhan had bothered to look it up. He don't need to look up. I say he don't need to look up this stuff because the people with him, he can say anything. He's not scripturally correct in anything. It's anything. Because the people with him are demons, right? Or idiots, right? Or just outright dummies. So that's apocalypse is destruction of this whole reality. Look up the definition, destruction of whole reality. But Armageddon is just a war during the apocalypse. It's just a war during the apocalypse. It's not a war in all wars. It's a war within there's many wars. There's a war of the latter days. There's a lot of wars. That's what we're going to talk about. We're talking about the apocalypse and all the things that's involved in the apocalypse. See, because all these things together will bring down this whole civilization. So the apocalypse, all these things together, that's going to destroy this whole reality and bring a new reality, make all things new. So Armageddon is just a battle, right? In the apocalypse. Okay, brothers, let's move on. Countdown to the apocalypse. Now, in the first one, I did countdown, right? The first one I said I may go over it again. I gave you the countdown to the apocalypse. The apocalypse starts with the war in the Middle East. That's when it starts. See? And I gave the countdown to it. So now we're going to talk about the first, right? The first act, the first event that kicks off the apocalypse. See, first I did the countdown to the apocalypse. Now we're going to talk about, right, the first event of the apocalypse. That's the war in heaven, which triggers the apocalypse. Okay? Because the apocalypse hasn't started yet. First, I had to count down to it. Now, my calculations based on chapter 11 means the apocalypse will start this year between June and July. So we're near there, right? It's April, May. Within 90 days, the apocalypse will start. And when it starts, it'll be earth shaking. It won't be you have to look around and try to figure out what's going on. It'll be going on, and it's going to affect the whole planet. The whole planet's going to be, it's going to like the shock of the hour. The whole planet, it would touch every place on this planet. No one go untouched. I don't care how, you might be in the deepest Amazon or the darkest jungle. I don't care. Or you can be the coldest north, right? And icicles, and every part of this planet can be touched. Because whole reality is coming to an end. And that's going to be the first stage of it. The war in heaven. That's Master Muhammad. He's going to trigger the apocalypse. Suleiman's prophesizing about the apocalypse. No one is prophesied about the apocalypse before they talk about Armageddon, all kind of stuff. No, Suleiman will prophesize about the apocalypse, and Master Muhammad will take and initiate it. Sign of Jonah. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. But first, brothers and sisters, get out. Oh, that mean get out don't mean it's not going to affect you. No, get out. It's going to affect you, but you don't want to be here. Because this is sinner. This is apocalypse sinner. And you don't want to be here. You don't want to be here, brothers and sisters. When Babylon falls, this America's about to blow. You do not want to be here. You don't want to be here. If this message bothers you or you don't like the way I look or something, just get out anyway. Just take a chance. Just get out. Get be around here June and July. Don't be around. Don't be near this place. Be in Africa someplace. Don't go to Europe. Just be gone. Take vacation, anything. Okay. Because remember when 911 came up, they closed the doors. You couldn't get out of here. When they closed the doors, you ain't getting out, brothers and sisters. And you think it's going to be hell on earth here. The Bible tells you to be hell on earth. Cannibalism. You know, that's going to be cannibalism. I mean, it's total cannibalism here. It's going to be no food here. And there's no water. How do you think you get water here? Water comes through you, they pump it in. If there's no oil, there's no oil, no water. So you be drinking blood. Whose blood? Get out. Get out. So come out, get out of my people. Read it, chapter 18. After these I saw angels stepping down out of heaven, having authority great. Earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. He cried out in strong voice, saying, she fell Babylon the Great. That's talking about America. And she became dwelling place of demons. Demons, dwelling place of demons. Demons, that's real people. Spirits don't dwell and attitudes and all that kind of stuff. So that's what Farrakhan is trying to tell you. He's a chief demon. A demon is the chaff that the wicked person taught in Scripture sowed amongst the wheat. That's the devil's seed he sowed in our women. Those are his children. They might have our complexion, but they're his children. They're demons, half devil, half man. That's what demon means, right? And it became a dwelling place of demons and prison. Every spirit unclean in prison, every bird unclean have been hated because of the wild anger fornicating her, having fallen all the nations. Who is called all the nations stumble and fall? There's only one country doing that. It's America. America's the only one that fulfills the prophecy of 666. They're the only one. They're the only one. They're the only one that let's get it real soon. Only one sanction everybody. Only one to sanction everybody. That's what it says. They will sanction. That would be their weapon. Sanction. 666. You can buy and sell. Who is doing that? You don't have to. You don't need a calculator. You don't need a computer to figure that one out, brothers and sisters. You just know these hanky preachers and all that kind of stuff because they're demons. They're master's children, house Negroes. That's the ones they allowed in the house. This Oprah, all these people, they live in the house. And the whole idea, they love massa. And listen to the way they talk. They hate you. Farrakhan hates you. Oh, you're so sinful. But he loved the devils. Because he's one of them. He follows the devil. See? They may have a skin tone, but they ain't us. And so, who's doing all six? Who's doing all sanctions in the world? Only one country doing it. So how could you go wrong with that one? 66 ain't, oh, you got a tattoo or something. No. You don't have to go through all that detail. That's just distraction. America is that beast. 666. If you worship America, you got the mark. If you worship America, you got the mark, 666. If you worship, let me say it again. If you worship America, oh, America, great, right? America, us. We, all this stuff, right? I'm a good American. I love America, all this stuff. Shooting the flag. You got the mark. And it said, what happened to you? See? So if that's too complex, too simple for you, that's too complicated for you, that's your problem. If you out here talking about shooting the flag, all this stuff, fighting for America, all that stuff right there, because if you're a demon, that's what you can have no choice anyway. But if you're, then you got the mark. You got the mark. Because if you don't, right, all of a sudden you can't buy or sell nothing. They put you in jail, you're a traitor, right? They deplatform and everything else. Put sanctions on you. You see demons running, oh man, I love America and everything else. That's what he did to us. So understand, brothers and sisters, if you doing all that, tell me, I'm American, got the flag, got the cross, that kind of stuff, right? Because the cross didn't free us. It didn't save us, it enslaved us. Come on, I'm saved. The cross didn't save us, it enslaved us. They did all this evil under the banner of the cross. Kill, steal, and destroy. How did this country stole it? What they do in happens at genocide. What they do is destroyed us as a people. And the Constitution still says we 3/5 human. Now you're going to tell me, and who did it? The people was carrying the cross. They did it under the name of Jesus, carrying their cross. So you're going to tell me that's a righteous God there? And then what the hell did you don't get me started. What the problem you got with Satan then? If that's the way Jesus rolls, what problem you got with Satan? Because that's who you ruled away from Satan. Said, nobody works. And the picture they give you, it says Satan will appear as an angel of light. That picture don't look anything like the Jesus that the Bible talks about. Skin is bronze. Skin look brown to me. Hair like lamb's wool. Look like lamb's wool to me. That's Satan. Masquerades as an angel of light. America 666. False Israel, Antichrist. That's simple. It's simple. And we're 144. We are the true Abraham went for 400 years of abject slavery, oppression, Holocaust, 1619, 2019. That's why he's coming all up. Theory. Let me move on, bro. Says I want to get. I'm getting kind of. I want to keep these things short because there's a whole series. I want to get through them, right? Because I'm gonna get you updates. So when this hit, in a few more days, you'll be well aware. have thorough knowledge of what you need to do, because that's my job, to get thorough knowledge of stuff. That's why I'm revealing stuff I never revealed before, right? So you have total understand what's going on. Because see, I told you the mathematical deceit, he's the only generalities. When apocalypse hit, you're gonna realize you have no knowledge at all. So you think you got it, and then when the event happens, you're gonna find out. We might talk about that if I get around to it. You don't have no knowledge at all. That's mathematics. You say, well, okay, I'm gonna show you. It's not a trick either. See, because the one fornication had fallen all the nations. Who's calling all the nations? Who's dictating all the nations? Who's dictating all the nations? And King Earth with her committed fornication. See, King Earth represents European countries, right? And travel merchants of capitalism, right? And Earth, power, unreigning luxury of her became rich. Oh, America and Europeans are richest on the earth, right? Who else was the richest? They claim. I mean, how can you miss this, right? And I heard other voices of heaven say, come out of our people, come out, get out, right? In order that you should not share in the sins of her and now the plagues of her. The sins of her is what she's doing, is trying to keep you from getting knowledge of self and vibrating on a frequency to overcome the gravitational vortex. That's the sin. Like I said, self-imposed energy deprivation. They're putting distractions in front of you. Oh man, here's Oprah. Here's Kanye. Right? Here's videos. Here's NFL, NBA. See, here's Empire. All stuff in front of you, right? What you taking, and it's like you give a child $1 million. Child's stupid, it won't last long. He's gonna spend all over the place. One are gonna invest it, one are gonna take it and blow it. And so you got energy now to take control. And they try to get you to blow it, just exploit it. Do like that. Walk around naked, hair all nappy, pants, ass hanging out, right? Don't know a damn thing. Couldn't tell you how much 5 times 9 divided by 5 is without a calculator. They're doing this on purpose. It gets you to stumble into destruction. Some of you ain't stumbling, you running into it. That's what it means. There's sins. See, sin is when you go against yourself. That's what sin is. They get you to go against, but that's what happened. Remember, that's what was going on with the man in Mark. He was power, because Elijah Muhammad gave him power. Nobody could control him. Because he gave him that knowledge, nobody could control him. But he was beating against himself. He's beating himself up. He lost his mind. It took control of his mind. And who did? The demons did. They got control of his mind. He was beating himself up. He was sinning. He was blowing his power. That's what they're doing. And Farrakhan, he's the main one that got to do it. That's his whole job. But they getting pissed off him because this mess here wasn't supposed to happen. He's supposed to shut all this down. They're going to out him themselves in a minute because they getting pissed off at him. Because they gave him support and security and everything else. Oh, you think those so-called NOI over the FOI over there was securing Farrakhan and the MGT? You think it was? No, the devils was securing Farrakhan. They got 24-hour security around him. You can't see from a background, from a distance, but some of those so-called FOI around him, they're really agents. They don't follow Elijah Muhammad. They're agents. The forms to watch, keep an eye on him, and also provide security for him. Get out, because the plagues are coming. You already hit one plague already hit you. See? That was a warning. 2020, 1619, or 2019 is 20 years, and then immediately after that the plagues will start. Kill the firstborn, which is the elderly, but pass over. And the thing is, you better go check it out, brothers and sisters. It wasn't killing us. It was killing the demons. It wasn't killing us. It got you sick. But they was telling, oh man, you're dropping like fly. That was a big lie. Well, I'm not going to, brothers and sisters, because that's what I say. They want an excuse to keep you from getting this message. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Apocalypse 2, the second one. Remember, the first one was the timeline, right? So what's Apocalypse 2? What's that about? One heaven. That's what triggers the apocalypse. Apocalypse 1 is what leads up to the apocalypse. Apocalypse 2, right? Part 2, war in heaven, what triggers apocalypse. Because you got to lead up to it, arm it, then you got to trigger it, right? And that, based on my study and everything, based on what Angel says, the timeline there, we can expect to happen between June and July this year. It's a couple months from now. The war in heaven. Read chapter 12, the war in heaven. See? Where's that? Farrakhan said, oh, the war of Armageddon. What about this war, Farrakhan? How come you mention this one? You never mentioned this one, have you? Because you don't have no idea what it means. Okay? And occurred war in heaven, this is chapter 12, right? The Michael, that's Master Muhammad. Angels of him, that's the Shia. Those are his angels, right? What was the dragon? That's House of Sod. And Gog, Magog, and Antichrist. America, Britain, and false Israel, right? War, and they got war's about to break out right there, right? They telling you, if you watch the news, you know war's about to break out in Europe, about to break out in China, it's about to break out in the Middle East. I've been saying for 30 years that's where it's going to go down. Those three places, but I tell you, I go further than that. See, nobody even told you that 30 years. Nobody told you that 5 years ago. Even 3 years ago, nobody told you that. I've been telling you 30 years. You got go out to YouTube. It's out there. Everything's out there. I don't have to make a man. I don't get rid of my archives. But now that I give you a general, I say who's going to go first and what's going to trigger the next one. How each one is going to be triggered. The first one that's going to go is the war in heaven. That's going to kick off the apocalypse, right? Now define who those in detail. Not only that war in heaven, that in chapter 12, I tell you what heaven is, who the players are in detail. Michael's Master from Muhammad, his angels, right, are the Shia. Iran is Syria. Identify him. And who's the dragon? House of Sod. Who's his angels? Who, right? America, Britain, false Israel. That's the clash about to happen. I'm telling you, going more detail, I'm telling you a time frame saying between June and July. This year. Now, what's going to happen in between June and July? When? One of these years we're going to be in June and July. That's not what happened here, bro. Says you get in detail. I'm stand by it. See? And they failed. They couldn't win. They lost. Because Master Muhammad is in that battle. That's when he's going to first be made. Because they're trying to say, those UFOs, so-called UFOs, they was talking about last night on TV, right? Oh, they think they spy ships from other planets, from some other civilization, another part of the universe, coming in drones to check us out. No. That's Master Muhammad. He's going to check you out in a minute. He's going to check you all the way out. You have to explain that. He's going to check you all the way out. Total check out. Right? And they lost. And they was kicked out of heaven, Middle East. See? They kicked out of the Middle East because they have control of the Middle East right now. Who have control of the Middle East right now? America, Britain, false Israel. They do whatever they want. They still, you're receiving it all. They took out Iraq, right? So you got Iran surrounded, right? They bombing Syria every 5 seconds, right? Lebanon, I mean, they control the Middle East, right? And was throwing the dragon, the great, the serpent, archaic, because devil and Satan, to make the earth being whole, right? So that means the devil and Satan, all that stuff is dragon's angels. So now you know who the devils are. You know who Satan is. Satan's false Israel. The devil's Gog and Magog, right? So he was making everybody err. Remember Gog and Magog? That's how you know it's Gog and Magog. Because chapter 20 says they would make the whole world, call the whole world to be deceived. And they talk about them again. So now you can identify who they are talking about. That's Gog and Magog. And that means you know that that's not happening in the future, right? Because if you know this war is going to happen, right, before millennia, that means the millennia couldn't be in the future. It has to be now or in the past. See, that's another story, but so you just add subtract. See, he was drawn to earth, and his him with him was thrown. Earth represents European countries. Okay, brothers and sisters, like I said, that's what we're going to talk about as a subject. I'm just showing you Angel Key here, brothers and sisters. That's what it looks like I explained before. If you got a puzzle and they keep changing the picture on you, if you understand how the puzzle works, you don't care about the picture because you can always put the puzzle back together once you understand it, learn it. See, so what happens is that's the puzzle. That's the key. And every chapter they change it. We do and you got to understand how where everything fits, and then you can decipher out what they're talking about. That's the key. Anyway, so we'll go through this. Said, I'm just going through this a couple of times, bro. So I want you to get up to understand how we got to. The reason I'm emphasizing this on this case, because I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna use this all through the whole series, right? But here I'm focusing on this because, right, we're talking about what this leads to. So I'm going to talk briefly. I'm not going to go to read all the stuff here, right? I'm just going to talk. I'm not going to read all the stuff on the right. You can read on at your leisure. What happened is 1948. See, it says those witnesses, that's Syria and Aram, they're two witnesses. Farrakhan trying to say that's Elijah and him. Oh, boy. Anyway, they would be witnesses 42 years. That means 48 to 1990. And that's what happened. And then in 1990, right, the beast that rose out of the pit again, right? The beast that rose up out of the pit. Who? Out of the bottomless pit. That's chapter 20 again. So that means that had happened before this. That means it can't be the millennium unless you're saying this is going to happen after millennia. Unless you're going to say the two witnesses and all that stuff, because he said Farrakhan claims that's him and Elijah. They got other kind of things, but whatever you claim, the millennia has to happen before this, because now the beast coming up out of the abyss. Remember, they was in the bottomless pit, or the abyss, what we're going to call it, and they came out. So now they're coming out. It says, because it says right there, it says, well, we get to the next one, but it says, well, we'll see the next page right here. Let's go to the next page. See, because they're on the top there. Now, I show the key. Each group is a grouping. So the first group is European countries, but the Islamic part is the Islamic part of it. So they're part of Islamic. They're part of the European countries, Islamic part, right? So they're on it because 3 levels. Then you got 3 levels for the Oriental, and you got 3 levels for each one, right? So they're the Islamic part. See, so now that's the Middle East. One we had call it. They also call it mid-heaven because they're between. They represent European countries, and all the rest represent the heavens, so they're between mid. In chapter 19, they call it mid-heaven. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. So here's where it says, and the wild beast stepping out of the abyss. So they don't come out of the abyss until after millennia. So that means this has to happen after they come out of the abyss. So unless you say it's going to happen 1,000 years in the future, this already happened. That means the millennium's already passed. That means that was European history. Like I said, they was in dark age for 1,000 years. They was held down by the Islamic Empire. I mentioned at the beginning because of frequencies, whatever. They were held down for 1,000 years. And then they rose up. They got rid of Catholicism and adapted mathematics. It means they increased their frequency and they got more discipline. Because when they first came over here, they was like the Puritans and everything else. They was very disciplined and mathematical as much as they could achieve mathematics. And they got power again. And now they decline again. So that's what happened. So here, and then they'll be cast down for 24 years. See? So 1990, the war ended in 1991 actually. So after that, be 24 years, right? So that'd be 2015, basically. Or between 2014 and 2015, Obama came along and actually started discussing the JCPOA. So like I said, I'm not going to, you can read that at your leisure, brothers and sisters. And so here it is, 2016, right? Up to remember, for 24 years, and then they would be, the JCPOA started discussing it, and JCPOA came in effect in 2016. That means they'd be put on the foot of the nation because they was under the thumb of the UN. So it was on the foot of the nation. So they're on the bottom down here now. On the foot of the nation. They would be there for 3.5 years. Been there for 3.5 years. Right? From January 2019, right? But actually it's 7 years altogether because you got another 3.5 years they're moving up, and altogether it'd be it'll be 7 years altogether. And Daniel talked about that in the middle of the week where the agreement would be broken when Trump broke the agreement. Anyway, the bottom line is here is that 3.5 years will take them from January 2016 to around June 2019, right? 3.5 years. So they would be under the foot of nations. And then during that time, Trump would break the agreement. Now, exact date, because like Daniel breaks that down, sure he wasn't the exact date because he just said in the middle of the week. So that makes it, Daniel makes a lot of corrections. But anyway, I'm not getting, I didn't really mean to go there, brothers and sisters. I didn't even bring Daniel into this. And then it says the decree be broken, and then they start rising for 3.5 years. So altogether, be 7-year period, which will take you to January 2023. See? So negotiation, here they're negotiating, right? Because remember, during this period of time, they don't have nothing to do with America, Britain, and false Israel. They only negotiate with the Europeans. So now that's where you see them, right? In that position, it says the Spirit of God came in. You got to understand what that means, because God here is Satan, right? False Israel, and the demon, right? That spirit that belongs to him. That's too complicated, brothers. I'm gonna leave it there. People that study Injil know what I'm talking about. Okay. And then it would take, after they got to January 2023, he said, be silent in heaven for half an hour, 6 months. And there's a lot more to this I'm saying here, brothers and sisters. I'm not gonna say it all because you're looking at the fourth seal. There's silence there because all the seals he hears something, but the fourth seal don't hear anything. And that has something to do with this silence, but I'm not going to that, brothers. I'm going to keep it simple because I want to move on to the main point here. But you put the 3.5 years together, you got 7 years. For 7 years, put you January 2003. Then the silence of heaven would take place. But see, I show you on the right here. I'm showing you an angel key. The top ones. And remember, the top is grouping of 3. That's where 6 wings come in. I'm not going into that kind of detail, right? You see. So the ones at the top represents ears. That's part of the symbolism. The one in the middle represents hands, and the one at the bottom represents feet. I'm showing here. But during this time, the ears, right? They were on the top. But remember, now they in that position. Then in the middle, because they rising up from JCPOA, they rising up. And then in that position, right? And so in that position, right? You got the hands over the ears. Silence. I know that if you ain't studying Injil, you want to understand that at all. I want to appreciate that. Because that's what it means. Injil explains everything. So that means they're in that situation. And says they'll be in that situation for 6 months. Right? From January 2022, so it's about 6 months. It says about half an hour. So that means it could adjust maybe a month or two, about approximate. So I'm just going for 5 and 6 months. See? So January to February to March, April, May, June, right? July. Wait a minute, I did that right. I actually did it wrong. January to February to March, April, May, June, July. Oh, I'm still saying it right. June is 6 months. Oh, I see. I'm saying 6 or 7 months. Okay, I'm all good. So I'm saying it's going to be in that period of time. 6, 7 months. I mean, could be May, but we know it's going to be within that period of time. That 9-day period, right? Because it says about. That's not what it's going to take. That's the word that's going to trigger the apocalypse. So they're in that situation, right? That's the silence. And silence will be about 6 months from January. About. See? So I would say, January to February, March, April, May, June, July. Most likely July, right? But we'll see. And that's when the war takes place. That triggers. That's when the war takes place. That triggers the apocalypse. And American Britain is kicked out. See? They're kicked out. Iran and Syria are victorious with Master Muhammad's help. They're victorious. American Britain are kicked out. Middle East, that's what it's talking about. The dragons, angels kicked out. House of Saud is kicked out. They run back to India. India tells us they're not Arabs anyway, so they're really Indians. That the British put on that throne, and then they hyphenated the whole thing by called Saudi Arabia. No, it was never called Saudi Arabia. The House of Saud took over, that the British put on the throne and promised them they would protect them on that throne as long as they kept giving them cheap oil. Yeah, you don't even know anything about that. India reveals that. Not even Arabs. The Indians. So they run back to India with as much money as they could take, leaving the Arabs hold the bag, right? American Britain's kicked out. False Israel is left, we're going to see in a minute, fit on their own, under siege, and then nuclear weapons neutralized. Won't be able to use them. They tell you that's what these planes are doing, mass propaganda planes are doing. They're neutralizing nuclear sites. They won't tell you to the extent because they don't want people to get nervous because America got a nuclear umbrella. You don't have to worry about that. Okay. If an umbrella got a lot of holes and it's made of paper. See, if you're in a storm, you got this big umbrella, and you don't realize it's made of paper until all of a sudden, man, it gets soggy and all of a sudden you're totally wet. But you thought you had something. See, you thought you had something. You had an umbrella, but you didn't know it was made of paper. See, soggy paper, like toilet tissue. So now it's surrounded. We see Israel. See, we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Who's Jerusalem? Jerusalem's capital of who? Who controls Jerusalem? It says their destruction is not. These evangelicals tell you, no, man, they're going to be redeemed. No. That's when Jesus going to come. Oh, well, Jesus going to be here. Not the one they say, because that one they showing you, he ain't got hands war here. Sure, skill ain't bronze. He's going to be present, right? But Master Muhammad, he's the one that takes down Goliath, because that's who they is. It's Goliath. He takes him down. I told you about that stone. I'm not going to the brothers and sisters. Oh, it's so beautiful. The script's so beautiful once you understand them. See, in other words, that's what's happening here. See, we're talking about the war in heaven. So this is part of the war in heaven. That's what we're talking about. That's the first war we're talking about. All this other stuff before that is wars and rumors of wars. Ukraine, that's a rumor of war. War, rumors of war. It's not Armageddon. It's not Armageddon. It's none of that. Just wars and rumors of wars. Farrakhan, they tell you don't get distracted with that. But Farrakhan got, war, Armageddon already started. Yeah, but you're actually supposed to tell us before it started, not after us. What the hell we need you to tell us about things, the storm after it gets here? We can go to the Weather Channel for that. See? So they're thinking that, because the whole force Israel was set to begin with to deny us who we are. Because after Elijah Muhammad made it very clear that we're true to Abraham, he said, we can't let it be. Because that false Israel to prove that they're true to Abraham, and that we could have to be Ham, we could, that's another story. I can go off on that one for a while too. Right? So that's why they got to hold on to that lie, because if we the true seed of Abraham, what does that mean about them? What does that mean? What does that mean? You understand, brothers and sisters? What does that mean? Okay, so this part of the war in heaven, cast out. False Israel cast down. Unclean bird. It's destroyed. It says destruction is nigh. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know it's this desolation. Destruction is near. Destruction, not redemption. Now it's time to flee. If you haven't fled already, that gets into another war we're going to talk about pretty soon. See? So this closes out the war in heaven. That's because American Britain's out. They cast down. See? Gog and Magog. See? And false Israel is destroyed, gone. And Shia is in control of the Middle East, all and everything. That's the war. That's the war. That's about to take place. It's going to start somewhere between June and July this year. That's the result of it. That's the war Farrakhan telling you about. He don't know anything about it. That's the what's going to trigger apocalypse. And so I'm going to show you a couple of things that I'll give a little teaser here about the ones coming up, right? Because the immediate effect of this, because as men's hearts be filled for fear of those things coming upon the earth, because the powers of heaven be shaken. They got to talk about some place, heavens beyond the sun, moon, stars. How would they know that was powers were shaken? It's in the Middle East. And so now this has happened, and what they're going to witness, what happened to false Israel is going to be witnessed all over the world. Be witnessed all over the world. And what is that? What is that? Cannibalism. Because they ain't going to be using nuclear weapons, and they be cut off totally from food and water. It says, father eat their sons, son eat their father. And they have drones flying to show everybody exactly what they're doing. They're gonna be fighting, because first of all, if their nuclear arsenal is neutralized, they destroy it. Because at this time, right, everybody will be they won't see that war they had in 96, all kind of stuff. That was contrived. The Arabs didn't want to win that war. They wanted to tell the public, their people, they wanted the population, right? The general population think they wanted that war. They wanted to win that war. They didn't, because they're on board with this too. They don't want us. They don't want people to think that we choose Abraham, because they know that we stay on our land. That we're going to talk about that too. We're going to take our land back. 16, 19, 29. You look at Abraham covenant. So we'll return to our land. We'll take it back. Look at how we got our land back. Stay on board with that too, because they can prove that if false Israel is one, then we don't have no claim. Because that's our land. It took them about 50,000 years ago, and we cut it with sand on our way out. See, that's all stored together, brothers and sisters. You understand? So that's what's happening here. Let's hold on here, brothers and sisters. Oh, I see. Okay. Getting a little reflection here. Okay, let's move to the next one. See what it says here. And they will see signs of sun, moon, stars, and earth, dressed among the nations, distress among the nations, perplexity of the roaring of the sea and the waves. Perplexity. Everybody's confused. See? Confused. And they won't be confused very long, because America wasn't supposed to lose that war. And Master Muhammad finally showed his hand. So they know that this ain't no extraterrestrial thing from the planet Zion somewhere. That the God's on the scene, and that he displayed his power. And they destroyed the air forces of false Israel, America, and Britain. When they try to attack Iran with Air Force, Master Muhammad destroyed the Air Force. They can't tell people here how they lost the Air Force. They won't tell them. They're going to that's part of the reason why they're going to get to Armageddon with Russia, because they're going to send Russia help Iran get rid of their plane. They can't tell. I mean, they're superpower. Nobody can destroy them. They cannot admit to the American public how their planes got destroyed. The Air Force will be nothing. And the nuclear weapons will be nothing. So now you're talking about a war of attrition. And they outnumber like 10, 20, 30, 40 to 1. Not putting down sisters, not putting down women. I ain't say sisters, not putting down women. But the thing is that 1/3 of their forces are females. And they're going to go against the Iranians. And the Iranians outnumber them by themselves by 10 to 1. And the Iraqis, remember, a majority of Iraqis are Shia too. They're going to be with them. And everybody's going to be with them. And even surprised some scattering countries going to be with them. I'm not going to tell you who they are right now. I told you I would keep that to myself. That's that little stone that he had to hit Goliath in the head. You understand? So everybody's going to be against them. See? But right now, it's going to be a moment of perplexity. Oh, man, what the hell happened here? And then when they realize, oh, the bully is stumbling. Let's make sure he falls and never get up again. And a roar and perplexity and the roaring of the seas and the waves. See, you understand the seas represents the goat. They're roaring. They're roaring. Because remember, the goat was angry with America. They're roaring now. See, roaring. Because that means they got trouble over in China now. Got China over there, right? Because when they lose this war over there, now they got, hey man, these people couldn't win that. And their nuclear weapons didn't work. All of a sudden, started roaring. The goat and the ram over here in trouble. See? And men's hearts failing for fear of the expectation of things coming upon earth. The powers of heaven be shaken. See? So now, I'm saying, because now people see what happened there, and their hearts are failing. If their hearts are failing in anticipation, what's their hearts going to do when it actually comes? Men's hearts failing from fear of the expectation of things that's coming upon earth, that things going to come into America, because they see what happened over there, especially with false Israel, the cannibalism and everything else. They know it's coming here. Famine, everything is coming here. Their hearts failing in expectation of it. So what's it going to do when it gets here? See? For the powers of heaven is shaken, because America lost. America being the false Israel lost. They were shaking. That shouldn't have happened. Right? And they will see the Son of Man come in a cloud with great power and glory. But when these things begin to take place, straight up lift your head, because your redemption is drawing near. See, apocalypse, the person, apocalypse leads to Armageddon, which is the purpose of it. Take us home. Get us out of here. That's no story, bosses. I'm not going to go there. And this is the expectation of that war. Oil. Now, Europe is totally dependent upon Middle East oil. They were dependent on Russian oil, but now because of America's BS, right? They don't have access to Russian oil. So only oil they have is European oil. And now America's dependent upon that also, because they capped most of their wells. In addition to that, they got rid of their strategic reserves, strategic oil reserves, right? Strategic petroleum reserves, SPR. So they don't have any backup, any reserves. And so if the oil is totally cut off in the Middle East, that's going to cause an economic crisis here. It's going to cause a fuel crisis here, right? And everything here runs off of oil. The electricity, everything, all of it runs off of that. So if they don't have none, that means they ain't going to get no water, because they can't pump water to you. You ain't be able to buy food because they can't afford to get the food from the farm to processors, from there to the warehouses, right? From the warehouse to you. If they could, the oil price, what, $100 a gallon or whatever? How much the egg gonna cost? $1,000? You ain't gonna be able to afford it. It says bird manure would be an astronomical price, because that's all they can find to eat. And it says a donkey's head will be astronomical price. How much food's on a donkey's head? That's how bad it's gonna be. They're gonna throw the money in the streets. This is an aspect of this war. This is one of the first aspects. That's what I'm talking about. This is one of the first falls out, right? Consequences of this war are losing it. So now they have total control all the Middle East. So what happens? Europe has to take, and they have to go inside Russia. Otherwise, they're going to freeze. They can't even make war. NATO and everything can't make war because they have no fuel. So you think Russia will get them fuel and make war with them? So they have to go again. And they already, you see it already happening right now. France and everybody else, they start turning against America. They have to go against America to survive. They have oil for their population and everything, and their population ain't going to have no problem with that, because it says, man, you better get that oil over here so we can start starving and we freeze and everything else. So they can betray America, and all Europe is going to be on Russia's side. That means all America's installations over there is going to be under attack. All the military, that means they got to run to rescue. That's Armageddon. Armageddon East. Okay. Now Armageddon West, right? Because it's two Armageddon, you understand that. Armageddon West, it'll be between the demons and that's another war, but I'm not going into detail here. But that's over here in the West, because there's going to be a total economic collapse. And no food, no water. It says they're going to drink. It says God going to give them blood to drink and flesh to eat, flesh their children to eat. That's what's going to be. So they're going to tear this country apart. The demons are going to tear this country apart. They're going to tear it apart. They're going to burn down the cities and everything else. It's going to be a total war here. Swore within and swore without. That's Armageddon West, Armageddon East. They'll be torn apart over there because all their friends betrayed them. They're trying to protect their bases. They got thousands, maybe 100,000 troops over there in Europe. They're under attack. Try to defend them. See? That's what happened there. And over here, what's happening here is a total economic collapse. And now you got cannibalism, wholesale cannibalism war. So, and here what it says, and during this time, I'm telling you, I'm just showing you the impact of this war. See, it's leading to the next war. I'm giving you little highlights of what's coming, but this is what impact this was going to lead to other things. So look at Malachi. I said, my messenger you prepared the way before me. The Lord whom you seek shall surely come to this temple, the messenger of the covenant, right? Whom you should delight in. Behold, he come and said, Lord, host. But who may abide the day of his coming? Who shall stand when he appears? For it's like a refiner's fire, and like full of soap. He shall sit as a refiner and purify the silver, shall as purify the sons of Levi. See, Elijah was a Levite. He raised Levites. Suleiman would raise Lazarus, right? Shabazz. And pure them as gold and silver, and they shall offer the Lord offerings in righteousness. They shall and shall offer to Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant to the Lord as in days of old, in ancient years. And I will come near to you in judgment. I'll be a swift witness against us, whatever, right? So in other words, that's the time, during this time, that's consequences of this war also. That's consequences of this war also. See? Clean up, take over, the kicking out of the David is taking over Nation of Islam and clean it up. Because who you clean up from? You clean up Elijah's mess? I say Elijah made a mess, or you see the one that came after Elijah. And he would, see, understand that? Okay, let's move on. And there, see, this backs up right here. It says, I heard a great voice saying, right now becoming salvation, the power of the kingdom of God of the Lord Christ. And remember, this is consequence of the war. This is chapter 12 again. Because we're throwing the accuser of the brother of us, accusing him night, citing the God of us day and night. That's Farrakhan always accusing black folks. Oh man, y'all so sinful. Y'all sinful. Remember? But he's always kissing, loving devils. But he all black. Y'all so sinful. Y'all so wicked. Y'all deserve it. The reason why he don't talk to Abrahamic covenant, the reward part, because he said we don't deserve reward, because we're so sinful, we ain't listen to him. So he's cast down. That's the consequences of war. That's one of the consequences of war. We don't go into more detail. We get further into the wars. But I'm just showing you the immediate consequence of the war in heaven. See? There you go. There you go. Right. Cast down. That's what said. When thrones are cast down, ancient of days just set. See? He's running. Okay? Here you go right here. There's a consequence, all these consequences. Till I've held the thrones will place and one, it says cast down, that should be the best translation, was cast down. And the one ancient day just set. His raiment was white as snow and hair like pure wool. That's not Farrakhan, don't have hair like wool, full hair, but like Farrakhan doesn't have hair like wool, lambs like wool, nor does Master Muhammad. So they can't be son of man. They don't have hair like that. It's drawn with fiery flames and wheels up there burning fire. See, they tried, the wheel doesn't have flames come out of it. See? But anyway, that's another story. I'm just showing you, I'm just giving you a glimpse of what to the effect, right, of this war. The immediate effects that's going to kick into Armageddon, everything else. Cannibalism. There'll be no food. No food at all, none. Maybe for a few days, there will be no food at all. And be no water. See? So I'm just giving you some highlights, brothers and sisters, what to expect. And this is the time, the separation of the chaff and the wheat. That's the resurrection of our people. Because right now, the resurrection of Lazarus, part of the resurrection, we confused because we mixed in with the saints and the demons are mixed in together. The chaff and the wheat are mixed in together. So we confusing each other because we're different wavelengths, different vibrations. And that's what Suleiman was separating. That's where you saw in Daniel, where the eagle was plucked up off that lion. You know, seeing in Mark where the guy's mind back, whatever. But this is what happens here. And now you got two armies. You got the demon army, that's the locusts they're talking about, right? We're going to talk about that. That's the demon. I'm not talking about it here. That's the war. And then you got 17 million. That's the great army. It says, Ezekiel says they come together, the great army, the resurrection. All this is a direct consequence of that war. So I'm just showing that, brothers and sisters. Okay. So I think that's pretty much it there. Okay, I'm not going to go into this, brothers. I've talked about it quite a bit. Right. Except to say, This gets back to about the umbrella that's made of paper, right? So I'm not going to go into it, but I already talked, look at my previous ones, right? So I'm going to it. Well, let me go down a couple of things and just close this out. See, because I have to take a look at this explanation here. But basically, this is the mathematics of deception. Because you have details. See, the best way to deceive is a mixed truth with falsehood. So when you give generalization, that's another way to deceive people. A generalization, so to make people think that you know what to talk about. So for I watched the weather. Armageddon has already started, but never any details. I'm giving excruciating detail. I gave you a lot of excruciating details here. So you got two different things. So you have an equation like that. See, this equation on the left, the right, left, the one on the left is summary, but the one on the right is detail. And they're equal. They're equal. Say, well, they're equal. Well, okay, what's the problem then? They are totally equal. So let's go through this quickly, brothers and sisters, right? So the X right there is talking about, you have to put it in context, right? X represents the current time, and T is the time of the event. So say the time of the event is the beginning of that war. The event leading up to that, the event is the war. But X is current time leading up to the war, right? Okay. So say the war is 3 years from now, 2000. Well, say it was 3 years from now, right? Or 3 months from now, right? See. So you put 1 in there, and what you got? Put 1 here, and both of them turns out to equal 4. Both of them got something. Both know. You got details about Armageddon. You have fire contact. Hey, so you know what Armageddon is going to be. You got some generalizations, but you get details on the right side. On the left side, right, you get generalizations. So you think you got some, man, it's going to be a war. It's going to fire, so you got the generalizations. So you think you're good. And then year 2 comes in. Next year, you got second month close to it, right? And you still got more generalizations, right? Watch the weather and stuff. So, hey, man, the weather. See, but you get more detail on the one on the right, because he did detail. You put 2 in here, so it's still equal. They both equal 5. What happens when the event happens? Put 3 in there. Then the one on the right, detail, he got something. He got what? He got 6. And what the one on the left, he got nothing. He didn't know anything. He thought he had something he knew. Now you're right in the middle of it. Or you know Armageddon and what's weather, but what you do? You have no knowledge, you have anything. See? That's the mathematics. That's the way the mathematics works. So you have nothing. This is not a trick. Do the math, brothers and sisters. That's the mathematics of deception. So you thought you had something leading up to it until what? Bam. Then you got to the event and you had nothing. Now, oh, Armageddon, what I do? Is the weather? Yeah, it's bad. What I do? But the one on the right, use details. Oh, this, I know who this is. I know where I should go. I know what I should do. See? And then what happens? The next year, if you survive it, then both of you got something again. But see, both of you have knowledge, third knowledge of what happened, but one's in hell and one's in heaven. both of you have third knowledge now. One's in hell and one's in heaven. Both got knowledge now. See? But one's in hell and one's in heaven. See? Because people go to hell, they're going to know who God is, angels, everything, ain't they? They're going to know who the devil is and everything else when they get there. They're going to know exactly, but they ain't going to do them any good. You understand? That's the mathematics of deception. Do the math. That's not a trick, brothers and sisters. That's the mathematics of it. And here I'll just go through, Here I just go through step by step. Right? So you can see. Year 1, year 2, year 3, boom. Okay? We're going to understand, brothers. We're going to leave it there. We're going to leave it there, brothers and sisters.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Excuse me, brothers and sisters. I'm going to check something here. Got something. Assalamu alaikum. Rahim here. The judge, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the seven seals. Assalamu alaikum. The crusher. Brothers and sisters, I have a special for you today. Countdown to Apocalypse. Apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Got Lion Fire Canary talking about Armageddon has already started. He has no idea what he's talking about. Armageddon has not started yet. But when it starts, you'll know. It's a time of wars and rumors of wars. See? And we're going to talk about his deception. See, everything is mathematics. But I got a series here. This is a series. It's a preview. Upcoming series, brothers and sisters. The upcoming series. See here. How does this work here? What is it doing it? Okay. Good. Upcoming series. So I intend to give this whole series countdown to Apocalypse. After Armageddon is just one battle in the Apocalypse. That's what Revelations call the Apocalypse. Some people call it the Apocalypse. See? So we give a step-by-step countdown, right, to the Apocalypse. And then first will be the countdown, and then we're going to tell you the details about the Apocalypse. So we got an issue here, brothers and sisters. Let me see if I can resolve this. Okay. Why is it? Hold on, brothers and sisters. Let me see if I can. Nope, not that. We probably have a little difficulty here. And I'm not sure why. See if I can resolve this here. Okay, there you go. There you go. That's okay. Okay. Those are just the topics we'll be talking about in the countdown to Apocalypse. And the Apocalypse. First, countdown to Apocalypse. That's what we'll talk about today. And then the Apocalypse. Okay? So, this. But first, bro, says get out. America's about to blow. She is rattling, shaking. Trouble in every sector. It's about to blow, bro. It says, get warning. It says the watchman will come to give you the warning. If you don't take heed of warning, that's your behind. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out, brothers and sisters, because remember in 911, those of you old enough to remember that? They closed the doors. Won't be able to get out. Okay? Get out before it's too late. Go backwards. So let's look at a couple of things, brothers and sisters. See, it says, after these things I saw angels stepping down out of heaven, having authority great, and earth was lightened up out of the glory of him. He cried out in a strong voice, saying, she fell, Babylon the Great, talking about America. She came dwelling place of demons, not spirits, dwelling place of demons. They're dwelling there. Farrakhan telling you this or it's a disposition, it's an attitude, right? It's some kind of spirit. Some no, they don't dwell. These are living beings dwelling. Headaches don't dwell somewhere, right? Except in your mind, right? She came to dwelling place of demons and prison of every spirit unclean, prison of every bird unclean, have been hated, and because of the wine of anger, fornication, her have fallen all the nations. Who's corrupting all the nations? It's not Arabia, it's not China, it's not Africa, it's America. They're pushing their ideas, their philosophy, their corrupt way, their democracy, their capital, all they think is great. Capitalism is just slavery by definition. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. Exactly what we experienced with them. Slavery was driven by capitalism, right? Capitalism. And kept under control by Christianity. That have an idea to keep your mind, keep you under control. They tell you that you wasn't in hell. They weren't devils, yet you was suffering all the torments of hell, and by devils constantly 24/7. But no, this ain't hell. We ain't the devils. That's what happened after you die, which is a lie. And you can't come back to say, prove that they're lying. So they did that. So you would think that this is better than that. And you obey them, you listen to them. Because otherwise, if you knew that that wasn't true, and this was the hell, and these were the devils, you would slit their throat. You know that. That's what it's all about. Anyway, and having fallen all the nations, and to keep the earth with her committed fornication, and traveling merged earth out of power of unreigned luxury of her became rich. America's supposed to be the richest place, right? I heard other voice out of heaven saying, "Come out, the people of me, come out, my people, come out." I said, "Get the hell out of here." Pharaoh can tell you, no, come out her religion, come out custom. Okay, you listen to that if you want to. It says, get the hell out. In order that you will not share together the sins of her, right? And out of the plagues, there's going to be plagues. Right? So get the hell out of here so you don't, right, be touched by that or be hurt by it, harmed by it. In order that you should not receive because, okay, well, that's the story, brothers and sisters. I think there's a second page here. No. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. If you don't like me, you don't like this message, get the hell out anyway. Take a vacation for a few months. Believe me, you'll be glad that you did. Get your family, get the hell out of here. Nothing changed, brothers and sisters. They've crucified us for 500 years. Totally. They took everything from us. We couldn't even cover our nakedness. They took everything. They didn't leave us nothing. The language, culture, name, everything. They took everything. Our minds took everything. Left us totally naked. They didn't even give us something to cover our nakedness. See, that's what the Bible's talking about, the crucifixion. To my us. So my two crucifixions are us as a people, right? And Suleiman, right? In the particular. But that's what it's talking about. Okay, let's move on, brothers. I'm going to move to this. It says it's a very extensive series. I intend to every weekday, maybe on the weekends, deliver the next episode. Countdown to the apocalypse. Armageddon is just one battle in the apocalypse. The apocalypse, right, will be initiated by the one in heaven. That's what initiated the apocalypse, right? And Armageddon is not Armageddon. Armageddon is just one battle, right, during the apocalypse. So he mentioned one time, and that's in Revelation. But what? That's the war to end all wars. He has no idea what he's talking about. So listen to him if you want. That's your business. Okay. The angel key, this is what the key looks like. This is one structure of it. That's the key, right? But every chapter, right? The symbols change, and but that's the key. Key remains the same. Just every chapter, right? The symbols change, like a puzzle. Right? You got a puzzle, and they change the picture on the puzzle, but the puzzle remains the same. So once you learn the puzzle, then you don't care about the picture. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm just showing you that to get some idea so you have some idea what we're talking about here. Okay, now chapter 11 is your timeline. Chapter 11 is your timeline. That's the witnesses. That's your timeline. And I'm going to go into more detail today because the timeline tells you exactly, right? Well, it tells you when the war in heaven is going to start, which initiates apocalypse. Okay? Okay, now, it says, I shall give to the witnesses of me, and they will prophesy 1,260 days, right? 1,260, which is 42 months or 42 years, right? So that starts in 1948. That's when the apocalypse officially started, right? See, but well, that's the countdown started. I said that I misspoke. That's when the countdown to the apocalypse started in 1948. That's when Antichrist came on the scene and the Christ. Because that's why you got to understand the mathematics of it. They both were coming to this at the same time. So you want to find out who the Son of Man is, Suleiman. He'll be conceived at the same time false Israel was conceived. False Israel, Antichrist. Christ, Antichrist. You understand? You get it? Christ, Antichrist. They both, the mathematics. If the mathematics, the fulcrum is 0, if you bring up a 10, you got to have a negative 10. If you bring up a 20, you got to have a negative 20 to balance it out. If the balance is 0, so at the time the balance is 0. So you bring in a Christ, you have to bring an Antichrist, or you bring Antichrist, you have to bring to balance it out. That's why I call Antichrist. Why I Antichrist? Okay, that's the mathematics of brother and sister, but okay. So it says they would do this, remember this is Syria and Iran they're talking about. And they would be in the Middle East. They was powerhouses in the Middle East from 48 to 1990. What happened in 1990? See? Now you can read this on your own, brothers. I'm just going to go through the highlights of this, right? Because there's much to cover here. What happened in 1990? That's when so-called Gulf War, America and Britain moved in, false Israel, and what? They superseded the power of Iran and Syria. So they became the powers in heaven. Remember it says, men's hearts will fail for fear, right? Will be failing for fear, right? Of what's coming upon the earth because the powers of the heavens means heaven has to be somebody that place they know because they couldn't. How would they know that the powers of heaven be shaken if it's someplace beyond the sun, moon, and stars, right? So anyway, because they see what's happening here is about to happen here. So they was displaced. So that's what it says right there. So-called Gulf War. And when they finished the witness time, when they finished, right, it says the wild beast stepping out of the abyss will make war with them. That's talking about America and Britain and false Israel. Make war and conquer them and kill them. And the fall upon the broad way, the sea, the great which is called spiritually Sodom and Egypt, and also Lord of them was put on stake. And they're looking out at the people in terms of nature, right? So in other words, that's what happens right there, they get cast down. Because the one coming out of the pit did it. Now who's the one coming out of the abyss? That's Gog and Magog. Read chapter 20. That's European history. That's not something happening in the millennium in the future. That's European history. I don't want you to know that. Because Europe was thrown in its dark age for 1,000 years. Who kept in dark ages? It was a resurrected people. Who's resurrected? Abraham's resurrected Islamic Empire. They don't want you to know that Abraham built the Kaaba, the Mecca, and all that stuff out there. They don't want you to know that. Because then he wants you to associate with Islam. And then they fell and they was resurrected by Prophet Muhammad. And when he did it, it forced the Europeans into the dark ages for 1,000 years. That's European history. Then they would come out and they would cover the whole world. That's what's happened, exactly what happened. Gog and Magog, America and Britain. That's who come out. Now they come out of the pit. They make war with them. And they overcome them. See, so they wouldn't allow them to be buried. You got to understand, under the earth, I'm not going, it's a lot to explain here, bro. Since those that understand this, the study Injil, they understand what I'm talking about. But because European comes to represent the earth, and they wouldn't allow to be buried under earth. That's I can't go into that, bro. Since I've spent a long time trying to explain that. Okay, so see that. So now they're under authority or domination by America, Britain, and false Israel since 1990. Okay, and then it said right? And was given a reed like staff, saying, "Rise up and measure the divine habitation of the garden altar, worship in it, and the courtyard outside the divine habitation. Throw you outside, and that you should measure, because it's given to the nations, and the city holy they will trample on 42 months. That's 42 years. See? I mean, not 40, excuse me. 42 months means 3.5 years. 42 months, 3.5 years, right? So that's what's happening here. So at 3.5 years, they've been on the foot of the nations. See? They've been on the foot of the nations. So that's what happened. So then it was, so that was a JCPOA. Because foot of the nations means they was under control of the UN. They was under foot of the nations. That's what that means, brothers and sisters. So they was going to be on foot of the nations for 3.5 years. That's JCPOA, right? That took effect in January 16, 2016. Right? So, but they would be in the other position for 24 years. So I don't think I showed that, brothers and sisters. Let me see. I think I probably went past that too quickly. Let me see if I showed that. Okay, yeah. And they'd be there for 3 days and a half, or 3 days and a half of what? Half of the 42. That's 21 plus 3 is 24. They'd be in that situation for 24 years. So let's do the math. From 1990, add 24 years to that, right? Add 24 years to 1990, what you get? You get 2014, right? 2014. 2014, they'd be in that position right there. From 1990, actually from 1991, because you got to consider all the war, everything that happened when they because the war didn't finish their off to 1991. But the bottom line is 2014, 2015, in that time period, they'll be in that situation here. And then they're going to foot of nations for 3.5 years. So let's do the math here. So that puts you at 2016. See, 2016 was started. They started negotiation for 2015, 2014, when they started negotiation for the JCPOA. See what I'm saying? So 1990 to 2016, that's 24 years. 2014, that's 24 years. Then they started negotiation in JCPOA. Look this up, brothers and sisters. 1990, if you want to go that way with just the actual 1990, right? But it should be 1991. But anyway, go 1990. So we're going to keep this simple. 1990, right? Yeah, 14 years to that. 24 years to that. You're 2014. 2014 is when they started negotiation for JCPOA, right? That was when Obama was president. So it became in effect in 2016. January 2016, it came in effect. Once the agreement and everything, it came in effect 2016. Okay? And then they'd be in that situation for 3.5 years. So for 3.5 years, right, they'd be under the foot of nations for 3.5 years, right? And then Trump came, and what did he do? He took and slammed the agreement and broke it. That gets back to Daniel about that middle of the week, 7 weeks, middle of the week, right? So the bottom line is, you got to have 3.5 and have 3.5. That's 7 years. So this 3.5, you got the 24 years. You got the 48 years, right? 1,026 days, right? That's 42 years, right? You got that one. Then you got the 24 years. Now you got the 3.5 years, and then another 3.5 years. That's 7 years altogether, which will put you 7 years from 2016. 7 years, right? Will put you at 2023. But we ain't got there yet. But right now you're 3.5 years. That puts you at about June 2019. That puts you basically there. See, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but those that study this, they understand what I'm saying. I'm just trying to keep it simple, brothers and sisters. Okay. So Trump broke the agreement, and it says they will start to rise. But see, in this case, right, in other cases, that how long they was in that position In that case, that's how long they was in that position. Right? In this case, it's how long it takes them to get to a position. That means it's a win. That gets back to the sixth seal where this wind is blowing, but that's I'm not going to go detail there, brothers and sisters. But anyway, see right here, it says 3.5 years negotiations begin attempting to revive it. So they from 16 they're trying to revive it, right? What happened there? Okay, I got an error there, brothers and sisters. That should be 1:16:23, brothers and sisters. How I missed that one. That should be 6 to 19, right? Basically, June 16, 2019 to 1:16:23. That's 3 years past, right? So if you add the 3 years together, let's go back. I have to go back. Oh, it's taking my time to get this, and I still got that wrong. It's too important to make mistakes like this, brothers and sisters. It's too important. See my error here? Okay. 3.5 years from when the beginning of JCPOA, that would put you at basically June 16th, 2019, 3.5 years. Then 3.5 years from that, which we're going to see next 3.5 years, would put you what? It'll put you at, because that'd be 7 altogether, right? So that puts you 7 years from here, which would put you at 2023, January 2023. So I'm going to speak of this again briefly. Can't do it today because I have some things to do. Because I want it to be exactly correct. No errors here. That should take you, the next 3.5 years should take you to January 16, 2000, basically January 2023. January 2023, 7 years from January 2016, 7 years, right? That's not right, brothers and sisters. Did I get that wrong too? No, that's right. So from 16 to 17, 18, 19, 20, 16 to 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. From 16, right, to 17, that's 1 year, 18 to 19 to 20 to 21, 22, 23. So that'd be put you at January 23, right? So in other words, they're moving up, right? They're not in the JCPOA and they're negotiating. That's what I'm saying here. Negotiating, that kind of stuff, right? But it said it took them 3.5 years, right, till after then the Spirit of God came in. That's what I'm saying right there. Because the Spirit of God, in this case, there was 7 spirits, but 3 of them came corrupt. So that's the demons, right? So that's one. But that's the spirit of this God. Remember, Satan is called a God. That's Satan there, between America and Britain. So that's his spirit. So in other words, it takes them to cover that. You know, that's get too complicated for those brothers that's not familiar with the angel key. But to get that position, because now they negotiate with the Europeans, but they don't want to have any negotiation with America and Britain and false Israel at all. They want to negotiate only with the Europeans. That's what's happening right now, and that will take you to January of this year. To January this year, right? Because in the middle of the week, Trump, that's talking about the book of Daniel, he broke the agreement, right? It says 7, remember, because that's 7 weeks, but in the middle of the week, they're talking about this 7 years. Okay. That's what's happening here. Okay? So then what happens? Then it says, and we'll go to the next page here. Then it says, then they stood upon the feet. So there's 2 actions here, right? First, right, they get the Spirit of God in them, and then they stand upon the feet. There's 2 actions happening here. So this action here starts taking place at the beginning of this year. So that covers all the time. That covers the 48 years, that covers the 42 years of witnessing against false Israel. That covers the, because remember, they totally against false Israel, right? Then it takes the 24 years, right? That they between the time that they was sanctioned, all that kind of stuff. And by the way, sanctions, right? Who's doing? There's no confusion about the brothers and sisters. 66 is easy. Hold on. Yes.
Your technician, Jason, is en route to your appointment. We look forward to handling your internet voice and video needs. Goodbye.
And, I forgot my train of thought, brothers and sisters. Anyway, okay, yeah, we said 42 years, right? Then 24 years, right? We was on sanction. Oh, about 666. Who's doing that? Who's the only nation that sanctions everybody? Unless they do what they want them to do. And if you don't accept false Israel's right to exist, you get sanctioned or killed. There's nobody doing that but America. There's no secret there. You have to go there and calculate it and go and dig and start trying to solve puzzles. That's clear. 666 represents America, period. The only country on the planet that's doing that. Anyway, right, sanctions. That's 666, you can't buy or sell. Well, is that complicated? Anyway, so here is that then this gets back to the fifth seal. This gets complicated. I'm not going to complications, bro. So maybe I'll do a reduction of this, get more complicated. But this gets back to silence in heaven for space of half an hour. Now, if you go and look at those seals, the only one that had seals that was silent was the fifth seal, right? And then it says they was given white robes. That gets back to the angel key again. It's kind of hard to do this without explaining all this. But brother says it's a lot. I'm just keep it simple, right? So that means they're in that situation right there. And it said, be silenced in heaven for space for half an hour. Now, you understand angel key, right? The top part represents ears. The middle part represents hands. And the bottom part represents feet, right? So Iran and Syria, they're the top part of this. But remember, they cast down. They represent the ears. But America and Britain represent hands. That's what's talking about. The hands cover the ears. That's silence. That means they're in that position. You have to understand angel key. They understand this stuff, brothers and sisters, right? So they're in that position, right? And so they'd be in that position for 6 months. Silence heaven for half an hour, which is 6 months, right? That's what's happening, silence. And then the war takes place. So, I mean, we can look at that war takes place between June and July this year. I'm on record. Between June and July this year. That war will break out in heaven. That's what angel key is telling me. That's my study, 30 years. I'm safe to tell it now because we're so close. I mean, it wouldn't be a prophecy if I didn't tell you before it happened. So that's what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. So you can study it on your own. See, then they stood upon their feet. See, they're standing upon their feet right now. See, because remember the bottom represents feet, but they're right there, and hands covering the ears. So silence for 6 months. That's where we are right now in time, during this silence period, right? And then the war takes place. Then the war takes place. Then the war breaks out in heaven. And war occurs out in heaven. That's when false Israel, America and Britain are defeated, because that's where the wars take place. That's a war, rumors of war in Russia going right now with Ukraine. This is the war that kicks off the apocalypse. This war, right? So then they're kicked out. And Master Muhammad is with them. It says Michael and his angels. See, because their Air Force is not going to work. Then people say, how can the Air Force got defeated? They're not going to tell you the truth. How can the Air Force got defeated? See, they're going to lose. And that's what's going to happen here. And then what happens next? They kicked out. See? And this is when Babylon falls. Remember, say, get out. Get out, Babylon's falling. You better be out of here. See? So Babylon falls. See, that's what it says. Stepping out, said, get out of here, my people. Get out. That's when Babylon falls. That's the angel key. You don't just do anything with that key. You have to follow the rules. Right? So Babylon's cast down. They're cast out of the Middle East, leaving false Israel isolated. Now, what's that about? And when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, that's what you saw in the previous one, right? Its destruction is near. They trying to tell us redemption is near. They said, are they going to attack false Israel and Jesus going to come and save them? That's not what it says. It says when you see they're surrounded by armies, they're isolated, right? They said they're going to be cannibalism going on there. See? It says it's destruction. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, who controls Jerusalem? Jerusalem's capital of what? False Israel. Surrounded by armies. Then know its destruction is near. It said those flee. Say, get out. Remember, it said, get out. Get out. See? Get out of it. Be out of Babylon. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So I think I'm going to maybe a follow-up on that one because it's a lot of detail there, brothers and sisters. I can spend hours explaining that to you. I'm just giving you the basic idea, right? So if you can accept it on faith, fine. If you're not, we have people that can tell you more detail if you want the mathematics of it. But there's a lot of stuff. I try to give you the basic. So that's what I'm saying. I'm going to countline to apocalypse. Here's Farrakhan. He's going to be fleeing during this time, right? Because that's when the thrones are cast down. What thrones you think he'll cast down? That's him. He's the son of perdition. He's the son of perdition. His father's the devil. How in the hell can he be? He's not seed of Abraham. His father, he admits it. We have a picture of his father, Percival Clark. He don't have hair like William's wool. So how can he be son of man like he claims to be? See? And he's going to save the world in a wheelchair? They're going to be running. Look at my... That's what happened to them in a minute. You'll see. And this is the thing. This is when the separation comes, brothers and sisters, between us and the demons. Because what they did is they sowed their seed. Remember, and if you read the scripture at all, someone sowed their seed amongst the wheat. That's talking about, that's the devils. They raped our women for 400 years. And that's their seed. That's not our children. That's not us. Even Elijah Muhammad, now he didn't call them demons, but he acknowledged that. He says their seed. That's not our children. They might be carry your complexion, but that's them. That's not us. But they sowed amongst us. And when you sow the chaff amongst the wheat, the chaff chokes the wheat. It said the enemy did this. But Elijah was told, don't separate them. It says, wait till Suleiman come and he will separate them out. And that's what's about to happen here. That's what Suleiman's job is, to separate them out. And it says, because that's when the four winds blow, and then it's a great army, but it'd be two armies. Because when they separate out, they become an army also. And that gets into the next war. And we'll talk about when we get to the Locust War. When we separate now, we unite. We unite and they're united. And that's another war that's going to come as a result of that. Okay, so I'm going to go in this, brothers and sisters. I'm going to go in this, and then we're going to close out. Now we'll do the math here. So those of you familiar with math at all, right, you can see that x minus 3 times x plus 3 times is not added. I should have put time signs there. If you multiply it, it comes out to x squared minus 9, right? If you multiply them together. I need you to see it. So because if those of you don't know how to multiply, right, then you need to see that to understand the rest of this. Okay. Now, what you need to do here, I'm going to go a little more detail to explain this. What I'm saying is you got summary and you got detail. Now, on the left there, you got the summary. Because remember, if you multiply what's on the right, you get what's on the left. But they're the same. They're both equal the same. They're both equal the same. It's just one is detail and one is summary. See? So I'm saying when X represents the current time for whatever we do in this formula, and T represents the time of the event. There's an event that's going to take place, but X represents the current time. So in other words, if the event's going to take place in July, right, that would be T. But if we in January, that'd be X. That'd be the current time. So you got 6 months to get to the event, right? Understand that? So X represents the current time where you are right now. T represents the event that you're waiting to happen, okay? See? So in this case, right, we're going to say the event's going to happen in 2023, right? But the turn every time we're talking about is 2021. So that's like Farrakhan telling you, hey man, Armageddon's already started, kind of stuff, right? So he can tell you this stuff. He's giving you summaries. Watch the weather. He don't give you details. He give you summaries. Watch the weather. Armageddon's already started, right? The synagogue of Satan. All these summaries. He don't give you details. We give you details. That's the difference. Does it matter? Okay, let's see if it matters. Do some mathematics of it. This is not a trick. Just do the mathematics yourself. You need a calculator for this. Or you put a calculator, you're going, right? Okay, so say for instance, we're in the year 2021. So Farrakhan is giving you watch the weather kind of stuff. So let you think, so you put those numbers in there, right? So we say, okay, X, right? 2021, that's the first year, right? Year one, you haven't got to year 20, the first year before 2023, right? You put that in there, and what you get? And T is going to read 3 because it's 3 years ahead, 3 years in the future. So you put 3 there because 3 years in the future yet, right? If we're in 2001, 2003 is 2 years. Actually, that should be 2020. Well, since I gotta really, I'm gonna do this again, right? But so 2021, 2020 would be the stretch year. Because remember, plague, everything came in, right? Okay. So you put 1 in there, right? So you put 1 there in the calculation, you get, right? Come down to the bottom down here, you get 1 squared minus 9. So that comes out at -8 over -2, which is 4. Because the minus signs go with, they're both equal minus. Yes.
Sir, my name is Jay Sean from Spectrum. I'm to write an application or whatever like that. No, I'm from apartment 30321, but they got me at this look like I don't look like the apartments, but I'm at like 1826. Like gray buildings or something. You know what I'm talking about? Or am I at the right
The gray building, excuse me, hold on for a second. 1 second. 1 second here. The building should be better. If we also have to rush through this real quickly. So understand this if you go. So if you look at it that way, right? And I'll go back and do a reductionist. Look at, and then the next year, right? You get something. But the bottom line is when you get to 2023, right? That year, put a 3 in there, and you see one of them, the summary, you got 0. But another one, you got 6. What that's telling you is that that's the mathematical deception, because you thought you had some, watch the weather and everything else, but when the event happens, when the war takes place, the actual war takes place, you got nothing. You had nothing. You see? But the ones that had detail, they had something. That's the mathematics. So Farrakhan is telling you, but when the time hits, you have nothing, you find, I don't know what to do. Watch what to do. And you're stuck. And then what happens next? But if you go to next year, right, now you got something. Both of you got something equal again, right? But both of you got the experience, but you got the worst part of the experience. The other one was saved. So in other words, both of you saved. So what happened, there's a disbelievers, right? Both of them saw the fire, but one's in the fire and one's outside the fire. Okay? I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I got a situation here I gotta deal with. See? So hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna leave it there. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. The judge, Sulaiman Rahim here, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the 7 seals, the crusher. Brothers and sisters, details. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. Babylon's falling. It's going to blow any day now. Need to get out, brothers and sisters. Come out of her, my people. Farrakhan's lying to you, say, oh, come out of your religion. Come out. The place is going to be destroyed, but why would you want to be here? He's all over the place with that. because he's one of them. He's a demon as far as the devil. His purpose is to keep you here to your destruction. Keep you trapped in the gravitational vortex. Get out, get out, get out. Brothers and sisters, does details matter? Those scriptures, they was written to keep you from being deceived. They give you details. Details like the Son of Man would have hair like lamb's wool. That's an important detail. Because Master Muhammad doesn't have hair like that, neither does Farrakhan. But Farrakhan claims he's the one, and you've been told that Master Muhammad is the Son of Man, but he said he would suffer many things and put to death. I mean, all those things happened to Master Muhammad. Muhammad never said anything like that, that those things happened to him. And when he came, all hell would break loose. That didn't happen when Master Muhammad showed up. Details. Says he would break the 7 seals. Did Master Muhammad anywhere claim he broke the 7 seals? That would be a very important sign, wouldn't it? He never mentioned it. Elijah Muhammad never mentioned it either. He never claimed he broke the 7 seals. And even Lion Farrakhan hasn't made that claim yet. I expect him to try to make it. Because he don't know anything about the scripture. He definitely be lost there. These are important things. Like the son of perdition. He wasn't set in the synagogue. He sat in the temple, Elijah's temple. So he's trying to tell you, oh, the synagogue of Satan, right? That's the false Israel. No, that's not. It says he was set in Elijah's seat in the temple. Details that keep you from being deceived. Like it says in Thessalonians, be not deceived. Be not, why didn't we say that? Preceded with that. Be not deceived that the falling away will come first. And then the Son of Man will be, Son of Perdition be revealed. The Son of falling away will come first. The Farrakhan reversed it. He said, no, now he's revealing the Son of Perdition. Everybody's falling away from them. But it says, be not deceived. So do not be deceived on that point. So somebody's telling you different. That means he's trying to deceive you. So if you're still deceived, that means you're a demon or you're a stone-cold idiot. Because those are important points. And the person you should be looking for, right, he'd be able to check off all those points. Farrakhan don't check off any of them. None of them. Zero. See, he'll be the one that become after Elijah for 42 years. Son of perdition. They say, oh, Aaron, he's all these days. Yeah, while Elijah was present, while Moses was present, but remember he did those things in Moses' absence. Because even the God told Moses, you better get down there, because that man went crazy. He said, Aaron went out of control, because Aaron let him out of control. He said, become a laughing stock to the enemies. I mean, details. Those little pesky details. And how's he able to get around them? He's not teaching scripture. He's not following Elijah Muhammad. Oh, devils ain't devils anymore? He gonna bring devils into our eye? He could heal the devils? Those things are totally inconsistent with the lessons, totally. There's no way in the world you can take these lessons and tell them to and translate them into that. But they said, well, no, Master Muhammad speaks through him. Really? So Master Muhammad just got things all mixed up, right? So he was mixed up back then. He's not confused now. So no, he's saying totally opposite of what he said in the beginning. Those little pesky details. But see, we're going to talk about these wars, brothers and sisters. There's plenty of wars. Armageddon is Harmageddon, and that's not the war end all wars. That's another pesky little detail. No, that's a European war. It's not a world war. Nothing in the scriptures say anything. It's only mentioned one time in scriptures in the Injil, and it's not the war in all wars. That's his mistake. It's just one of the wars. There's wars that leads up to that. And there's several wars that follow it. The war of the latter days. The war that ends all wars. Little pesky details. We're going to talk those details in a mathematical way in a minute. But get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. So let's move on, brothers and sisters, here. Now I'm going to cover a few things here, brothers and sisters. Then we'll get into a little mathematics. Those you can do add and subtract and multiply. That's all you need to be is add, subtract, multiply. If you do that, and I can show you something. But look at here. But that day and hour, no one knows, not even the angel of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father alone. That means Master Muhammad knows, right? But what day they talk about? For the coming of the Son of Man will be just like the days of Noah. See? For in those days before the flood, they were eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark. That didn't happen back there when Master Muhammad showed up, right? And they did not understand until the flood came and took them away. So will the coming of man be. That take way back then. That's about to happen now. Right? At that time, there will be two men in the field. One be taken, one will be left. Two women grind at the mill. One be taken, one be left. You have to understand Scripture, understand that, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to go into Injil key to explain that, but right, they'll be on alert. Therefore, be on alert. And this is the point right here. For you do not know which day your Lord is coming. But be sure of this, if the master of the house had known at what time the night the thief was coming, he would have been on alert and would not have allowed his house to be broken into. See, for this reason, you must be ready as well, for the Son of Man is coming out when you do not think he will. See, in other words, this is a time we're going to see he's coming to take us out of here. That's what it's talking about. And so we don't know the time. That's what's talking about, referring to the time that we actually taken out of here when the four winds blow. That's the time it's talking about. Not talking about when the war starts. It's talking about the time that we're supposed to be delivered. That's why it says, for this, if the master of the house had known at what time the night thief was coming, he would have said, when that allows how to be broken into. That's what's talking about, brothers and sisters. See, right now. See, hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Time of our deliverance. But that day and hour, no one knows, okay, even the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father alone. For the coming of the Son of Man will be just like days of Noah. For in those days before the flood, the eating, drinking, marrying, giving in marriage to a day, no angel flood ark, and they understand until the flood came and took them all away. So will the coming Son of Man be. That time be too. So that's pretty much the same thing as the other one said. That's just a different book. But get out, brothers and sisters. Okay, look at this one. After these I saw other angels stepping out of heaven, having authority great. Earth was light up out of glory of him. He cried out in a strong voice, saying, She fell, Babylon the Great. It's talking about America, right? And she came dwelling in the place of demons, prison of every unclean, spirit unclean, and prison of every bird unclean, having been hated. And because of the wine and anger of the fornication, her have fallen all the nations, and the kings of earth were committed fornication to her. I mean, somebody has influence over all the nations. We know who that is, right? And the traveling merchants of the earth, out of power, the unreigned glory, luxury of her, they became rich, right? And I heard other voices out of heaven saying, Come you out, the people of me, come out, get out, in order that you not should share together in the sins of her, out of the plagues of her. Plagues coming. So you can't stay, or you're going to stay here and always the plague is going to bypass you. See, nature of the plagues, right? Out of plagues of her, you should not receive, because was glued together her sins unto heaven, and called the mind the God unjust of her. Because on the judgment, right? Telling you to get the hell out. So you don't be coming out of her religion. That stuff's not going to stop you from having plague. Or okay, so everybody around you falling and plagues and all kinds of stuff, and because you're not in her religion anymore, and you with Farrakhan, somehow just bounce past you, over you. Is that what you think? And give you back to her as all she have gave in double. It says payback. Why are you paying back? Because those things done to us. See? Give back double. You double according to the works of her, according to her works. So if you've done good works in America, you shouldn't have any problem. Because if you've done good works to us, we should give you back twice as much. We should love you twice as much as you loved us. So we're telling, if we're so great, and you're so great, and you're so loving, and you did so much great things for us, we should love you twice as much. See, according to the works of her. According to the works. Give it back according to. So if you've done good, we should give good back to you. So we should give you love and affection. Double. See? In the cup where she mingle you to her double. In other words, according to what she did to us. We should give them double back to them what they did to us. So if you did good to us, America, then you shouldn't have nothing to worry about. You should be rejoicing. But that's your judgment. I'm the judge. That's your judgment. As you have done, so should be done to you. As you have done, so should be done to you. You should be happy with that judgment. That's justice. That's fair, isn't it? Right? As many as she glorified herself at living unreigning in luxury. I mean, richest country on the planet. They say it, right? We're so rich, we're luxurious. So give you to her torment and mourning. Oh, torment and mourning. Wow. Because in the heart of her, she said, I am sitting queen, and widow not I am, and mourning not I shall see. In other words, nothing will happen to me. America, I'm the greatest country on the planet. Nothing will happen to me. God blesses us, and whatever, right? Through this, in one day will come plagues for 1 year. One day, all these plagues are going to come in 1 year. When they start suddenly 1 year, it's going to be hell on earth. We've been hell on earth for us for 500 years. But for them, because this is their paradise, this is their heaven right here. This is their Garden of Eden. This is the highest heaven they're ever going to get. To them, this is heaven, right? And this is the place, death. Uh-oh, you don't know, that's that goat. But, that's that goat, brothers and sisters. And mourning and famine. Famine. So if there's a famine in the land and you're still here, how you be eating? Ask me a question, answer this question. Details, little pesky details. If there's a famine in the land, now you don't come out of her, right? You're not part of none of her, and no part of her whatsoever, right? So where you gonna get food from? You came out of her, right? So you had nothing to do with her, right? So where you gonna get food from? Farrakhan? He's got that much food sheltered his behind? That's what you've nourished yourself off for the last 40 years, off of crap out his behind. You think it's honey. How's it tasting? I don't want to know. Don't tell me. See. Famine. So how are you going to eat in that situation if you're here? And even if you have food, how are you going to protect yourself with that food when everybody else is starving? See? So is everybody, all y'all come together? Y'all all over the country, right? There's not that many y'all anymore, but y'all come together, protect yourself. And where's the food at that you can protect yourself? And how you going to do all that? You got guns and missiles and planes. How you going to protect yourself? How you going to do all that if you're still here? Tell me, explain to me how, when famine rolls in here, you're going to be eating. Because Pharaoh now, he said, oh no, you just got to have faith. That's the armor you got to put on. You got to put this armor on faith. That's bullshit. Because you've been paying them 42 years living a luxurious life. Like Babylon's living luxury, right? Glory selves living luxury and everything else off of you. And now his answer when the hell breaks loose is pray. Go in your secret chambers and pray. And have faith. Faith in what? So food gonna pop up in your stove, in your refrigerator? It better not anything you can cook. Because when the famine come, if you in California and you cook something, they could smell all the way in Detroit. And you think they're going to say, oh man, they got food, man. Well, I wish I was one of them. You think that's going to happen? That's where things going to roll? Oh, they got, man, look at the people fire coming. I wish I was them, man. They got food. That's what you think is going to happen? You better read it again. They're eating people. And they're not going to bother you because you at Farrakhan. So the whole land's in a state of cannibalistic war, and you got food, and you sitting around what? Watching on TV? Is that how it works? Is that what you believe? Right? And more and famine and fire. It's gonna be burned down with fire. So you got asbestos suits. How you gonna escape the fire when burn down fire? So the fire. Oh, this is Farrakhan. So that's the story about Daniel, right? He walked to the fire, didn't get burned. Oh, with fireplace on fire. and you sitting around here watching NOI.org, right? And listen to Fahrenheit, and y'all talking on a conference call, right? And fire ain't touching you. Blaze all around you, burn up everybody. And you eating, back to snacking on your bean pie, right? Right? And man, hey man, I'm glad I was at Farrakhan, man. I'm glad I came out of that religion, man. I'm glad I came out of that customs and stuff, man. Look here, I'm on bean pie, man, and everybody's burning up out there, everybody's starving. I'm laying back here, cool, man. I'm just taking real conference. Hey Farrakhan, what's happening, man? I'm glad you pull my coat. I'm glad you pulled my coat, brother. Wow. Glad I gave up that religion. Glad I gave up that cross, man. Now, man, that bean pie is good, man. It's cool up in here. Everybody's burning around here, man. They flaming. Look at that guy he's running down the street, man. Look at it. Fire burning his ass up. Oh, man, wow. Look at that sister over there. She's all skin and bones, man. She's a skeleton. And she's eating on child. Wow, that's something, man. Woo. Ain't you glad, baby, that ain't us? Man, we glad we listened to Farrakhan. See? And they were weak, and they would strike themselves upon the king of the earth with her, having committed fornication, have lived unreigned in luxury like Farrakhan was living. Somebody, well, really? You better check it out. Wherever they may be looking at the smoke of the fire in her. So, okay, brothers and sisters. What it say? It said, get the hell out. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. But no, Farrakhan know better. See, he know better. He said, at that time, best little details, right? He said, at that time, unprecedented trouble says what? That's when Michael will come and deliver you out of here. So, why is he going to deliver you out of here if you don't need to go anywhere? You just come out of religion and stuff. Why is he got to take you out? So get out. Why is he got to take you out? If you're going to rule the land, remember Pharaoh said, well, you're going to be the ruler of the land that you was in prison in. See, so why are you going to take it out? The plan's on burn up. What are you going to rule? Ashes? That's what you're going to rule? Oh, we're going to be rulers in the land who was prison in. You better read the story of Joseph again, because that's whole different details again. Remember, Joseph, right? He didn't see. The children of Israel went to slavery after Joseph. After Joseph. He trying to make it, he always refers stuff like he says, oh, the bread falling away will come afterwards. He said, no, falling away come first. The enslavement of us was after Joseph, not before Joseph. Joseph didn't come ruling the land after slavery. He was a ruler, and then slavery came, the servitude. But read again. See? Now read this. The conqueror will inherit these and shall be to him the God, he shall be to me son. And to the but cowards and unbelieving and to have been made disgusting and to murderers and to the fornicators and drugs and idols, all lies and part of them in lake, burning of fire, sulfur is the death, the second death. See, all lies. Like Farrakhan, he's going to be part of that. Right? Fearful people, those who still fear, because that's what it is. That's why you're in the church, because of fear. It says, you didn't do it slavery your whole lives for fear of death, right? Because the devil had power of death over you. So they tell you the devil, they say devil. That was Master. Master had the power of death over you. The script that's made it clear enough. They're the devil. And they had power of death, and you was afraid to die. It says you suffered because of fear of death. Why? Because they told you that was deception. They told you hell was after you died, and you're going to meet the devil after you die. When the devil was telling you that lie, and you was in hell where you was telling you a lie at. We was enslaved in hell. We're in hell now. We was in hell here in the fields. That was hell. But the point is to only keep you under control and to keep you from cutting their throat. They'll tell you, no, if you don't obey me, you're going to a hell, which is probably worse than the situation you was in forever and ever and ever and all that kind of stuff, when it was a lie. Because you knew that you was in hell then and they was the devil, you'd cut the throat. Major lie. Because it says, they endured it only because of fear of death, because you're afraid to die, you're afraid to go to hell. When you was in hell, you're afraid to meet the devils. When the devils were telling you that lie, they was the ones sticking you forward, raping you, beating you, hanging you, and everything else. That was the big lie. See? So if you still that fearful, if you still locked in that fearful, got the, on a crucified, your mind crucified, got a cross right here, what you get, when you go to Easter Sunday, you still cross, your mind still cross, you still under that fear, then you're going to the lake of fire. Because you're going to listen to this message, you're going to stay right here. When fire comes, and you're going to be burned in it too. Trying to tell you, brothers and sisters, it's a big lie. Nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. They've been crucifying us for the last 500 years. They crucified us for the last 500 years. Crucified us for the last 500 years. That's changed. Those are the crucifiers. Now, think about this, brothers and sisters. See, this is all mathematics. All mathematics. So darkest part of the night just before dawn. See, this is mathematics. So they tell you the mathematics of it. In order to become a diamond, you got to go through hell. Coal's got to go through hell. Intense pressure. Because that's where things happen, brothers and sisters. It's pressure. Things like that's what cause things to transform into something else. Pressure is what cause things to transform into something else. Pressure causes the molecules and everything to reorganize itself to handle the pressure. So now, once they reorganize to handle the pressure, now the pressure doesn't bother them anymore. So that's why pressure doesn't bother diamonds. Diamonds are harsh, no substance known to man. Pressure doesn't bother it. But the coal it did, but now it's immune to pressure. It's still coal. You still burn it in the fire, just like coal. But pressure doesn't bother anymore because it's transformed. But you put a lot of pressure on it, can't transform, then it's crushed to dust. Now we saw there's two things happening. It's one, people going to be transformed into diamonds. That's in the book of Daniel. That's that stone. If you transform into diamonds, going to cover the whole world and live forever, and nature live forever. Another, but the stone, the pressure of the stone itself is going to cause all the other nature to turn to dust. Because the pressure will be so great, only one's going to be able to withstand that pressure is us. But it's going to transform us into diamonds. The rest of them can't be transformed, right? Because they don't have the ability to restructure themselves. And the pressure is too great. It's going to crush them to dust. All the nations will be crushed to dust. We're the only ones, right, that's going to take and be transformed into diamonds. That's what's happening right now. That's why I told you, submit to this pressure. Submit to Adam. Submit to that pressure. It's going to transform you. Others will say, nah, we ain't going to do that. Iblis said, I ain't going to do that. They're talking about Sunnis over there in the Arabs. Well, I ain't going to do that. Well, okay. So what happens? So you're going to be a curse. You're not going to be transformed. So you're not going to be transformed. That's what it's talking about. You're not going to be transformed. See, they submitted. Oh, look at them, man. They can't fight me. They're slaves and nothing else. But being transformed into a new creation. Trying the furnace of affliction. That's what we're talking about in Genesis. That's not talking about Adam there. It says, well, let's make man our image and our likeness. They're talking about us. Read it carefully. The Adam they talking about there was made on the first day, back 6,000 years ago. This one was made on the 6th day. That's us. Because we went to the furnace of affliction. We've been transformed into diamonds. Some of us, those that submit, right? And those make the final cut, because some of us, right, have to go through the tribulation and take a little pressure. That's pretty much the, because all they call it gold and silver also. So we're the gold, and Levi says silver. But the point is that we had the ability to transform when everybody else is not able to. So you're going to be crushed. A stone will crush everybody else to dust. But be transformed. Be ye transformed. See, that's what's going on, brothers and sisters. But they're trying to keep you from finalizing your transformation. They're trying to get you keep you from finalizing your transformation, because it takes energy, right, to make that transformation. And if you don't have enough energy, then you crush your dust also. When you had ability, but you don't use it. So they're getting you to use your energy. NFL, Oprah, Denzel, what they call those, all those games and all that kind of stuff, right? See, so you go ahead. Empire, watch these movies. When you should be using your energy to improve yourself, to better yourself, to strengthen yourself. Come out, herd my people. Now what's this? See? This is what it's talking about right here, right? Therefore, since the children share in flesh and blood, right? He himself likewise also took of the same, so that through death he might destroy the one who has power of death, that is the devils. Somebody had power of death of us. So somebody had to be one of us to show the way. To show the way, right? And to free those who through fear of death, right, were subject to slavery all their lives. Because if you wasn't, if they we originally came up here, we wasn't fearful of death. That's why they had chained down tight, and they watch us. Because every time someone got loose, right, they would cut their throat, or they would jump over and get eaten by sharks. They didn't care. They weren't afraid to die. They knew we had that fear. When they went over the world, they had that fear. When they fought the Japanese, man, they had a kamikaze. They didn't have no fear either. They had dropped bombs on them. They still didn't want to give up. The emperor had to tell them, no, you got to. And the general said, "Are you crazy? We ain't giving up. We're going to fight to the death." He said, "No, we don't want the end of our people. We want to, we'll get them back just because they'll bomb us into oblivion." And the general said, so the emperor says, "No, we get them. I told you they're going to be allied with Russia and China." I told you that years ago. In fact, weeks ago. And now all of a sudden, right? Right? They're making peace agreements with China now. See? I told you Europe is going to go. What happened now? They got the president of France over in China dissing America. I told you they're going to turn against America. I've been telling you that for weeks and years. And I got presentation out there in the last few months really emphasizing that. So go look. And all of a sudden you see it happen before your eyes. We're going to talk about the little pesky details. See? To subject to fear slave all lives, for clearly he does not give help to the angels. See, he ain't worrying about Levites. That's what he's talking about right there. But he gives help to the seed of Abraham. Seed of Abraham. Farrakhan is not seed of Abraham, his father's the devil. How in the hell could he be seed of Abraham? He missed his father's the devil who raped his mother. See? He gets help to see. He come, but remember, that's why he's a messenger of the covenant. Because who's the messenger of the covenant come to? The seed of Abraham. Farrakhan, I'm for the whole world. He says he ain't for everybody. He's for clearly does not give help to the angels. He ain't for everybody. He's for the seed of Abraham. I'm for everybody. Okay. Therefore, in all things, he had to be made like his brother, so he might become a merciful and a faithful high priest in things pertaining to God, to make propitiation for the sins of the people. For since he himself was tempted, and that which he was suffered, he is able to come to the aid of those who are tempted. Oh, since he went through the same thing you went through. And he showed that you can overcome it. He had to go through the energy deprivation and all the things that you go through, so he's a sample so you can overcome it. Overcome the gravitational vortex, right? Overcome the vibrations and amplitude of this world. The frequency, mind frequency. So because if he's some spirit or whatever, how can you say that you can do it? Or yeah, man, he's a spirit, he can do it. But he's just like you, so he shows you he can do it. He come the same, just like you. Suffered just like you, went through the same thing you did. Totally flesh and blood like you, not a halo over here, not some divine person. He's flesh and blood, the same flesh and blood as you. But he shows that he can do it, so that means you can do it. That's what it's telling you right there. He's your example, and he's the champion for the sisters. Definitely champion for the sisters, brothers and sisters. Brothers, we definitely champion. We better. If you ain't, then you get lost. We got it, man. People look out for their sisters, but they don't need them. If you look out for your women, you don't deserve them. We gotta look out for these sisters. They caught the worst of it. Let's look at this, right? I'm just getting some little pesky details, brothers and sisters. Who can make war with the 10-horned beast? The Lamb, Suleiman, messenger of the covenant, will make war with beasts. Let's see if that holds up, right? Then I saw a beast, this is chapter 13, right? I saw a beast with 10 horns. Now, it tells you the nature of the beast. It defines it, right? I saw a beast with 10 horns and 7 heads rising out of the sea. You don't need no angel key all this. You don't need it for this, right? There were 10 royal crowns on his horns and blasphemous names on his heads. But just focus on those 10 horns right there, right? They worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, who is like the beast? Who can wage war against it? So what being someone says, who can wage war against this beast? That's a question. It's answered. They answer it here. I'm going to show you how they answer it. They said, now the beast, remember this beast, they describe the beast. One of the significant things about the beast is the 10 horns. See, they can even tell you more. Say, the 10 royal crowns on his horns, right? So 10 horns is one of the characteristics of the beast, something that identifies this beast, right? See? Okay. Then say, who is like this beast? Who can make war with this beast? Right? Remember, now the 10 horns you saw, this is chapter 17 now. The 10 horns you saw are 10 kings. Now I'll tell you, they define those 10 horns. That's the beast, right? 10 kings, along with the beast. As 10 kings. Wait a minute. So 10 horns you saw are 10 kings who have not yet seen the kingdom, but will receive 1 hour of authority of the kingdom as along with the beast. Right? Okay? See? Okay. Follow this now. But these kings have one purpose. These 10 horns, these kings, the 10 horns, right? The 10 horns define the beast, right? These 10 kings have purpose. You their power, authority to the beast. See, all part of the same thing. See? See, this beast, right? The 10 horns, that's all aspects of it. It's not a person, right? Because aspect, like 10 horns, 7 heads, all aspects of this beast, but still pertains to the beast. Because when they say to beast, all those things refer to the beast, right? These kings have one purpose, yield their power, authority to the beast. They will make war against the Lamb, right? That's who's making war with the beast, the Lamb, right? Will triumph over them because he is Lord of Lords, King of Kings, and he will overcome them, and will be accompanied by his, and he will be accompanied by his call, choosing the faithful over his army. His 144,000 man army, right? And with some others. I'm just going to talk. I'm not going to give it all up here. You see what I'm saying? He's making war with the beast. And who's the lamb? The lamb, the one who had lamb's wool hair, right? The one who broke the 7 seals, the messenger of covenant. Is that you, Farrakhan? You making war with in a wheelchair? So the lamb is the one making war with the beast. First, he making war with the beast in a wheelchair with a straight air. Devil daddy, demon, liar, thief, and a coward. Sure, as a coward, I was there when Elijah Muhammad departed. I was there. I knew Farrakhan. He was a coward. He turned against Master. He turned against Master Muhammad and Elijah. He said he did not denounce. He said he didn't believe Master Muhammad was the God, and he denounced Elijah Muhammad. Denounced him. Just like Wallace, he was right there. He was one of Wallace's ministers. Anybody look at Wallace? No, he denounced his father totally. And Farrakhan was his chief minister. But Farrakhan, he was anointed. He was one of the points. So why did he take charge? If he was anointed like he claimed he was or is, and Master Muhammad speaks to him, he was the one chosen, then why did he take charge? How did Wallace get charged? Wallace was officially out. He was out on time. Elijah Muhammad put him out. Because he was teaching the same crap he was talking before Allah put his ass in the grave. He put him out for talking that Sunni stuff. So how the hell did he get in charge? He was officially out. Because coward Farrakhan was too coward to stand up. And anybody was coward couldn't stand up against Wallace, was a total creep. I mean, man, he could be in fight as well a paper bag, and Farrakhan was scared of him. He's a coward and a punk. And finally, I think here, right? An angel who I saw having stood upon the sea, upon earth, lifted his hand up right to heaven and swore unto the living, to the agent of ages, who created heaven and earth and in it, and the earth and in it, and the sea and in it, and that time not yet will be. But in days the voice of the seventh angel, whenever he might be trumpeting, and was finished the mystery of the God, as he declared the good news to him, slaves of the prophets. So what's happening here? We're talking about time. See, the angel gives you time all the way up to the angel tells you exactly when the war is going to break out in the Middle East. I can't tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I told people that I've been teaching the angel, right? If they figure it out, don't say it. But it tells you, well, it's telling you time stops, right? Time stops at the time, just when the seventh angel sounds, right? That's when the four winds blow. Remember, if you got to understand the angel key, right? You got 7 trumpets there, right? But the first one to blow is the 5th one. And then the 6th one, right? And then the 4 winds, because the 6th one was holding back the other 4 winds. That's 4. So 7th one is the last one actually to blow, right? So that's the one, time no more. They won't tell you any time at that point, because that's the time of the resurrection. They won't tell you that time. They won't tell you exactly. That's what I was telling you earlier. No one knows when that time will come, except Master Muhammad. He's the one to do delivering. So that time stops right there. Angel tells you up to that time right there, the 4th, when he blows, that's when the 4th angels, because the 4th angel, remember the 4 winds blow? That's when the resurrection takes place. So there's time no more. We ain't gonna tell you about no time at that time, no more. It is. We ain't gonna tell you when that is going to be. That's what it's talking about right there, brothers and sisters. I'm leaving that alone right there. Okay, here we get. Now we're gonna get to some mathematics. Now, those of you who know a little bit of algebra, or if you can add, subtract, maybe you understand this. Well, you don't really need no algebra, but well, I guess maybe you need a little bit. Summary versus. Now, see, the thing is, what is it, if somebody gives you a summary version of something, right? And somebody gives you a detail, is there any difference there? Any difference? Like, watch the weather, that's a summary, right? But what's the details? What's the detail? So yeah, watch weather, but what you get out of it? Watch the weather, what's the point? Well, I'm getting started, but okay, that's general, but what's the details? So is there a difference there mathematically? Because I said mathematics, Islam is mathematics. Mathematics define everything, because mathematics is everything. So look at this carefully, because you might be surprised what this is telling you right here. See? So if you look this, do the mathematics, right? X squared minus 4, right? Over x minus 2, it was the same thing as x minus 2 times x plus 2 over x minus 2. It's the same thing, equal. Go check it out, do the math. Multiply x minus 2 times x plus 2. It comes out to x squared minus 4. So they're totally equal. Those are totally equal right there. I'm going to look at a certain point where x equals 2. Because that's important. I'm not going to go into all the details why it's important. But at that point, at one point in time, right, where x equals 2. Because we're talking about a certain period of time. So a certain period of time, something happens here. A certain period of time, right? So we're going to say a period of time is 4. I mean, it could be 10. If x minus 10 over x squared minus 10 over x minus 2 would be x minus 10 times x plus 10 over x minus 2. Whatever you put there, I'm just putting 2. But if you said the value is the same thing, right? See, as whatever that is there, right? So if there's a 10 in there instead of a 4, right? Then you have to set it 10. Well, anyway, bottom line, I'm going to say it 2. I don't want to confuse you. I said it 2. X equals 2. At that point, would equal 2. So what happens at that point when x equals 2? What happens to that equation? I mean, it's still, they're both equal, right? So it shouldn't matter. It still should be equal. Both should still be equal, right? If you look at that, both equal. X squared minus 4, right, equals x minus 2 times x plus 2. That's equal. Go check it out. Do the math. This is, if you know anything about multiplication, a little bit of algebra, you could multiply that. You shouldn't even need algebra for that. And see that they both, that's equal. That's actually equal, perfectly equal, right? Okay, but what happens at the point when it equals 2? Let's look at that. Now see here, but you put 2 in there, then what happens? You put 2 in there, so you got 2 times 2. 2 squares, 2 times 2 is 4. 4 minus 4 is equal 0. 2 minus 2 equals 0. But that becomes 0. But the other side, what would that become? That becomes 4. So how is it equal 0 equal 4? But you say both is equal. There's no trick. Do the math. How come one is 0 and one is 4, but yet they're both equal? So they said, no, they're not equal. At that point, they're not equal. How can they not be equal when they says equal, but at that point, they're not equal? When I put 2 in there, they're not equal. Because 1 is 0 and 1 equals 4. We're going to see that, look more detail in a minute. Go into more detail. See here? Okay, we start at the top. That's top, right? Go to the next line, we put 2 in there. But you see, if you know math multiplication, or you shouldn't need no algebra, but it may help, but you don't really need, if you know multiplication. You can cancel, right? Because x minus 2 over x minus 2 is just 1, so you can just throw it away. So that means what you have left is x plus 2, or 2 plus 2 is 4. But on the other side, right, you're going to have 0. You see? Because you're going to transform that to 4 minus 4, 2 minus 2, 0, and others before. So how in the hell did that happen? How does one side turn to 0, but they're both equal? One says 4. This is not a trick. Do the math. Do the math. That's not a trick. So, well, how is that? That's mathematics, but you said equal, but yet still, at that point, 1 is 0 and 1 is 4. How in the hell is that? You know why? Because that's the mathematics of deception. There's no deception there. But deception is mathematics. Deception is mathematical in itself. Because what's telling you is somebody giving you a general statement is worthless. Details matter. Details matter. That's the mathematics of it. Do it yourself. I'll give $1,000. You prove that that's wrong. I need $10,000. That's absolutely right. No trick. If you know anything about mathematics, you know right away that's exactly right. At the point of 2, right? 1 becomes 0 and another becomes 4. Yet they're both totally equal. So how does hell that happen? Because details matter. So for our Armageddon, which is details. Because it's bullshit. 0 means nothing. It does nothing for you. But details tell you, oh, Armageddon, it's a European war. Right? And it's the war that happens after the war in the Middle East. Right? And then after that becomes Armageddon over here. Right? And then after that becomes the Goat War. Right? And after that becomes, right, the war of Joshua's war, taking back his land back. And that's the war of the latter days. Right? And that's about the war Lamb and the Beast, a bunch of wars. He said, Armageddon's war ends all wars. So he told me general stuff that means nothing. Because you have nothing. It tells you nothing. You don't know what to do. You can't do anything what he says, but you think you got something, you got nothing. Because when you put the value in there, you find you got shit, nothing. But when you put the details in there, you got a lot. Get the hell out. Get out. Get out, my people. See? I'm going to tell you nothing. 0. 0. Mathematics of deception, brothers and sisters. Hope you got that one. It's not a trick. Do the math. I'm showing you all the details there. If you don't know the math, get somebody, go take your algebra teacher and tell him, show you. So he tells you exactly right. But you can't explain it. I'm telling you, that's the math of deception. Give you general. Prophet tells you specifically. If you tell you general, read it, that's not a prophecy. Oh, my God, already started. Well, you're supposed to tell us before, right? They're supposed to give us details of what it means. But he giving you nothing. Why love the devil is to give you nothing? But you think you got something. Because this tells you got something. When you lose the math, you got nothing. 0. I tell you, we tell real math, that's numerology bullshit. That's real math there. Do it. Do it, brothers and sisters. That's real math there. That's the real deal. That's real math. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's real math. Because he gave you nothing. Go in your secret chambers, get your armor on. All his generalities. And you think you got something, right? I got x squared minus 4. Or x squared minus 2, but at that point, point 2, when the shit hit the fan, right, at the point 2, you got nothing. That's where that point, you put the value in of the time that it's talking about. And you got nothing. You put the value in for the time you're talking about. So now we're in time of pressure trouble, we put that value in, that specific value in, and you got nothing. Because when the shit hit the fan, you can find you have nothing. At that point in time, right now, see, that's what I'm saying. You got to put value in that's corresponding to the situation. That means at the time of the situation, you will have nothing. It sounds like you got something now because shit hit the fan yet. But when shit hit the fan, you put the value of that time in, that's time it's talking about, and you're going to find you have nothing. Zero. And the ones that, the believers, they're going to have something. They have 4 and you have 0. They have a 10 and you have 0. They have 1,000, you have a 0. You have nothing. And they'll have whatever. At the time, when the shit hit the fan, you'll find you have nothing. You'll be weeping and moaning and crying, gnashing of teeth, and they'll have something at that time. That's why you put the value in. That's why I say you got to put the value in for the time that situation, the generality is supposed to be happening. Watch the weather, okay, time that hell weather breaks loose. That time you put that value in and you found you got nothing. And those that got the details, they find they got something. They got a lot. They got the information they need to get them hell out of here. And you died for lack of knowledge because you have nothing, but you thought you had something. That's mathematics. That's true mathematics. Now, anybody should understand that. If you know anything about math, multiplication, anything else, you should be able to run with that one. But, you know, Newer and West, you demons, y'all got your tongue so far as Farrakhan's behind right there. You know, I mean, if you think that crap that was behind is honey, then you don't know a male from a female, you don't know that. So you buy all other shit too, ain't you? So we're going to briefly touch on this, brothers and sisters, and I'm going to close out, right? See? Travis Shabbat. All that weight is being pushed on. See, all that weight? But they're the weakest. And the others getting stronger and stronger and stronger, much stronger than them. Because at that time, all of us weaker than them. But now they're starting to build strength. So you see them getting higher, right? So they're putting pressure on it. So America is feeling all this pressure now. So what's happening as a result of that? See, that pressure is causing them to transform. See? Going to transform. But will they be able to transform a constructive transformation or a destructive transformation? A constructive transformation is like a coal transforming into a diamond. Destructive transformation is turning into dust. It's still a transformation. See, so they're under great pressure. So it's crushing most. Some still holding on, but the weakest one's already crushed. That's why it says when this time happened, that then they'll call out to the God. So now, just remember Pharaoh? He was hard-hearted, but when the instruction came, he said, oh yeah, I believe him. See, because he transformed, he got it. Right? It was enough to, right, for him to survive everybody else, but he was destroyed. I mean, he not destroyed, but he was. Well, I'm gonna put it this way. In terms of this, it says that when the goat comes, it took out the ram, right? And it says the eater of flesh. In other words, it says they will be. See, it said be taken out and took in the bonds to all the nations. They try to think that's us. See? No, that's them. See, so the ones survived, in other words, that pressure put down. So now they started, oh, now I see. That pressure now I see. Then they say, I call out to the God now. See, the other ones is told hard-hearted, they're gone. The demons are going at this point too. So I'm trying to tell you. See? And then everybody's going, only ones left. They could withstand the pressure, but they can't do anything. The pressure, all they can do is, they have no energy for anything else. All the energy, see, now they want to be righteous now. All the energy they take, it just survives. They don't have energy for anything else. No energy for ruling, no energy for anything else. So then they take captivity. And they have no power to rule anything, or they just have enough energy to survive. That's how they're taking all the captive of nature. Otherwise, they would have been crushed. So they take captivity all the nations for eternal servitude, eternal death, eternal destruction. That's hell. It says Adam would be, right, they'd be in hell for 6,000 years. 6,000 years. Now, I'll talk about that another period of time. That's only, there's no hell that will ever last forever. Their hell will last 6,000 years, then there won't be no more. See? So these will be able to survive that and survive 6,000 years, and then the pressure will be too great. And they can't survive it. Remember, the pressure is great here at the point they have they takes all the energy to stay alive. All the energy they have to stay alive. So they have no energy for anything else. So they serve servitude. They can't control anything. We control them. So they have no control of anything. But they have enough energy to survive. You understand? See? And they'll worship us and everything else. Those ones that we use for that purpose, the rest of them just be pushed up in hell, which is be up northern Europe. That's a whole nother story altogether. And abandoned, like the Quran says. But they'd be super healthy. Remember, because they have a lot of, they'd be strong, so they'd be super healthy. So they're so healthy, their skins burn off, they get new skins. Okay? But they don't have any power to rule anything. Just enough power to stay, and that power be used for that purpose. Okay? So they'd be like rabbits. Said the worm will never die. It means their sexual desire will never be, they can't satisfy it. You think that's a good thing? No, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. And there's no one to satisfy it with. I don't know if you've ever seen a monkey at the zoo doing things to itself. Be no family ties or anything, no friendship. Everybody be afraid of everybody else. Because the only food that'll be available is others. Manure and feces and urine. That's what it says. There'll be no trees or anything that covers intense heat all the time. You know? We understand, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me talk a little bit about this, and then we'll close out, brothers and sisters. Now, I'm talking about this. I'm trying to get you to understand about pressure more deeply. I told you pressure in a basic way, but pressure, frequency, amplitude, and frequency, amplitude is pressure. See, and wavelength. That's pressure. That's forms of pressure. It's still pressure, right? Because when you throw a rock into a pond, right? Waves, those are pressure waves. They're pushing the water. That's pressure. But it takes the form of frequencies and wavelengths. Still pressure, but it takes that form. In our human condition, right? Pressure takes that form of waves and frequencies and amplitude. Because thought is frequency, amplitude, and wavelengths. So it's light, everything around us, it vibrates. When you're talking, that's your vocal cords are vibrating, and you putting sound. You're just throwing air out there. You're vibrating. That's your words. Those are vibrations that your ear picks up because it's vibrating. Because your eardrums vibrate, and it's transforming that to a signal, and your brain vibrates. Thought is vibration. Everything is vibration. But the point is, who vibrates on the highest level? Because it takes energy to vibrate. So because energy deprivation, we was vibrating on a very low level. So low that we couldn't control anything anymore. So the devils, they had enough energy because they didn't need that much. So they had more energy to vibrate on a high level, so they control. But they had to be disciplined. So they had to have somebody tell them discipline. They used that way. Otherwise, they would have, every time because they lost discipline, they lost control. End up in the dark ages for 1,000 years, right? End up in a cage for 1,000 years. You see what I'm saying? So because they had need discipline to keep it. But what it is now the universe is contracting, and we start energized. Now we start moving up, and now our pressures, our vibrations become greater than theirs. That's why we use it that way. Don't be like them, and don't use our discipline. They're trying to get you not to use discipline. They're trying to keep you undisciplined. Drugs and all this kind of stuff. NFL, all that stuff, trying to get you to be undisciplined so you don't discipline your energy, and therefore by doing that, then you sit on lower frequency than them, and if you're a lower frequency, they may have control of you, because that means the lower pressure submits to higher pressure, and they got you operating on lower frequency, lower wavelength, lower amplitudes. That means they can keep controlling you. They couldn't control Elijah Muhammad. They couldn't control FY either. or the MGT. So therefore, they had to send Farrakhan here to lower you back with Dianex and all this BS he give you, lower you back so they can control you again. That's why Suleiman's here to give you vibe. That's why the angel is designed for that purpose, to vibrate on a certain level. But you have to have someone that themselves can vibrate on that level. Others crush them too. Vibrate on that level. Start putting that vibration out there that will energize you and get your discipline back so you can operate on higher frequency. And once you start operating on higher frequency, higher wavelength, right, high amplitude, then they can't control you anymore. That's why it says that man in Mark, he was uncontrollable. Elijah Muhammad made him uncontrollable. But the demons got a hold to him and had him using that power against themselves. Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, NOI backwards. That's Farrakhan. You can't make that up. The little details. And that's what it says. Somebody had to come and clean it up. These messengers come, he had to come clean up the temple up. Why he had to clean up the temple up? You say Elijah, he had to clean up Elijah's mess, or someone came after Elijah? They come and clean it up. You understand? Get your discipline back so now you can operate on higher frequency because you have energy to do it. Once you do that, they can't touch you. Because you have to overcome the gravitational vortex to get out of here. You have to operate on higher frequency. That's 144,000. Remember, they was the one reading the angel. They was the one that got the angel. They was the one that got revelations. They was the only one that could hear it. And so they was operating higher frequency. That means that higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. So that means you was able to have enough pressure to get out of here. They couldn't harm you anymore. So that's why I'm using the Lamb's Book of Life, got here. But those who weren't, they were still here. Because their pressure wasn't high. It said, then those who slept in the dust, some everlasting life, some everlasting shame and apartment. So they had to go tribulation to get that frequency up. So you get the hell out of here. So that's what's happening here. I've talked about this before, but I had made an error, so I'm correcting it today. What I'm saying here, and briefly, see, you're saying you got, this wall can handle 1,000 pounds of force per minute. That means it's reaction rate. Everything reacts like water. You put water, you throw a stone there, it reacts. It reacts very fast. So waves, so in other words, if you jump in it, you sink in because it reacts fast enough, right? But if it can't react fast enough and you jump for a 5-story building, then it can't react enough, so it can't absorb that force fast enough. So when you hit a solid rock, bam! You hit the word like a solid because you put too much force and the action rate can't absorb it that fast. That's happening here. So in other words, if you hit it with any force, right, that's less than 1,000 force per minute, then you might shake it, heat it up, whatever, but you won't knock it down. Okay? So what you're seeing it's being hit with 1,000 pounds of force per minute. But it can handle 10,000, it can handle 1,000 force per minute. But you don't hit one per minute, so that means it can absorb it. Hit it might rally, shake it, but it absorb it, right? What happens here? So what happens here is now you hit it one, but you hit it every 5 seconds you're hitting it. And in 55 seconds, that means it's hit it 10 times. So at 55 seconds, it's hit 1,000 pounds. So it can still absorb it. In 55 seconds, if you keep every 5 seconds, right, you keep hitting it. Every 5 seconds, you keep hitting it with 100 pounds, right? At 55 seconds, you reach this reaction limit, 1,000 pounds per minute. So, but if you do it for 60 seconds, that means you went to, right? No, right. If you do that in 50 seconds, that's 100. 10 times 5 is 50. So in 50 seconds, you've reached its reactionary rate, which is 1,000 pounds. You hit 1,000. You hit 1,000. You hit 100 pounds every 5 seconds. So in 50 seconds, right, you've applied 1,000 pounds of force on it. But if you do it for 55 seconds, you put 1,100 pounds, which is more than that can adjust. Because it takes a whole minute to adjust to one, but you did it in 55 seconds, so it's going to crumble, it's going to fall. You overcame its reactionary rate, so it crumbles. That's a straw that broke the camel's back because it couldn't react fast enough. You overcame its reaction rate. See? Because you would put 1,100 pounds in 55 seconds. It can handle 1,000 every 60 seconds, but right? But you overcame that. You put an extra 100 pounds was enough to do it. That's a story by the walls of Jericho. Read that story. So this is the one out here. So say you hit it every six seconds, right? Every 1,600 pounds. Well, at 60 seconds, you've hit 1,000. But it may turn all red. It won't knock it down because it can handle 1,000 per minute. And if you hit every 6 seconds, right? What happened here? What? Oh. Okay, brother. Okay, I know what happened. Forget that. I'm not trying to explain it. Go into 6 seconds, brothers and sisters. That 5 seconds that keeps showing up, right? That shouldn't be there. But anyway, every 6 seconds, right? Every 6 seconds, after 60 seconds, that's 10 times. That's 1,000. It can handle that. It turned all red, but it won't knock it down because it can absorb that much. You understand? So what does it all mean? This means that the wall of Jericho represents America. And children of Israel, that's the angel. And you keep on saying, because they have a reaction, because they're all powerful. Remember, that wall is impenetrable. Nobody can take it down. But it says keep on for 7 days. Just keep on going around and around and around, saying the same old thing. Eventually, right, because their reaction rate is such that those vibrations cause America to change, right? But it's building up before they have a chance to absorb it all. See, they was able to absorb all what Elijah Muhammad did. They absorbed it. So they had no power with him anymore. They was able to absorb it. See? So if Farrakhan in, they was able to absorb it. But they can't absorb this because it's shaking America. It's rallying America. See, Elijah Muhammad rallied America too, but it wasn't enough to break it. But the angel is enough. It's rallying, and the amplitude is building, freaks is building, right? It's building, right? And it's shaking. And at some point, it comes loose. Because it keeps shaking something loose enough, it'll come loose, it breaks. That's how glass breaks. When you put a certain tone, keep on, what happens, the vibration is greater than the glass can handle. So it starts vibrating. It starts shaking. It's because, in other words, the glass can handle so much vibration. Everything vibrates. But you put more vibrations on it, more it can handle. So when it gets more, those molecules can't hold and they come apart. The glass shatters. That's happening in America right now. It's shaking because it can't react fast enough because it's much more powerful than what Elijah Muhammad had. He shook America. He shook it, but he didn't have enough to break it. And so they absorbed everything. That's why the nation of Islam had no impact on America now, nothing. Not even concerned. Farrakhan try to make stuff relevant. Oh, they ain't scared of him. They don't even pay attention to him. Watch the weather. All this bullshit don't mean anything. He's in a wheelchair. See? Nation of Islam is a laughingstock. His Nation of Islam, Nation of India is a laughingstock. Nobody cares about them. Nobody fears them because they absorb that energy. Because they was able to store it, absorb it. But they can't absorb this one because it's rallied. And every day, if you watch the news every day, everything I'm saying is coming more and more real every day. And now America's, everybody's afraid. They're on the verge of nuclear war. China, same hotspots I've been telling you about. China, North Korea, China, North Korea, Europe, and the Middle East, Iran, Russia. I've been saying this in detail for years. On YouTube, go out there and not watch the weather, name Russia. Right? I talk about the vision. When I bring the vision. I specifically name Russia, specifically name Europe, specifically name Korea, North Korea, and China. Specifically named the Shia and masked by Muhammad as Michael. He is Michael. Specifically, and which one would take place first would trigger the next one. Armageddon would take Armageddon East, Armageddon West, because it's going to be Armageddon over there, Armageddon here. I talk about the demon wars. So let me go through some of these wars quickly. I might miss a couple, right? One, everything else is we're still in time of wars and rumors of wars. The first major war in heaven, that's war breaks out. That triggers everything else. That trigger Armageddon also will trigger the famine. The famine is going to trigger Armageddon here between the demons and the devils. That's the demon war talking about Revelation. That's a war. The demon war. They call it the war of the locusts. That's between a master and his children. That's demon. That's the 5-month war. Here, that's Armageddon West. Armageddon East is over in Europe. See? So, the Middle East is going to trigger that, right? Then that's going to trigger the goat war. And Daniel, the goat comes after the ram, America, right? Feet does not touch the land, means come over the Pacific Ocean. And the ram that came from the east, but they met in the middle on America. And that's where that's Gog and Magog. Britain came here, established America. That's what we're talking about. And Britain's already gone, and only the military and all the military so-called British colonies, they're going to be here to make a last stand. But that goat, and that's where and the goat takes out. That's the goat war. That's goat war. Then you got the war, right? We go home, we have to take our land back. That's a war. That's another war. After Armageddon is gone, there's another war, take our land back. Right? They've taken us 50,000 years ago. Joshua takes his land back, should come back, take the land back. Okay? And then you got the war between the lamb and the beast. See, he overcome them. And the war of the latter days. That last war. It's a bunch of wars, brothers and sisters. Armageddon is just one of them. Are you ready? Hope I've informed you, brothers and sisters. Are you ready? It's the darkest part of the night just before dawn. See? Because you're about to see this precious building every 50 years, right? But you have the ability to overcome it. So I'm not going to go into explain this, but we talked about it. I'm losing my voice here anyway. So I talked about this in the last couple of days. You can go in and review it, right? Talking about frequencies. Well, I did correct this. See, right now, this is where we are right now. Because the demons, they operate on the same frequency as their devil daddies. See? We got the same amount of energy, but we have different frequencies, different wavelengths, different vibrations. And so that's caused confusion, disharmony. Because disharmony amongst us and amongst them, because they mixed in with us. That's the chaff, somebody sowed chaff amongst the wheat. They mixed in with us, that's called, so we're going to be separated. When they're separated, then you're going to have two, right? Both be united, but on a different wavelength. Because you see right now, you see demons. What you see right now, you see all these so-called blacks, they're demons. They're in conflict with America. Haven't you been noticing? So-called Black Lives Matter, they're in conflict with America. They're making demands. They want more. You see the conflict building back there? Because they're going to go to war. That's the demon war. And demon devil war, they're going to go to war with each other. But it's going to be in the context of a famine. They'll be eating each other. There ain't going to be no surrender. It's going to be war. It's the worst kind of war you could imagine. Time of unprecedented trouble. They'll be eating each other because that's the only food there's going to be. It tells you that. It says they're going to eat you. You better read. You don't understand Revelations about the barley and the wheat. Huh? It tells you that's the food. And they're going to be eating each other. And the demons are going to be trying to take this country. But that's what you see right now. The spirit right now is them, and they want to take over America. They're making more and more demands. And we don't want the violence. We want to get the hell out of here. And that separation is about to take place. See? Once it's separated, now we got harmony amongst us. Harmony, that's like a laser. A laser, it got harmony, that means all that be, instead of light spreading out, it's on a point. It can burn through steel, it can burn through anything. See, because then we have unity, which we haven't had since we've been here. And this type of unity we haven't had in thousands of years. So now, and we can only achieve this unity on this level, only we can do it. Coming like a laser beam. And that's tense pressure, because lasers put tense pressure on a small spot. I can burn right through it. Put tense pressure, harmony, Hajj. What Hajj is all about. We all operate on the same wavelength versus same wavelength. Never become unit, never become powerful. That's how when the four winds blow, we come out as a great army, powerful army, united. And the demons are separated. Oh, I forgot one war. The demon saint war. It tells you in Exodus, once Elijah came, he said, "Those with me." Remember, he came to the camp. God sent him back to the camp, right? He said, "God, so go down there, man. Aaron took the people out of control. It's a mess down there. They turned away from what you told them." That's what it says. What about those details, Farrakhan? Who's that talking about there? So when he came back, that's what he said. So he had to say, who he came back. He came back. Who was in charge of the camp? Aaron. So why did he have to say, if he was teaching, Elijah's teachers, why would Elijah would have to say, "Those with me"? Why ever say that if everybody's with him? And then when he said that, some of them came with him and some of them didn't. So why was that? How come all of them didn't come with him? How come once Elijah showed up, how come they didn't get around Elijah? Answer that question. When Elijah showed up, how come they didn't join on to Elijah? If they was with Elijah, if they loved Elijah so much, and they was leading, why didn't they come and join Elijah when he said, "Go with me"? Why they did not? Because they wasn't Elijah all the time. They knew he wasn't. You know, it was a damn lie. Most were demons anyway. So they stayed with Farrakhan. And then there was a war between the two, where all the Farrakhan and these people were slain. See, it don't mean that we gonna kill them because they're gonna go. That's gonna trigger their war, the demon devil war. That means they were cast out. That's what it says in Daniel when thrones was cast down. What thrones? Farrakhan, his demons, they were thrown. Then the Ancient of Days just set. Said where? He's going to take control of the true believers in NOI that were led astray, but then they recognized Elijah when Elijah returned and they submitted. But they got to go to tribulation before that era for making that mistake. So that's when he sits. But other thrones are cast down. Farrakhan's demons cast out. And that's when they go, because we defeated them. Now they go to war with Master. Go to war with them 5 months. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Okay. This is different levels. See, same amount of energy, right? But in 12 minutes, folks, so I thought we can, in a simple way, we can solve a problem in 12 minutes. It takes them 51 minutes, 54 minutes to solve. Once we back, right now they think fast we do because we're on a lower level than them. But once we move up, once we get to back, it's going to take a while to get back to that level. That's how much faster we think, much more powerful. Because with the brain power, they can bring this is not exactly the numbers, I'm just showing you relatively. The power they can generate in 50, we can generate in 12. Right? So it's like we punching like 8 times faster than they are. So every time I throw 1 punch, we can throw 8 punches. Think of it that way. So everybody's pretty much operating on that level right there, European level. That's why Madam was ruling, because we didn't have enough energy to move. No one had enough energy to move on their natural levels. Up top is our natural level. Down there on the bottom, that's their natural level. They can't go above that. If you go above that, crushes them. They can't think above that level. But that level was the highest level at that time because everybody was suffering energy deprivation. They couldn't. It takes energy to operate on that level, on our different levels. So we didn't have it. So that means we was operating on the European level or lower. So we was in captivity. But now we got more energy. Now, if we use it properly, then we start operating on a higher level. That means now we put pressure on them. Understand? So as the world was under Adam's control, it was operating, the mentality, right, was operating on that level. But now Suleiman is raising you to a higher level, and that's what's going to make Lazarus, right? So that up there is a natural. But we could be wild if we get back there, brothers and sisters. Be wild before we get back to that. What's on top there? Wait a minute. I missed something here. It'll be a while before we get there. Okay. When we get home, we still won't be there. We'll be operating on a higher level, right? Closer to African level, but we won't be there. It'll be a while before we get there. Because it's going to take a few jubilees. See, every 50 years, we get an energy wave, the universe contracting. And that energy, we take them, the earth converts into a form we can use from waves into vibrations. And so if we use it properly, right, then we start vibrating a higher frequency. Because we're capable of operating higher frequencies, but we have that energy to do it. So it'll take a while. So right now, the world's moving towards that frequency. That's why I see Oriental, China's rising. Because now it can operate at higher frequency, and I got enough energy to operate at higher frequency, which is putting pressure, downward pressure on the European nations. Because now they operate at a higher frequency. That means they can't overcome you. They can't overcome China. Because China's more greater pressure on them. That's why China's moving, getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's the goat war, so pretty soon they're going to clash. But we got to be operating on a higher frequency than that. In other words, they'll crush us along with them. That's why you got to get the hell out of here. Oops. Everything vibrates, brothers and sisters. Everything vibrates. Just depends on your energy level, how great your vibrations are, and your ability to vibrate. We have the highest ability to vibrate, right? We can vibrate, that's where we can go to the end of the universe and back, because we can vibrate at the highest levels that's possible, right? Universe can vibrate at high pressure, higher level than we are. So therefore, we can survive any pressure that the universe can bring to bear. The universe total contraction is vibrating at a very intense level. We're there. That's one of the reasons why we designed ourselves like we did, because we knew that when we got energy deprivation, we wouldn't be able to vibrate at that frequency to maintain control. So we brought that brown germ out that we know they could operate that frequency. That's the devils. And so they would rule for that brief period of time. We didn't want to turn Earth into just a jungle. So we said, okay, give it to Adam. Okay, brothers and sisters, I am going to leave it there. And I'm going to this. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Okay. But every 50 years now, since 1860, we start getting energy. It's a positive energy wave. Earth, it's momentum in the heavens of Earth, but it's coming above us suddenly. It means the Earth gets these waves, it can transform it into vibration energy that we can use. I keep saying, transform the type of energy we can use, right? And now we use it for that purpose. So 1860 was the first one. And music is vibrations as an expression. Whose music dominates the planet? Ours. That tells you something right there. We're the ones that influence the weather. That's why the weather's all messed up, because we're angry. We're starting to get angry. Wait till we get fully angry. Wait, what you think was happening in America when black folks, when original people really get angry, when they finally come together? This place is going to turn into a tornado alley. Watch the weather. It's going to turn into tornado alley. Hurricane City. Weather's going to be starving to death, no food. The weather's totally out of control. And you ain't gonna never see anything like it. Because that anger, that's why in here we'll be perfect, because we'll be happy and peaceful. So we'll be happy and peaceful. You don't understand our connection. We created all this. It's a reflection of us. So it's us. As Elijah Muhammad said that himself. I don't think it's a message of black man, but I know he said it. He said, we control the weather. It says in lessons that it says who control sun, earth, earthquakes and everything else. The Son of Man does it. We control it. But it's a reflection of our emotions. So we become angry, now the weather's angry. And it looks like it's targeting people. So first, 1860, I'm just going to go through it briefly, right? And we had the blues. Go ahead, the blues that, right? But then 50 years later, right? Oops. Yeah. Brothers and sisters. Hello, bug here. But 50 years later, right, we got more energy, another energy wave. Well, I'm not going into all the details here, brothers and sisters, but a war is always accompanies it. I'm not going to go into that. Then we had another, right? What was this? Jazz. Had more energy. And we had this Negro butt on the Tug Carlson the other night. Talking about his father was a sharecropper. I told you. The demons sowed in amongst us. They sowed these amongst us. That's their seed. And half of the so-called blacks in America are their children. They're wolves, sheep clothing. That's their children in black skin. That's not us. Right? So it's 17 million. That's why let's say 17 million. It's talking about now. 17 million of us, 17 million, but they all mixed together. So when the energy came, because it got different wavelength, we started separating because the wavelengths wasn't matching. So the separation started back then. So some ran to sea, some sharecropper. You know, my father was sharecropper, right? Because you're a demon. Because you were the only ones who want to stay. You want to stay around master. Because you was living in master, was in the field. You was a house Negro and was in the field. So now you're so-called free. You want to stay with master. So you say sharecropper. And the rest got the hell out of there. Right? See? And then you get to 50 years later, you have the next division. Eurocentric and Afrocentric. Dubois and all those people, right? Washington, all these people, right? See, oh man, we should think more like Europeans. Be Eurocentric. And you have people like Marcus Garvey and Noble Drew Ali and Elijah and Matt Farmer showed up. So no, we need to think Afrocentric. Farrakhan trying to get you to think Eurocentric. Think about it. Farrakhan's trying to get you to think Eurocentric because he's a demon. Or we should stay here. America belongs to us. We need to bring them in. We need to think analytically. Analytically is double thinking. We are spatial people, creative. You understand? He's trying to get you to think Eurocentric because he wants to stay here. Integration, all that kind of stuff. Bring them in. You don't get it? He ain't talking about separation. Because he's one of them. That's the way he thinks. That's the way, that's the plane he vibrates on. So then jazz, now start jazzing. We have more energy. Jazz more energy than blues, doesn't it? See? So now Eurocentric and Afrocentric. Then 50 years later, what? Remember, wars come to these things. I'm not going into that kind of detail here, bro. Since that's when I already made my main point. But I just followed up with this here. This one here, bro, sisters. And then, 50s, 60s, 1860s, 100 years, right? Motown, that was more energy. Disco, rap, all that, right? Much more energy. See, but then you had another division. Integration, separation. And we get closer to master. I want to get her away from master, see? Great separation. And when they got what they wanted, they ran to suburbs and left you in the ghetto. They don't have to care about you. They only come around, they want votes and carrying on. They're still in master's house. In Congress, in Senate, or White House, they're still in master's house. They want to be with master. They only come to you to get the votes and carrying on. They don't care about you. You understand? More energy now. I'm saying it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. See? More energy. More vibrations, because we got more energy now. There's Islam rising. Then what? 50 years, now we're 50 years later. We're that period of time. See? And new music is about to come up. I'm not a musician. I don't think it's going to come from me. If it did, I'd surprise me. right? I call it paradise. Wherever come, they call it whatever they want to call it. I call it paradise. It doesn't exist yet, but it's going to here in a few more days. It's going to give more energy. This is going to be a victorious energy, empowering. It's going to energize the demons too, because they're going to war with the devil. They're going to take country now. They're going to take it. That's what they're talking now. Black Lives Matter. They're talking about taking country. They want it. They think they're going to take it, and that's part of the reason they have war with us, because they want us to help them. We don't want part of that. They will try to defeat the leaders of our side, so they can take the members, have them fight with them. Farrakhan's one of them. He's going to be with them. He's going to be there spiritually. He's not going to lead it. I think I know who's going to lead it, but it won't be him. He's going to be a spiritual leader. But there's going to be a demon that's going to lead. He's going to be Martin Luther King on steroids. And they're going to try to take this country. Remember, but it's during a famine. People eating each other. They fight to the death. They're going to be starving too. Only one's going to be starving is us. You heard about manna from heaven? Manna from heaven is going to make sure we have food, and we're going to have a great army to protect us, right? To keep them from, taking it. And then we're going to be taken out of here. Those left behind, they'll be fed too on their journey to get the hell out of here. Journey to the West Coast to get the hell out of here. That's no straw together, brothers and sisters. But they will have, says, my people eat, but yours go hungry. That's those, remember, those that went through tribulation, they washed their robes in the blood of that lamb. It means the angel was teaching them, and then they apply it enough to get their vibrations up, right? Enough pressure to escape this gravitational vortex. I call it paradise. New music coming is victorious. It's going to have you so energized. You think you're going to have you so energized, boy, you're going, ooh, it's going to, see? Man, you motivated. It says that time, Suleiman, when you're ready, your people are going to volunteer. They're going to be so excited. They're going to be so energized. Read it. So they're going to be so energized. They're going to be ready. They're going to be ready for battle. See? When they start singing that victory song, that battle song, oh man, the sisters going to swoon. They ain't going to swoon that much, though. They're going to swoon. But they're going to be battle ready too. And some of them, the sister soldiers, we ain't putting them out there on the line, but some are going to want it on the line. We're not going to stop them, but we're going to protect them, because nobody better put a hand on them. When they're going to battle, they're going to battle. Okay, sisters, y'all want to go to battle? Get y'all generals, get y'all lieutenants together, y'all going to battle? We're going to stay right next to you. And the first one you fall, God damnation will be on anybody that touch you. If any one of you fall in battle, woe to those that cause you to fall. Because we're going to be at your side. That you kick ass. And not one of you better fall. Anyone that cause you to fall, that's their ass. We're going to be right at your side. So if you want to go to battle, sisters, we're going to be right with you. Don't think these sisters can't battle. I'm from Newark, right? I grew up, I know these sisters can battle because they get mad, they throw down. I see the sister more give them a hard time. Sister pull a blouse off, right? Throw them dukes up, boy, and wow, beat you down. That's Newark. Now I don't know about any place else, but I see it, and I know it. Those sisters Newark, they throw down when they want to. Our sisters are warriors too. Man, we used to be one. We're still one now. We're just two separate beings. 180 degrees. They're still warriors. They just come from a different point of view. See, they outwit your ass. See, we go in boxing. They ain't gonna sit box with you. Someone will. See? But you got to go sleep, don't you? But if sisters want to go to, they want someone to battle. I've been told, Master Abrahamic have female generals. I don't know what's going on in Sunni land now. If female generals, we'll have some. They want to go to battle. And if anyone, and we were standing right there watching, and the first sister fall, we're going to roll. We're going to roll all over them. All over the enemy. So we're going to have our sisters being harmed anymore. And I ain't put no fear in my sisters at all. None, zero. Any sister that works with me knows I don't put any fear in them at any circumstance, no fear. We don't put fear in our women. We put fear in theirs. There's no more fear for you sisters, right? None. Hope you understand, bro. Says I'm gonna leave it there. Paradise. Paradise. See, I said everyone comes. A war comes each one of them. So I didn't go into detail, but look at my previous ones. I explained a war comes each one of these situations, and this Armageddon. Armageddon. Armageddon East, Armageddon West. It's Armageddon Farrakhan. You got bad translation. You got that King James translation. That shit right there. You're stupid right there. But we don't care because you're doing a good job. Because you're like a weather vane. I mean, you're like a magnet. You're attracting those demons to you. And you're doing a good job. So we don't have to go looking for them. Right? Well, I can talk a lot about this AI, but if they was able to, cyborgs and stuff, I talk about that. But in Africa, I didn't go in. I've talked about earlier, other previous ones. But Africa's also being energized. They're going about splitting the two. You talking about Africa's not talking about unity. Wasn't talking about that before. I told you, I've been telling you for years, Africa's going to split into two parts. Ain't going to be a whole bunch of nations anymore. It's going to be two Islamic Africa and non-Islamic Africa. Going to be two states. And I'm going to cut to the chase, bro. So I know this is going to have somebody rolling. Obama's going to be the beast that's going to control non-Islamic Africa. Okay. Hope you having fun with that one. But when he rolls in, you demons, because he rolling in with that goat. And he ain't going to roll in to help you. Because that's going to be your final battle. When they come rolling in, that's going to be your final battle where you're going to be defeated. You're going to have a 5-month war with your devil daddies. They're going to defeat you after 5 months. When the demons when the goat come rolling in, they're going to be embarking on the West Coast. And that's when your final battles where you're going to be defeated. At the same time, right? The saints, those that went through tribulation, that time they will have achieved enough vibration, energy, to be greater than the goat. And so the goat's going to open up and let them through. That's the Red Sea. Open up and let them through. They ain't going to mess with them. Because the Master Muhammad is going to protect them anyway. But they're going to have enough. See, let me say this, and I'm going to go. Read chapter 17 again. Why does those kings attack America, the harlot? Why they do it? It says, because Master Muhammad put in their minds to do it. He said, put in their minds. How do you do that? How do you put in their minds to attack America? How do you do that? See, you got to understand the scenario. Because at that particular time, they have total control of the Middle East, total control of all of the Middle East. At that time, America would be needed, or they get war. They lost their strategic petroleum reserve. It's gone. And they can't get out of the ground fast enough. So they're going to be totally dependent upon all the Middle East. Just like you, that's why Europe economy collapses. That's why they end up going with Russia, because that's the only way to get oil. So they just betray America and go to Russia. You can't put the piece together for you, and America's going to be in desperate need. That's why we have a famine over here, because oil is going to be gone. And they're going to use all they have for military. And who else depends upon that oil? China and India, totally. So far, Master Muhammad says, okay, if you want to get some oil from us, you attack them, we get oil. Because your military don't mean anything without any oil. There you go. Put it together for you, brothers and sisters? Mm-hmm. I put it together for you close enough? Okay. Hope I put it together for you. Hope you understand it. See? That's that. See, it's mind right here. Their brain's being crushed, pressed too great. That rest. See, that's their minds in America going crazy. Man's not a man. All this stuff they talk, crazy stuff. Because that's why I talk that, because their mind is being crushed. They can't think clearly anymore. That's what's happening. It's just a spiritual thing or emotional thing. No, because their mind can't think clearly anymore. It's confused. They can't distinguish between man and woman, all that kind of stuff anymore. That's real. They ain't just making that up. That's real to them. At the same time, our minds cannot produce, because now we got rid of all these fake religions and we adopted mathematics. There's a true religion. And now I'm just showing this here, this technology, but this is not technology we're going to have. I'm showing our minds, their minds being crushed, our minds are producing technology, but not this. Just make all things new. It's technology you can't even imagine right now. Scripture tells you can't even imagine technology. Just like this technology right here, they couldn't imagine 150 years ago. They couldn't imagine any of this stuff. Computers, iPhones, planes, and the technology we come with, you can't even imagine right now. If I told you, you wouldn't imagine it. But it says God is wide as heaven and earth. That means we can go out any place out in the universe. It wouldn't be a God if it took a long time to get out there. Blink of an eye, almost. You can't even imagine traveling through the universe at 24 billion miles per second. So how you do it? Because that's why we got constellations and galaxy stuff. Because we did that. We got special engines, I'm not going to explain to you, that keeps stars all bundled up. So we have space lines to get through them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to travel out there. And even if these folks was able to win the war, they could never get out there. They could never get out there. They'd still be locked into this solar system. They could never get out there. Because at the speeds they need to get out, they could never achieve them. They already see Master Muhammad's plane, they can't touch it. They would need something like that. And if they had that, it still wouldn't do them any good. They'd have to have a supercomputer that had super GPS that tell them where the space lanes are. Because if they hit anything out there at move that speed, it would crush them. So they couldn't do, it's a whole nother story together, brothers and sisters. You don't know who you are. Everything out there, you created. It didn't come out by itself. No mystery God did either. You did it. And finally, brothers and sisters, this is about to happen. That's the demons and the saints mixed together. Chaff and the wheat. And Suleiman's, but they got one level of vibrations. Freaks say we got another level, so we're all confused. They confused, we confused. And so what happened is that Suleiman, because he's broadcast certain freaks, that's the Injil. Injil designed the vibrating serpent, right? Certain right frequency to raise up Lazarus, to separate the demons out of us. Is that what happens? So now they united and we united. 17 million strong on both sides. Right? So you're a long way to get to the separation first, right? Sharecropper city. Eurocentric, Afrocentric. Integration, separation. Total. Right? We're going home, they stand here. And they will 17, that's why they're less than 17 million. Because they're talking about now. We're talking about, it wasn't 17 million blacks back then when Master Muhammad showed up. 17 million. It's 34 million now. Half of them are demons. And we going, and they stay here. That's why it says, what did the Legion say? Please don't make me leave the country. You don't want to leave here. That's right. I don't want to leave here. No, because he wants to stay here with Daddy. He had no future. Think about Nicodemus. Nicodemus was supposed to be a righteous man, but he was a demon. Nicodemus. Demon, get it? And Jesus said, I don't want you. I don't care how right you are. We don't want you. We don't want no demons. We don't care how right you think you are. I'm a host of holy and everything. We don't cut you. You got to be born again. It means you got to be remade because you're a demon. We don't want you. Come on, you got born again. You got to get baptized, whatever. Hope you understand, bro. So we're going to leave it there. Definitely going to leave it there. Hope you understand. Okay.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. The judge, Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals, the crusher, Sulaiman. That's where the name Son of Man comes from, Sulaiman. Son of Man would have hair like lamb's wool. Oh, excuse me, Farrakhan, unless you had hair transplant lately, you don't have hair like lamb's wool. You have hair like your devil father. Like your devil father. Again, like your devil father. You're not the seed of Abraham. You're the seed of a devil. So there's no way in hell you could be our Savior, our deliverer. And Master Muhammad, he's the God, but he's not the Son of Man. He doesn't have hair like lamb's wool either. Doesn't have skin like burnished brass. You know, like this skin tone here. That's the skin tone, brass. Hair like lamb's wool. Break of the 7 seals. The opposite of Antichrist. Both came to creation at the same time. Conception of Suleiman, the Christ, would be same conception as the Antichrist. Falls Israel, 1948. Signs are there, brothers and sisters. You suddenly come to Elijah's temple, 1970. All signs there, brothers and sisters. You be the messenger of the covenant, talk about the covenant of Abraham. And you know anyone talking about that? The fulfillment of the covenant. He will come after Aaron. Aaron had 42 years having wandered around the wilderness, confused, making a mockery for the enemies, turning towards the golden calf, turning hearts towards Egypt, towards America. Oh, we gotta love America. America belongs to us. Bring devils in NOI. So, like Elijah Muhammad said, the truth be made so clear. In fool not err. So if you're erring, brothers and sisters, then, well, you're probably not my brother or sister if you're erring. That's not the difference between erring and being asleep. It's 2 different things. See? Well, depends on how you look at it. But if you consciously, willfully ignorant, that's erring. But if you sleep, right, well, you could be in error, but you're not consciously in error. So you need to be awakened. And that's my job, to awaken Lazarus. Lazarus just need to be awake. You sleep. He's sleeping very hard. You have to, so I have to shake him. That shake with vibrations. Right? Shake him real hard. Put some heavy vibrations on him. That's the angel. That's shaking, vibrating. Then he wakes up. Oh man, what the hell? When Lazarus wakes up, he's going to rock the world. He's going to shake the world. Shake the earth. When Lazarus wakes up, he's going to shake the earth. Shock it out. He's going to shake the earth when Lazarus wakes up. It'll be a glorious day, especially for the sisters. Especially for the sisters. Because when he wake up, the first thing Lazarus is going to do, he's going to take them sisters to his breast, make sure nobody mess with him ever again. First thing he's going to do is protect his woman. When Lazarus wakes up, the first thing he's going to do is take care of his woman. Protect her, make sure she's secure and safe. The first thing he's going to do. First thing, for anything else. He's going to bring his women back into safety, back into glory, and back to honor. make the world worship their beauty. First thing he's going to do. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. Get out. See? Telling you get out, brothers and sisters. If you can't understand what I'm saying, just get out. Maybe your instinct will serve you. Just get the hell out of here. America's about to blow, and you don't want to be here when it happens. It's shaking right now. It's vibrating. Something vibrating is enough. After a while, you say, you should know by without even mathematics, when experience something vibrating enough, it's going to come apart. Keeps vibrating, vibrating strong, and come apart. America's vibrating, shaking at its foundation, as mind. You got top intellectuals, the wisest mind in the country, can't tell you the difference between a man and a woman. Now, that's not shaking at the fruit. That tells you right there if you can read. Can you read, brothers and sisters? I ain't talking about pencil and paper. Can you read reality? Because if you're in that religion cross, no, you can't. Because they tell you don't have the ability to read there. Because it's not in touch with reality. Everything around is mathematics, everything. There's nothing around you that's not mathematics, including you, DNA. They say, oh, you got this soul that well, where is it? And if you got this soul, this eternal soul they tell you have, immortal soul, right? Well, where was it before you was born? Where was it before you was born? If you got this soul that's somehow inside your body, where was it before you was born? If it's immortal, right, it's been here forever. So where was it before you was born? See? Because in Genesis it says man became a living soul. That means you wasn't a living soul, you wasn't alive before. If in your body you became a living soul, that means you wasn't alive before. And so when you cease life, you're dead. That means dead means dead. You're not alive anymore. You're not conscious, not aware of anything. You're not burned up in the fire nowhere. You know, they cremate people. You think those people feel that that fire burning? The biggest lie I ever told you, brothers and sisters. The biggest lie I ever told you. The hell was after you die, and the devil was somebody to be after you die when you was in hell for 5 years, and the devil was beating you, raping you, attacking you, oppressing you, terrorizing you 24/7 without rest, no breaks, no day off, nothing. They had to tell you how to control you, brothers and sisters, because if you realize that you were in hell and that was the devil, you'd have cut a stroke. There's no way in the world you'd endure that if you had a way out. They told you had no way out. See, they told you had no way out, because if you didn't do that, then you was going to hell, which is worse than this. But when you realize that you had, see, the people when we first came over here, they saw right away that we wasn't afraid of death. You had sisters with babies jumping off the boats, knowing they was eaten by sharks. They wasn't afraid of death with their little baby with them. Now, jumping off a boat, eaten by sharks, that's something. They wasn't afraid of it. They rather that than what they perceive, because they realized these were devils that had them on these ships. And they realized they were taken to hell. There's hell with that. They realized, they understood. They understood these was devils. And they was taking them to hell. And they said, the hell with that. And they said, oh man, what are we going to do? Because the other ones, if they could catch them, they would kill them. They would kill Master. If they could get their hands on them, they said, what are we going to do? How are we going to control these people? Okay, we got to tell them that, hey, no. The hell is after you die. To keep them from killing themselves. And it's going to be worse than this. You have no escape. There's no escape. The only thing you can do, only escape is obey us. And then we'll tell Master that you was okay and you was good. And so then you can go to heaven. You still be a slave in heaven, but you know, you have pork chops up there instead of bullshit, instead of cow chips here. They told you had no escape. No escape. Because nobody on the planet believed that crap. The Japanese didn't believe it. Remember the kamikazes? They would go in, they have a little celebration. They put their little thing on their head, right? And getting those zero planes, they call them. And they go and they would made themselves a missile. They'd dive into the ships and blow them up and blow themselves in the process. They didn't care about death. The Sunnis don't care about death. See what they be doing. The Filipinos, nobody was scared, afraid of death. No one. Because they didn't believe that crap. No one believed it. There was no such idea of you going to hell forever and ever after you die. That's a European thing. Nobody else believe that. You won't find that in Buddhism. You won't find it in Hinduism. Well, they tell you, right, you're going to be reincarnated back here. But there's no place you can go and burn forever and ever and ever. That concept did not exist. That concept didn't exist until 5 years ago when they built that concept, especially to put that cross on your mind, right? To cross out your intelligence and to keep you in slavery. Because that's what Scripture said. You endured slavery all your lives. All your lives. Because of fear of death. And he who had the power of death over you was the devil. They say the person who had power over you was the devil. Who had power of death over us? I mean, is that scripture clear enough for you, Farrakhan? They said he said they ain't devils. Or the scripture said no. The ones that had power of death, it was the devils. They had power of death over us. And if you didn't obey them, then he was going to send you to hell. And you know, oh, master, please. See, you wasn't asking master not to beat you. Please not to beat you. You was playing, master, please don't send me to hell. Because you wasn't afraid of dying. You was afraid of going to hell. And right now, if you took that concept out of the churches, there would be no churches. Because they're not in there because they want to go to heaven. They're in there because they don't want to go to hell. And they know it. And those preachers know that too, because they're liars. They're lying. They're there just for the money. A lot of them know there ain't no hell. That's a big lie. It says you endured slavery all your lives because of fear of death. And who had the power over death? That was the master said it. And it says the devil. Who had the power over death was the devil. They're devils. We was in hell. And devils was telling us lies that there was a hell beyond this. And then talking about Christianity. Wait a minute. Christianity didn't save us. It enslaved us. All this was done under the banner of the cross. All of it. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Pace about to blow. Because you reap what you sow. And the judgment started in 2020. 1619 to 2019, that's 40 years. Read the Abrahamic covenant, if you will. It's in the so-called Old Testament and so-called New Testament. So they can't say, hey, well, since Jesus came, it don't matter anymore. No, it's in both places. Both places. Abrahamic covenant. And it says same exact thing. 40 years of torment and oppression and servitude. And then after that, the judgment will come. God will come. Or the judge will come. And judge that nation, 2020. And the first of 10 plagues, you have 9 more. The other 9 is not Armageddon. First of 10 plagues, right? Kill the firstborn, which is elderly, pass over us. Move on, brothers and sisters. We're going to talk some mathematics, some real mathematics. And I think, as words to do this again, I talked yesterday. I'm going to go a little more detail today. I want you, brothers and sisters, I tell you, everything is mathematics. Elijah Muhammad told you Islam is mathematics. Mathematics is Islam. Master Muhammad said if you want to be successful, learn the mathematical language. Calculus is the mathematical language. Physics is the nature of how the universe works. Okay, brothers and sisters. Let's talk about this first. After all these, I saw another angel stepping out of heaven, having authority. Great earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. And he cried out in strong voice, saying, she fell, Babylon the Great. That's talking about America, right? Babylon the Great. And she became dwelling place of demons and the prison of every spirit unclean. Dwelling place of demons. Well, if demons are headaches and attitudes, right? Like Farrakhan's trying to tell you, like, also everybody's talking about demons. They never talked about demons before. I've been telling about demons for 30 years. I've been telling who the demons are. Farrakhan is a demon. His father's the devil. That's what make you a demon. That's the chaff that was shown amongst the wheat. They try to tell you that everybody that got same skin tone is black. That's not true. Ask an Indian. You got Indians over there way darker than me, jet black. They wouldn't call themselves black. They're offended if you tell them black. They're Indian. But that's a lie they're telling you so they can have their seed in amongst you, keep you divided. Wolves among the sheep. Wolves in sheep clothing. Same thing they had in the field. They would send their children out because they know the children on the same wavelength they are. Same frequency on. But they'd be amongst you, sowing confusion and division. They're still doing today. Trying to get you in all that BS. We don't have a part of it. Farrakhan, oh, we're gonna bring them in, all right, we're gonna take them out. We don't want no parts of this. That's your thing. You understand? Okay. She fell, the great became dwelling place of demons. It means of real people. Not dwelling with some spirit or something, to a place of demons, right? See? And prison of every spirit unclean, right? And prison of every bird unclean, having been hated. Now those things are real, right? Because out of the wild anger of the fornication her have fallen all the nations. Now who's controlling all the nations? There's no nation on the planet that's controlling America. And what did Satan say to Jesus when he was in the wilderness? He says, I have control. Remember, because they call him, and the Bible says he's the God of this world. So if he's the God of this world, that means everybody's submission to him. That means if he's the God of this world and the most powerful nation in the world is not in submission to him, then what kind of God would he be? They worship Satan. Look at that worship. Know them by their works. What's the works of America? Genocide, theft of this land, murder, rape, and kidnapping of us, terrorizing us. How can you maintain someone in that kind of slavery for 400 years without terror? And they idolize the people that did it. Oh, they're our fathers. Why are you idolizing the people that did it? Didn't Jefferson, wasn't he a slave owner? You think he kept people enslaved by his personality? Oh, I'm the president of the United States. So y'all just work hard, bust your ass for me, and raping everything. I'm president. That's how he did it? Or was he terrorizing, killing people, hanging them, torturing them? Yeah, you idolize these people. Pedophiles. Jefferson, Washington, you idolize these people. That means you still, to us, you still nothing. To us, we still nothing to you. We still 3/5 human. They put in the Constitution, so is that the works of God, a righteous God, or the works of Satan? You can't, how can you be deceived by that? Are those works of stealing this nation, committing genocide on the people here, bringing people over here, millions died in the process, raping and murdering babies and children, right? Feeding children to gators for aid. And they try to say, well, it was only in the South. No, it was a whole country. Harriet Tubman was a slave in the North. Wall Street was a slave trading center. That's why I call it Wall Street, because you just lining slaves up along the wall. It was a whole damn country. And Lincoln did not free slaves because of a humanitarian reason. He did it because it was, he heard a Industrial Revolution. They ain't need you in the damn fields no more. So now, masters putting you in the factories, and hey man, you can't do that, because now we got to compete against slave labor. We can't beat that. That was all about. They threw the dictionary, got 40 acres of mule, anything. And now they get ready to finish your ass off with AI. They got gonna finish you up off AI, because now they don't need you at all. Been to Walmart lately? Wait, you think they're gonna send you a check? You don't get it. They ain't gonna come to that, but if we sit back and just, if Master Muhammad just sit back and I sit back and just wait, and let you see the full impact of what's happening, oh man. But they got planned for you. It says they got planned something for you. It says let us deal with them truly in a way they won't understand what's happening. So keep listening to Farrakhan. See? So America's not under control of any other nation. So who's the nation that's controlling all other nations? That's what we're talking about, right? Because it says, because wine, anger, fornication, her, and fall all nations. So what nation is causing all the fall? Whose nations is promoting this stuff all over the nation, right? Same-sex marriage, LGBT. Who's promoting all that stuff? It ain't China. It ain't Russia. It ain't India. It ain't Africa. Who's doing it? This is simple stuff. This ABC stuff here, brothers and sisters, right? And the kingdom of earth, with her committed fornication, and you need to understand the kingdom of earth. Kingdom of earth represents European countries, but you don't know that, right? And traveling mercy earth out of power, unreigned luxury of her came rich. She's a capitalist nation. It tells you, I think, Isaiah and Jeremiah, right? That says the land of merchants, called Chaldeans. Chaldeans is what the Bible way of saying Caucasian. Chaldeans. So it's the land of merchants. See? Travelers. Capitalism, which is slavery by definition. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. In other words, the most you get, all the work out, don't give them a damn thing. They gave us nothing. They wouldn't give us anything decent to eat. We ate like pigs, and we ate shitlins. That's what they call it. They took the S off, put the C there, and now they say they ain't gonna never figure it out. And they right to some extent, because when you cook that stuff, you see the shit's all over the place. You smell it, you see it floating. So why still eat it? Because that's what they gave you to eat back then. Now you still eat it. You don't have to now. You just do, right? Or cow chips. The Bible said they feed you cow manure. It says it right here. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. I heard, right? I heard another voice out of heaven say, "Come out of her, my people, come out." I said that means come out of religion, come out of custom. Really? Okay, you hold on to that thought. See where it gets you. You get the hell out of here, right? In order that you should not share in the sins of her, out of the plagues of her, in order that you should not receive, so you don't receive her plague. Because if you stay here, you're going to get them too, right? Because we're glued together all the sins of her to heaven, call the mind of God unjust, acts for another, she'd be a judge. But, if America says so great, well, the judgment, I'm telling you, I'm the judge. The judge is, as you've done, so shall be done to you. So if you've been doing good, then you have nothing to worry about. You got nothing but a glorious future, because the judge is here, and that's the judgment. That's the judgment claimed against you. As you have judged, so shall be done to you. So shall be done to you. So shall it be done to you as you have done. So you should, if you're such a great, good people, you should be rejoicing. Oh, now we're about to get our great reward because we've been blessed and we've been doing all these great things all over the world. And look at icons, Jefferson, Washington, they're angels. Look all the great things they've done. So you shouldn't have no problem with that. Why would you have a problem if I say, as you have done, so it's be done to you? Why should you have a problem with that? Nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. When the Bible talks about crucifixion of Christ, that's what it's talking about. It's talking about us as a nation. We've been crucified for the last 500 years. 500 years. They wouldn't make it when he cover our necklace up. Couldn't he cover our necklace? And to the extent we do, we got barely cover it. Right now, it's barely covering it. But back in the fields, we couldn't even cover our necklace. They stripped us everything. That's what Lord 11 said, on the left saying. He said they stripped everything. Couldn't even cover our nakedness. I mean, they stripped you of everything. But now you can cover your nakedness if you want to. But some of you don't even doing it now. Some of you still got your nakedness exposed because you're not using your energy, right, to develop yourself. But back in there, we couldn't even cover our nakedness. So that goes without. We couldn't even cover our nakedness. Was totally had no power, even control our neck. Couldn't even cover ourselves with our hands. See? Our women was totally exposed. They was raping them relentlessly. Produced a hybrid nation of demons. That's their seed, but then they tell them they're us. They're not us. So let's get to the math, brothers and sisters. I'm going to make this. Okay. Now, for those of you that have a little math issues, right? I'm just trying to show you this here, so we're going to go into this. I'm going to go into a little more detail yesterday, right? Because I know some of you have some math issues out there. Some of you have some serious math issues. Some of you think that 5 plus 3 is 53. Some of you couldn't tell how much 5 times 9 divided by 5 is without a calculator. 5 times 9 divided by 5. Well, how about 3001 times 10? How much 3001 times 10? See? Easy stuff, but that's okay. But if you multiply these two things together, see, I showed, I'm doing step by step. That's the answer. 3 times 3 is 9. Negative 9, because the positive sign and negative sign equals is negative, right? And then 3 times x, positive 3 times is 3x, positive 3x. And then x times 3, x times negative 3 would be negative 3x. So those two cancel out. Negative 3x cancel out positive 3x. And then x times x squared. There you go. So that's your answer, x squared minus 9. So I want you to see it before we move in so you understand the math we're going to talk about here. Because this is the math of deception. Math is everything. I'm telling you, everything is mathematics, everything in the universe. Now, the question is, detail is summary. Because you get a story, you get this detailed version or you get a summary version. Like watch the weather, that's a summary. Okay, give us details. What kind of weather? It's going to be storms, it's going to be hurricanes, it's going to be tornadoes, it's going to hit Nevada, right? Or it's going to hit in June. I mean, give some details. See, because summary is just say, it's watch the weather. That's summary. But details going to say, okay, there's going to be a hurricane, right? It's coming in. It's going to roll in on Wednesday, right? Wednesday morning, right? And it's going to be a hurricane level 10 or whatever, right? See, and it's going to, it's going to be in this county. That's details. Otherwise, just hey, watch the weather. Okay, so is that important? Does that matter? Okay, now I'm showing you the same thing I showed you before just now, right? But I'm showing it in, instead of putting a number, I'm putting t, because t is the time. In this case, t is the time that the detail of that thing you're talking about takes place. So they watch the weather, right? Okay, that time is the event, right? Detail specifies the event, the time of the event. That's what T represents, the time of the event. Okay? The time of the event. Understand that. Okay. So, I'll try to explain this as simple as I can, brothers and sisters. Now watch this. Now I'm saying T is the time of the event. So the time of the event, say the event's going to be in 3 years. Right? Say, okay, like you might say, the war in Armageddon will be starting 3 years from now, or the war in the Middle East will start in 3 years. So that's T. That's the time. That's the time the event going to take place, right? Oh, Armageddon's going to be Armageddon. Okay, when? Oh, Armageddon's going to be in 3 years. Okay, so I'm saying just it's going to happen 3 years in the future. So I'm putting 3 there. T. It's going to happen 3 years in the future from this point at this point in time, right? I'm just giving you show you an example here, right? So X here is the year we are in right now. So in the first year, I'm saying 3 years from now, there's going to be this war. But it's the first year. Okay? So here's the equation. This equation here is the equation of deception. See, there's equations for everything in mathematics, because everything is mathematics. So this particular equation is, you'll see in a few minutes, it's the equation of deception. Why? Because something strange happens here. So let's say it's the first year, right? So, and you got a summary. Now summary is over here on the left side, that's x squared minus 9, that's summary. The details is on the other side, x minus 3 times x plus, because remember, that equals, they don't equal each other. But one is summary and one is detail, one's giving you details. One's a summary. X squared minus 9 is a summary. X minus 3 times x plus 3, that's the details. Understand? One's a summary, but they both equal each other. Right? Okay. So in the first year, we wait. Remember, it's going to have 3 years in the future. So what happened in the first year? So we put 1 in the x is. So we show it down the bottom in there. So that means 1 times 1 squared is 1 times 1 minus 9 equals minus 8. X again, x minus 3 is equal minus 2. Now 2 go in 8 4 times, but since both are negative, it just equals 4. Because negative, wipe out negative, right? So 2 and 8 equals 4, that's the answer. Okay, so that's the summary. So summary, you got 4. You got 4. That's how much your information is worth for. Information is worth for, right? Okay. Now on the other side, where you get the details, right? You got -2 times +4 divided by -2. So since both are -2, both are mine, you can cross them out like I did over here. Like I did on the left, on the right here. So it's equal 4. So both equals 4. 4 on this side, 4 on that side, both equals 4. So both have something worth 4. Right? So both think they got something. I got this information, man. I know, see, mine's more detailed, right? But it's still worth the same thing. See? Because he's saying it's Armageddon. Okay. It's going to be in 3 years, right? So I got that. And this one said, yeah, it's going to Armageddon, but it's a European war and everything else. I got more details what Armageddon is. You understand what I'm saying? I know it's going to be Armageddon, but I don't care to tell you any details. I was going to say, yeah, it's going to Armageddon, but here's the details. It's going to be European war and everything else. See what I'm saying? Both of them are Armageddon, but one had details and one just knows it's going to be there. Okay? Let's go to the next one. Now, year 2. So we 1 year, no, it was 1 year, 2 years away was a year 1. Now year 2, right? Year 3 is, right? Because that's the time. This is going to happen in year 3, right? So year 2, you put 2 in there. So now x equals 2. So 2 squared, that's 4. Minus 9 equals -5. And 2 minus 3 equals -1. So now, since both of them are negative, that's equal 5. Let's look on the other one. Okay, you put 2 in there, and 2 minus 3 is equal -1. But 2 plus 3 is equal 5. And again, 2 minus, so you can cross those out. So you got 5 and 5. You got 5 on both sides. Both of them got something. But all one has is the summary. Yeah, we're getting closer to Armageddon. You got a little more in here before. We're getting closer. Right? But the other one got more details, man. Yeah, it's going to be European war, man. It's going to be Armageddon East, Armageddon West. You got more details. Right? See, so both of you got this information, right? See? So what happens when you actually get to year 3? How many you actually get to year 3? Because then you really want to know what's going on then, because now you're in it. See? Now this information, what you've been getting, now it's important. You really, because now you're in it. So now you need to do something with this information, right? To get out of it, to handle yourself, survive, right? But watch what happens here when you get to year 3. Watch what happens here. Do the math. This is no trick. How many get year 3? Now you put 3 in there, because now it's the same thing, right? Year 3, now year 3, and year 3 when the event takes place. So you put 3 in there. X squared, 3 times 3 is equal to 9. 9 minus 9 equals 0. 3 minus 3 equals 0. See down there? 0. That's on the summary side. What happens on the detail side? You put 3 in there. X minus 3, that's 0. 3 minus 3. 3 minus 3 down there. But 3 plus 3 is equal to 6. But what? The x minus 3, cross out x minus 3 at 0, 0. So what you got? You got 6 on the other side. You got 0 on one side and 6 on the other side. So when it comes, the people have summary, they ain't got shit, they got nothing. They got nothing. But the ones, right, that was in detail, now they got all the information. They got more information now because now they're in it. Now they can see it clearly. They got information, they know how to get out and know what to do with it. Does that make sense to you, brother? See, you got to study math because math talks about every situation. How does that happen like that? I say, how? Go ahead. That's not a trick. Do the math yourself. That's not a trick. That's the mathematics of it. There's a mathematics for everything. Mathematics of love. We have equations for love. There's mathematics for everything. Mathematics deception. Because as you get close, you think you got something. See, with Farrakhan, you think you got something. Oh, it's Armageddon, it's always starts. But when you in it, you'll find you got nothing. Nothing but ass kicking. Famine, destruction. You find you got nothing. And those had the details. Now they got all that details plus the experience of seeing it up close and personal. They know exactly what's going on. In other words, it's more clear now because it was faith and theory in year 1 and year 2, but they accept it. Now they're seeing it. Our folks, and they understand what it is, and they know what to do about it. They'll know what to do. They have nothing. Zero. So they panicking, they weeping, crying, gnashing their teeth, worried. You see? Because they have nothing. They're blind. Blind lead the blind. That's Farrakhan. That's leading you to zero. Because all they get is generality. Oh, Armageddon. He's supposed to split. Tell us particulars, Farrakhan. Or watch the weather. Tell us particulars, Farrakhan. He's getting all these generalities, trying to cover his ass. He has no details. None. So when the time happens, that summary ain't gonna matter. It gonna mean anything. Oh, you know it's Armageddon. That's all you know. So, hey man, I know it's a tornado. I know a tornado hit. I know a tornado's coming, and now a tornado's here. I'm sitting there watching it while I blow my ass into pieces. I see a flood, yeah. See? The people with Noah, they built ark. So the flood came, right? They had something. The other one sitting around there, hey man, there's a flood coming, and they ain't doing anything. A flood. They ain't, so what I'm supposed to do? Flood's what I'm supposed to do. So they sit there, and then the flood comes, and they're dead. You understand what I'm saying? Because Farrakhan not give you any details. He's cutting his ass. Everybody said Armageddon started. So they said before he was saying it, I got devils recorded. They said for over a year or so. They're wrong. Armageddon has not started yet. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? The math of deception. Look at it. I mean, you say wow, how does that work like that? Do it yourself. It's not a trick. It's a mathematical deception to make you think you got something until the shit actually happens, and then you find you got nothing, you're in trouble. Find you got nothing, and you're in trouble. Because Farrakhan, 42 years been living off you, and now he's telling you, oh, well, time under pressure, trouble, you should go in your secret chambers and pray. See? No details. Right? 40 years, that's all he got. No details. In fact, he didn't tell you, he wouldn't tell you that 40 years, because he tell you he's going to save America. Nineveh, he's going to save Nineveh, and he's going to break devils in the eye, and we're going to stay here and defend America. We're going to get the 6 days and all that stuff, right? None of that stuff happened. It ain't going to happen. See? No details, just generalities. Suleiman's giving you details. Definite details. Specific details, dates, times, who, when, where, what countries. You see countries line up exactly like I said they line up. Africa's about to split 2 parts. You see that right there. They're talking about unity now. They want let's break these borders, come united. All the things I've been telling you. China's angry with America, extremely arrogant. That's the GOAT, Daniel. It's all there, brothers and sisters. You need to study this, understand this, and just look at it and say, damn. Because now if you go to year 4, right, you're not going to get 0 anymore, but it don't matter. Because you didn't make it year 4. Who made it year 4? The ones that had detail. They made it year 4. They made it year 5, year 6, whatever. See? Because that only happens during the event. If you living off a summary. Oh, watch the weather. I said, watch the weather for what? What are you watching for? Give me some details. So when the storm rolls in, you have no idea what's going on. You get blown away with it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I hope I say I will go over this again. I want to make it very clear. Do the math. There's no trick here. This is real math here. The math of deception. Oh, we got math for just everything. You didn't know about this until I just told you. I got a lot more. But like I said, most people I know is like they're still drinking breast milk. You can't feed a baby meat when they're still drinking breast milk. The last few days, I'm trying to get more advanced, talking about vibrations and stuff, pressure. I used to talk about pressure before. Now I'm trying to tell you the nature of pressure. More details about pressure. Details. Vibration is pressure. Wavelength and frequency. That's pressure. Higher amplitude, the greater pressure. Greater frequency, the greater pressure. Hope you understand, bro. So I think I'm gonna cut it. I think I'm gonna leave it there. I think I'm gonna leave it there, bro. So let me see if there's anything else here. Oh. I'm just going through the math for you, bro and sisters. Year 3, going through step by step. See? In year 3, when the event takes place, right? Put 3 in there. Okay. X equals 3. That's the year of the event, right? Okay. That's what happens. They had detail, they got 6. Ones that they had summary, they got 0, nothing. See? There's a big headache and hell. And I'm going to leave it there, bro. So I'm not going to go into other stuff today. I want to just redo that. I just want to go and emphasize this point here so you understand it. Understand the math of it. Try to understand math, brothers and sisters. Tell you, the math, it's all math, brothers and sisters. All math. Well, I'll do this one, brothers and sisters. Then we'll close out. If I can find that. It's a battle of the minds, brothers and sisters. Oops. Vibrations, mind vibration, brothers and sisters. That's what scripture is. An angel, what you call revelations, designed to vibrate on a certain frequency, get you to vibrate on a certain frequency. The frequency you need to get out here and overcome all opposition. It's to get you to overcome all opposition, brothers and sisters. Because right now, we're just those that are paying attention, they vibrate just above the vibration level of devils, but less than Orientals. We have to overcome that. Okay, let's read this in the lead, brothers and sisters. Who can make war with the beast, the 10-horned beast, the lamb, Solomon, measure the covenant, who make war with the beast? Let's look at this carefully, brothers and sisters. Now, I'm putting lipstick. I'm not quoting all this, every verse. I'm just the ones that's pertinent, but I'm not hiding anything. Put the lipstick, you can go and fill it in, right? I'm just, the ones that's pertinent. Then I saw a beast with 10 horns. Now, remember, this beast has 10 horns, 7 heads, rising out of the sea. Remember the 10 horns, that's the beast, right? We need to focus on that 10 horns. There were 10 royal crowns, those horns, again, the horns, on this beast, and blasphemous names on his head. It's a blasphemous beast, right? They worshipped the dragon and had given authority, they worshipped the dragon who had given authority to the beast. So the dragon had the authority, but it moved over to the beast, because the horn, the crowns was on his heads, right? On his 7 heads, but then it moved to the 10 horns of the beast. On the dragon and the beast, the same one. The dragon has 7 heads, 10 horns. The beast has 7 heads, 10 horns. There's 2 beasts that have 7 heads, 2 horns. But one beast, right, has the crowns on his horns, because the dragon said, remember the dragon, what it says, the dragon gave us authority. So dragon had this, because that's what the crowns represent. So the dragon had the crowns on his heads, right? But he gave it to the beast and he has it on horns. So now authority, the superpower status is going from America, right, European country to Oriental country. That's what it's saying, right? And they worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast. So it was transfer of power, right, from European countries to, and that's the process happening right now. If you listen to what they're saying, right? The so-called dollar and everything, right? So anyway, and they worship the beast, saying who? And I said okay, and they worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast, right? That's what their horns is, that the crowns signifies. They worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast. They worship the beast, saying, who is like the beast? Who can make war with the beast? Who is like the beast? So here's this beast, right? Remember, the significant mark of this beast, he had 10 horns. right? And so who can make war? So they ask a question, but Israel answers his own questions. How did he answer his question? Answer in chapter 17, verse 12, right? The 10 horns you saw are 10 kings. So it's telling you, they're 10 kings. And they give me details, right? 10 kings who have not yet seen a kingdom. That means Europeans still in control, right? So it's going to be a transfer of power pretty soon, right? But we receive 1 hour authority as kings along with the beast. Be together. 10 horns again, right? These kings have one purpose: to yield their power and authority to the beast, right? So they're under the control of the beast. So they're all in one, right? They'll make war with the Lamb. That's telling who's going to make war with the beast. Who make war with the beast? They make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb will triumph over them. Because he's King of Kings, Lords of Lords, right? And he will be accompanied by his and chosen faithful. That's his military, his army, 144,000. Master Prophet Muhammad, they will be with him, right? Now Farrakhan, I mean, Master Prophet speaks to him. That's bullshit. Total lie. Farrakhan's a total. So nobody calls Farrakhan a lie. I call him a liar. He's a stone cold, bull-faced liar. Son of the devil. That's all he do is lie. All of them are evil. Right? That's who's making war with the beast. Several wars. Several wars, brothers and sisters. Armageddon is just a European war. Europe east or west. Armageddon here means all these demons, their children, massive children, their black-faced children, going to tear this country apart. That's the locust. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So now you know how is he making war with the beast? Vibrations, brothers and sisters, those little vibrations, so powerful. Okay, I'm not going to talk this, brothers. I already talked about this previous presentation. Okay, brothers, about to close out, but I'm going to show you here. Amplitude, frequency, wavelength. Water has a reaction, air acts reactions quicker than water. That means like, you have to go very fast in air to start picking up resistance enough. That's like a wall. That's what they call it, sonic booms. They're moving because it moves fast enough, air becomes like a solid wall. Because it can't react at your speed. It can't react as fast as you. So if you jump off a 5-story building, hit that water, it's not going to feel like water. It's going to feel like concrete. Because you put too much force that it can react to in a short period of time. So that's what happens. You understand that, brothers and sisters? Everybody has a reaction rate. So the reaction rate is slow. That means it don't take too much to hit it and feel solid. If you got fast reaction rate like air, it's hard to feel air as solid because it reacts so fast. There's very little things that go to it fast enough, except these jets that break the sonic barrier because they move so much. Air can't react fast enough. So it doesn't react, so you create these sonic booms because air can't react as fast as these planes are moving. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. So same thing with water. I mean, water's solid, jump over 4 or 5 buildings. It may look wet, but when you hit it, you might as well hit a concrete wall. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. No, I'm not going this, brothers and sisters. I talked about this already. I'll page you through this, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I had a presentation yesterday and the day before that explains this. So I'm not going to do it here. I just want to go over that math again, make sure you understood it. I just want to show right here where you see that cube. That's master's children, it's black-faced children, house, Negro butts, mixing with us. So all confused against each other and everything else because those are devils in black skin. And they're there to cause all kinds of disunion and everything amongst us. Destabilize us. So Suleiman, remember, it says the chaff sowed amongst the wheat, even when they'd done it. So Suleiman had to separate them. He said, Exodus also, when Moses came back, who knows with me? He went to Aaron's camp. If Aaron was Farrakhan's camp, they was all, he was teaching, Elijah Muhammad's teaching. Why would Elijah Muhammad have to say, oh, those with me, come here? Why have to do that? Because they're demons over there mostly, right? Negro butts and sellouts. That's happening over there. See? So but they're in our midst. And so Suleiman has to separate out, and then you have two armies. One great army that's going to take a home back, and one army is going to try to take America. That's the demon army, right? Spiritually led by Farrakhan. That's what happened. We separate, and we go home. They separate, and they try to take America. Right now, they got us confused, trying to tell us, hey, where we're going to help fight for America, all this stuff. I'm not hearing it. People lost for lack of knowledge. Hope you understand, bro. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm definitely going to leave it there now. Yeah.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum. Suleiman Rahim here, the judge. Breaker of seven seals. The crusher. The judge, brothers and sisters. America's in judgment. 1619 to 2019. For 40 years, Then comes the plague. Kill the firstborn. Right? That's the elderly. Oh, brothers, sisters, I got a little issue here. Let's see. Why is this like this? Oops. Let's see here. There you go. Mm-hmm. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Chapter 18, Revelations, which is called Injil. Get out of her, my people. If you listen to Lion Farrakhan, deceiving you. If you listen to his thing Sunday, he says, be not deceived. I mean, it's right there. Be not deceived that the falling away will come first, and then the man of perdition be revealed. But he's keep telling you, no, the man, he's revealing the son of perdition, and now the falling away is taking place. But it says, tell you, do not deceive. Someone's telling you the opposite. That means they're lying to you. He's trying to deceive you. He's deceiving you. But if you listen to that, if you continue to listen to it, brothers and sisters, then, willful ignorance, there's a price to pay for it. Willful ignorance, there's a price to pay for it, brothers and sisters. Willful ignorance. Willful ignorance. Get out of here, my people. Get out. Get the hell out. America's about to blow very soon. And when it does, the doors will be closed. You will not be able to escape. Only escape route then is your Lamb's Book of Life or do a 5 to 7 month tribulation. It's up to you, brothers and sisters, but get out. Get out. Get out. Go to Africa. No, you can't handle this message, just get out anyway. Just have them go out. Get out. Save yourself, save your family. I mean, there's a price to pay for that, but still, you save your lives. You save your lives. See? So if you just can't get a handle on what I'm saying, just get the hell out of here. You paid the price. That's a mercy to you, brothers and sisters. That's a mercy to you, brothers and sisters. I'm extending to you. Because only a way out of here, otherwise, Lamb's Book of Life, and that path of tribulation, right? Get out, brothers and sisters. So let me talk about a few things, brothers and sisters. This is a redux. I want to add a couple more things. Every time I think I want to finish up this line of thought, there's a little more add to it. See, nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. You've been on that cross for at least 6,000 years, but definitely for the last 500 years. You've been on that cross, brothers and sisters. They've been crucifying you. God, Magog, and the Antichrist. They've crucifying you for the last 500 years. You're the Christ the Bible talks about being crucified. It's not talking about a person. You're the Christ that the Bible's talking about being crucified. They crucified you. You're on the cross right now, right? You're on the cross. Think about it. What's in your mind? The cross. The cross got you messed up. The cross is ruining you, controlling your life. See, they got you on the cross. Got your mind crossed up. Because that cross, right? Let's think about that cross for a minute. Who enslaved you? Was it Hinduism, Buddhism, communism, socialism? Right? Or was it a cross? People of the cross. Right? Was it socialism, communism? that enslaved you? Was it capitalism? Capitalism is slavery. Pure and simple. That's what it is. It's slavery at its best. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. But they had, just think this through, brothers and sisters, if you have the ability to think. If there's no heaven, no hell, if there's no heaven, no hell, how could they have kept you in captivity in that condition for 400 years? If you knew there was no heaven, no hell, that's what it says. It says, you endured in bondage, slavery, all your lives because of fear of death, going to hell, right? From the devil had the power of death. The devils had who is the devil's master? It tells the devils, for they ain't devils no more. See his deception? Because he's one of them. He's a demon. He's not a seed of Abraham. He's seed of devils. His father's the devil, raped his mama. So he has no reward. He's not of the seed of Abraham. If the father's the devil, how could he possibly be seed of Abraham? So he was never anointed anything. Understand that, brothers and sisters? So, if you knew, because you were, they brought you into hell. And who brought you into hell? The devils brought you into hell. See? And your only escape was death. And many chose that death. And so when they saw that, they said, no, we have to figure out a way to stop them from choosing death. Stop them from choosing death. Because that would be their escape. So they took and told you, no, death was your doorway to hell. Hell came after you died by using hell right here. And you're going to meet the devils after you die. And there was the devils telling you that. They was ones that beating you, whipping you, tormenting you, cursing you, terrorizing you, oppressing you. But they told you, no, not us. But they was the one doing it. And you ain't in hell. But when you die, that's where you're going if you don't obey us. If you don't submit to this torture, torment we're giving you, you'll go to a worse. Is that picture on the wall up there? He looks just like us, don't they? So he's the master in the sky, and he's the one, right, that's going to punish you and put you in hell because you didn't listen to us. And once it was established that cross, remember I said you on the cross, they crucified your mind. Once they had your mind crucified with that lie, then it was all over then. Because now they had a perfect slave. You work because you're scared to die. So you scared to do anything. You do anything the master told you to do. Because you just didn't want to go to hell. And some of you on your deathbed, you pleaded, Master, on your deathbed, please, Master, tell Jesus I was good. No, I ain't going to tell them that because you didn't work hard enough. Got other slaves around, so they going to work harder now. Because they don't want to go to hell, a place that don't exist. After you die, it exists here. You was in it. You was in hell. They had to make you think that it was something worse. So therefore, they can keep you controlled in this one. Keep controlled here. That's what they did. That's why I said you endured hell all your lives, bonded all your lives, because of fear of death. But he who had the power of death, who is the devil? They say that the one who had power of death over you is the devil. So why Pharaoh can't say the devil's no more? That was master. He had the power of death over you. Move on, brothers and sisters. This stuff is so simple. Well, if you, like I said, what it says in Revelations, chapter 20, the fearful. So if you're fearful, brothers and sisters, then you will enter in the lake of fire. See? The fearful and the cowards. If you're fearful, then you're going, because they got you full of fear. See? Let's look at this real quick. Resistance is growth. See? And everybody's against you, bro. Since the whole world's against you, I try to explain to you in wavelength and frequencies, right? Amplitudes, because everybody's operating on a different amplitude frequency than you are. See, the whole world was operating on the devil's frequency, okay? operating his frequency, his vibration level. That's thought. Thought's vibration. So that's why it says Adam would give rulership, because he was his thought frequency, because thought is pressure, and pressure comes in related to human, our situation comes in form of frequency. Right? The way you talk, that's frequency. So you have to have energy. That's energy. Frequency, pressure is energy. Right? So the more energy you have, right, the greater frequency, the amplitude, the greater more energy you have. Energy levels have diminished so that we was in a form of energy deprivation. And so it was so low that, but the devils, it was below theirs. So they ruled. See? Because everything they were able to do is a result of the frequency of their mind. Because remember, everything around is an extension of their minds. This whole world is an extension of their minds. Now, I don't know nobody. I mean, I thought you said it came from our minds. It did come from our minds. They have control over us. Right? See? Because if we so submit, that means they would be able to use, if we submit to them, that means they would, submission by definition means they have control of our power, our energy. If we submit to them, right? See? That's why it calls gold and silver. So I'm not going to dwell on that. And the bottom line is, what you see right here is a result of their frequency, their level of thought. Whole world is operating on a level of thought for the last 500 years. Now the energy level is increasing. That means the frequency, people that had the ability to think on a higher frequency now can. They didn't have enough energy to do that before. So everybody was thinking on a level, on a frequency and amplitude, right? See? A wavelength of the devil's frequency, wavelength, amplitude. So they was ruling, because that's the level of thought. And nobody could do anything with them, because they had the highest frequency, right? We was operating a lower frequency, at best even equal frequency, but the majority of us was on lower frequency. So that means higher frequency, right? High amplitude means higher pressure. Their pressure was greater than ours. Their thought pressure was greater than ours. So Adam would rule. But now we've been energized, right? So now we can, thought frequency, wavelength, everything increases. Now you have to understand, I'm going to show you in a minute, they level off. In other words, say you have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Well, if they're 10, maybe their highest frequency amplitude could be 10. They can't go any higher than that. But maybe Orientals can be 20. They can't go any higher than that. And maybe the Asians could be 30. They can't go any higher than that. So they had 10 down here, right? Everybody's below that. But when energy moves up where it can move to 20, then they get crushed. They get crushed because that's higher pressure, and they can't go any higher than 10. That's their limit. We can go all the way. See? So when it says it, do you think you enter the garden, right, while where there's not yet befallen your lack what befell those who have passed away before you? Distress, affliction befell them. They were shaken violently, so that the messenger and those who believed with him said, when will help of Allah come? And sure help lies nigh. They're talking about the Holocaust here, because that was terrible. No, because the messenger is present in this one. And Elijah Muhammad's not present now when this happens, because this is like shaken violently. I mean, and it's just before, right? Help of Allah comes before the paradise, just before. That's time of Joshua, after Lion Aaron, Farrakhan, just before. See, so it says, do you think you will enter the garden while there has not befallen you lack what fell those who passed away before you? Distress, affliction befell them, they were shaken violently. So the messenger and those who believed with him said, will help of Allah come? Now, sure, it says the messenger too would say that. So the messenger, and who is this messenger? Messenger of the covenant. Okay. He'd be under great distress too. Read about Jonah. He's under great distress too. Okay. Say he'd be under the greatest distress. See, I talk about visions I had when I was a child. And I mentioned a couple of them. Some I haven't talked about because it's so. I didn't like any of them. To tell you the truth. I talk about one where it got so dark they couldn't see anything. I would climb a mountain, climb this mountain, right? Climbing up this mountain. And the more I climbed, the darker it got. The more I climbed, the darker it got, until I was really like crawling. I was all fours crawling. I got where I couldn't see anything. It was so dark. I couldn't even see myself. I could see nothing. My hand, nothing. Total darkness. And I was like totally wasted. I mean, I had no energy whatsoever. I was I was just wasted, totally exhausted. I've never done anything like that before. I had a similar situation about a year or so ago. I thought that was it then, but they said no. And then when I got to where I couldn't move anymore, I mean, I was just wasted. I was virtually dead. And something just said, make one more, because I was crawling, right? So just come like this, just make one more stroke, right? Because I'm crawling, right? I'm like this, oh man, I can't, right? So just one more. When I did that, I touched the top of the mountain. I had no idea where I was on this mountain. I had no idea where I was on this mountain. And I didn't realize I was at the top of the mountain. I didn't realize I was at the top of the mountain. When I did that, touched the top of the mountain, it was like touching a button. And boy, it was like I went in a state of bliss. I mean, I didn't see, I felt it. I never felt anything like that in my life. It was so beautiful. And the sky opened up, it was like a rainbow, like you see a rainbow, but the rainbow was like a circle. And it went out in circles, real slow, it was so beautiful. Paradise. But just before I was like totally wasted, I was dead. I was virtually dead. I give up. I had no more energy, nothing. I just had enough, just one more. Ah! And when I touched it, like I said, it was like, took everything. Because I knew once I made that one blast, I knew I was going to die right there because I had nothing. I had nothing. Just to move my hand, like, it was like, that was it. And I had some more dramatic than that. More dramatic than that. And I'm not going to talk about them because I didn't like them. See? But they all ended in paradise. But it didn't look like that at the time was happening. And I understand why Messenger told the brothers, I understood what he said when he said it, back during theology of time. He told his brothers, says, do not pray for that day because you don't know what you're up against. And brothers and sisters, you don't know what you're up against. Just time on present trouble, how could you know? Unless you experience it. I did experience it in those visions. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. And you understand, the original people go through it the worst, right? Because they got, the least amount of energy, they suffer in separation. Every level, who suffered the worst? They, then after them will be Africa, then after be Asia, but they will suffer the worst. And so if they suffer the worst, then who amongst them will suffer? Those elevated places. 24,000, they suffer more than anybody. Then who will suffer more than them? Scientists, who suffer more than them? Ancient of days, Messenger of the Covenant, he would suffer more than anybody. That's why I said he was on the cross. He suffered the sins of the whole world. He suffered all of it. All of it. Why? To get this message to you, brothers and sisters. Because I ain't asked for anything. I haven't asked for a dime. I ain't asked you to obey me anything or worship me anything. I forbid it. Those that work with me, they don't know. I don't know if I forbid that kind of stuff. We don't do that stuff there. See, we're brothers and sisters. That's how it is, and that's how it will continue to be. Master Muhammad said we was his uncle. All this religious stuff, bowing, worshiping, all that kind of stuff, that's for the devils and Farrakhan demons and stuff. You understand, brothers and sisters? So are you ready? Said, do you think you're in the garden while there's yet before your lack of what fellows who passed away for you? Distress, affliction, befell them. They were shaken violently. So the messenger and those who believed with him said, when help Allah come? So when Master Muhammad show up? See? But no, it means something a little deeper than that, actually. See? Because resistance brings about, and let me talk about that in a little bit. I don't want to confuse you, brothers and sisters. Right now, I said this whole world is operating on the devil's weight or frequency. Right? Now it's starting to rise a little above it, but basically on the devil's frequency. And that means that frequency is totally against you. Because your frequency is much higher than that, right? Your altitude is much higher. Your natural frequency, your natural amplitude, right? Your natural wavelength is much greater than all of that. But we operate on this. That means their frequency is totally against us in every way. That means legally, socially, economically, right? Scientifically, you name it. Everything in this society, everything is totally against you. Everything in this world is totally against you. Everything in this world is totally against you. Now see it again. Everything in this world is totally against you. Their laws, their customs, everything, the food you eat, everything is against you. Everything. Because that's the wavelength. It's told you this whole system is based on their frequency, what they came out, right? What they was able to do. You see, like I said again, right? We're part of this because they have control of us, they have control of our creativity, but they use it for themselves. Like they had control of our strength. We had greater strength in them, but they had control. See, we was in fields that we had great strength in them, but they had control of it. See what I'm saying? We had more strength in them. That's what it has out in the fields. But they had control of it. So we got more creative power in them, but it's under their control. Now, we don't control it, they control it. So everything is against us. They're using their own mind against us. That's what said in Mark. The man had his whole mind against him. Everything turned against him. And you got to understand that everything is against you, brothers and sisters. Like right in my situation, I don't go into detail, but like right now, at this point in time, and I get dark. Everything in my life is against me right now. Everything. You'd be surprised. See? But that's not my job to go out here and be talking about it, worrying about it. It says he suffered blessed. He didn't speak a word. He didn't speak about it. He just suffered it because he did it for his people. He didn't do it for himself. He did it for his people. So he gave his whole life. He spilled his soul out for our people's salvation. Spent his whole soul, gave it all. See? Until he just, because when time comes, he'd be totally drained. Why? Because he gave all of it, 100%. That's how it showed he gave 100%. And if you get 100%, you're going to be drained too. But if you come in all cool and laid back and everything, then that means you didn't do nothing. You didn't work that hard. Now they go say, oh, well, I see Farrakhan's. No, I said drain and waste out. I ain't say broken into pieces. Then you're no good. What good is that? Okay. Totally drained. Because he has no paradise. Even if he was to get back, if our women in paradise, that's lost for him. You understand, brothers and sisters? Everything. And everything's been against me for forever. But now it's like so intense, you'd be surprised at things I'm facing, brothers and sisters. You'd be surprised. You would. You never know about it from me. But you will know when you get here after, because it says, when the people find out, not because I'm going to tell them, because now they understand scripture and everything else, they say people are going to be crying uncontrollably for what I had to go through to get them home. But I had to suffer when they realized what I had to go through. That I never let on. Because they're going to figure it out themselves. They say, oh, man. And I'm not going to blame them. I'm not going to blame you, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to, especially sisters, I'm not going to say, hey, well, you should listen. Especially I got you home. If you don't make it, well, I ain't necessarily you anyway, right? You ain't going to be around to talk to. No, well, I'm not holding it against you. That's my job. My job is to get you in a high frequency so you survive all of this. Understand, brothers and sisters? So it's getting intense. It's going to be this ain't nothing. Time, unprecedented trouble. This ain't nothing to pay about what's about to happen. And you're going to go through it because it tells you you're going to go through it. It says, so that the measure and those who believe with him. Now, I never really talked about this much, so I'm telling about it now because I don't want to depress you. Because now you're about to experience it. I don't want to depress you, brothers and sisters. It tells you right there. So that the messenger, those who believe in him said, will it help Allah come? That means the messenger is under great distress, right? stress, affliction befell them. They shaken violently. So the messenger, remember the messenger, and those believers, they're going to be shaken violently. Distress and affliction befell them. Not talking about the Holocaust. And that was horrific. This is about to happen, brothers and sisters. Because resistance is growth. The reason why it's happening because the whole world is against you. Because the whole world is operating on the frequency of the devils. The whole world is against you. The entire world is against you in every respect. Everything. Like I told you, I listen psychologically, socially, legally, love, whatever, economically, everything against you. When people think, get you saying anything, against your existence, everything. And so, why? Because you're not part of it. Because you're operating on your natural, because you're naturally trying to operate on a higher frequency. And so that means if you operate on that frequency, then hey, they ain't bothering you. That's the story about the cross. Where Moses says, lift up a cross, the brass serpent. And all those that worship brass serpent, the other serpents didn't bother them. The devils didn't bother them. What's a brass serpent? Brass represents false Israel. If you read Daniel, and they did a serpent. And they're on the stick cross. Ain't that what you worshiping? I tell you that's not that's Satan. That's not Jesus. When you're talking about, we walk around with that, right? You understand? Okay. So if you operate on that wavelength, then they ain't gonna bother you. But that's not your wavelength. You're not gonna be happy there. The demons, they be happy there because that's their wavelength. Integration, they want to be part of that. But you won't be. But if you operate, they won't bother you. So if you worship that gold, that brazen cross, then they won't bother you. That was the whole thing. See? But if you start taking your energy and focus on self, strengthen yourself, then you start, your frequency, right, increases. Now you're at odds with this frequency. You're at war with it. See? Because now you got greater pressure against lower pressure. And lower pressure will do everything it can to stop you, keep you under its feel, under its foot. Okay? So now you got opposition. Because remember, the whole world is operating on pretty much the devil's frequency. Now it's moving to a higher frequency, right? That's Oriental. So now you see that conflict getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Because now you got, see? But the devils can't, they're the top line of their frequency. They can't go higher frequency. Some of them can go just a little bit. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Right? Okay. So therefore, since they can't go any higher, then they can't keep up with the frequency from Orientals. So now Orientals start operating a higher frequency. That means starting to crush the lower frequency, the devil's frequency. Read this carefully, brothers and sisters. Now I'm going to show you this. Now see here, original top, Africa, Asia, Orient, right? Devils. Now what happens here? Now, this pressure, all that weight of them is on that one. These operate at different frequencies, right? The highest frequency is the one at the top. Next, lower, round, lowest frequency. But everybody was operating for the last 5 years under a devil's frequency. But now they're starting to rise up. See? To the Oriental frequency. See? We still won't be, even when we operate on our own frequency, even when we go home, not right away. But we'll be operating on higher. Because it says, these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. See, a lamb operates on higher frequency. He got the angel, he had to do that, get the angel. But now he's trying to use that, raise you to a higher frequency. But it said, these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. It's the same make war with Master Muhammad. They didn't make war with Michael. See, Michael's angel was the war in the Middle East. But it said, these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. And Lamb overcome them. That's another war, Farrakhan. There's a bunch of wars. War in heaven is one of the first ones. Then comes Armageddon. Armageddon East and Armageddon West. See? Then come the goat war. You see? The war of the latter days. These 10 kings make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb overcome them. Look at all these wars, brothers and sisters. Some Michael's with Master Muhammad is with Suleiman all the way, right? But in some cases, Suleiman is he's being backed up Master Muhammad. But like I said, sometimes it says these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. See? But Lamb overcome them. So what happens here, brothers and sisters? And so all this pressure they put on the devils. Now I want you to watch this closely. I will make a point here. You see how because when they put pressure on them, but now the pressure builds up inside of them. See, you put pressure, they're collapsing, but by collapsing, that means, remember, like say you got a bunch of people, and then a big room, right? But then you move them all to an elevator. Well, the same amount of people, there's a small space. So now it's a lot of pressure there. So their pressure, their frequency is increasing, right? Now the frequency has increased because their pressure has increased. The pressure on them. See, the pressure on top of it. See, and so that of course their pressure increased too. Like squeezing a balloon. You squeeze the balloon, you put more pressure inside the balloon. So now you're squeezing the devils, right? You're putting, so now you put more pressure on them. So that makes them operate at a higher frequency. If they can't, they crush. See, because if they can't, that means this thing just crushes my existence. But if they can, right, then they'll adjust and they operate at a higher frequency. I want you to understand this point because it's going to make another point I haven't made yet. See, so now they turn the red, so their frequency increasing because they're under high pressure, right? Who's the first one putting on the pressure? The Orientals right there. That's the goat war. Then what? See, oh, more pressure. And then they start turning from red to near black. See? Don't get lost in the colors right here. But now they're under extreme pressure, right? And their frequency increased. Now all the other ones had lower frequency that couldn't expand their frequency. They're crushed. These left right here, those ones that could adapt, right, to Oriental frequency. Okay. But not just enough, right, to keep them being crushed. Just enough being crushed. These are the ones that go in captivity. See what it says, when the goat comes, they're going to tear up this place, right? But they're going to take some in the captivity. Those ones, because the other ones was what? They was lost. They was burned up, destroyed. Those ones go to captivity. But remember, they reached the high point of their frequency. They can't go any higher, right? This little bit enough to keep them being crushed, right? But they have no power, right? And in other words, they have power. They don't have enough to overcome anybody's there. So they're under control. They're under control of the Orientals in bondage. They survive, right? Tribulation, just to go into bondage. All the weaker ones was crushed. These are the best. See? But they have to operate on higher wavelengths, but so now they're going to captivity, separate from everybody else. Okay? So they wasn't crushed out of existence, they go into captivity. Because so if you understand, everybody didn't go into captivity. Only some went into captivity, some was destroyed. So it says these was the ones that go into captivity, and they would never be able to have any power over anybody. They just have enough vibrations, right, to stay alive under intense pressure like that. But eventually it'd be too much to crush them too. Eventually, be too much to even question them too. How do you understand that, brothers and sisters? See? We understand that. So first, they're being thrown to crushed and they're thrown to bondage by Orientals. So they came Camel Lane. Oh yeah, who behind that? That's the right. That's the Asians. The goat, right? See, what do they call it? They call it death in Hades. That's the leopard. The leopard morphs to the goat. The leopard has 4 heads, 4 horns. 4 heads and 4 horns. See? 4 heads and 4 wings. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. 4 heads and 4 wings. Yellow and brown spots. That's China and India. Yellow and brown spots. 4 wings, democracy. 4 heads, authoritarian. Okay? That's the yellow and brown there. Then Africa's after them. Then they go to war with Africa. That's the bear. He plucks up 3 by his roots. 3 horns by his roots. Who are 3 horns? The goat had 1 horn. The goat represents the leopard, I guess, China, India. And the ram had 2 horns. That's the 3 that plucks up. And then he goes against the lion, Suleiman, the lamb. Remember that beast has 7 head, 10 horns too. So he have control all of the ghost armies. Said these 10 kings make war with the lamb, but the lamb overcome them. Hope you understand, bro. Says I'm not going to go detail here. I'm trying to bring this stuff together for you. Farrakhan don't know a damn thing. But he knows more than you. And knows he got you on his thumb as long as you keep on wasting your stuff for Scientology, Dianetics, all that kind of garbage. Instead of using your energy to increase your wavelength. Okay, let me go into this and then I'm trying to wrap this up as best as possible. See what I show here, brothers and sisters? What I'm showing here is, I'm going to go over it again. We talk about everything vibrates. But when you say wall, you say, well, I would knock this wall down. You take a sledgehammer or something, bam. You figure, well, if I hit with this mouth, that's what you think. I take a sledgehammer, hit and knock a hole down, whatever, knock a hole in or whatever, right? And that's normally what you think, because you probably know mathematics, you probably know physics. But that wall could be all kinds of materials. It could be made of plastic, porcelain. When you hit it, bam, it bounced back at you. Why it didn't break? Because it has a high reaction rate. Has a high reaction rate. See? You made of glass, which depends on the type of glass, right? Breaks right away. If it's very thick, break right away. Depends on material and its reaction rate. So I'm saying, right, this here can absorb 1,000 pounds of force per minute. That's reaction rate. So in a minute, within a minute's period of time, it can absorb 1,000 pounds of force. So if you hit anything less than that, it absorbs it. So therefore, it won't knock it down. See, it turned it red. It might turn it red, might shake it. It won't knock it down. Because you have to overcome 1,000 pounds per minute. Just like water. When you throw something in water, reacts certain rate. It's like air. Air operates a certain rate also. But if you move fast enough through it, it becomes like a solid, and then you get sonic booms, boom, 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 because it becomes solid because it can't react fast enough as you pass through it faster than it can react. So now it starts feeling solid and start burning the plate up and everything else, right? And the plane as it gets more resistant. After a while, it's harder and harder to move at that speed because you move fast and air can react. Same, you drop in something in water. You drop in water. If you drop from a 5-story building, hit that water, it sound like solid rock, because that amount of force, mass times acceleration equals force. That amount of force is that you hit was greater than the ability for the water to react with that amount of force. So, bam, you hit it before it hit, so it didn't react fast. So therefore, it's like a solid. Right? I mean, it eventually react, right? But right then, it hit like it was hit like a solid rock, like a brick wall. That's the part you don't understand. That's what's talking about walls of Jericho. I told those are mathematical books that's telling you principle, because what they did was they knew what their reaction rate of the walls of Jericho was, and knew they had to get it right, because it was Jericho represents America, right? But in order to destroy it, they had to take and overcome its frequency, its reaction rate. And so they said, okay, this is what we need to do. We need to walk around singing the same song, right, for 7 days around it, all the children of Israel, and that was enough vibrations to destroy the wall. Okay, mathematics. So I talk about it quite a bit, so I'm going to review a couple of things here. And see, I kind of like misspoke on that yesterday. So here's the situation here, right? Now, same bridge, 1,000 pounds of force per minute. But now you're hitting it with 100 pounds of force every 5 seconds, right? So in 50 seconds, right, that's 1,000 pounds. Remember, every minute, which is 60 seconds, that's reaction rate. It takes 60 seconds for it to react. But you didn't give it time to react. You put 1,000 pounds on there, you put 1,100 pounds on there in 55 seconds for a chance to react. So that took it down. That took it down. You overcame it. See? It takes 1,000 pounds per force per minute, but you put 100 pounds 10 times, because 5 seconds times 10 is 50 seconds. And take 6. So if you was able to put 110 pounds in 55 seconds, it didn't have a chance to react, because it can handle 1,000. Another way to look at it, I use this Walmart ring, right? Okay, so you got 1,000 employees in Walmart, right? And they can handle 1,000 people. So they say, okay, we expect 1,000 people to come in, right, every minute. So we got 1,000 workers, right? Or 1,000 cashiers, whatever. Handle them. That's what we anticipate. That's the frequency. 1,000 people per minute. That's the frequency. 1,000 people per minute, right? The frequency, the amplitude is 1,000. But you got 1,000 people per minute, right? Per minute, that's the frequency. And so you have 1,000 people in Walmart can handle 1,000 people per minute. So fine. But with 2,000 people coming per minute, you increase the amplitude, right? The frequency remains the same, but amplitude went up. So you said, wait a minute, they can't handle that. They can only handle the amplitude of 1,000, not 2,000. So now things start backing up, lines start backing up. But if another comes in, right? So what it said, every minute, we're talking about every minute, right? Okay. So it's building up. After a while, it overwhelms them. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's the same thing right now, because everything vibrates. When you're talking, that's why when a messenger or prophet, they give them a scripture. That scripture is the tuning fork, so to speak, right? It's the vibration you need to break down whatever they sent to break down. Empire or gut, whatever they said to break down, that scripture is designed, built in, is the right frequency and everything, right? And amplitude, they'll do that. And all they gotta do is like a tuning fork. All they gotta do is speak it. Because those things were designed every 24,000 years. That's designed, the scientists taking science, okay, what frequency we need to be successful during this period of time in history. That's why the crown was no good right now. The crown was right frequency and amplitude for 1,400 years ago. Perfect. And it did its job. Elijah Muhammad was given those lessons, was a perfect amplitude frequency for that 40-some years he did it. But said when Joshua came, right, he had an angel Because that was a time of unprecedented trouble. Because you have to have your frequency has to be a certain level. Because he's got a lot of things to do. He has to raise up. He has to re-raise the Levites. He has to raise up Lazarus. Right? He has to destroy the demons and the devils here. See? And that's the right frequency to do it. All you got to do is keep on, right? Releasing those vibrations. Keep releasing those vibrations. See? Because what you have to do, you have to raise, he has a time frame here. That's why he got to keep doing it. He got a time frame, because energy is rising, but now the world is moving away above the frequency of the devils to the frequency of death. Orientals. So moving above that. Right? So they're going to be, that's why it says, remember that beast has 7 heads and 10 horns, and crowns for 7 heads, but then the crowns went to the 10 horns, because now the frequency is higher. So now the Europeans don't rule it anymore, move to the next level, because the frequency is higher. The crowns move to the next level. So now, move towards them. So that means now they have greater frequency, it means they have a greater pressure. So now they're going to crush the lower pressure, the ram. See? So in order for us not to be crushed, we have to raise our frequency above their frequency. I say, got to get out of here. Got to raise our frequency above theirs. That's what Suleiman's doing. He's taking and put those vibrations out there. Because remember, vibration speaking is energy, is vibrations. And so when you hit anyone, right, it's going to cause them to vibrate. Now they might resist because they operate on a different level. So the point is, if they are the seed of Abraham, right, they're going to absorb that vibration. And so I can make them vibrate more and more like yourself. But the devils, you're going to start making them vibrate more like yourself too, because they're also trying to make you vibrate like them. So who's got the greater frequency and the greater amplitude is going to win that war, because they have us vibrating on their level, because they vibrating too. They're talking, you see the news, everything. They're trying to get us to vibrate on their level. And someone's trying to get you to vibrate on a different level. So that's where you got that conflict right there. Resistance bring about, resistance, right, is growth. So you got the resistance because they're vibrating on one level, I'm vibrating on another level, right? And so you've seen both those vibrations. But now the devils, they operate, obviously, because that's what save level them, they receive it. The regular people, it start invigorating them, start waking them up. Because now they can start vibrating on a higher level. But the devils tell them, no, don't do that. NBA, NFL, use your energy for some other reason. Because remember, you need energy to raise your vibration. But if you waste that energy, you're going to stay vibrating on a lower level. You need energy to increase your vibration level. You have it, but how you use it, are you misusing it? That's what fire kind of have you trying to get you to do. Misuse it so you don't operate on a high level. Because you will see them right away if you start operating on a high level. And you got to operate on a higher level than the goat, because ghosts come in here, and if you still here, and you're in trouble. That's why I talk about those go to tribulation, right? They go to tribulation because they're going to be working on a higher level, right? Than the devils. So the devils ain't going to be able to harm them. That's why they're going to do exploits, but they're still here because they woke up too late. So devils won't be able to handle bother because they operate on high frequency, and devils can't operate on that level. See? So therefore, they do exploits. It means do exploits, it means they won't operate on a high level. That's what exploits is, when you're doing above average, but above everything else. But they still operate on a lower level than the Orientals the ghosts coming in. So their level they got to, during that period of time, they have to keep raising their energy level until it's above the goat level. Because when the goat comes here, they meet the goat. Right? The goat opens up the Red Sea and let them through because their frequency is higher. It has to be higher at that point for them to get out of here. Otherwise, they're crushed too. Do you understand? Am I making it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? So as the tribulation gives you the time to get you high, because you have to operate higher on a higher level. That's why Suleiman is getting the 24,000 operate on a higher level than the Orientals right now. So they can escape in the Lamb's Book of Life, just be taken out of here. But those is not, and still operating on devil's level or just above it, they still here. See, because they still operating below, they're operating above the devil's level, but they're operating below the Oriental level. So they're still here. So Haman's got to get, right? His people, 145,000, right? Those in the last book, operate above the Oriental level. So they can just get out of here. But those operating lower than it, they still here because they have to operate higher to get the hell out of here. And that's where he had to go to tribulation. That's where he has to come to them and teach them, and then set someone up that can operate on that level, that can handle it, to guide them through it. So therefore, they be operating higher than the devil level. So they do exploits. They'll still be here, but lower than the Oriental level, because that's why it's still here. And they keep rising. So during the time they're here, while they keep improving themselves, and by the time the Orientals show up, they're on a higher level than that. So therefore, the higher frequency, higher pressure, lower pressure submits to higher pressure. So the sea opens up and they walk right on through. Warriors can't do nothing to them. But those that don't, they get crushed along with the devils. That's what devils get crushed. And they put so much, and that all devils except that few, right, that's able to get just a little, right, above the Oriental level. So therefore, they're taken to captivity. They're not destroyed, they're not crushed. Because they're under pressure, it forces, that doesn't change the fact. There's a cannibal war. That's Armageddon here. Armageddon East. Armageddon West, where there's two Armageddons. Farrakhan, talking about Farrakhan is a war to end all wars. No, it's not end all wars. In fact, one of the wars that begin all wars, actually. Armageddon, it doesn't tell you, nowhere in scripture Armageddon is the most worst war, critical war. What about the war of the latter days, Farrakhan? He has pulled shit out of his ass and says, honey, so y'all want to listen to it, fine. And the reason why you listen to it, because you operate on a lower level than that and the devils. Because you're interested in using wasting your energy with NFL and Oprah and all this BS, right? So therefore you operate on low. That's why he got you. But matter of fact, I'm getting ready to give you a jolt. When the famine comes in, the bullshit rolls out. And you're going to start focusing your energy. And then you're going to see him right away. See Farrakhan right away. You're going to see the demons right away too. Then we're going to separate from them. Because now we got enough power to move to higher frequency. And that means we're going to be put, because right now they got operating on their frequency. So therefore, we all stuck together. But when you start operating on great frequency, you're going to push that lower frequency out. Higher pressure moves out lower pressure. So once you start operating higher frequency, you're going to push them out. And then we'll be set, and low there separated, like the Quran says. So that's what's going on here, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. Hope I'm making this clear. So see, in this situation right here, right? The wall does not break because it takes 60 seconds to put, see, that's the mistake I made yesterday, bro. So disregard what I said yesterday, because the wall can take 1,000 pounds of force. His reaction rate is 1,000 pounds of force per minute. So it can handle that per minute. So, and you give it. See, you're giving it that. Wait a minute, I messed up again, brothers and sisters. Okay, this is wrong again. Wrong again, brothers. That should be not every 5 seconds. It should be every 6 seconds. Not every 5 seconds. Because that means they would put 10 after 60 seconds. Every 6 seconds, every 6 seconds, right? That means it'd be 10 after 6 seconds, and each one is 100 pounds, right? So therefore, that means after 60 seconds, it's hit the wall with 100,000 pounds. I mean, with 1,000 pounds, which the wall can absorb. Can't take any more than that. But this, I forgot to change that, bro. It says 6 seconds. Every 6 seconds is hitting that wall. That means 6 seconds times 10 is 60 seconds. So hit 1 pound, 100 pounds every 6 seconds. So at the end of 60 seconds, hit 1,000 pounds, which the wall can react to, can absorb. So it turns it red hot, but it doesn't knock it down. A lot of energy is there, but it's not enough to knock it down. But when I said the previous one, right, it did that all in 55 seconds. So, and then the sixth one, right, knocked it down because it put 1,000 pounds of force within 55 seconds. So it actually put 1,100 pounds in 60 seconds. 1,100 pounds in 60 seconds, which the wall cannot handle. So just that extra little 100 pounds destroyed it, broke the camel's back. That's what destroyed it. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Very important concept. Like I said about water, right? Okay. Water reacts. But if you drop from 100, if you drop a 10-story building, it won't react like that. Bam, hit like solid wall. Because it can't react that fast. It can absorb so much force in a certain period of time. That's something you haven't been aware of, so you just think, oh, it's a wall, I'm knock it down. No, everything vibrates. So if you hit it with greater force that it's able to absorb, it's going to be like a solid wall for that period of time. Okay? And we talk about this, brothers and sisters. I think I got it right this time, but anyway, I'm not going to go into it here. I'm just showing, right, that both of those same amount of energy. Both the same amount of energy. But one person, their wavelength is 1 hour. It takes 1 hour, right? Just spend that much energy. Other one, they spend much energy in 1 minute. Same amount of energy. That means they got a higher frequency, higher wave. It's more. So, in other words, an hour, it's that 60 times as much energy an hour than that one on the left there. Because that one, 1 hour, that's how much energy you, both of the same amount of energy, right? But one is more intense. And that's how much it does in a minute. Use that same, it takes this 1 hour to think that fast, right? In other words, in 1 minute, things are thought, because it's all about thought anyway, right? That's how much wavelength, how much thought they can do in 1 minute. But this takes an hour to that much thought. See? So this one is 60 times more powerful than the one in the minute, 60 times more powerful than the one on the left in the hour. 60 times more powerful. So if you look at that, that's pretty much like compared to this. That's our ability. But because we suffer energy deprivation, right, then we're on the same level as them. We're 6 times lower, so therefore they can rule us if they're less. But when we get there, right, all that intensity, so how much would there be an hour? It'd be 60 times that. That means that squash what's an hour over here. Just squash it. Greater pressure overcomes lesser pressure. So you go right here. See? In a minute, look at that energy. Look how much that energy got in a minute. Not much. It's got a lot more in a minute. See? That this case, I'm showing unity. See? So you got 10 people, right? Say you had 10, each person has the same amount of energy you got on the left there. But they're all at the same, but you put them together in a minute, then see, that means they increase their they increase their frequency, they increase their amplitude. Both might operate in a minute, but you got 10 people working in unity, so now it's much more intense. Work together. That's how you create a laser. But see, right now we don't work together because we got opposing frequency. That's the demons. They operate on a different level. They operate at 7 levels. They're devils. They're devil daddies. They look like us. They're wolves in sheep clothing. So because we operate on different frequencies naturally, then we oppose each other. That means we keep both of us, we mutually disunited. Because they disunited, we disunited because we're all mixed in together, like water and milk. See? They operate on 2 different frequencies, but they settle once the milk sits at the bottom and the water sits at the top. See? So Suleiman's job is to separate them. So here you go, right? See the intensity right here, 1 person, right? 59 minutes, 10 person, 10 people working together, how much intense that is. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Hello? Okay, can you give me 1 minute, please? 1 second? Okay, hold on. One sec, I pull over here. Okay. Yeah, and pull over. Yeah. No, this is about the plane. I call. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the value for a 3-bedroom, we live in a 2-bedroom right now, and they have one over. Actually, they went off, no, y'all can't stay, y'all complain too much and everything else. Because every time we file someplace, we prove it, we got everything else in the last minute, for some reason, we're not approved. We got good credit, no bad background, we have a problem now. Respect, they're probably calling and saying, we would never be so quick no more, and that kind of stuff. That's what we're trying to do, we're trying to find out. If there's any kind of reason like send a letter or something, tell them, sis, because right now we can't get we never had a problem, we always proof, so there's 3 places already, just put in one, tell us why. I don't think that makes sense. It's a apartment, we over here, I was in the river, Richmond Place job over by the movie of Brewster Downs. Richmond Place Drive, yeah, by the movie on Brewster Downs. Yes, Richmond Place Drive. But see, they've done a lot of things, like they towed both our cars in the middle of the night one time. Cars parked right in the window. When we go up in our tower, cars was towed, right? The gates never worked. One time we had to go out with, it was an emergency. We couldn't get out the gate. The gates never worked. We couldn't get out the gate. We couldn't get out. We had to call Uber. So get to where it was going. So people, I think that's normal to complain about that kind of stuff. I think. No, we know that's not the case. We know that's not. I mean, that's legal. So, I mean, if we pay our rental tax, for any problem, we can pay our claim, if one time, was saying, I have some issues here. Everything is against you, brothers and sisters. Be ready for it. But that's the price of growth. That's the price of growth. That's the mathematics of it. It's not something that, well, Allah just determines that or just divines that, right? It's oops. No, that's just mathematics. It's just mathematics, brothers and sisters. Everything, this whole system was designed against you. I mean that consciously, because remember, you're dealing with, I keep talking about personification. The personification of our adversary, the personification of energy deprivation, the personification of our resistance, the personification of our hell. But they're thinking people. And they know that our nature is in resistance to theirs. They know our nature is in resistance to theirs. But they have the greater power because their frequency, everybody's operating on a frequency that's lower than them. And they want to keep that going. They're conscious beings. You need to understand that, bro. See, they're conscious beings. So that means everything they do is in. So if you think they're friends, they're not friends with you. Everything they do is against you. Every thought is against you. The Quran tells you that. What they said, what their heart conceals is even greater than what they're saying. So they're conscious. That's why I said personification. You understand these? I'm trying to make you understand these things, bro. So they're not just. It's not just happening. It's conscious. They're constantly against you. So when you understand that, then you know who the devil. That's why Elijah told who the devil was. But Pharaoh said, no, they ain't the devil no more, because they are. He said, if they're the devil, that means you understand they're against you in every way, in every way. But they're like wool in sheep clothing. They're going to disguise themselves like they're not. But when you understand that math behind, you know they are. Every one of them, no matter how they smile, what they say, what they do, they're totally against you, period. Totally. The whole world is against you consciously. If we didn't make a personification and say, well, we have bad weather, right? A bad harvest, a bad this. No, when you have conscious beings, that's personification. That means they're totally against you in every way. Everything they do is against you. Everything, 100%, everything. And they try to give you something is poison. Everything they do is against you 100%. You need to understand that. I said, like you said, the winter people, right? If we made winter a personification of winter and got rid of winter, had a personification, they'd be ice people. They'd run around icicles. They'd run around throwing ice water on you and stuff, right? By making a personification, that gives you a chance to avoid. You can't avoid all of it, but by making the personification, that's why we give it make things a personification, right? So that you can see it visible. Otherwise, you just have all this negative stuff happen. You wouldn't know where it was coming from. But now you can see it. But their idea is to make you not see it, take it out of your mind, like Farrakhan's doing. Oh man, they ain't those no more. We're not demon. Everybody's talking about demon. Why everybody talking about demons now? But demons is something else that extraterrestrial, nobody can see or whatever. Because they want you to see them. They try to take you out into the phantom zone where you can't see them. And that's why Sulaiman had to come and bring you. That's why Elijah, Master Muhammad, that was his job, to come in and start bringing us back into reality with mathematics. Elijah Muhammad did it, and then Farrakhan dragged you right back into it again, right back in the phantom zone. You understand that, brothers and sisters? You understand that. They're totally against you in every respect. I don't care how nice they, whatever. Their whole idea, their whole nature is against you 100%. Like a pig is a pig. No matter how he look, whatever you put in your house, he's gonna make a mess. That's his nature. You can't do nothing else but do that. You mean he look clean, they got a bow on him, everything else, but that's what he's gonna do. Well, you understand that point? Okay? That's part of you moving to another level. And that's what Suleiman is doing. He's that vibration because remember, I'm vibrating. I'm vibrating you. You mean I'm putting vibration in you. If I'm right now, I'm vibrating, putting information, which is causing you to vibrate. Now, if it causes you to vibrate in a positive way, that means your nature. If it's a negative way, right, then you send the vibrations back at me. So who's going to prevail? Remember, you got the reaction rate. See, so if I create a greater than your reaction rate, then you're going to explode. You're going to come apart. I'm trying to get you to understand. You got to start thinking these things too, brothers and sisters. It's a war. A war of vibrations, a war of pressure. I'm trying to make it clear to you, it's vibrations. Because that's what pressure is on in our reality, right? Vibrations, mind war. I says mind war, stores vibrations, pressure. That's what it is. So their vibration against yours, who's going to win? If you ain't vibrating, then you're dead, or you're about to be. So you out there, you vibrate, as yours vibration against theirs. And so am I trying to get you on a higher level so you'll be greater frequency and greater amplitude than theirs. But if you're out there with MFL and NBL kind of stuff, you're operating lower free, that means they're crushing you. And you're on the same level as them. And once they get you on the same level, hey, they're okay. That's the whole thing about the brass serpent. Oh, if you worship that, then they won't bother you anymore. I'm a Christian, oh, they don't bother you anymore. But then you operate on a lower level. And when the goat comes in there, you're going to be crushed by it. Because you got to operate on a greater level to get out of here. You got to operate on a greater level than the goat to get the hell out of here. Depends on where you go, scenic route, or the first class route. Still got to operate on a higher level to get out of here. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand that. Okay? I've got to change this again, brothers and sisters. I know it's going to be a... They operate on two different levels. That's us operating and demons operating together. Disharmony. Disharmony for us and disharmony for them, because we mix together. Water and water. Nobody wants water and milk mixed together. But once you let it settle, the water, milk sets down, the water's right? So now you can drink the water, right? And the milk separately, but you won't want to drink them all together. It's harmony, right? See, we got to stop that. Suleiman's come to increase your vibrations, right, to a high level where you push them out, because they can't go up so high. They're the same level as their daddies. They can't move but as long as you keep you down their level, right, they control you. But now Suleiman's raised to a high level that you're above them. So now you separate between the two. It's the separation. Because you naturally vibrate on a higher level, but you don't have the energy for it yet. But now the energy is coming in, but now Suleiman's tell you how to turn into vibrations, right? So you vibrate on a high mental level. Now here blowing your energy on Oprah and Denzel and Kanye, all this BS, NFL, and all that kind of stuff. If you want to keep doing it, then you're going to be crushed when the ghosts come in with the high vibrations. I hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I didn't change this again. This should be harmony, not disharmony. Now we all vibrate on the same level together. That's us. That's power. That's Hajj. We're all vibrating on the same level. That's what Hajj is all about. Vibrating on the same level. Brain frequency. Power. They don't want that to ever happen to us. They want us to keep on mixing with the demons, right? We have no power because they're canceling out ours and we canceling out theirs. I think I said brothers and sisters. Oh. I'm showing here, right? Okay. I'm showing here different levels. See, the highest intensity is on the top. And if once everybody's in there operating on their proper level, right? Shabazz, right? They can complete a complete thought in 12 minutes. On the bottom down here, they're taking 54 minutes. They think it's much slower. But now we think it's slower than them because we're on a lower wavelength. Because the guys down, Negro butts. See? So they move faster and everything. But once we Get up. And it's going to take us a while to get back up there. We're not going to get back up there when we want to go home. It's going to take a while to get back up there. We have to get back, start being more like, says we'd start being more like Master Prophet Muhammad. We focus all this energy into that. So he's operating a higher level than us. See? So you think much faster and much deeper. See? Because you got high frequency, right? High amplitude. To think fast but not deep. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And right now, everybody's operating pretty much on this level. So they rule. But when you start operating on a higher level, they can't rule you anymore. We got to get you above that level. But we got to get you above that level, above the Oriental level too, because they're coming in here and putting away their first level. You see? And you don't want to be here when it happens. Your level will be on a higher level so you can escape it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I hope that makes it too complicated. Eventually, that's where you want to get back up there. When you're up there, you overcome all the nations. That's the stone that crushed all the nations. Because once you're there, crush them all. That's where that stone will crush all of them. Not some of them, all of them. Because you are high pressure, high wavelength, high intensity in everybody. Hope you understand. Okay, I think that's it, brothers and sisters. Oops. No, here's the Oriental. That's the level that the world is moving towards right now. And you got to be above that. That's the goal. You got to be above that. Everybody vibrates. Okay, bro, so we're going to leave it there. I'm not going any leaving that today because I already talked about this, right? But the whole purpose is to understand how these vibrations work and increase your intensity. Because, right, to magnify your power through what's called resonance. Remember, one person can knock down a big wall. Resonance. That's why I said Suleiman come in, take down his whole, make war with the beast. Who can make war with the beast? See, it tells you to make war with the beast. It says these 10 kings will make war with the Lamb. He's making war with the beast. You got to put it together, brothers and sisters. That's the beast. It tells you who the beast was. He had 10 horns and 7 heads, and 7 heads, 10 horns, right? But then it says who would make war with the beast, who like the beast, right? That's the question. But then over there, it tells you, chapter 17, it says, these 10 kings, that's that beast, make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them. Hope you understand, bro. So I'm going to leave it there. I said, I got some issues I have to deal with, so we'll leave it there. Leave it there, brothers and sisters.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. 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 Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals, the judge, the crusher, the judge, the crusher. Brothers and sisters, I said I was going to do a redux on the math. Do the math. So here it comes, brothers and sisters. It's all about mathematics. As Muhammad told you, Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam. So why is no one talking mathematics? Why is no one talking mathematics? If Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam, they should be talking mathematics. But Lion Farrakhan, he just talk philosophy because he knows no mathematics. He couldn't tell you what a derivative is. He couldn't tell you what a trigonometric function is. He couldn't tell you what a vector is. Ask them. Ask them if you dare. Ask what a vector is. Ask what a matrix is. Ask what a derivative is. An integral. A sine, cosine, tangent. Ask them. And watch the blank look that comes back over his face if it's not there already before you even ask him. Because the man is pathetic. Right? You know, he gave this thing Sunday, charity? Charity? Excuse me? You know, how many gave charity? That's condescending. Or I got so much, I'm going to give you something. No, Elijah Muhammad really gave you something. He gave you jobs. He gave you respect. See? He gave you businesses. See? Gave you a name. He gave you things that was tangible. They say, if you give a man a fish, he'll eat one day. Teach him how to fish, he'll eat every day. Farrakhan, oh, he gives a check. What do you do tomorrow? What if they're hungry tomorrow, Farrakhan? After you finish eating that whatever you gave them, what's the next day? You gonna come and follow up to see what they're doing? If they lay on the street, they're homeless or whatever? It's bullshit, start to finish. Look, he's giving charity. Nobody wants your charity. And it's not yours to begin with. Where'd you get it from? You don't have a job anywhere. You don't have any business anywhere. You haven't produced anything in 42 years. Economic program, economic program, every so-called say the economic program all the time, and all of a sudden when I call you out on it, oh, no, I ain't about economic program, I'm about self-improvement. Well, then give the money back. Give the money back you've been hawking for 40-some years. Because you're a goddamn liar, period. It's case closed. You're the son of perdition, and you're doing a good job, because you're drawing all those weak ones, all those demons, hypocrites and liars, you're drawing them all to you. So we get them all rid of all in one place. Isn't that what happened in Exodus? Elijah pulled out all the ones that was with him. He said, all you was with me. Elijah put all the ones that were with him. And then he wiped out all the rest of them. Because if you was with Farrakhan, and Farrakhan was with Elijah, then why would Elijah have to say those with me? Because all of them should have been with him. If you represent Elijah, and you represent Master Muhammad, like you say, he speaks through you. He don't speak to retarded dimension, can't wipe their ass people. He don't do that. He wouldn't do that. Who's wiping your ass, Farrakhan? You're in a diaper. You're pathetic. And you won't be there much longer. When thrones are cast down, Ancient of Days just said, you're not Ancient of Days. They're like lamb's wool. So what throne is being cast down? Pathetic. Charity. Look, he's giving charity. He's such a good guy. You're almost as bad as these damn devils. Telling they give them foreign aid. This don't belong to them. This is other people, somebody else's country. It don't belong to them. The wealth in this country don't belong to them. Now you rob a bank and then you go out and get them. Well, that's a whole different story because these banks are corrupt. And so laws of war, the users means you lower the banks. That means, let's just jump there for a minute. I feel about dumbass Farrakhan, right? It says, Allah is at war with the users and his messenger. What messenger is that? The messenger of the covenant? Right? Remember, there's two messengers there. There's the messenger, Elijah, and there's the messenger of the covenant. See? Well, okay. See, that shows the hypocrites, because when I was there from 775 and before, they used to beat these so-called preachers on the head with that Malachi. See, that's Elijah. See, it's right here. It says it right here. But they ain't doing that anymore. Because all it says the messenger of the covenant is coming here, right here too. See, you don't hear that part. What happened to the messenger of the covenant? He would come to Elijah's temple. You ain't talking about him, are you? And what happened to the one that's robbing the nation? Robbing this nation. Say, when a man robbed God, says, you're robbing. Who is robbing this nation? Who is robbing this nation? Robbing it. He said, robbed it, robbing it. They're going to try to make it out of Wallace. Wallace robbed it. Farrakhan was right there when he did it. But who's continually robbing it? Somebody's robbing the nation, according to Malachi. Somebody's robbing it. And so they curse. So ask any man on the planet, what would be the worst curse you could think of short of death? And some of them would think this is worse than death. I think most would. So what's the worst curse that a man could think of that you put on any man on this planet? Irradiate his ass and blow his ass up and mess up all his so-called manly organs, which Farrakhan never did anyways. He was a coward to begin with. He's a stone cold coward. I tell him. Oh, you never call him. You can't see. He say nobody called him a liar. I did. So that means you're lying right now, Ishmael. You know. You watch this. So therefore, every time you go up and say nobody called him a liar, then you know you're lying, because I call him a liar every day for the last 30 years. He's a damn liar, goddamn liar. And you know it. And you're a weak liar yourself. And you hate your dad. That's why you try to do all this crap. You know, Sunday they went all this. Nobody's ever done that before. Or he went all the family thing they've done. Why? Because the day before, that during the week, I said that they all hate their father. So see, they always react to what I'm saying. Oh, no. Yes, you did hate him. And you wasn't following him. And your mother wasn't with him. Why was y'all in Mexico? How was you with him in Mexico? Were you spreading the message down there? You bring that old demon up here with you, your crack smoking buddy, and put him in the FOI uniform. Sick. He gonna wish he never saw uniform in a few more days. Or he gonna wish he had never seen that uniform, especially put it on. That was you down there getting high. So what was your respect for your father then? No, you hate him. See? So you're a liar. Stone cold liar. And now you're Farrakhan pushing your lies. Maybe he may not even be doing it anymore because he's senile, but you're afraid that he's gonna walk away and don't leave you no money. But you know damn well if Farrakhan disappear, you can't keep this lie going because you're too stupid, you idiot. You're stone cold idiot. You don't know anything, you don't know science, you don't know anything. You're stone cold idiot. Nobody would follow you out of a burning building. So you know the best job you could probably get, right, is picking the scraps up off the floor of Burger King. Hey man, we got some dirt scraps on the floor. You pick that up, boy. You be, yes, master. Yeah, that'd be you. That would be you. That's your history. That's your future. Yes, master, I pick those scraps up. Can I do anything else, master? Well, you know, I got to go to the bathroom right now. You know, toilet paper in there. I'll be in there in a minute, master. That's Ishmael. He's nothing. He's nothing. He got to say whatever Farrakhan tell him to say, because he know he can't piss off Farrakhan even a little bit. Or he be holding down the place, holding down Burger King, the scrap boy. And confused Wesley. That boy is confused. That boy is confused. Look at him. He look confused. Look at you and everything. He look confused. He totally confused. We got a PhD. What do you got a PhD in? Confusion? You don't know nothing. Trying to tell us. You know, I mean, that dude had me rolling. Every time I looked at him, he had me rolling. Because he's trying to wax intelligence, wax mathematics. Like he was saying about a year or so ago. Hey, man, the reason what problem we have because we're not getting up sunlight. I said, hey, are you serious? Then what's the problem with people in Africa? They get plenty of sunlight. So the problem is, we should be going to Africa, right? If that's our problem. But you said we ain't going nowhere. I mean, that boy's totally confused. He's an idiot. And that math doctor, oh boy. I think, you know, Ishmael say, when you call him, say, man, I ain't got no talk. The math doctor, he probably beat him there. I know his tongue is covered with, that boy's sick. All of them. They don't like it, do something about it. You know, you took out Khalid, see? And that boy was intelligent. He loved Elijah Muhammad. See? But, see, he remember our Farrakhan's Lord, he got a little spooky. Didn't think he needed security. See? And y'all weak-kneed punks took him out. Okay? That was a good brother. He had the spirit of Elijah. I know. He had the spirit of, that's why that was with Elijah. That's why y'all didn't want him. That's why Farrakhan couldn't have him around. Because he was attempting to do what therefore I was supposed to be doing. Y'all took him out. And you were held account for that. So take me out. Go for it. I definitely ain't scared of you. I ain't afraid of you, not one bit. And I got security you wouldn't believe. So come and take me out. And see what a real FOI with thorough knowledge of self can do for you. So, brothers and sisters, we're going to get this math. Like I said, why not talking math? And Islam is mathematics, and mathematics is Islam. Why not talking math? Because they don't know any math. Eric, they don't know any math. That boy, he's stupid too. They're all stupid. And part of the reason why they ain't on board with this because they're just too stupid to understand it. That's why. It ain't because they rejecting it. It's just they're too damn stupid to understand it. And we don't want them. They couldn't pass the test, like trying to get to college, but you can't answer track. Well, you can't qualify. You can't pass the SAT. So we want you to stay out there. But you call an account because you stand in the way of our people getting this light. People said dark is a great light, but you're blocking it. See? And everyone that fails, our people are lost for lack of knowledge. Says some would be lost. Say my people are lost. Didn't say some would be. Says some they're lost. Some would be lost because of you blocking this light, and you will held account for every drop of blood. You could be held account for it, and you will not like it. Say be gnashing, be crying and wailing and gnashing of teeth. That just beginning your trouble. Everlasting shame and appallment. You have no idea what that means, but you're going to find out in a minute. So enjoy yourself. Enjoy what little time you got left. Because not much. Not much. Because you're getting facts here. We all you get the truth. If I had been to experience this, you'd had a hard time convincing me that it would be like this. You'd had a hard time convincing me that it would be like this. People would be so stupid, so idiot. And then people after Elijah was tripped up with Farrakhan? That con man? That con punk, because he's not even a man. I still am boggled by that one. After Elijah, how the hell, right, could you be tripped up by that clown? Everything he says is a lie. Even on his own station, he got that coattail or whatever you call it thing, the FBI thing, he got on his own website. The things they wanted. He gave every one of them. It's clear. He gave every point they wanted. He's not calling devils. Because his father's a devil. He's admits now he's trying to backtrack. Oh, no, his father's Jamaican. Yeah, well, that's it. That maybe is that's not his ethnicity. That's his nationality. You got people call themselves Americans. That don't mean because you're American. That's your nationality. It's not ethnicity. So you're trying to give us, oh, his father, he was straight-haired Jamaican. No, then go read what he says. See, he admits his father, right? He says his father's father was Portuguese Caucasian. So if his father, unless they adopted his father, then he got to be Portuguese Caucasian too. And he added more to it. He said they was actually Jewish. And based on what Jewish ideas is their idea, that means he's Jewish too. The way they do it. His father isn't his too. So imagine that one. Imagine that one. I mean, that's like a black guy, you know, he's real light. He looks like he's white, right? He could pass. You got something like that. I'm gonna talk about that one of these days, man. I'm keeping it right now. I'm keeping it on the low. But you got something like Master Muhammad. So he's round, he's passing. Right? He knows who he is. They don't know. He's keeping it on the low, right? She's hanging around with him. He's hanging down out the bayou, right? He get up in the Ku Klux Klan and moves up and finds himself in charge of the Ku Klux Klan. So, wow. He can't imagine his luck. He's in charge of the Ku Klux Klan. See? But they don't know who he really is. So one of the first things he want to do. Stop calling them ends, wouldn't he? Wouldn't that one of the things he want to do? Right? So, we don't call them that no more. Let's be more sophisticated. Let's be more modern time. We don't want to call ends no more. Wouldn't that one of the first thing he would do? Let's fight some of them in. Let's fight some in. See? Straighten them out. Let's fight some in the Klan. Ain't that what Farrakhan exactly what he did and doing? Come on now, talk to me. Richmond, talk to me. See, because this logic fails you because you're either a demon, right, or you're an idiot. Agent, that's why his logic fails you, because you're capable of it, because this frequency is too high for you. You see, greater frequency overcomes lesser frequency. Frequency is just another form of pressure. It's quality of pressure. That's all it is, quality of pressure. And now you got high frequency on high frequency blows away low frequency. Well, like FM and AM? Ain't FM more powerful than AM? Don't FM operate on higher frequency than AM? Why don't you get clear sound from AM than FM than you do from AM? There's a zebra right there. I forget what AM stands for, FM. So now you got a higher frequency on the scene. That's the angel. You also got some other books that's higher frequency. There's not higher frequency as the angel, right? But they're higher frequency. If you turn them on, you got to turn the transmitter on. Just because a transmitter capable of broadcasting higher frequency, that don't mean it will. You got to turn it on. You got to turn the transmitter on. That's why he said the harvest is great, but the workers are few. So none. You got to turn it on. See? You had this frequency, the angel, you call Revelations, who's sitting there. Nobody's ever turned on. Now it's broadcast at very high frequency. Higher than any frequency there is. And the minds can't, your brain operates on frequency. That's what thought is. Vibrations, frequencies. You know, they know about brain waves. They can detect brain waves. That's frequencies, wavelengths. And so you strike brain on a high frequency, then it's got to respond at a high frequency. Now, can it absorb it, right? And adjust, or will it blow it? I can't. It's like that glass shatters. So why is the mind and why is the mental state in the United States worse than ever? Suicides, drugs, right? Depression, right? Addiction. We ain't just talking about marijuana stuff, we're talking about all other stuff they give you. Why? Because there's another frequency operating, right? That's higher than they can handle. And so the brain starts static. You tune in on it. Starts static. Get confused. They say, no, whoop. You don't understand this. You think I'm making this up. Then why is it happening? Like somebody saying, hey man, it's a storm. I see no storm. Well, you see the leaves shaking, don't you? You see where they're moving, they're shaking in this direction. It must be a wind. I mean, they don't do it by themselves. So why is this happening? Why is man's minds being exploded, cracked, shattered daily? It's nothing like. They say, like, I think it's 200. Is it 200? It's either 20 or 200 to have that. Let me check that, bro, because I need this. Because you won't believe this number. You would not believe this number. I didn't believe that first. I know I was being effective, but wow. Let me see if I can check this real quick, brothers and sisters. Just give me a minute here. This is worth checking this, brothers and sisters, because this number was like, wow. Mm. Get in there, brothers and sisters. Wait a minute. It's somewhere like between 15 and 20 suicides per day of death veterans. Per day. That's quicker than the enemy can kill them. Why is that? Why is all this happening? When brother said, I told you we're at war, I told you we're at war. We've been at war since they declared war on us. They declared war on us 500 years ago. They think we forget. We're supposed to forgive. I'm not giving a damn thing. See? And heads down on our knees, on our belly, crawling to God for 500 years. Until Master Muhammad stepped foot on this continent, this country. And stood up Elijah Muhammad. And the kickback was on. Kickback was on. Retaliation. Retaliation. Man, if I'm a step foot on this, that was it. Retaliation. Whoa. You didn't come here to talk. You come here to play. You come to declare war on our adversaries. I know most people don't understand what's going on, brothers and sisters. It's okay. But you see, it's going to be a vivid HD color in a few more days once the apocalypse officially starts. But then everything will be exposed. Because the war's been going since mass trauma stepped on this country, this continent. Right? But it's been a mind war. Like the wind blowing. So you can't see the wind, but you see the effects. So look at the effects. What's going on in America? You've been like, oh man, what's wrong? Why do you keep saying what's wrong in America? Okay, if something's wrong, well, what is it? What's happening? I get back to our traditional values. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Killing, genocide, murder, rape, theft? My God gave this country. You're going to blame God for what God did do it. Satan gave it to him. So they're right. God did give it to him, and God they trust. They before I go. Satan is who they worshiping. Look at that picture they give you. That's not Jesus. What the scripture in the Bible says. First of all, you got bronze skin. Bronze skin. Woolly hair, like lamb's wool. That picture look anything like that? That's Satan acting as a with the blue eyes. Satan masquerading as an angel of light. That's what Satan would do. That's Satan. But that's what they say. Oh, that's God. Well, it is. They're God. That's what Jesus, the real Jesus you claim in the Bible. He says, right? He said Satan is the God of this world. That you have too much problem understanding that? If Satan is God, this age, this world, that means everybody in this world got to be worshiping him. The most powerful country in the world has to be worshiping him, otherwise he would be a God. Oh, because America is so powerful, stand up against Satan. Is that what you're trying to tell me? No. Muhammad came and he stood up and he stood Elijah up against the beast. And Elijah went to war steps. He couldn't defeat the beast, but he gave him up. He kicked his ass. He put a foot in his ass. But he couldn't defeat him. And Suleiman would be the one that had to come defeat him. Who would make war with the beast? Who is like the beast? Who can make war with the beast? It tells you the Lamb made war with the beast. It says these 10 kings made war with the Lamb overcoming. It takes the Lamb to knock, take the beast out. The little lamb, sacrificial lamb. First destroying his mind. Master Muhammad's going to destroy his economy. When he destroys the economy, that starts the apocalypse. Everything becomes visible. It becomes clear who we are, because false Israel is gone. So they couldn't have been true to Abraham, couldn't they? See, these people just lie everything. Oh man, we're not going to that, brothers. I'm going to move into the things I want to talk about here, brothers and sisters. I can talk about so many things, and I get started, and I forget about my actual topic. Let's move on here, brothers and sisters. Move on here. What's going on, brothers and sisters? Apocalypse. Apocalypse is the doorway to paradise. Quran tells you got to go through the entrance into paradise, right? And go to paradise, right? The path to it is hell. So you would not say, do you think you enter garden? Right? Without affliction and pain and suffering and sacrifice? No. We went to the Holocaust. We earned the paradise. coming at sisters like I'm coming at those sisters. I'm not coming. I hope you misinterpret that. Because they went through the worst of it. Master he used them like, they use you too. You know how freakish they are, right? Okay? They had you doing things that was right? But sisters got the worst of it. And I have no animosity in my heart towards them at all, none, zero, and no judgment. And I will says any voice that speaks up against them in judgment will be silenced. Silenced. I have a tickler for sisters, right? But that's not for the. That can't be for the Levites, because we're in the judgment now. Judgment, tribulation is part of the judgment. So what actually, when silence was, they wouldn't have to go to tribulation. So it's talking about the females. Every voice that speaks up against them will be silenced. I won't hear it. In fact, you better not. You might be dangerous losing your tongue if you speak against any of these sisters. I don't want to hear it. I'm keep saying I don't hear it. I don't want to hear it. Let's say come up here with a devil on their arm. Here comes some demon children. We don't want them. So it says to say, I mean, that might be hard for some of you. If you got demon children, you better leave them behind. We're not going to accept them. I know your eternal instinct and everything else. We're not accepting it. Because that's why you see over in Arabia right now, you see everybody skin tone. Because they hear those devils that was supposed to be exiled out of there. Now look at some mess over there now. Look at this whole continent. Look at all South America. It's a mess. This is demon hemisphere. We're going to eradicate that devil seed. But other than that, you don't come with a devil, you come with, right? I mean, if you got a devil with children, okay, right? Because you didn't know any better, you hear the truth. We ain't gonna hold you accountable for it. We ain't gonna accept them. That's a problem for you, then I can't tell you, sister. So that's not even going. That's even that. If you're original and you fell into that because you didn't know any better, you shouldn't anyway. I'm telling you, you should know better. But if you didn't, still, I'm not going. That's how much, brothers and sisters. That's how much, sisters. That's how much we're going to tell you and cover you. We go even that far. But you can't bring those. You can't bring those devils. You can't bring those demons. You can't bring them with you. See, the bar has to be very high, right? And so am I saying that right? No, the bar is very low for you to get to the end. Very low. Only thing you can trip over is you walking up here with the devil, or you disrespect with your parents. I have a trouble with that because I have a lot of issues with that myself, right? Other than that, it's not too much you can. I can't think too much you can do, brothers and sisters. But sisters that disqualify you, that you just don't want to go. Some of you have to go through tribulation. Not my fault. We can't just go up and drag you and pull you in. A few of them you might do that. If you're on the borderline, then we might just snatch you anyway and bring you in because you just don't know any better. But a lot of you going through tribulation. So for us, we're trying to avoid that. We don't want you to go through that, sisters. Hell, you done been through it enough. We don't want you to go through all that. Damn. You know, that's primarily the reason why I took this mission. Because I was wondering, well, actually, you don't know me, sisters and brothers. I'm not a personable person. I don't like to go talk to people. When the message was here, they tried to get me a minister. I refused. And man, that was a big thing. Refuse to be a minister? I refuse. Because I know me. I don't like dealing with people. I don't have patience with dealing with people. When I was in the military, same thing. I was a sergeant. I was impatient. People wouldn't do anything. I said, man, look, these grown people, I got to tell grown people what to do. Well, I got to tell grown men, I said, I'll do it myself. Well, I'm going to argue with you when I could do it myself. And that's what I would do. And they get mad at me. The higher sergeants, hey, man, you got to do that. You got to tell what to do. I said, yeah, but they don't want to do it. Well, you got to tell what to do. I said, you're a sergeant, yeah, but I don't, man, I can easily do it myself. I can argue with these people. They military supposed to know what they're doing, right? And they you know, I mean, when this thing, right, they kept asking me, right, so one night I had a night shift, right? I grabbed a couple of those little devils, right? I took them outside and beat the hell out of them, right? They worked then, but then they reported me, and I got in trouble for that. You can't be beating them up. So what you want me to do? Same thing when I was in when the messenger was here. I was a foreman night shift in Nation Islam. Here, I'm a foreman. At that time, I was about 22, 23 years old, youngest foreman ever. That's a whole long story, brothers and sisters. But anyway, right? I'm getting some lighting issues here. But I'm a foreman, and he's FOI in here, and they claim love the messenger, right? And so, we print the Mama Speak newspaper. And I got to argue and fight with these brothers, get them to do something. It boggles your imagination. I said, how is that? And you're supposed to be fired up, man. You're supposed to ask me, what, can I do something else, brother? And so I knew, you know, I had a hard time being a foreman because I didn't want to deal with that. And I definitely wasn't going to be no minister because I didn't want to mess up what Elijah was doing. I'd be kick somebody's butt. I mean, you couldn't do that in Nation Islam. You got in a fight with somebody, your butt was thrown out too. You couldn't do that. With me, so I didn't do it. I know I get myself in a lot of trouble. And then I ran to the Angel, 1988, 1989, I believe it was. And then, oh man, it's like it dropped a ton on me. Now I got to deal with people if I do this, but it had to be done. And when I thought about sisters, I said, somebody's got to do this. Somebody got to stand for these sisters. I've always had a special place in my heart for sisters, so they didn't have no special place in my heart for me. They didn't like me. They didn't like me. Sisters didn't like me. Because I wasn't a lovey, touchy guy, kind of guy, right? When I was growing up, right, I was more interested in books than the sister. I mean, I love women, don't get it wrong. I love women just as much as any man. Yeah, but that wasn't my highest priority. And I saw when I was growing up, most of the guys, man, I was the highest priority. Women more than anything else. My highest priority was learning. And they came second. They didn't like that. And every time we talking, I didn't know. I know talking about math, so they didn't hear me talk about no math and stuff. That's what I'm gonna talk about. I was born in the depth. I didn't know it. I was talking about the Bible. I was into the Bible. I was talking about, you know, I got in fights with the brothers on that one. Man, I don't hear nothing about this stuff, man. You know, and I was constantly fighting all the time. I was losing 17 years old. I never lose small little thing. As my father passed, I was 14, and I left in the army at 17. I was a little small. And when I came back, some of the people that was around, like, man, you still fighting all the time? Because people take advantage of me because I was so small. They thought they could just, hey, that wasn't happening. I might have a little behind, but I had a big heart. I still do. I ain't afraid of anybody. So, brothers, you know, so was the sisters. You know what I'm saying? Don't mess with these sisters. Don't mess with these sisters. If I was thinking about sisters, I said, okay, I got to do this. I got to do this. For the sister's sake. Because I debated whether I wanted to do it or not. I mean, it needed to be done, but man, once I realized what this was about and who I was, I didn't think I had anything to do with any of this. I wouldn't even think about the angel. I wouldn't think about Revelation and stuff. Like I said, I was at my wife's house. She wanted to go see her mother. It was Easter Sunday, and I'm sitting in the car. I didn't even want to go upstairs. I sat in the car, and this guy started talking. I was switching the channels. He was reading Revelation, just reading it, reciting it, or whatever. And it hit me. I said, man, that's interesting. I can figure that out because I'm a genius of solving puzzles. And the rest is history. I started getting that book, and I had no idea what I was getting into. I thought I was just solving something. And once I realized what I was getting into, I had a choice to make. I said, and if the choice I make, it had to be all, I don't do anything half-assed. I had to go all in. I went all in, lost my family, lost everything. I knew if I went all in, it was going to be a sacrifice, going to be a cost. I wasn't sure it would be a cost as much as it was, but it was. I'm not regretting. But he didn't fully respect them. I'm not taking away from anything from Elijah, but you have to have knowledge to do that. Because his idea of the creation of women was totally different than actually happened. Anyway, brothers and sisters, apocalypse, the doorway to paradise. Let me get to my topic, brothers and sisters, because I'll be talking all night about all this other stuff. And paradise, that's our home. And we're taking it back. Sunni land, we coming back for our land, home. You took away 50,000 years ago, we're taking it. See, you have no idea what's going on here. That's our land. We covered with sand. We're going back to it. Farrakhan's being paid to stop you from talking like that. Elijah Muhammad said we was going back home. Farrakhan said we ain't going nowhere, so how does he represent Elijah Muhammad? When that was his core message. The Abrahamic covenant. Most black folks don't know anything about. How come Farrakhan not teaching the Abrahamic covenant? If he's the messenger of the covenant. If he's the messenger of the covenant, isn't that what he's talking about? Abrahamic covenant? If he's the messenger of the covenant? If he's not the messenger of the covenant, then who is? Because that's all I'm talking about for 30 years. This is my whole mission is about the messenger of the covenant, about the Abrahamic covenant, period. Going home. So Sunni land, get ready, don't get ready, we don't care. We take our land back. But brothers and sisters, again, get out. You have no idea what you're up against. You're sitting around here making the biggest mistake of your life. Because you're sitting around here thinking, if you're thinking at all, then when bad times come, you're looking at it from your perspective where you are right now. No, time of unprecedented trouble. Time of unprecedented trouble. That means, from what your understanding of life, that'd be great in World War II, it'd be great in Noah's flood. If you said what happened in the past, it'd be great in all that. And Noah's flood covered the whole earth. The blowing away of the moon, no matter how you look at it, it's supposed to be worse than all of that. And you won't have no cars, you won't have any gas, you won't have any toilets, you won't have any apartment homes, you won't have any beds, you won't have any your clothes on your back. You have any bathrooms, showers. You have any of that. That's you're going to be exposed to. And if you go into tribulation, the only thing you will have is you will have manna from heaven, that says in Exodus, manna from heaven will give you, make sure you have food, because no one else in this country will have food. And they'll come at you to eat you. They're chasing you for that purpose. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get the hell out of here before the war breaks out. Because once that war breaks out, they're going to close the borders. And anyone caught in this country, like any foreigner caught in this country, be cut to pieces. If you're caught in these borders, get out. Because this is at hand. Anybody look, even the devil, someone say, man, World War II, no, World War III has not started. Armageddon has not started. That's their misunderstanding. The apocalypse hasn't started. But war has started. See? The war in heaven hasn't started either. See? But the war has started. The war started. Mass from Muhammad sits on this planet. He's on this continent. Right? See? Get out, brothers and sisters. Some mercy to you. Those you can't, you don't understand me, you don't like me. I want to say, if you wherewithal, get the hell out of here. Don't go to Europe. Get out. Get off this whole continent. Go to Africa if you can. It's gonna be bad news over there, but nothing like what you're gonna run in here. Nothing like what's about to happen here. This is ground zero. Ground zero, brothers and sisters. Ground zero. Time of unprecedented trouble. You make children gray-headed. Okay, brothers and sisters, so we're going to go on here. Get to, and you see it's a mercy. I keep saying this, brothers. Read chapter 18, what you call Revelations, right? You see, you was warned to get out after Babylon fell. Because then you're in trouble, but you're here. You still be here, but it's telling you to run. Run where? Run to inner cities. That's no storm I can get to right here, brothers and sisters. But I'm trying to give you a mercy. Get the hell out of here before it happens. Okay, let me talk about this for a minute, brothers and sisters. Now, no, well, I'm not going to go to, I'm just going to say a couple of things here. You have to have thorough knowledge. So in other words, it tells you that all truths be exposed during this period of time. It says the mystery of God will be revealed. Ooh, that has something to do with the seven thunders, right? It says the mystery of God will be revealed. What's the mystery of God? It said it wouldn't be revealed until then. That means Elijah Muhammad didn't give you the full mystery. He didn't give you full understanding. So there's something about the God that's the mystery that you don't know yet. That's hidden within the seven thunders. Because when they seven thunders roar thunder, that's when the mystery of God will be revealed. What's that mystery? It's in there. Eh? You got some people, brothers, looking at those books, but I'm not. I can't. They play a chance to look at it. I can't sit and hope they're going to get to it. I got to get to it. I got to get it to them. So if they come up with something, fine. But I got to get into them myself. I had to get into them to realize those books exist. There's books inside the Revelations that you weren't aware of. Nobody was aware of them before me. There's books hidden inside of it. At least 3 of them that I've told you about. And I had to bring the books out, figure them out. Realized they were in there. I didn't realize they were in there first got in. I was surprised to find there was books in there. But I finally had to bring them out, put them together, and then I had to study them. Now I didn't study them in depth, right? Because they were supposed to be for a time of tribulation. So that was like not high priority for me. But I had to study them to make sure they were valid. I had a basic understanding what they were saying. And some things I had to study and learn because there's some things near that deal directly with the angel. Like that's red horse. Seven Thunders reveals that horse, and that was very, very illuminating because without that book, you wouldn't see that one. It took me a while I knew something wrong with that red horse. Right? So I have a knowledge. I have a good grip on those books, but now I got to really study them in depth. Because according to the angel, I have to go in and get that knowledge to the NOI once Farrakhan was cast out. Once I clean it up, remember the messenger of the covenant cleans it all up? Prepare them to go to the tribulation with those books. So I have to have a thorough understanding of them before I can get that knowledge. I don't. Brothers and sisters, like I said, I had no idea what I was getting into. I had no idea what I was getting into until I was in it. I still keep saying, I think, I was tricked into this one, right? But I'm doing it. But then shall be great tribulation, such as not what says the beginning of the world, nor this time, nor shall ever be. See, that's great, worse than ever. And those days had to be shortened. Now, I was going to go into that today, but so I think I'm going to bypass this part. But so they'd be shortened, or no flesh. It's talking about not all flesh, it's talking about your flesh. And you're going to see it in the next slide I give you, because they wanted to eliminate you, destroy you, right? Disintegrate you, whatever, totally elaborate, That's what they want to do. They're not going to be able to do it, because Master Muhammad is going to act before they can act. That's the Adam and Eve story. Because you wouldn't understand the Adam and Eve story, that was their plan. But their plan was cut short. Those days had been short. Their plan was cut short because Master Muhammad preempted, right? He should have circuited it. Otherwise, no soul would be. It shows you who's talking about. The elect, us. The elect, 44,000. That means it's referring to the original nation. See? Because that's the target that this is meant for. Because they've been talking openly now that they got this DNA weapon that targets certain racial groups. Now, why would America develop a weapon that kills certain racial groups? Sure, not the ones going to kill Caucasians. That would be insane, wouldn't it? So who's the problem here? And Obama was directly involved in this. If you really understood what he was, you don't understand anything, brothers and sisters. Because they have you so much in the dark. But it says, people who sit in the dark see the great light. You're going to see something in a minute. And most of you are going to be totally shocked by what you see. Totally shocked. Because you won't believe it. So, well, really? Because if you can't figure out Farrakhan, you sure can't figure out the rest of the stuff. Because he's the easy one. They have said, come, let us cut them off being nation. The name of Israel be no more remembrance. That's some of us. That's false Israel over there. They want you to cut you off totally. Totally. Eliminate you. Totally. See Abraham. Not anybody else, you. That's how you know what you're talking about. All flesh, all our flesh. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Now I want to show you a little something here. I wasn't going to do this. I'm not making a statement here. I'm just showing a couple of things, right? Now you see the SDNOI there, right? They were the golden calf, right? See the rivers and stuff, right? That's also called rivers, right? Now see, this has to do with the those two books, right? Because the elect up the top, they got the angel, right? The ones in Syria, they got the lessons. They got mathematics. They master Muhammad, right? Technician, mathematics. So that's different frequencies. Highest frequency there is elect. See? Next level is lower frequency. That's command frequency. Because see, Master Muhammad is a God, and he used those, they call those a rod of iron to rule the nation. That's command frequency. That's another story I've never talked about command frequency. The top is the priest frequency. That's another quality I never got into with you, brothers and sisters. I keep talking about the quality, think about quality. The priest frequency is on top. The command frequency is right there in the middle. See? Then on the bottom, next under them, right? That's where the books are. The Elijah's there. See, now Elijah's, he's in between them. He's got the lessons also, right? He will have command of those two books. You have command both those two, both books. He's got the lessons from Elijah, from Master Muhammad. See? But you see, the Nation of Islam, right, they don't have the golden calf. They're on lower frequency, but they're in the tribulation. See? And who caused them to be in tribulation? They're in tribulation with what? See, they're not the only one in tribulation. The golden calf tribulation too. They're Sunnis. And so they're going to attack. They will actually attack the woman in the eye once they're cast out. So y'all making love to the Sunnis right now. It says they're going to attack you because everything will be clear when the apocalypse starts. They're going to know who you are. They're going to know that you Jacob, that land belongs to you, and that you're coming for it. And they're here. And they're going to do everything they can to stop you right here before you get anywhere. It says the dragon stood there, devoured the woman, Sue was born. How are they going to devour them right here? If they're right here, part of the dragon has to be here. Right? But that's also represents the Quran. So you got hung with the Quran, but that's holding you down into the tribulation. But who's got the lifeline? Elijah, Masra, Muhammad. The lifelines is thunders in the churches. That's the lifeline to keep you from drowning. Hold on to that. See? But to go to cats hold you down. That's what's drowning you. See, this little interpretation you get from reading those books. I started touching that, brothers and sisters. There's a lot more to it that, but that's, so you look at the books and you look at the key and it tells you a lot of things right there. See? Because they're holding on to the Quran instead of the lessons. And so they need those two books. That's the lifeline to get them, keep them drowning, right? Survive the tribulation. That's what I touch on that, bosses. I'll leave that alone, move on. Okay, I'm not going to talk about that plan. I have a whole thing to explain that plan. I'm not going to go around past this, brothers and sisters. Let's go around past this. Because I talk much longer than I expect to talk anyway. That's so much to say, brothers and sisters, so much to say. I really can't cover everything. I really need to break these up into parts, because every time I think to do a whole, a whole session, it never works out. Okay, I'm talking, well, and in order to do it, I'd be able to talk 2 or 3 hours. I don't want to do that. But anyway, we was crucified. That one on the left, we took everything out. They cut our neck, they took everything from us. Even tried to take our nature by the demons. Took everything. Totally naked. They left us with nothing. Left us nothing. Now manhood, nothing. Now name, now manhood, nothing. Totally naked, nothing. Raping our women right in front of us. We couldn't touch them. Have a woman out in the fields naked. They jump down. You better not touch them. You better not touch them. Your own women. They jump down and jump on you right in front of you. And they come here, tell you to come and hold the woman down. They're kind of sick of it. We supposed to just forget that? Oh, that's critical race theory. Okay. In a few more days, when you're drinking blood and eating flesh, tell me that's a theory. Because, see, you don't understand this. So the thing is, Suleiman is going to be here for a minute between the time the apocalypse starts and tribulation, right, kicks. You got the demon war actually starts. See, I talked about the demon war, there's a demon war between the devils and the demons, but there's one between the saints and the demons also. And so before that actually kicks, there's a brief space there. That's when Suleiman has to be talking to. Remember, once the apocalypse starts, that's when he's got to go and go to the Nation of Islam. That's when the Maintenance of Days is set. That's that time when the beast is about to be destroyed. So that's when he comes. So when he comes there, right, how long is that period? A month? Whatever? I'm not going to get into that. But remember, at that point in time, he's going to have a universal voice. It ain't going to be like this YouTube stuff. He have a universal voice. Because everything is visible now. False Israel is gone. On the way out during that period of time. Because when they're under siege, so there's a period of time before they actually is destroyed. But anyway, it's clear that that's about to happen. You understand what I'm trying to say is, someone will have a voice here. And some of the people have a voice also. And he's going to be taunting them. It says it in the scripture. He's going to be taunting them. Taunting them. Yeah. I like drinking blood. I like eating flesh. Be taunting them. And they can't do anything about it. They're going to hate it. He's going to be taunting them. Okay? Or critical race theory. Call what happened to you now. Because now remember, that's a judgment. He's got to be here for the judgment. So that's when the books will be open. For the period of time he's here to judge, and the books are open. That's his judgment. For You understand, brothers and sisters? But it said to be so bad that they could even deceive the elect. But see, they couldn't deceive the elect. That means by definition, right, they did deceive the Levites. Farrakhan was able to deceive them, wasn't able to deceive the elect. Now for Zion. That's another war. Someone has a lot of wars he got to battle. I have to prepare for that. I mean, I've been doing this mind war, but now it's going to go physical. You ready for that Farrakhan in your wheelchair? Put your diaper? You ready for the war? You want to take down the beast, Farrakhan? Look, they took you down. They blasted your ass open, blasted up. So who's winning that war? You gonna lead the Nation of Islam to battle Farrakhan in your wheelchair? Please. We coming. Sri Land, we coming. So you send your best. Send your suicide bombers, everybody else you send. See what happens. Mathematics, bro. Since we're going to touch on mathematics, I'm going to let it go. I talk a lot longer than I expect to. I want to talk on a few things here with mathematics. Now I did this thing right here, right? Now mass times acceleration equals force. Now mass is also, the structure is also mass, right? Because a Lamborghini has more mass than a Volkswagen Beetle. Because, you know, it may be because, you know, it's more structure to it. Right? So you can consider structure as mass, right? So the thing is what I'm doing here is I'm trying to show when you put on the same pressure, right? Because pressure, you know, is force. So if everybody has the same pressure, everybody's going to react differently. Because you might say mass times acceleration equals pressure. You might say it that way. If you say it that way, right? Then the pressure is equal for everybody. In a pressure system, pressure is equal for everybody. Let's got a current. Pressure is equal for everybody. If the pressure is equal for everybody, right? Everybody has the same amount of force, but the acceleration is going to be different depending on their mass, because they have different mass, they have different accelerations. Accelerations represent the temperature, how fast it's moving. And colliding, that's acceleration. How fast is moving, how fast colliding. So the less mass you have, the more collisions, the greater temperature is going to be, because you move faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, because you got low mass or low structure. And that's what's happening here. So that means you move faster and faster. So that means you have more collisions. And they're more violent. That's war. That's what war is. I'm trying to tell you what these things are. I tell you what death is when pressure, the external pressure is greater than your internal pressure that you command. Then you crush out of existence. That's what brings death. That's what brings death. Nothing else.